Luo Yu walked alone along the gravel path in the small park, his mind filled with the resolute expression of his girlfriend, who had abandoned him in her frenzy of idol worship. Just as he was sinking into sadness, a flash of golden light appeared, and a golden bead rolled to a stop at his feet. As he bent down to pick up the bead, a deafening thunderclap echoed through the sky. Darkness and light alternated before his eyes, and when his vision cleared, he found himself in an unfamiliar world. Towering mountains stretched into the clouds, encircling a vast grassland with a crystal-clear lake gleaming at its center like a precious gem. Greetings, intelligent beings of all worlds. I am the heavenly Tao, a gentle voice echoed from the sky. Welcome to the new world I have created. Simply think the words open system, and all will be revealed. Luo Yu silently followed the instructions, and a virtual projection appeared before him. After spending half an hour carefully studying the explanation, he understood. This was a digitized world where everyone had their own survival base. The key was to survive and grow stronger. Suddenly, the system detected the primordial stone. As the golden bead merged into his body, Luo Yu acquired the unique skill Primordial Critical Strike. This skill granted him 3 chances per day to increase the efficiency of any action by 100-fold. Checking his personal stats panel, Luo Yu discovered that all his attributes exceeded the Earth average. Strength 13, Constitution 14, Agility 13. As a trial participant from Earth's Xia Nation Base 23333, he had been granted the rare privilege of a solo starting advantage. While the world channel descended into chaos with the appearance of alien species, elves, and orcs, Luo Yu calmly began planning his future. He decided to start by planting crops and building a shelter. Thanks to his past experience in agricultural work, his farming skill reached LV1. After preparing a rectangular plot of land, Luo Yu decided to test his critical strike skill. With the skill's 100-fold efficiency boost, an ordinary herb seed mutated into a miraculous ginseng plant. After consuming the ginseng, Luo Yu's strength increased to 15, and his constitution reached 16. Fueled by this newfound energy, he cleared 3 more plots of land and planted corn, rice, and herbs. Meanwhile, most people on the World Channel were still panicking. In the afternoon, Luo Yu turned his attention to the forest. With the vitality provided by the ginseng, he managed to gather 80 units of wood in just 3 hours. Near the farmland, he used 30 units of wood and 10 units of silver to construct his first wooden cabin. With a flash of light, a small wooden house materialized before his eyes. Walking inside, the house was completely empty, with nothing but bare walls. Luo Yu immediately got to work, using 10 pieces of wood to craft a simple wooden bed, a wooden table, and a wooden chair. He then moved the tools from outside into the house one by one, organizing them neatly by category. Instantly, the once desolate room gained a touch of liveliness. A glance at the time showed it was already 4:30 p.m. The day's labor had drained the energy boost provided by the ginseng, leaving him ravenously hungry. His eyes turned toward the small lake. Although he had a fishing rod, the conspicuous red in the center of the lake made him hesitate. According to the map, red dots indicated hostile entities, possibly a primitive cannibal tribe or a large, dangerous beast. Most likely, some kind of monstrous aquatic creature lurked in the lake. Without dealing with it, who would dare fish here unless they were willing to gamble with their life? Fortunately, he had noticed earlier that the plains were dotted with ripe berries, which would soon rot if not harvested. Grabbing a basket, he quickly made his way to the nearest shrub. With his LV1 planting skill, he easily picked 3 perfect berries. He wiped one on his work uniform and took a bite. The sweet flavor was so satisfying that he ate all 3 in quick succession, slightly alleviating his hunger. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What if he used the Primal Critical Strike ability to harvest? Would it bring a surprise like before? He hurried to another bush, silently chanting the incantation, and plucked a berry. Sure enough, the critical strike triggered, transforming the berry in his hand into a fist-sized scarlet dragon fruit, vibrant and glistening. The system notified him that this was a rare item, capable of permanently increasing strength and agility, maintaining fullness for 3 days, and providing resistance to all negative effects. Eagerly, he ate the scarlet dragon fruit, feeling a surge of power coursing through his body. His stats panel now showed an impressive upgrade. Strength 20, Constitution 16, Agility 15, leaping from the average Earthling level to the universal standard. Although he was now full, seeing the abundant berries about to go to waste, he decided to take advantage of his freshly upgraded LV2 planting skill to collect all of them. In just 2 hours, he filled an entire basket with exactly 100 berries. As night fell, he fetched water from the nearby stream with a wooden bucket and enjoyed a refreshing bath. Lying on the simple wooden bed, he prepared to check the regional chat. But just then, a piercing alarm suddenly blared. Suddenly, alarms blared in Zone 9527, delivering a warning about a group of wild wolves descending from the mountains in search of food. These wolves were likely to act separately and could attack survival bases at random. Luo, you had just opened the regional chat interface when messages began flooding in. What's going on? Attacked on the very first day? Nyoda asked anxiously. May the great goddess bless all living beings, Alice prayed devoutly. Meow, don't eat me. Naker cried out in a panic. Fang Yamen quickly offered advice. Everyone, get inside or climb up a tree immediately. Don't get injured, there's no medicine available right now. A wolf's howl echoed in the distance, and Luo Yu sprang out of bed. Looking out the window, he saw two wolves, each the size of a small calf, approaching the wooden cabin, their noses sniffing around for scents. The system identified them as green wolves with an aggression level of 80. Luo Yu sent a brief warning in the regional channel. Wolves spotted near me. Then he promptly exited the chat. The two wild wolves prowled outside the cabin. Unable to break in, they began destroying the crops in the field instead. Luo Yu frowned. Losing the field wasn't a big deal, but the precious seeds were irreplaceable. Without hesitation, he grabbed two wooden sticks and rushed out of the cabin. The first wolf lunged at him, but Luo Yu deftly dodged thanks to his enhanced agility. When the second wolf attacked, he seized the moment and delivered a heavy blow to its head. The system notified him that a 100-fold critical hit had been triggered. The instant the stick struck, the wolf's head exploded into a mist of blood. The remaining green wolf froze in shock at the sight. Luo Yu took advantage of its hesitation, kicking it to the ground. Just as he was about to finish it off, an idea struck him. Still had a chance for another critical hit. Why not try taming it instead? He firmly pressed his foot down on the wolf's head and shouted sternly, "Submit to me or die." The system immediately displayed a notification. 100-fold critical hit activated. Taming success rate increased by 100 times. The blue wolf shuddered violently, its body flashing with light before it completely submitted. A system notification confirmed the taming was successful, and Luo Yu's taming level increased to LV2. It was only then that he could clearly see the blue wolf's attributes. Male, 3 years old, strength 9, constitution 12, agility 14. Luo Yu released his restraining foot, and the once ferocious beast immediately became docile, affectionately rubbing against his leg. Tamed animals could serve various purposes: combat, transportation, patrolling, and even guarding fields to prevent small animals and birds from stealing crops. Luo Yu gently stroked the blue wolf's head and named it Adai, before shifting his attention to another wolf carcass. Without a proper knife, Luo Yu remembered the pickaxe he had previously used for mining. He silently regretted not thinking of it during the battle earlier. By the stream near the small lake, Luo Yu began to disassemble the wolf carcass. The moment the entrails were thrown into the water, fish of all sizes swarmed in, scrambling to feed on the remains. Their sizes ranged from finger length to a few pounds. Seeing this, Luo Yu's eyes lit up. Although he couldn't catch the fish yet, he quickly gathered stones and built a makeshift dam at both ends of the stream. The water level gradually rose, forming a natural small fish pond that could at least trap some of the fish. After processing the wolf carcass, Luo Yu started a fire near his cabin to dry and preserve the wolf meat. At this moment, the attack alert was lifted, and the regional chat channel became lively again. Is everyone okay? Alice, from the elf race, was the first to ask. Good thing I can climb trees, though the fruits got eaten. Nakoer, the cat girl, replied. Is Luo Yu still alive? Fang Yuming asked with concern. I'm fine, it's taken care of, Luo Yu replied briefly. During the conversation, Fang Yuming mentioned that trades often followed attacks and headed to the trading platform. Nakoer and Alice also left shortly after, leaving the Minotaur alone in the channel, lamenting, "Does no one care about me?" Luo Yu opened the trading platform to find it bustling with activity. Seeds, wooden tools, and other items were abundant. With low prices after all, everyone was short on money. However, food was in short supply, clearly a precious commodity in the early days. Since Luo Yu still had 3 days of satiation from his earlier meal, and the berries he had would only last 3 days, he decided to sell them. He boldly priced each berry at 25 silver coins. Although there was no immediate interest, he cleverly advertised in the world chat. Whoa, someone selling berries on the trading platform, go grab them now. The message had an immediate effect. In a world where food was scarce, all 100 berries sold out in no time, earning Luo Yu 2,500 silver coins. Did I price them too low? Luo Yu chuckled to himself, already planning his next trade once the wolf meat was roasted. Suddenly, Luo Yu's body trembled as he noticed something extraordinary. All the centipedes, cockroaches, flies, mosquitoes, and other insects around him had formed a vacuum-like zone, avoiding him entirely. He quickly remembered. Ah, it's the 3-day insect-repelling ability granted by the Zhulong fruit. This discovery lit up his eyes. He began rolling around on the lawn, watching with amusement as the insects scattered in panic wherever he went. Seeing them flee, a thought flashed through his mind. Insects are actually a great source of food. Their calorie content is even higher than beef, and they're said to taste like chicken. Grabbing a sharp tree branch, he started collecting the insects. One by one, he skewered centipedes onto the branch with ease. In no time, he had gathered 40 or 50 of them. He thought to himself, grilled centipedes or stewed spiders, these might be considered dark cuisine. But even if I don't eat them, I could sell them for a good price on the platform. With so many races across the universes, there must be someone who enjoys eating insects. As he basked in the joy of his harvest, a system notification suddenly chimed. He had gained a personal trait, Insect Nemesis 1 star. This granted him a 10 bonus damage against insect-type creatures, a 10 resistance to their attacks, and a permanent 2 to agility. This unexpected reward thrilled Luoyu. Realizing he could level up the trait, he decided to push further. After listing some wolf meat for sale, he threw himself back into his rolling crusade. Sure enough, after a few hours of effort, the trait upgraded to 5 stars, providing significantly stronger bonuses. 50 increased damage and defense against insect creatures, along with a permanent 10 to both agility and constitution. When he checked his stats, they had reached an impressive level. Strength, 20. Constitution, 26. Agility, 27. These improvements elevated him to a solid, cosmic middle-class level. However, as soon as the trait reached 5 stars, even with his enhanced constitution, Luoyu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Exhausted, he dragged himself back to the wooden cabin, wrapped himself in a processed wolf pelt, and fell asleep. The next morning, soft sunlight bathed the grasslands, and the chirping of birds echoed around him. Fully rested, Luoyu woke up feeling rejuvenated, thanks to his exceptional constitution and rapid recovery ability. Checking the system messages, he found that all 10 pieces of wolf meat he had listed the day before had sold out, each fetching a high price of 80 silver coins. His account balance now stood at 3,400 silver. To his delight, the primordial critical hit count had also reset, giving him a fresh opportunity. Although he had enough food for now and had already planted seeds, Luoyu began planning his next steps. The priority was to strengthen his survival base by replacing the fragile wooden walls with stone ones. While the system offered construction functions, he would need to produce stone bricks himself, which required a stone-cutting knife. Realizing that a stone-cutting knife could also serve as a weapon, Luoyu had a sudden idea. Could purchasing one trigger a critical hit effect? Without hesitation, he selected a 100 silver stone-cutting knife from the system shop. Ding! The system notification sounded, and to his amazement, the purchase triggered a 100-fold critical hit. He received a Tian Gong knife worth 10,000 silver. This black, long blade was not only razor-sharp and robust, but also capable of significantly improving productivity. Excited, Luoyu gripped the knife's handle. Though it was hefty, it felt just right in his hands. With a casual swing, the blue stone in front of him split cleanly in two. One slash to cut through stone. This would have been considered a divine weapon in ancient times. Luoyu thought gleefully. With this knife, cutting stone blocks would be far more efficient. Without wasting a moment, he got straight to work. Because Luoyu's strength far exceeded the standard and his stamina seemed endless, combined with the sharpness of the heavenly blade, his speed at cutting stone was astonishing. In just half an hour, he had neatly cut out 1,000 rectangular stone bricks, a level of efficiency that even surprised himself. While he was engrossed in his work, the regional chat channel was abuzz with activity, conversations flying back and forth. How was last night? Everyone still alive? Curse those mosquitoes. I swear they drained at least a pound of my blood. I'm starving, so hungry. Suddenly Naker, the cat girl, asked, Luoyu, what are you up to? Are you soloing? Yes, Luoyu replied curtly. Meow, a human going solo? Pretty impressive. By the way, how did you deal with those wolves yesterday? Beat them to death with a stick. As soon as he said this, the chat was instantly flooded with question marks. Fong Yuming exclaimed, hiss, seriously? A Do Zong level expert is terrifying. Naker added, oh, are you all muscle or something? Can you send me a screenshot, or a sketch? A minotaur immediately chimed in. I'm all muscle. Little cutie, I'll send you one. Meow, sorry, I don't like minotaurs. Naker quickly declined. Alice stepped in to mediate. You guys, stop discussing weird topics in the regional channel. Luoyu continued cutting stones and casually asked, have you all had breakfast? I caught some centipedes. Want some? You can keep them to yourself and enjoy, ah? Fong Yuming responded with a laugh. While chatting and joking with the others, a world notification suddenly caught Luoyu's attention. Zerg4444 has issued a challenge to Earthlings in the virtual arena. Wager, 2,000 silver. Luoyu immediately clicked into the virtual arena, and the scene before him made him frown. The chat was filled with Earthlings and Zerg hurling insults at each other, locked in a heated argument. Although the humans had the upper hand in the verbal exchanges, no one dared to step into the ring. Clearly, after a day of battles, the physical disadvantages of Earthlings had become apparent, earning them the label of easy targets. Earthlings are all cowards. What's the point of arguing? Step up. Pathetic. Earthlings are worse than bugs. Faced with such provocations, many Earthlings grew restless. However, the 2,000 silver entry fee was no small sum. While the winner could walk away with 4,000, losing meant losing it all. Not to mention, spectators had to pay 10 silver to watch, all of which would go to the victor. Just as Luo Yu was about to take action, an Earthling contestant couldn't hold back any longer and paid the wager to enter the arena. The crowd rushed to pay the viewing fee, and Luo Yu followed suit. A virtual screen appeared before him, showing a spacious 500 square meter room where two figures stood locked in a standoff. The arrogant Zerg contestant was a grotesque creature with a pointed head, a monstrous male figure. His forearms were like sharp scythes, and a pair of wings, thin as cicada wings, quivered slightly on his back, making him look like a humanoid mantis. Opposite him stood the human contender, a muscular man who cautiously concealed his identity and face. The virtual battle system flawlessly projected both participants onto the arena. These virtual avatars inherited all the attributes, traits, and equipment of the contestants, making the intensity of the fight identical to reality, though without any physical harm. However, mental trauma was very real. 3, 2, 1, begin. As the countdown ended, the mantis-like creature's wings instantly spread open, propelling him toward his opponent at an astonishing speed. The human male reacted just in time, rolling to evade and countering swiftly with his bamboo spear. Yet, the mantis's scythe-like forearms effortlessly sliced through the spear and, with a follow-up sweeping strike, cut his opponent in half at the waist. KO. Zerg 4,444 wins in 2.3 seconds. The virtual chat erupted in chaos. Zerg spectators mocked humans mercilessly, degrading them from bugs to maggots. Contestant 4444 laughed arrogantly, shouting, "Come on, bet another 2,000 silver. Do Earthlings dare to challenge me again? You lowly creatures, I could slaughter 100 of you without breaking a sweat. Human males are useless, and females aren't even worthy of laying eggs for us." The human spectators were furious but helpless. At that moment, the system notification chimed again. Earthling XX Hidden has paid 2,000 silver to enter the battle room. With a flash of light, a solidly built man appeared in the battle room. He didn't have the exaggerated muscles of a bodybuilder, but his entire presence exuded a chilling sense of power. In his hand was a black long sword, the blade emanating an unsettling aura. This challenger, who had hidden his identity and appearance, was none other than Luo Yu. "Insects like you are only fit to gaze up at humanity from beneath our boots." Luo Yu's icy voice sent a shiver through everyone present. "What did you say?" The mantis-like Zerg roared in fury, and the Zerg audience erupted into curses. Meanwhile, the human side grew worried, urging, "Brother, we know you're angry, but don't waste your money. Better to live to fight another day." 3, 2, the countdown began as the mantis Zerg sneered. "I'll take my time slicing you up. Earthlings will always be prey for the Zerg." 1. As the final number echoed, the mantis Zerg launched himself with full force, his wings vibrating at a speed far surpassing his previous attempt, demonstrating an agility of at least 20 points well beyond human limits. At that moment, the Zerg Slayer trait silently activated, instantly boosting Luo Yu's attack and defense by 50. To the shock of all spectators, his speed now surpassed that of the winged mantis. So fast, the audience barely had time to process this thought before Luo Yu's black longsword collided fiercely with the mantis's scythe-like forearms. The Tiangong blade flashed with a sharp silver gleam, severing the mantis man's forelimb in an instant. Without losing momentum, the blade followed through, slicing the opponent cleanly in half. The entire process took only 1.6 seconds. KO. Earth Human XX wins. As soon as the system announcement rang out, the spectator area erupted in astonished cheers. "Unstoppable. Martial arts master. Too cool." The human faction celebrations echoed one after another. "Big Brother is amazing. What's your name? Show us your photo. Insects are only worthy of looking up from under our shoes. Where are those arrogant Zerg now? Keep it up." The chatroom was instantly flooded with messages from human players, filled with admiration for Luo Yu and mockery of the Zerg. This battle ignited hope among humans. It proved that they could be just as powerful. The system prompt chimed again. "You have defeated your opponent. To facilitate your next entry into the virtual arena, please select a codename." "Just you," Luo Yu replied simply. "You. A Huaxia native. Brother Yu. You're my hero." "You? Huh? Alright. Zerg are calling reinforcements now and go anywhere if you dare." Ignoring the chaotic comments, Luo Yu chose to exit the arena. Checking his account, he found his silver balance had reached 6,800. Aside from the 2,000 victory reward, the rest came from audience entry fees, a lucrative win indeed. As he opened the marketplace to shop, a previously overlooked notification caught his attention. Due to a prior critical hit trigger, critical effects could not be obtained again in the marketplace for the rest of the month. What was even more concerning was the glaring red text in the top right corner of the map. 28 days until the end-of-month raid. Upon reviewing the details, Luoyu broke into a cold sweat at the end of each month. A hardcore raid event would occur, far more intense than standard random events. It was the greatest challenge for any trial participant. He immediately asked in the regional chat, "Does your map show an end-of-month raid warning?" Fong Yuming quickly replied, "It does. Ugh, my sisters and I just finished building a wooden hut." Alice chimed in, "Everyone, we need to fight to survive." The regional chat exploded with activity as everyone felt the urgency of the situation. While responding, Luoyu began strategizing. The construction of walls needed to accelerate, and defensive facilities for the base had to be set up as soon as possible. Opening the research interface, Luoyu scanned through a vast array of locked technologies. Among the defensive technologies, something caught his eye. Beyond basic traps, turrets, and watchtowers, there was one special option that intrigued him the most. The automatic crossbow launcher is undoubtedly the best choice for base defense. This device, which can be installed on walls, shooting towers, and other locations, can automatically reload bolts and accurately target enemies. For Luoyu, who manages the base alone, it is an ideal defense solution. However, unlocking this automatic defense technology is no easy task. First, it requires an investment of 5,000 silver to research the base's automatic defense core. The construction materials are even more daunting. 3,000 silver, 200 jade, 200 gold, and 1 rare beast soul core. Although the cost is steep, this automatic defense core device is nearly indestructible, portable, and undeniably a one-time, long-term investment. Luoyu had initially been hesitant about whether to first build a small ranch to improve the success rate of beast taming or to develop soil cultivation to accelerate plant growth. But now, he understands that automatic defense is the top priority. He carved the phrase survival as the foundation for growth and expansion onto his wooden table, along with his plans to build sturdy walls and unlock automatic technology by the end of the month, as a constant reminder to himself. Without hesitation, Luoyu spent 5,000 silver to unlock the automatic defense core technology, leaving him with 1,800 silver in reserve. With 3 hours left until nightfall, he strapped on his artisan knife, hoisted his pickaxe, and headed for the mines. Ordinary stones were no longer sufficient for building the walls. He needed sturdier materials like the black speckled stones found in the mines. Of course, there was also the chance of uncovering rare minerals like jade, gold, and silver. The mine was located in a relatively safe area near the Purple Mountains. Its walls were lined with ever-burning oil lamps, leading to a faintly glowing blue rock face at the end. Without wasting any time, Luoyu began mining. Though his first strike failed, he quickly made progress, unearthing an irregularly shaped black speckled stone. As he continued mining, sturdy stones like black speckled rock and granite tumbled down. Despite his mining skill being only at LV0, Luoyu's excellent base attributes allowed him to mine efficiently. Before long, a small pile of stones had formed at his feet, and his mining skill leveled up to LV1. Just as Luoyu was contemplating how to transport the stones, he remembered he had a reliable helper, his loyal green wolf, Adai. With a whistle, Adai, who had been patrolling the fields, dashed into the mine and affectionately nuzzled against Luoyu's pant leg. Luoyu instructed Adai to fetch 20 units of wood, and the faithful wolf promptly completed the task with remarkable efficiency. Luoyu opened the construction interface and spent 20 units of wood and 10 pieces of silver to build a small cart with reins. Pointing at the pile of stones, he said to Adai, "Load all these stones onto the cart, then put on the reins yourself and pull it back home." Hearing this, Adai nodded enthusiastically, its wolf tail wagging wildly, and immediately got to work. Seeing its energetic demeanor, Luoyu couldn't help but smile slightly and began working as well. For 4 hours, the man and the wolf labored diligently. When Luoyu started to feel a bit tired, Adai was already lying on the ground, utterly exhausted and motionless. In the end, it was Luoyu who pulled the cart loaded with stones, with Adai sprawled on top, completely worn out, as they returned home together. After arriving back, Luoyu fed Adai some chunks of meat and even went to the fish pond to catch a fish to replenish its strength. With a satisfying meal, Adai quickly regained some energy before curling up into a ball and falling asleep. After all, as a green wolf, its stats weren't particularly high, and it wasn't meant to be a traditional beast of burden. Having finished the day's tasks, Luoyu went to the stream to wash up. Suddenly, a system warning popped up. Warning: the hygiene standards of the survival base are too low. Risk of disease has increased. Startled by the message, Luoyu recalled how his habits of relieving himself in the forest might have contributed to the base's declining hygiene levels. Checking the base's stats, the hygiene level was only at 18 points, while 60 points were needed just to meet the minimum standard. Raising it to 90 points or higher would almost eliminate the risk of illness within the base and even provide additional benefits. In an environment with virtually no medicine, getting sick meant relying solely on physical resilience to recover, which could severely hinder progress. And more importantly, the end-of-month attack was looming. Originally planning a quick wash, Luo Yu changed his mind and decided to take a proper hot bath. He spent 30 units of wood and 20 pieces of silver to build a simple bath barrel, and another 15 pieces of silver to buy an iron pot for heating water. These facilities were quite expensive, but fortunately, he had accumulated enough silver beforehand. Before long, Luo Yu was soaking comfortably in the warm bathwater, letting out a contented sigh. A gentle breeze swept across the grasslands, and the night sky was adorned with countless stars. Gazing at the vast expanse above, he couldn't help but think of his younger sister, Luo Ling. At 19 years old, she was clever, beautiful, and resourceful. Orphaned at a young age, the siblings had relied on each other to survive. With her personality, she should be able to take care of herself. Once he unlocked more advanced technologies, they would surely reunite. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Luo Yu opened the regional chat. The topic of discussion was the upcoming end-of-month attack, and each race had different strategies in mind. Humans like Fang Yaming advocated unlocking automated defense systems. The elves preferred to hone their archery skills. The minotaurs aimed to enhance their physical strength, while the catfolk suggested setting traps to strike at the right moment. In the territory discussion group, the conversation about how to deal with threats grew increasingly heated. Some suggested trying their luck at the mall by drawing pet eggs, hoping to get a rare pet. Others proposed a more extreme approach, such as luring the enemy onto a small boat and into the lake, where they could be left to battle the lake monster. While Luo Yu already had a plan in mind, he still joined the discussion. The topic soon shifted to hygiene and disease prevention. Everyone agreed that building toilets was an urgent priority. Luo Yu silently elevated this task on his to-do list and decided to pair it with a proper sewage treatment system to improve the territory's hygiene rating. Suddenly, Fang Yaming brought up something in the chat. Oh, by the way, the world chat today is all about how awesome you guys is. They're calling someone the human race's #1 insecticide. Luo Yu, could they be talking about you? Huh. Xiao Yu defeated the insect race? Naker asked curiously. The mantises from the insect race are as agile as us catfolk. Luo Yu responded nonchalantly. Mantis, centipede, scorpion, spider I've dealt with plenty. Which one are they talking about? What? Are you making some kind of dark cuisine? Planning to sell it in the mall to poison people? Fang Yaming joked. Chicken folk and bird folk love eating bugs. Luo Yu cleverly deflected the topic. Fang Yaming sent a laughing emoji and didn't press further. After all, the name Yu was too common, and she had only asked casually. At that moment, Luo Yu was soaking comfortably in a hot bath. Chatting with everyone was a relaxing way to unwind. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. You are enjoying leisure time with a happy mood. You have gained a buff. Action Frenzy 3 days. Action Frenzy. Strength. Constitution. Agility 10. Work Efficiency 10. Luo Yu then remembered that the system description mentioned that high mood, entertainment, and hygiene levels could grant positive buffs, while low levels could result in debuffs. Huh. Soaking in a hot bath gave me an Action Frenzy buff, he shared in the group chat. The group immediately became lively. Hot bath. I want to take a bath too, Naker said enviously. Luo Yu, shut up. Now I feel itchy all over, Fang Yaming complained. Luo Yu, in the early survival stages, make sure to spend silver wisely. May the goddess bless you, Alice advised. Bah, only bathing in the lake allows you to connect with nature. Foolish humans know nothing. Elena the dark elf scoffed. It'd be even better if there was a girl to share the hot bath with, the Minotaur fantasized. Yoshi, I want to bathe with Yuzin. Okamoto Nichikawa, the earthling, chimed in. After chatting for a while, Luo Yu got up, dried off, and prepared to go to bed. On the third morning, the regional chat greeted everyone. Good morning, everyone. I hope you all stay safe today. After washing up, Luo Yu hummed a cheerful tune about the honor of labor as he headed to the mine. With the Action Frenzy buff in effect, he was full of energy. Standing before a glowing blue rock wall, Luo Yu focused his mind and swung his pickaxe. A system notification immediately popped up. 100x Critical Strike triggered. Your mining efficiency and rare or yield rates have increased by 10,000. A fist-sized golden chunk rolled to the ground. It was a massive piece of gold. You have obtained gold, 300 units. Overjoyed, Luo Yu realized that with this single strike, he had not only gathered enough gold to craft the defense core, but had 100 units left to spare. Gold, as a rare resource, is exceptionally valuable in the world of trials. It cannot be purchased directly from the marketplace and can only be obtained through mining, trading, or dismantling finished products. Luo Yu looked at the 300 gold in his hand, secretly delighted at this unexpected windfall. Beside him, Adai let out excited howls. Just as Luo Yu was about to put away the gold and continue mining, the blue rock wall in front of him suddenly began to tremble violently. A massive golden object, the size of a millstone, rolled out from the wall. Luo Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Before he could confirm whether it was gold, the golden object unfurled itself, revealing its true form. A system notification popped up. You have provoked the wrath of a golden beetle while mining rare minerals. This golden beetle had a wildness level of 85 and was classified as an aggressive creature. The higher the probability of rare minerals appearing, the greater the likelihood of encountering such guardian creatures. The golden beetle's sharp, golden pincers glinted coldly as it lunged directly at Adai. With a roar, Adai leaped aside and pounced onto the beetle's back, attempting to bite it, only to find that he couldn't penetrate its tough armor. The beetle effortlessly flung Adai off and struck again with its pincers, though Adai managed to dodge nimbly. Luo Yu observed that while the golden beetle had remarkable defense, its movement speed was relatively slow. Adai, back off. I'll handle this, he shouted. Wielding his heavenly craft blade, which had a special trait against insectoid creatures, Luo Yu struck the beetle's hard pincers, creating a noticeable crack. The golden beetle recoiled in pain and flew into a rage, spreading its wings in a threatening posture. However, Luo Yu, with 30 agility points, easily avoided its successive attacks. This only made the beetle even more furious, and it turned its attention back to chasing Adai. Although Adai could only inflict minor damage, his playful, teasing attacks drove the beetle into a frenzy. Luo Yu attempted to use his beast taming skill, but with only a level 2 proficiency, the success rate was a mere 8. His first attempt failed, and the system indicated that he had only 3 chances to tame the same creature. However, the success rate could be increased if the target was in a special state. Noticing that the golden beetle was nearing its breaking point, Luo Yu had a sudden idea. He began jumping provocatively in front of the beetle, occasionally tapping it lightly with his heavenly craft blade. Adai quickly caught on and joined in the dance. Together, the man and wolf's antics completely infuriated the golden beetle. Its antennae stiffened. Its wings spread wide-eyed. It was clear that it had reached the brink of a full-blown rampage. Hiss! The enraged roar of the golden beetle echoed through the mine. Completely provoked by Luo Yu and Adai, it launched a frenzied chase. However, against the agile duo of man and wolf, it could only snap futilely at the air. Each failed attack was met with a mocking slash or bite, fueling its fury even more. 10 minutes later, the moment was ripe. Luo Yu activated his beast taming skill once again, and this time, the success rate soared to an astonishing 61. Clearly, the golden beetle, pushed to its limits, had lost its will to resist. With a flash of light, the raging beetle instantly became docile, affectionately rubbing its mandibles against Luo Yu's leg. Checking his new companion's stats, Luo Yu found its strength at 16, constitution at 30, and agility at a mere 3A classic tank-type creature. Just as he patted its metallic exoskeleton, ready to assign it the task of hauling ore, the beetle suddenly scuttled to the rock wall and began digging. In no time, it used its mandibles to extract a chunk of black-veined stone. So, it's a natural miner too. Luo Yu exclaimed in surprise. Not only could this beetle serve as a tank, but it was also a capable miner. However, after observing for a while, he noticed its mining speed was more than 10 times slower than his. Clearly, until he had more beetles, he'd still have to rely on himself for most of the work. For the rest of the day, Luo Yu focused on mining. As his mining skill advanced to LV2, he unearthed a large quantity of black-veined stone and even a fist-sized lump of iron, or enabling him to craft arrowheads and gain ranged attack capabilities. By 3 p.m., Luo Yu wrapped up his mining efforts and began cutting the 3,000 units of stone he'd accumulated over the past 2 days. During this process, his strength stat increased by 1, reaching 21 points. He worked tirelessly until sunset, then took his usual hot bath and joined the regional chat. These brief nightly conversations had become a rare source of comfort in the high-pressure survival environment. The next morning, hunger woke Luo Yu as the satiation effect of the Zhulong fruit had worn off. Stepping outside to check on the planting area, he saw Adai lazily sprawled on the edge of the field, basking in the sun. Despite its relaxed posture, the wolf's mere presence deterred any small animals from approaching the crops. The golden beetle leisurely nibbled on the grass as it slowly crawled toward the mine entrance. This was part of its daily routine, either transporting materials or mining. Simple yet consistent work. Luo Yu paused to check the growth of the crops. The corn and rice had reached 15 maturity, while the herbs were only at 3. Clearly, ordinary crops grew at a rate of 5 per day, while herbs only increased by 1, which meant fresh produce wouldn't be available anytime soon. By the creek, the dam he had built earlier remained sturdy, and a dozen large fish swam in the makeshift pond. Luo Yu skillfully caught 2 of them and returned to the campfire to relight it for roasting. He and Adai each enjoyed a fish, feeling invigorated after their meal. This time, instead of heading straight to the mine, Luo Yu decided to circle the edge of his territory, primarily to identify a suitable spot for wastewater disposal. After an hour of exploration, he discovered an ideal patch of bamboo grove at the farthest edge of the territory. Hidden within the underbrush was a narrow stream that flowed toward the distant purple mountains. Although he couldn't determine exactly where the water led, it was enough that it wouldn't contaminate his own water supply. Using his Tiangong knife, he deepened the stream and then opened the construction interface. Spending 50 stone blocks and 10 silver coins, he built a simple drainage outlet. He then spent another half an hour digging a channel leading back to his residence and used 100 stone blocks and 20 silver coins to lay an entire section of drainage pipes, connecting them to the outlet. The final task was constructing a toilet. About 7 or 8 meters from the wooden cabin, Luo Yu invested 3,000 stone blocks and 80 silver coins to build a fully equipped stone brick toilet. Although water still needed to be manually fetched, this was already a significant improvement. Not only was the stone brick toilet practical, but its defensive strength even surpassed that of the wooden cabin. With its sturdy stone door, it could even serve as a shelter in emergencies. Checking the system data, the hygiene rating had risen from 18 to 48, significantly reducing the risk of illness. He then reviewed his personal stats. Trial participant, Luo Yu. ID, Earthsianation 23333. Base rating, 60 points. Strength, 21. Constitution, 26. Agility, 27. Skills, Farming LV2, Mining LV2, Animal Taming LV2. The base rating had increased from 0 to 60, which meant he would receive a 600 silver coin reward at the end-of-month settlement. However, the intensity of the end-of-month attacks would also increase accordingly. Luo Yu opened the score details and reviewed them carefully. Green Wolf 15, Golden Beetle 15, Simple Wooden Hut 10, Stone Toilet 15, Bathtub 5. This scoring system seemed to only account for fixed assets. Consumables like wolf meat, dark cuisine, and vegetables in the garden were not included. What made him feel even more relieved was that his personal score as a trial participant was also not counted, which meant the risk of being targeted for attacks would be relatively lower. After finishing the burial work for the toilet and drainage pipes, Luo Yu began planning the perimeter wall. Considering the initial needs, he decided on a square layout of 100 meters by 100 meters, encompassing the wooden hut, vegetable garden, toilet, and other existing and future facilities. As for future expansions, he could either demolish and rebuild, or use these walls as the foundation for a future castle. He selected the specifications for a mid-ear wall, 5 meters high, 30 centimeters thick, made of sturdy black, speckled stone that even elephants or rhinos would struggle to break through. Each meter of the wall required 100 units of stone bricks and 2 silver coins. With a series of rapid clicks, the towering pile of stone bricks quickly disappeared, replaced by segments of the imposing wall. However, just as he was getting into the rhythm, he ran out of stone bricks. Left with no choice, Luo Yu set out once again on a mining expedition. By nightfall, Luo Yu had gathered a substantial haul and was soaking in the bathtub, enjoying wolf meat while calculating the progress of his construction project. So far, 50 meters of the wall had been completed. At the current pace, it would take about 20 days to finish. While he had enough time, his reserve of 1,400 silver coins was causing him some concern. To boost his income, Luo Yu listed 100 portions of his dark cuisine at 10 silver coins each in the auction house. Initially, there was no interest, but after he posted an anonymous message in the world chat, grilled centipede and stewed spider now available. A unique taste for adventurous friends across the universe. It immediately sparked heated discussions. Replies flooded in, with some asking about fried centipedes, others recommending braised spiders, and even an angry centipede tribe issuing threats. Within minutes, all the dark cuisine was sold out, earning him 1,000 silver coins and bringing his total to 2,400. Shifting his focus to the insect tribes, Luo Yu entered the virtual arena. While it wasn't as lively as the world channel, it was the true battleground for the strong. Browsing through the room listings, he saw a variety of challenge matches. Werewolf Tribe 50 silver coin ring, Megalodon Tribe 20 silver coin ring, Ghost Horn Tribe 50 silver coin ring, and the most attention-grabbing Oni 1,000 silver coin insect tribe champion match. The arena's rooms had all sorts of quirky names, with most wagers set at under 100 silver coins. However, what stood out were 7 or 8 rooms with the same name, all hosted by the Zerg. They were shouting, "Human you, come out," while offering a hefty wager of 1,000 silver coins, clearly looking to settle a score. Luo Yu smirked coldly at the sight. While he couldn't fathom how the Zerg were so wealthy, he understood that staying low-key didn't mean tolerating provocation. Without hesitation, he clicked into one of the rooms, only to be greeted by a Mantis clan male. "At last, you show yourself." The Mantis clan man instantly recognized Luo Yu and barked, "You, today I, Dao Tianlang, will leave you with a psychological scar." Before he even finished speaking, a large crowd had already flooded into the room. With a 1,000 silver wager and the backdrop of this grudge match, it naturally drew significant attention. As the countdown hit 0, The two opponents launched at each other like arrows loosed from bows. In just 2 or 3 seconds, their weapons Luo Yu's precise blade and the Mantis scythe clashed in midair. A dull thud broke the tension, and the Mantis clanman's head fell to the ground, while Luo Yu remained unscathed. One strike is all it takes to kill you, Luo Yu stated icily before turning to leave the room. The spectators were left in stunned silence, though some began to notice a critical detail. It's the weapon. That blade must be beyond black iron grade, likely at least silver grade. Having already crossed paths with the Zerg, Luo Yu decided to go on a spree. Within half an hour, he swept through 7 Zerg-hosted rooms, fully leveraging his abilities to counter their kind. However, when faced with rooms hosted by the Dragon Clan, Ghost Clan, or Blood Clan, offering wagers of 1,500 or 2,000 silver, he chose to steer clear. When his silver count reached exactly 10,000, the system sent him a notification. Congratulations on your win streak. Strength rating increased. Black Iron Trialist achievement unlocked. This achievement immediately activated the Mercenary tech tree and related features. Overjoyed, Luo Yu exited the arena to check the research tab. Sure enough, the Mercenary system had been unlocked. This meant he could now post his profile on the Mercenary Plaza, set prices, and accept contracts from other survival bases, temporarily leaving his base to assist others with their challenges. To register as a mercenary, one must have at least an iron level rating and pay a certain deposit. Luo Yu carefully studied the mercenary system's instructions, his eyes lighting up. This was the real shortcut to making money. Unlike the unpredictable nature of arena battles, mercenary missions guaranteed profit without loss. Most importantly, the safety factor was incredibly high. The system included a clever protective mechanism. When a mercenary entered another survival base, they were granted 5 seconds of invincibility. In this brief but crucial period, the mercenary could quickly assess the mission's difficulty. If it exceeded their capabilities, they could immediately retreat to their base through a spatial gate, though the deposit would be forfeited. In life and death situations, who would care about such a minor loss? Unlocking the mercenary system required 5,000 silver coins and 1 crystal stone. While silver coins were easy to acquire, crystal stones could only be obtained through mining luck or by hoping to find one in the auction house. Luo Yu immediately searched the auction house but found no listings for crystal stones. He then went to the mercenary square to check, only to find it completely empty. No rush, Luo Yu thought. Taking steady steps is the right way. First, I'll focus on developing my base to an absolutely secure level before considering venturing out. Besides the mercenary system, there were other ways to leave the base. The visitor system or obtaining certifications for life skills like physician, beast trainer, or herbalist. With such certifications, one could also enter other bases as a mercenary. However, no one had earned any certifications yet. Before sleep, Luo Yu exchanged survival strategies with other players in the regional chat, gaining valuable insights. Fang Yuming offered a critical suggestion. They should purchase seeds and grow vitamin-rich vegetables as soon as possible. Otherwise, the lack of essential nutrients would gradually weaken their bodies. Luo Yu wholeheartedly agreed and promptly found tomato seeds priced at 20 silver coins in the auction house. The next morning, after a quick wash and catching a fish to eat, Luo Yu cleared a new plot of land to plant tomatoes. As he was about to plant the last seed, he hesitated. Should he use today's critical hit chance on planting, or save it for mining? After a moment of thought, he decided to bet on mining. Planting the final seed, he headed straight to the mine. Standing before the rock wall, he recited a spell and swung his pickaxe. Boom! 100-fold critical hit activated. Mining efficiency and rare or yield rate skyrocketed by 10,000. A brilliant light flashed across the rock wall. Luo Yu quickly stepped aside as a basin-sized emerald crystal rolled to the ground. The translucent green gem made his eyes sparkle. Another key material for the defensive core was finally in his hands. The system notification immediately followed. You have obtained jadeite, 500 units. Your mining skill has increased to LV3. After having the golden beetle carry the jadeite back to the base, Luo Yu resumed mining while contemplating how to obtain the last material, the beast soul core. This rare material could only be acquired by slaying ferocious beasts. Even if it appeared in the auction house, it would likely cost a fortune, far beyond his current means. For now, his only hope lay in sudden attack events or the large-scale beast invasion at the end of the month. As for actively venturing into the Purple Mountains to hunt beasts, that would be nothing short of suicidal. The only slight regret he felt was that this rare or hadn't spawned any bugs. He had been looking forward to putting on another chaotic back-and-forth performance. That day, Luo Yu spent the entire day mining. His level 3 mining skill combined with his action enthusiast trait significantly boosted his efficiency, and his day's yield nearly equaled the total of the previous 2 days combined. What excited him the most was uncovering 4 iron ore deposits, bringing the total iron ore reserves to 600 units. In the evening, a light drizzle fell over the grasslands. After finishing dinner, Luo Yu didn't rest but instead ventured out onto the plains to search for seeds. He remembered Alice mentioning that she had found her cabbage and broccoli seeds here, so he figured Fong Yuming and the others were likely doing the same at the moment. In a bush, he discovered some unripe berries. Although the fruits weren't fully mature, the seeds inside were already formed. After collecting the first seed, he continued searching. His figure stretched long under the sunset as he moved through the rain-soaked grasslands. He managed to find 3 more berry seeds and an immature cabbage plant before deciding to wrap up for the day. Just then, the system issued an alert. A flock of migrating flamebirds was flying over his territory. Looking up, he saw a flock of fiery red birds approaching, lowering their altitude as they entered the survival base. The regional chat immediately became lively. Fong Yuming. These flamebirds are so beautiful. Naker. Meow, I want to catch one to eat. Minotaur. Bird meat tastes bad. I'd rather eat cabbage leaves. Luoyu. Old Bull, are you a vegetarian? Alice. Everyone, don't get too close to the lake while catching birds. Be careful of the monsters in the water. Before Alice's warning finished, a massive shadow suddenly appeared in the center of the lake. A black fish, the size of a house, leapt out of the water, reaching a height of 5 or 6 meters, and swallowed 2 unsuspecting flamebirds in one gulp. Luoyu quickly captured this shocking scene and shared it in the regional chat. Oh my god! A monster! Luoyu, are you okay? Fong Yuming and Alice exclaimed. I love eating black fish. Naker's comment stood out as rather peculiar. Witnessing the terrifying size of the giant black fish, Luoyu had only one thought. It must be dealt with using ranged attacks. Getting close would be a death sentence. The waves caused by the black fish's plunge hadn't even settled before the startled flamebirds began fleeing in panic. At that moment, Adai suddenly sprang out from the grass, leaping and pinning down a disoriented flamebird. By the time Luoyu tried to stop it, it was already too late. The bird's neck had been bitten through. I was planning to tame it, Luoyu said, helplessly smiling as he patted Adai on the head, who was proudly holding its prey. All right, pluck the feathers off and I'll roast it for you later. Adai wagged its tail excitedly. Just then, Luoyu's sharp eyes caught sight of 2 eggs nearby, each larger than a goose egg clearly left behind by the flamebirds. The moment the strange fish leaped out of the water, the startled mother bird laid 2 eggs prematurely. A delighted smile appeared on Luoyu's face. These weren't the cute, clumsy flamingos found on Earth, but rather flying raptors as large as peacocks. Once raised, they could not only assist in combat, but also excel in reconnaissance. What excited him the most was the possibility of a critical hatch. Perhaps one of these eggs could produce a little phoenix. Carefully, he carried the 2 eggs back to his house. After the rain stopped, Luoyu enjoyed a roasted bird leg while opening the chat interface to communicate with his companions. Naker was the first to send a message. Meow, my sister and I teamed up to catch a fiery bird. It's ready to eat. Teamed up? You have 2 catgirls over there? Luoyu asked curiously. Meow too? Luoyu, what do you think we are? Of course, adorable catgirls. Meow. Well, that's true, but it still feels a bit odd. At that moment, Fong Yuming shared a photo of a fiery bird. The majestic creature stood proudly by her side. I got lucky and tamed one. Huh. Yuming, do you have a talent for taming? Alice inquired. Kind of. I've always been good with animals, and I started with a level 3 taming skill. Everyone was amazed. Wow, you should try unlocking beast tamer tech. You could make a fortune taming animals for others. They explained that professions like beast tamer and herbalist were similar to mercenaries in essence. They could take on commissions and leave their base to provide services. Luoyu, did you get anything? Fong Yuming asked. I found 2 bird eggs. If you don't know how to hatch them, just cook them for dinner, the group suggested. Although Luoyu wasn't particularly skilled at hatching eggs, he knew it wasn't too complicated. The key was maintaining the right temperature. Glancing at Adai, who was gnawing on a bird claw, he flashed a sly grin. Adai, I need your help. Oh woo. Adai looked up in confusion. That night, Adai carefully cradled the 2 large bird eggs as he fell asleep. Over the next 3 days, Luoyu maintained a steady routine. Mining in the caves during the day, accumulating a small mountain of uncut stones, and searching for seeds and fresh plant fruits on the plains in the evenings. Although meat was plentiful, vitamin intake remained an issue. Both the regional and world channels were buzzing with discussions about the vegetable shortage, with even a single head of cabbage selling for 100 silver coins in the auction house. Of course, some races, like the carnivorous catgirl Naker, didn't care much about this problem. Fong Yuming and her group were also fortunate their base had an apple orchard that they had recently discovered. Thanks to the high price of apples, they were making a significant profit. Looking at the bamboo grove in his base, Luoyu couldn't help but sigh. While he wasn't currently lacking trace elements due to consuming zhulong fruit and ginseng earlier, he knew he had to plan for future nutritional needs. Unfortunately, his tomatoes and berries were far from ripe, and using a critical hit to mature an ordinary crop seemed like a waste. As Luoyu walked on, he found himself wandering into a bamboo forest. In the springtime world of Tiandao, life was flourishing, and the dense bamboo grove was filled with fresh shoots sprouting vigorously. He casually patted a brittle stalk and muttered to himself, "Keep growing, get sturdier, and I'll make a javelin out of you." Suddenly, his eyes lit up, had spotted a newly emerging bamboo shoot right at his feet. This discovery filled him with excitement. Although bamboo shoots aren't considered traditional green vegetables, they are rich in vitamins, just what he needed. Without hesitation, he drew out his tiangong knife and began searching and digging through the forest. He worked tirelessly until nightfall, when he had harvested 12 tender bamboo shoots. That evening, the aroma of bamboo shoot and meat soup filled the house. Adai drooled with anticipation, and even the golden beetle crawled over slowly, begging for a taste of the meat. The hearty and nutritious dinner left Luo Yu particularly satisfied. After the meal, he entered the arena to earn some rewards. As expected, leveraging his talent as a Zerg nemesis, he managed to collect 400 silver coins from the combative Zerg, bringing his total to 10,350. It was getting late, so Luo Yu bid everyone in the regional chat channel good night and went to bed early. The next morning, he had bamboo shoot and meat soup again for breakfast. He then adjusted his daily schedule, dedicating his mornings to mining and his afternoons to outdoor stone cutting. That day, he used his 100-fold critical strike ability while mining and unearthed a basin-sized lodestone. Its magnetic pull was so strong that he struggled to remove it from his pickaxe. Day after day of harvesting rare minerals had already elevated his mining skill to level 4. He also found time to construct a 20-meter section of wall. When he returned home, he noticed 2 bird eggs in his nest showing signs of hatching. It seemed they would hatch in another 2 or 3 days. On the 6th day in the mine, Luo Yu's level 4 mining skill significantly boosted his efficiency, with nearly every swing of his pickaxe yielding results. The output of iron ore had noticeably increased. When he activated his 100-fold critical strike, the rock wall trembled, and a large pile of black spot stones tumbled down, a total of 100 units. Just as he felt a twinge of disappointment at not finding any rare minerals, 2 stones suddenly came to life and lunged at him. These were 2 burrowing worms with a 90 wildness level, classified as aggressive attackers. Luo Yu remained calm, swiftly drawing his tiangong knife and striking repeatedly. Utilizing his Zerg nemesis trait, he sent the worms flying like ping-pong balls, leaving them unconscious. Seeing that one of the worms was playing dead, Luo Yu smirked and delivered a sharp blow to its head. The burrowing worm, jolted awake, tried to escape but was unable to move due to the overwhelming force suppressing it. Seeing his chance, Luo Yu gave a firm command, "Tame." Instantly, the burrowing worm's body glowed, and to his surprise, it was successfully tamed. The earth moles had a strength of 4, constitution of 12, and agility of 6, with a special ability, mining. While their mining efficiency wasn't particularly high, their initial mining level was already at LV2. Upon seeing these stats, Luo Yu's eyes lit up. He immediately seized the opportunity and tamed another earth mole, which was also in a state of panic. Soon, both earth moles came under his command. "You two, from now on, you're in charge of mining," Luo Yu ordered. Without hesitation, the 2 creatures got to work. Their front claws dug deeply into the rock wall as they tirelessly started excavating. Compared to the golden beetles, these new companions were indeed much more efficient. With these expert miners on board, the progress of the wall construction accelerated dramatically. By the end of the day, Luo Yu had completed 100 meters of the wall, finishing an entire section. As night fell, Luo Yu soaked in a wooden tub while browsing the chat channels. The global and regional channels were filled with complaints from survivors: lack of food, inadequate clothing, and constant threats from various dangers. Luo Yu noticed that several previously active players in the regional channel had been silent for 2 days, likely meeting an unfortunate fate. At that moment, Fang Yuming spoke up in the channel. "I've been eating apples for 2 days straight, and I'm so sick of it. What are you all eating? Want some meat? How about trading 1 apple for a piece of meat?" Luo Yu proposed a deal. "Really? Deal." Fang Yuming eagerly agreed. The trade interface popped up. Fang Yuming offered 10 apples, while Luo Yu exchanged them for 5 pieces of wolf meat and 5 pieces of bird meat. As the trade completed, a pile of apples tumbled into the tub with a splash. Considering the current market, fruit was far more valuable than meat, making this a profitable deal for Luo Yu. "Not chatting anymore, I'm off to enjoy some delicious meat with my sisters." Fang Yuming messaged him privately. Since they weren't yet friends, private chats were limited to 10 minutes per day. Establishing a friendship required purchasing a slot for 1,000 silver, which would also remove the private chat limit. It was a necessary step for enabling visitor features. Without a friendship, visiting each other's survival bases was impossible. After stashing the apples, Luo Yu sank back into the tub and took stock of his food reserves: 10 apples, 30 pieces of wolf meat, 42 pieces of flame bird meat, 11 bamboo shoots, and 78 large fish in his temporary fish pond. These supplies needed to sustain himself, requiring 5 pieces of meat and 2 servings of vegetables daily, a die 5 pieces of meat daily, and the 2 earth moles 2 pieces of meat each per day. As for the grass-eating golden beetles, they were no cause for concern. After doing the math, Luo Yu realized his food reserves would last about 8 days. However, the biggest issue was that the meat had a shelf life of only 4 days, and he needed a way to preserve it. He searched the auction house for ice blocks but found none. At this stage, ice blocks were extremely rare, only obtainable under specific climate conditions. Luo Yu considered whether to build an underground ice cellar while posting a purchasing request in the global channel, buying ice blocks with silver. If you have any, please list them in the auction house. Where are you going to find ice blocks in spring? Even if someone had them, they'd keep them for themselves, came the immediate mocking replies in the global channel. After waiting for a long time with no offers and finding no refrigeration tools in the system store, Luo Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Although the system store sold daily necessities, it did not offer essential survival items like ice. This forced Luo Yu to ponder how to effectively preserve meat. Curing was one option, but as temperatures rose, its effectiveness would diminish. While racking his brain for a solution, his gaze fell upon the pile of iron ore outside the wooden cabin, and an idea struck him. He immediately leapt out of the bathing barrel, got dressed, and began crafting his ingenious solution. Using 4 silver coins, he transformed 8 units of iron ore into a sheet metal box with a frame. Then, he fetched water from a nearby stream and filled the box. He cleverly placed a piece of cloth inside, with one end soaking in the water and the other draped over the top of the box. Finally, he placed the meat inside and left ventilation openings. This simple evaporative cooling device utilized the principle of heat loss through water evaporation, effectively slowing meat spoilage. Luo Yu set the box in a cool, ventilated spot in the shade of the wooden cabin and lay down to rest, satisfied with his work. The next morning, upon checking the metal box, he noticed a faint layer of frost forming on the surface of the wolf meat, proof that the meat could now last at least 7 or 8 days before the summer heat arrived. At breakfast, as he enjoyed an apple and half a grilled fish, a sudden thought struck him. Why not plant the apple seeds? Setting aside his mining plans, he headed to the edge of the vegetable garden and dug small holes. Before sowing the seeds, he whispered a critical hit spell, triggering a 100-fold planting efficiency boost. A miraculous scene unfolded. Tiny saplings broke through the soil and grew rapidly, transforming into a tree laden with unripe apples in moments. Although the fruit wasn't ready to eat, this first tree heralded the potential for an entire apple orchard in the future. Luo Yu carefully built a small earthen barrier around the tree to prevent flooding from heavy rains. He also reminded Adai, who was incubating eggs inside the cabin, keep an eye on the apple tree, don't let the birds steal the fruit. Adai responded with an "Iwu," indicating understanding. The subsequent mining session was unexpectedly productive. Thanks to his upgraded mining skills, Luo Yu unearthed 20 units of jade and 2 mole-like digging creatures. With his extensive experience in taming animals, he easily domesticated the new additions, increasing his number of digging creatures to 4. Combined with the gold-armored beetle responsible for transporting materials, he could now complete in 2 hours what previously took an entire morning. These advancements also boosted his taming skill to level 3. After all, the base was enormous, and there was still plenty for him to do. After leaving the mine, Luo Yu finished cutting all the stones, and the city walls had reached a height of 130 meters. He turned and walked into the lush bamboo forest, carefully selecting bamboo suitable for making spears. After an afternoon of chopping, he had collected 20 units of bamboo. Opening the weapon crafting page on the system interface, the recipe for a basic spear appeared. Each spear required 1 unit of wood or bamboo, along with 5 units of steel and silver. The iron ore he had mined earlier came in handy, and Luo Yu immediately chose to mass-produce 20 spears. With a flash of light, 20 spears appeared neatly before him. He picked one up and weighed it. Though slightly lightweight, the sharp spearhead promised significant lethality. The key, however, lay in the user's accuracy. Checking his shooting skill, it displayed LV3, a result of his participation in militia training. While he wasn't a sharpshooter, his target shooting scores were decent, far above the average LV0 level of ordinary people. Spending 10 silver, he purchased a wooden target and began practicing his throwing technique. Thanks to his enhanced attributes, his accuracy was impressive, achieving a 30 hit rate when throwing from 100 meters out, which aligned with LV3 standards. However, beyond 100 meters, his accuracy dropped sharply. There were 2 main purposes for practicing with spears. First, to hunt birds. With his increased strength, he could now target larger migratory birds. Second, to deal with the monstrous fish in the lake. That creature, which dominated the beautiful waters, had become a thorn in his side, and he was determined to eliminate it. After an afternoon of practice, his arm began to ache. While his shooting skill didn't improve, his physical constitution increased by 1 point, bringing it to 27 points. As the sun set, Luo Yu was quite pleased with the day's accomplishments. Just as he was about to enjoy a hot bath after dinner, the system suddenly issued a warning. Abnormal climate detected in the heavenly Dao world. The territory may experience extreme weather. He quickly moved outdoor items like the bath barrel into his wooden house and took shelter in a sturdier stone-built latrine. Moments later, a deafening clap of thunder shook the sky, and a bolt of lightning struck the ground near the lake. Dry thunderstorm. Luo Ye's heart sank as the regional chat exploded with activity. Naker exclaimed, "Dry thunderstorm? Why is our region experiencing this?" Nyoda responded, "This is nothing compared to what some are facing. Check the world channel. Some areas are getting hit by tornadoes and hailstones the size of fists, destroying entire houses." Luo Yu warned, "Don't underestimate the importance of house protection. Also, dry thunderstorms can easily spark wildfires, so stay vigilant." Fang Mingxue sent 3 rapid messages. "Everyone, don't take shelter under trees." Sure enough, both Nyoda and Alice reported that wildfires had already broken out in their regions. Another deafening crash resounded as a new bolt of lightning struck the grasslands, scattering sparks in all directions. Luo Yu frowned slightly. Although the water source was close at hand, the raging thunderstorm outside made it too dangerous for him to risk going out to extinguish the fire. Just as he had anticipated, the dry lightning didn't last long, but the accompanying gale turned out to be an even greater threat. Amid the howling wind, the flames seemed to come alive, spreading rapidly across the grassland. In the distance, the horizon had already turned into a sea of fire. "It's over. The vegetable garden is definitely gone," Nyodo exclaimed in the regional chat. "Don't go out to put out the fire. You'll get struck by lightning." Naker urgently warned, "Everyone, stay strong. We promise to add each other as friends and visit when we're all rich." Someone chimed in, "Don't be afraid. Pray in your hearts. The goddess will protect every kind-hearted child." Alice comforted them. Fang Yiming suddenly joined in. "Huh? The lightning here keeps striking the lake. So many fish are floating belly up. I really want to go pick them up." "Shut up, you lucky ones." Luo Yu snapped back irritably. The roaring wind carried the flames closer, but Luo Ye's face remained unusually calm. The fire was advancing in the direction of his wall. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "Good thing the fire is blocked by my wall." "A wall? Foolish human. You actually have a wall?" Alina, the dark elf, exclaimed in surprise. Luo Yu quickly sent a screenshot of the flames stopped by his wall. "Alina, you stupid woman. I've tolerated you long enough. Call me foolish again, and I'll curse you with a doodled circle." The chat in the regional channel quickly erupted, shifting from surprise over the wall's material and construction to speculating about Luo Ye's strength. But a greater disaster soon followed, a sudden, torrential downpour. "It's over. My wooden house is leaking." Fang Yiming wailed first. The regional chat was instantly filled with cries of despair. Luo Yu swiftly rushed back into his wooden house, draped a wolf pelt over himself, and placed all his tools on the bed. He called out to Adai, grabbed 2 bird eggs, and together they hid in the bathroom. In this small but dry space, the man, the wolf, and the 2 eggs huddled in a corner, finally finding a safe haven from the rain. As exhaustion crept in, Luo Yu leaned against the wall and slowly drifted off to sleep. That night, he dreamed of living in a 3-story villa, sipping coffee leisurely while admiring the rainy night scenery. The next morning, the sky was clear and bright. Luo Yu woke up from his sleep, stretched his body, and felt in good physical condition. As he stepped into the wooden cabin, the sight before him made him frown. Puddles of water covered the floor, and the walls and furniture were soaked from the rain, exuding a damp and musty smell. It was obvious that this environment was unsuitable for long-term living. He opened the building menu to check his options and discovered that constructing a stone house required unlocking the Stone House Construction Guide. The system displayed the unlocking requirements: 1,000 silver, 200 units of iron ore, and a base rating of over 100. Glancing at his current rating, Luo Yu smiled with satisfaction. Thanks to the 100-meter-long wall he had built earlier, his rating had quietly risen to 130. Without hesitation, he chose to unlock the guide and paid the necessary resources. After unlocking it, a series of stone house templates appeared before him. These ranged from the most basic standard stone house, 6,000 stone bricks, 600 silver, to a luxurious 3-story villa, 300,000 stone bricks, 30,000 silver. The options were plentiful, but the price differences were staggering. Considering his current situation, Luo Yu smiled wryly and decided to prioritize building more of the city wall for now. He sent 4 burrowing worms to collect stones while he stayed in the damp wooden cabin. There, he started a fire to cook food and drive away the moisture. Opening the regional chat, he inquired about his companion's situations out of concern. Fang Yiming replied that the 3 of them had huddled together for warmth and managed to survive the ordeal by using the money they earned from selling apples to improve their physical constitution. Upon learning that each of them had spent 1,000 silver per point to raise their constitution by 6 points, Luo Yu couldn't help but marvel at their good fortune. Meanwhile, Nakoer mentioned that she and her sister had sought refuge in a mine, staying warm and safe thanks to their feline tribe's fluffy tails. Browsing the world chat, Luo Yu saw a flood of players lamenting their struggles with illness, which made him feel a twinge of relief. He then opened the auction house and searched for ice blocks. Sure enough, last night's hailstorm had inspired many to seize the opportunity, and ice blocks were being sold at high prices of 200,250 silver each. He noticed a seller named Rainer, a Namekian, who had listed 500 units of ice blocks. Luo Yu initiated a private chat to negotiate a deal, but the other party was firm, insisting on a price of 15,000 silver without any concessions. Get lost, will you? Luo Yu spat out the words before slamming the chat window shut. He then opened a private chat with a member of the barbarian bull tribe named Ao Fu. Hey, buddy, how about I trade you something for those 400 ice blocks of yours? Ao Fu messaged first. What do you have in mind? Luo Yu replied. Vegetables, fruits, or maybe a pet that can work. A good-looking female pet would do too. You know, the humanoid kind. Ao Fu responded eagerly. Luo Yu couldn't help but scoff. Buddy, you seriously think you can trade a few ice blocks for a humanoid pet? And a good-looking female one at that? Did a donkey kick your brain? If you've got it, then say so. If not, why are we even talking? Ao Fu's impatience was evident. A sly smile tugged at Luo Yu's lips as he began typing. Humanoid pets? Definitely not. Fruits and vegetables? Also no. But I can offer you hope. Do you know that bird eggs have a chance of hatching into humanoid bird creatures? Humanoid birds? Wait, you've got an egg that could hatch a female one? Ao Fu's interest was immediately piqued. I have a flaming bird egg, Luo Yu continued. Listen, I'm an honest guy. I can't guarantee this egg will hatch into a humanoid bird. Even if it does, there's no guarantee it'll be a female. But it's a chance to gamble on fate itself. You kind of make a point. Let me see the egg, Ao Fu replied, intrigued. Luo Yu opened the trade interface and placed the about to hatch flaming bird egg on display. An egg that's about to hatch? Alright. How about I give you 200 ice blocks for it? Ao Fu proposed. 200? The hope of a female humanoid bird is worth only 200 ice blocks. Luo Yu sneered, closing the trade window. Forget it. I'll keep this hope for myself. As expected, Ao Fu quickly raised his offer. 300. 300 ice blocks. That's my best offer. Luo Yu remained silent. Just 3 seconds later, Ao Fu, unable to contain his desperation, messaged again. Fine. 400. 400 ice blocks. I'll risk it all for a female bird humanoid. Suppressing a smirk at Ao Fu's urgency, Luo Yu deliberately waited 3 minutes before typing back. Sigh. Every time I trade with you, I feel like I'm making a mistake. Come on, brother. I'll give you all my ice blocks and even throw in a carrot. Deal? Alright, go ahead and initiate the trade. The trade interface popped up. True to his word, Ao Fu placed 400 units of ice blocks and a carrot on the table. Luo Yu added the bird egg, and the trade was completed. A system notification chimed. Trade successful. Please select the placement area for the ice blocks. Luo Yu gleefully selected the area outside his house. In a flash, 400 neatly stacked, lunchbox-sized ice blocks appeared. Enough to build a small underground ice cellar. Brother, no more words needed, I'm off to incubate the egg. If it really hatches into a female bird person, they'll bring you a carrot every day. Off said eagerly. Sure thing. Just remember to use the softest part of your body to incubate it, don't crush the egg. Luo Yu reminded him. Alright. Thanks, brother. Gotta go now. Off hurriedly said his goodbye. As the chat window closed, Luo Yu immediately sprang into action. He picked a spot, brandished his heavenly craft knife, and began digging. With his immense strength and the knife's unparalleled efficiency, he quickly carved out a downward passage and created a 20 square meter rectangular space 4 meters underground. Opening the construction interface, Luo Yu swiftly used ordinary stone bricks and silver to build the walls, forming the outline of a small underground cellar. He carefully arranged ice blocks one by one, and finally sealed the top with a stone cover. Instantly, the temperature around him dropped, and the dark environment exuded a refreshing chill that made Luo Yu feel incredibly comfortable. This ice cellar could store up to 2,000 units of meat and vegetables, completely solving the problem of food preservation during the summer. Climbing out of the cellar, Luo Yu surveyed the area, a plan forming in his mind. He'll build a warehouse above the ice cellar. It'll provide shade and make access convenient. Perfect. Trading a single bird egg for so many ice blocks had saved him at least 7 or 8,000 silver coins. Reflecting on last night's events, Luo Yu decided to invest 5,000 silver coins to enhance his attributes. He agreed with Feng Yuming's group's philosophy. Higher constitution not only boosts resistance to disease and speeds up recovery from injuries, but also extends working hours. After careful consideration, Luo Yu exchanged 5,000 silver coins for 5 attribute points. allocating 2 to strength and 3 to constitution. With higher strength, I might finally be able to spear that monstrous fish, he thought as he reviewed his updated stats panel. Strength, 23. Constitution, 30. Agility, 27. The remaining 5,000 silver coins would be reserved for upgrading mercenary technology. With his thoughts organized, Luo Yu realized that gathering stone was still the top priority. Whether for the wall, the warehouse, or the mansion, a vast amount of stone was required. He headed back into the mine, wielding his iron pickaxe. With a crisp clang, a critical strike triggered, instantly yielding 100 pieces of black spot stone. The system notification followed. During mining activities, Strength 1, Luo Yu smiled with satisfaction after days of waiting. He had finally gained a new attribute point. His sharp eyes caught sight of 3 burrowing worms hidden among the stones. He quickly began taming them, and soon, his team of labor worms grew to 7. Each worm's mining ability was equivalent to that of a level 1 miner, essentially giving him 7 free laborers. The morning schedule was packed, 2 hours of mining and 1 hour of cutting stone to build the wall. The wall had already reached 170 meters, bringing him closer to his 400-meter goal. By lunchtime, the 7 burrowing worms emerged to forage. Luo Yu fed them a few pieces of meat, but with the growing number of labor worms, food supplies were starting to run low. These worms only ate not vegetables or grasso. Finding a solution to the meat supply problem became urgent. In the auction house, meat prices remained at 80 silver coins per unit, cheaper than vegetables but still costly. Moreover, the auction house had strict limitations. Each person could only trade twice a day, and once an item had been traded, it couldn't be relist. These rules were likely meant to curb speculation. Currently, there were 3 ways to obtain food, one of which was hunting. Occasionally, small animals like field mice or squirrels could be found on the plains, and with some luck, perhaps a rabbit. However, opportunities were scarce, and Luo Yu wasn't particularly keen on the idea of eating rats. After pondering the issue of hunting rats, Luo Yu considered a second option, using a bow and arrow to hunt birds. However, as he scanned the grassland around him, the few scattered birds foraging were not only sparse in number but also small and difficult to aim at. Clearly, this wasn't a viable choice. After finishing a steaming pot of meat soup, Luo Yu chewed on a crunchy carrot while strolling to the creek. The dam he had built earlier remained intact, and the temporary fish pond held only 2 or 3 large fish lazily swimming around. As for the small fish, they weren't even enough to fill the gaps in one's teeth and weren't worth mentioning. Without bait such as fish guts or other smelly items to attract them, it would be hard to lure more large fish. This was clearly not a sustainable solution. Standing by the creek and observing for a moment, an idea suddenly struck Luo Yu: not build a proper fish pond? He quickly sketched out a plan in his mind. 2 dams would serve as the water inlet and outlet. The inlet would remain open most of the time, and bait would be placed in the pond to encourage fish to feed there regularly. After a few days, he could simply close the inlet, open the outlet to drain the water, and set up a net at the outlet to easily catch not only fish but also crabs, shrimp, and other aquatic creatures. The location was quickly decided. It would be near the creek by the wall. This spot was within his defensive perimeter, had an ideal elevation for drainage, and could even serve as a moat in critical situations. A plan with multiple benefits. After completing his calculations, Luo Yu realized he needed 2 key items: large stones to block the inlet and outlet, and a sturdy fishing net. The stones were easy, could take them directly from the city wall. But the fishing net posed a problem. The system's store didn't sell such items, and weaving one himself would be a massive undertaking, not to mention the lack of suitable materials. As he paced back and forth, deep in thought, inspiration struck bamboo. Thinly sliced bamboo strips were not only strong but also flexible. Reinforced with vines, they could be fashioned into a bamboo basket-like structure. Even better, the store had ready-made bamboo baskets available for purchase. Spending 60 silver coins, Luo Yu bought the largest bamboo basket and immediately got to work with his heavenly craft knife. While 7 bugs continued digging up stones nearby, he focused on excavating the fish pond. Before he knew it, the sun was setting. Gazing at the fish pond, which was already halfway completed, Luo Yu felt a surge of satisfaction. With such a high stamina level, work really becomes effortless. Soon, it was time for his daily soak, and the regional chat channel buzzed with activity once again. The news of the grassland fire sparked lively discussions in the regional chat room. What a disaster! Half the grassland burned down in one go, which means half my food is gone, Nyo decide. And the vegetable field still has 12 days before it's ready for harvest. Naker comforted him. You guys have such a diverse diet. If only I could eat grass, life would be so much less troublesome. Rising with the sun and resting with its descent, maybe, just maybe, we're chasing the true meaning of life right now, Alice mused. Fong Yiming asked with concern, Luo Yu, do you still have enough food? What are your plans moving forward? As the only fellow Huaxia native, she naturally felt a closer bond with Luo Yu. I have enough for now. I'm planning to dig a small fish pond. Luo Yu replied casually. Wait, a fish pond? Fong Yuming exclaimed in surprise. Luo Yu, is it just me? Or does it feel like you have boundless energy all the time? We catfolk girls love strong guys. Naker teased with a playful tone. My sister would definitely like Luo Yu. I'm curious about catgirls. I want to see your ears and tails, Luo Yu remarked offhandedly. Do you want to see my ears and tail? Nyoda interjected mischievously. Get lost. Luo Yu shut him down immediately. Unexpectedly, Naker really did send a private screenshot. Two small heads leaning against each other by a misty bath barrel, one with white cat ears, the other with black cat ears, with faintly visible matching tails behind them. I'll let you see, but don't share it with anyone else, or I'll bite you. Naker warned him in a private message. You can bite me, but make sure to meow while doing it, Luo Yu joked. Meow, you're so annoying. My sister's blushing now. Naker hastily closed the private chat. After the chat, Luo Yu entered the virtual arena. As soon as he joined a 100 silver match room hosted by a Zerg player, his opponent exclaimed, Yu is here, and immediately forfeited. Following this, the number of Zerg-hosted rooms in the arena visibly dwindled, clearly intimidated by his reputation. After some thought, Luo Yu switched to a 50 silver room called Autumn Leaf. The opponent was a human female, and the two began their battle without delay. In the first round, Luo Yu's Tiangong blade sliced through Autumn Leaf sword. However, her agile movements were stunning, and even with only half a broken sword, she fought with remarkable ease. Despite Luo Yu's superior base stats, he found it difficult to secure a quick victory. It wasn't until the 60th or 70th round that his stamina advantage began to show. Seizing an opening, Luo Yu landed a powerful punch to Autumn Leaf's chest. Autumn Leaf stopped her attack, clutching her chest with a small hand. Though her expression was hidden, it was clear she was overwhelmed with embarrassment and frustration. Luo Yu hastily said, Sorry, I didn't mean to hit you there. You don't have to say anymore. Qiu Yi interrupted him through gritted teeth, her voice tinged with anger. Well done. You're the first man to ever defeat me. 4 days. Same time, same place, let's fight again. Do you dare? A system prompt immediately popped up. You have received a challenge from Qiu Yi. Do you accept? Reflecting on the earlier battle, Luo Yu could feel how much his combat skills had improved from facing this woman. Without hesitation, he nodded. All right, let's do it. But if you're going to keep worrying about your chest, you might not stand a chance against me. You shameless. Just you wait. Qiu Yi stormed out of the room, fuming with anger. The system displayed, KO. You are victorious. After leaving the arena, Luo Yu didn't leave right away. Instead, he carefully analyzed the battle. Qiu Yi was clearly skilled in martial techniques. Even with only half his strength, physique, and agility, she had managed to hold her own for so long. If it had been a Zerg with the same attributes, it would have been defeated instantly without even triggering its special traits. This realization prompted Luo Yu to immediately open the system interface and check the combat skill tree. Unlocking martial techniques required 10,000 silver coins, and the marketplace didn't offer any martial arts manuals for sale. There were only 3 ways to acquire them: defeating ferocious beasts, fishing up a manual by sheer luck, or purchasing one at an auction for an exorbitant price, easily starting in the 7-figure range. Still pondering the origins of Qiu Yi's martial skills, Luo Yu returned to his room to rest. The next morning, he threw himself into the construction of a fish pond. By lunchtime, he had completed a 40 square meter, 1 meter deep pond. The water channel had already been prepared, and as soon as he removed the stone bricks blocking the inlet, clear spring water quickly filled the pond. He split a field mouse in half to use as bait, and a sudden thought struck him. What if bait could trigger a critical hit? With this whimsical idea, he tossed the mouse meat into the water. To his amazement, the system notified him. Critical hit triggered. The effectiveness of your bait has increased by 100 times. A faint glow emanated from the bottom of the pond. Though the results were immediate, Luo Yu decided to wait until the next day to assess the outcome. In the afternoon, he focused on cutting stone. With the assistance of 7 burrowing bugs, the supply of stone was abundant, and the construction of the wall progressed at an impressive rate of 40 meters per day. By the end of the day, another section of the wall was completed. With only 200 meters left to go, the entire project would soon be finished at this pace. That night, as Luo Yu lay in bed, he heard the rhythmic splashes of fish in the pond. Far from being disruptive, the sound was soothing, almost heavenly, filling him with a deep sense of contentment. At dawn, Luo Yu headed straight to the fish pond. He decisively blocked the water inlet, and then exerted his strength to move the large stone slab covering the outlet. As the sound of rushing water filled the air, the pond water surged through the pre-dug channels, flowing directly into a nearby stream. Before long, crackling sounds came from the bamboo basket. It was the lively fish thrashing against the container. As the water level dropped, the basket was soon packed with fish of all kinds. yellow croaker, blackfish, grass carp, snakehead, freshwater grouper, along with crabs and freshwater shrimp. Meanwhile, several fish were still flopping in the shallow water. Adai, stop brooding over eggs and come help. Luoyu called out with a laugh. Woof. Adai responded promptly and hurried over. An hour later, the ice cellar was filled with an assortment of aquatic produce. Luoyu refilled the fish pond and officially opened for business. Thanks to the effect of the hundredfold bait, he only stocked a portion of the catch, yet it sold out in no time, earning him 4,000 silver coins. He promptly allocated the earnings to increase his strength attribute, raising his strength to 28 points. For the rest of the day, Luoyu focused on stone cutting. The tireless burrowing worms dug up black spot stones, providing him with an endless supply of raw materials. The next morning, the fish pond yielded another bountiful harvest. Although the glow of the hundredfold bait had dimmed, it seemed to retain its effects for one more day. That day's market demand was even better, and after selling all the aquatic products, Luoyu earned 8,200 silver coins. This time, he distributed the points to increase his strength by 5 and his agility by 3, resulting in the following stats. Strength, 33. Constitution, 30. Agility, 30. As he continued cutting stones, a loud cry came from the wooden cabin. Luoyu immediately realized that the firebird egg was about to hatch. He rushed inside and saw cracks already forming on the eggshell. Gently pushing Adai aside, he whispered softly, "Come on, come out, little phoenix, come out." A system notification appeared. Hundredfold critical hit triggered. Hatching efficiency increased by 100 times, with a chance to hatch a mutated creature. Under Luoyu's watchful gaze, a small head broke through the shell and rapidly grew to the size of a hen. To his surprise, it wasn't a phoenix but a female dirt hen. Remarkably, it could lay at least 3 infertile eggs daily. As the hen affectionately nuzzled against him, Luoyu's lips twitched in disbelief. How did a firebird mutate into a dirt chicken? Was this evolution or regression? With such an impressive egg-laying ability, if it were truly regressing, shouldn't it have turned into a dinosaur instead? Cluck, cluck. The hen hopped lightly out of Luoyu's arms and trotted outside, pecking at the bugs on the ground. Don't leave the base, and stay away from the crops in the garden, Luoyu quickly reminded. The hen clucked again, paying no attention as it busied itself with pecking. While building a chicken coop, Luoyu's thoughts wandered to the future. Fresh eggs every day would not only be delicious, but also improve his nutrition. Just as he was engrossed in his work, a system notification popped up. Fong Yuming has invited you to join a group chat. Accept? Although this region housed tens of thousands of people, over time, small cliques naturally formed. Regional chat rooms were often too crowded and chaotic, so smaller group chats became the norm. After accepting the invitation, Luoyu saw that the group already included Fong Yuming, Naker, Nyoda, Alice, and Elena. Luoyu's here? Great, now everyone's in. Naker was the first to greet him. Finally. I was the only guy in here earlier. It was kind of awkward, Nyoda said. Didn't you invite Zhu Lai? Luoyu asked. Not really familiar with him, Fong Yuming replied. By the way, how's your fish pond coming along? Luoyu sent a screenshot of the pond. It's all dug out. I'll start catching fish tomorrow. My 2 friends keep asking what's your physique stat? You managed to dig such a big pond all by yourself in just 2 days? Not bad, I guess. A bit above average, Luoyu replied vaguely. Fong Yuming shared her own physique stat screenshot. The 3 of us are at 9 points. We often feel like we can't keep up with the work. Huh. Isn't the average for human males 10 points? You guys are already doing well at 9. I'm at 10, but my little sister's only at 8, Naker said. I have 18 points in physique and 16 in strength. No problem protecting all of you, Nyoda declared confidently. Not necessary. Naker shot back immediately. Elena chimed in. Humans are so weak. For us female elves, both physique and agility start at 15. Alice, you must have double 20s, right? Yeah, a bit over 20, Alice replied succinctly. Wow, you 2 elf sisters are amazing. Fong Yuming and Naker exclaimed in unison. Hey, foolish human male, what are your stats? Elena asked. Luoyu hesitated for a moment. Since everyone in the group was familiar, he decided to share his attribute screenshot. Physique, 30. The group chat exploded. You're the real tank. What a strong man. Unbelievable. How is it possible? A mere human male being this powerful? The 3 of us girls combined aren't even close to you. What an outrageous guy. Luoyu smirked. Just lucky, I guess. Anyway, I need to get back to work. Wait. Fong Yuming quickly stopped him. What should we name our little group? Your name has Yuming in it, and we have 2 elf ladies here. How about Rainy Haven of Spirits? The suggestion was unanimously approved. Smiling, Luoyu resumed cutting stones. The wall had already stretched to 300 meters, and the nearly completed fortification filled him with anticipation. Heading straight back into the mine, Luo Yu resumed mining with renewed vigor. Thanks to his enhanced strength, constitution, and his LV4 mining skill, his efficiency had significantly improved. By the time the sun set, piles of ore, including black veined stone, had already formed small mountains. Without Adai's assistance in transporting them, even the golden beetle would likely have struggled to handle the task. After dinner, Luo Yu lit a bonfire and worked late into the night cutting stone blocks to complete the final section of the perimeter wall. What was originally estimated to take 20 days was impressively finished in just 8. The wall, stretching 100 meters on each side and towering 5 meters high, featured a stone gate on each side. Stairs were also built on the inner side to provide access to the top of the wall, giving the entire structure a solid and secure appearance. Surveying the newly constructed wall, Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction. Realizing it was already midnight, he quickly washed up and went to bed. The next morning, as sunlight streamed through the window, he admired the wall again. While it undoubtedly provided a sense of security, it also restricted his view. Though building a 3-story villa remained his dream, constructing a watchtower seemed like a more practical priority for now. First, he turned his attention to the fish pond. Due to the diminishing effectiveness of the bait, he only managed to harvest 450 units of fish and shrimp this time, which he decided to keep for personal use. For breakfast, he had a simple meal of boiled eggs, an apple, and half a crucian carp. Feeling refreshed, he eagerly opened the construction interface. A 15-meter-high watchtower required 1,000 units of wood, 200 stone blocks, and 100 silver. Though expensive, the tower could double as a shooting platform, giving him a strategic advantage with a bow from an elevated position. Unfortunately, while he still had 1,000 units of stone, he had completely run out of wood. The only small forest within his territory had already been half cleared for construction and daily firewood. With winter approaching and the need for heating and bow-making materials in mind, Luo Yu realized that wood was one of the most scarce resources in the plains. Through the world chat channel and other means, he learned that the edges of territories were surrounded by an air wall that blocked trial participants. Unlocking the ability to leave required expensive technology. While territory expansion could be achieved through technological advancements and resource investment, now was clearly not the time for such considerations. Determined to conserve his remaining forest resources, Luo Yu turned to the auction house in search of wood. To his surprise, wood was being sold at just 1 silver per unit. A single tree, yielding 10 units of wood, was worth only 10 silvera, a shockingly low price. After some thought, he understood why. Most trial participants were struggling to meet basic survival needs, and few, like him, were focused on constructing advanced structures like watchtowers. Additionally, everyone's starting territory included a forest, leading to an oversupply of wood. At that moment, Luo Yu fully grasped the advantage of his early progress. Without much hesitation, Luo Yu immediately purchased 2,000 units of wood, completing this profitable transaction with 2,000 silver coins. Carefully selecting a spot along the wall as the storage area for the wood, he opened the construction menu and began building a watchtower. In no time, a 15-meter-tall watchtower rose at the intersection of 2 walls. Luo Yu climbed to the top and looked around, quickly realizing that this position was ideal for long-range attacks. Whether with arrows or javelins, it would significantly enhance both range and power. However, the coverage of a single watchtower was far from enough. Luo Yu already had a comprehensive plan in mind, to build a watchtower at each of the 4 corners of the wall, creating a 360-degree defense network. In the future, he could even install automatic crossbow launchers to further strengthen the base's defenses. With 5,300 silver coins remaining, he had enough to build 3 more watchtowers. But before proceeding, Luo Yu decided to craft bows and arrows to address the gap in mid-range combat. Checking the materials needed for an iron-reinforced bow, he found it required 300 iron ore, 100 silver coins, and 1 animal tendon. While he had the iron ore and silver, he was missing the animal tendon. He immediately searched the auction house but found nothing. This wasn't surprising. Bows and arrows were in high demand, and animal tendons, which could also be used for crafting equipment or as food, were naturally scarce in the market. As Luo Yu looked down at Adai playing with a dirt chicken on the ground and then glanced at the golden beetle hauling a mining cart in the distance, he pondered ways to obtain animal tendons. Suddenly, the system issued a notification. A herd of wandering wild buffalo had entered the area and were expected to stay for 12 days. From the top of the watchtower, Luo Yu spotted 3 robust white wild buffalo sauntering in from the direction of the Purple Mountains, now within his territory. These buffalo carried 90 wildness, classifying them as neutral creatures. The chat group instantly buzzed with activity. Fong Yuming exclaimed that the buffalo were heading toward her orchard. Nyota couldn't resist boasting that he was more handsome than a bull. Someone complained about the buffalo grazing on the grasslands. Alice urgently warned everyone not to approach the easily provoked buffalo. Naker, worried about her vegetable garden being destroyed, was eager to hunt the buffalo. Elena rationally pointed out that even with high agility, a small wooden house might not withstand a buffalo's charge. Fang Yuming suggested trying to tame one, but Luo Yu discouraged her, reminding everyone that with 90 wildness, the chance of failure was extremely high, and failure would result in an attack. And so, the group could only watch helplessly as the buffalo roamed freely within the territory, grazing on vegetable patches and grasslands. This seemingly ordinary event posed a significant threat to the crops in the territory. 3 wild bulls were leisurely ambling toward the bamboo grove. One of them, an imposing male bull, had an exceptionally massive build, estimated to weigh close to 1,500 pounds, with a body size comparable to that of a rhinoceros. 2 female bulls followed closely behind, steadily making their way toward the bamboo shoot field. Standing by the wall, Luo Yu frowned slightly. Could they be after my bamboo shoots? He murmured to himself as he quickly weighed his options. Confronting them head-on was clearly unwise, but he hadn't yet used his critical strike ability today. If he could strike a vital point, it would undoubtedly be a one-hit kill. His gaze fell on the spear in his hand. After a rapid assessment, he determined that with his current strength level of over 30, the throwing distance wouldn't be an issue. However, his shooting skill at level 3 meant only a 20 accuracy rate, especially in such a complex environment like the bamboo grove. After careful consideration, Luo Yu devised a meticulous plan. He opened the stone gate slightly and commanded Adai, the wolf by his side, "Go provoke those bulls and then return immediately." Adai obeyed the command, letting out a bloodthirsty growl that revealed its feral nature. It charged straight at the hind legs of one of the female bulls, attempting an attack. This action instantly enraged the male bull, whose eyes flared with anger as it lunged at Adai with its formidable horns. Fortunately, Adai was agile enough to dodge in time. The situation spiraled out of control as the 3 wild bulls, now furious, gave chase. Amidst the flying dust, Adai led them toward the designated location. When the distance reduced to 200 meters, Luo Yu seized the moment and hurled the spear with all his might. However, the spear merely grazed the male bull's head, leaving Luo Yu momentarily stunned by the miscalculation. As the bulls drew closer, he quickly shouted, "Adai, get inside now." Adai darted through the gap in the gate, and Luo Yu swiftly shut it and secured the latch. A series of deafening crashes followed as the entire wall shook violently. The wooden latch snapped, and cracks appeared on the stone gate. The 3 wild bulls collapsed from the force of the impact, temporarily stunned. Yet, the male bull's resilience far exceeded expectations. It staggered back to its feet, rubbing against the 2 unconscious female bulls before locking its bloodshot eyes on Luo Yu, who stood atop the wall. The bull began pacing restlessly beneath the stone gate. It can still get up? Truly formidable. Luo Yu marveled to himself, but his resolve to eliminate the 3 wild bulls was already set. Luo Yu quickly climbed down from the wall and grabbed a new piece of wood to secure the stone gate. Swiftly, he lifted 2 black-streaked stones and climbed back up. Aiming at the bull's head, he hurled the first stone with all his might. A loud bang echoed as the stone hit its mark. The bull shook its head, momentarily abandoning its pursuit of the cows, clearly stunned by the sudden attack. Before the bull could recover, Luo Yu launched another stone, striking it dead again. At that moment, his strength of over 30 became evident. The wild bull collapsed to the ground, blood spurting from its mouth. Yet, its incredible vitality surpassed all expectations as it staggered back to its feet. This scene only fueled Luo Yu's determination. His eyes darted around until they landed on a slow-moving golden beetle pulling a cart not far away. An idea struck him. He dashed over, grabbed the massive beetle, and used it like a makeshift weapon, hurling it forcefully at the bull. The golden beetle, as if understanding the situation, cooperated by remaining still, resembling a heavy stone. Bang! The golden beetle's large body slammed into the wild bull with a resounding crash. This final blow brought the bull down for good. Blood poured from its mouth as it lay motionless, unable to rise again. Luo Yu jumped off the wall and approached the barely breathing bull. Gently patting its horns, he attempted to tame it 3 times. The first 2 attempts failed, and with only 1 chance left, he considered using his critical strike ability but decided to save it for the more valuable cows. Just as he was about to give up, the 3rd attempt succeeded against all odds, with a 37% chance of success. The weakened bull extended its tongue to lick Luo Yu's palm gently, but a sudden system warning appeared. The bull would die within 2 hours. Acting quickly, Luo Yu opened the auction house and spent 300 silver to purchase life-saving herbs. After 3 treatments, the bull finally stabilized, though it would need several days to recover fully. Turning his attention to the 2 cows, Luo Yu found their condition even worse. One was already dead, while the other was barely clinging to life. He used his critical strike ability on the surviving cow, achieving a 100 success rate in taming it. He then spent 900 silver on herbs to save its life. The weakened cow, now alive but frail, affectionately licked Luo Yu in gratitude. At that moment, he noticed milk beginning to drip from the cow. Hurriedly, He purchased a wooden bucket from the marketplace and started collecting the precious milk. Wow, that's an entire bucket of milk. Luo Yu quickly calculated that, based on the conversion standard of 1 unit equaling 1 gene, he had just collected a total of 25 gene of milk. He immediately checked the auction house and found that 1 unit of milk could sell for 40 silver coins. This single haul had already recouped the cost of the herbs. This cow is practically a gold mine. Luo Yu exclaimed, overjoyed, as he gave the cow a kiss. He gave both cows a light pat on their backsides and instructed, you can eat any grass you like, except for the crops. Stay away from the lake. Thuff don't want you getting eaten. The 2 cows responded with a low moo, wagging their tails as they leisurely began grazing on the grass within the city walls. Once tamed, animals could understand simple commands, which left Luo Yu quite satisfied. While he was spending 5 silver coins and 20 pieces of stone to repair the damaged stone gate, the group chat suddenly came alive again. Is Luo Yu still alive? Fang Yuming asked. The wild bull knocked itself out running into the wall. I've taken care of it, Luo Yu replied. Tuft, what a dumb cow. Fang Yuming laughed. By the way, the cow here seems to be unusually affectionate toward me. Huh, could it be that you have some hidden beast taming trait? Naker asked curiously. After some checking, Fang Yuming confirmed that she did indeed possess a 3-star beast taming trait. Amid everyone's amazement and encouragement, she began attempting to tame the cow. Through the group chat, Luo Yu realized that everyone else's territory had only received 1 cow. Comparing this to his base's score of 180.3 to 5 times higher than others, she deduced that this was a snowballing mechanism. The higher the base score, the more intense the events it triggered. Understanding this, Luo Yu became even more determined to develop his base quickly. Of course, he also knew that blindly increasing his score without focusing on defense would be a mistake. He didn't dare drink the milk produced by the injured cow, so he put it up on the auction house instead. It quickly sold, earning him 1,000 silver coins. Next, he turned his attention to processing the other cow that had died. Without an automatic slaughter station, he had to rely on his artisan knife and his own strength, taking half an hour to fully break it down. He threw the inedible organs into the fish pond, which had just lost its 100-fold bait effect, using them as bait. Then, he put the beef up for auction, which soon brought in another 5,000 silver coins. Looking at the 9,500 silver coins now in his account, Luo Yu smiled in satisfaction. Making money isn't so hard after all. This time, Luo Yu directly purchased 6 attribute points, distributing them evenly with 2 points each for strength, agility, and constitution. After checking his stats, he was pleased to see his attributes had reached a new level: strength 35, constitution 32, and agility 32. With the sinew in hand, his plan to craft a bow and arrows could finally be carried out. Without hesitation, he chose to make an iron-reinforced bow. A flash of light appeared before his eyes, and a long bow with a metallic sheen materialized in his hands. Testing the draw of the bowstring, he felt a strong recoil force that left him quite satisfied. To complement the bow, Luo Yu used 60 units of wood, iron ore, and silver to craft 30 arrows. Although they weren't as refined as feathered arrows, this was the best option given the lack of bird feathers. Thanks to his enhanced constitution, Luo Yu no longer needed to wear protective gear for handling the bowstring. He drew the bow to its full length, and with a sharp thwang, the arrow shot through the air, covering a distance of 150 meters. While this wasn't the limit of his strength, it was already the maximum range of the iron-reinforced bow. Compared to the typical 100-meter range of standard bows, the performance of this one was truly exceptional. At that moment, an excited message from Fang Yuming popped up in the group chat. Oh my gosh, it worked! I finally managed to provoke the cow on my 3rd try. The chat was immediately flooded with congratulatory messages. Luo Yu quickly reminded her, hurry up and milk her, there's a surprise waiting for you. Got it. Honestly, if it weren't for your encouragement earlier, the 3 of us girls wouldn't have dared to mess with the cow. Thank you so much. Fang Yuming replied. That courage came from you, not me. No need to thank me, just get to work, Luo Yu responded. Fang Yuming stopped chatting, while Naker seemed to be locked in a fierce battle with a wild bull. Suddenly, Elena chimed in with a question. Luo Yu, how did you know about milking? Aren't there only bulls on your side? There are cows too, Luo Yu replied simply. What? Your base score is double ours? Nyo exclaimed in astonishment. Is it? I just built some walls, I'm not too sure about the details, Luo Yu answered modestly. You cunning man, acting all humble. I won't lose to you, Elena declared, unwilling to admit defeat. Luo Yu simply smiled. Just then, Naker reported her success. That dumb bull fell into my trap, it's done for. Opening the regional chatroom, Luo Yu saw complaints pouring in. Some people had been injured by rampaging bulls, others had their crops devoured, and some even had their homes destroyed by bulls. The global chat was even more chaotic. Some areas were under attack by wolf packs. Others were hit by extreme weather, and some faced flooding from overflowing lakes. Luo Yu glanced at the golden beetle returning from the mines with a cart full of ore, then refocused on cutting stones, determined to continue working toward building a grand mansion. As night fell, Luo Yu soaked in a wooden tub, enjoying his dinner while surrounded by 2 cows and a wolf, feeling as if he had returned to a primitive era. Checking the arena, he saw that his duel with Chiao Yi was 2 hours away. He also noticed a Zerg Black Iron trial challenger had opened a room with an entry fee of 1,000. As a fellow Black Iron level expert, Luo Yu didn't hesitate to pay the fee and enter the room. Yu is here, and he's clashing with the Zerg again. Room 6363 erupted into chaos as supporters of both the Zerg and the human factions flooded in, spamming the chat to cheer for their respective sides. The betting amount skyrocketed, and the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly intense. At the center of the arena stood a monstrous creature, a man from the waist up, but a spider from the waist down. His appearance bore a striking resemblance to the spider demons from Journey to the West, but as a male, he lacked their seductive charm. As the countdown hit 3, 2, 1, the fight erupted in an instant. The Spider-Man opened his mouth and shot a white web straight at Luo Yu's face. This was Luo Yu's first time facing a ranged attack, but thanks to his high agility stat of 32, he dodged it effortlessly. The Spider-Man wasn't about to give up, launching a barrage of webs in an attempt to trap his opponent. Child's play. Luo Yu taunted as he nimbly avoided each web, his movements as graceful as a butterfly flitting through flowers. Rather than rushing in recklessly, he raised his hand, and with a flash of light, a longbow appeared in his grasp. A bow? He has a bow too. The audience erupted in shock. After all, there were fewer than 10 contestants in the entire arena capable of crafting a bow. Whoosh! An arrow tore through the air, bolstered by a 50 damage bonus against Zerg. It was as fast as lightning. The Spider-Man couldn't evade in time, and one of his legs was severed clean off. How dare you insult me? You're dead. The Spider-Man roared in fury, unleashing another wave of dense web attacks. Luo Yu smirked to himself, thinking, I'd aim for the head, but I doubt I'd hit it. With his left hand, he drew the heavenly blade and slashed through the incoming webs with ease. The display of sheer strength and agility left the audience utterly stunned. When the Spider-Man finally exhausted his web reserves, Luo Yu seized the opportunity to counterattack. A relentless rain of arrows followed, leaving the Spider-Man with 6 severed legs, 1 missing arm, and 3 arrows embedded in his chest. With a thunderous crash, the Spider-Man collapsed to the ground. A system notification chimed. Your archery skill has leveled up to LV4. Luo Yu collected 1,000 silver coins from the bets and 1,500 from the audience fees. He then sparred with 2 low-tier Zerg opponents, earning an additional 300 silver coins as pocket money. When the challenge timer ended, Luo Yu entered the duel room and came face-to-face with Chiao Yi, who had arrived right on time. You, how much are you planning to wager on this fight? Chiao Yi asked coldly. Luo Yu smiled calmly. Silver is precious. There's no need to get worked up over a friendly match. How about this? If you win, I'll grant you 1 favor within my abilities. If I win, you'll owe me the same. Deal? You. Chiao Yi instinctively crossed her arms over her chest, stepping back in both embarrassment and anger. Dream on. I won't let you get away with this. Take this. The moment the countdown ended, she lunged directly at Luo Yu. Seeing her move, Luo Yu sighed inwardly, realizing she had misunderstood his intentions. Nonetheless, he had no choice but to face her unarmed. After a few exchanges, Chiao Yi's movements began to slow noticeably. While her martial skills had indeed improved, she was still no match for Luo Yu, whose strength, physique, and agility had all been significantly enhanced. After 20 rounds, Luo Yu executed a clever grappling move, pinning Chiao Yi to the ground. You lost. As per our agreement, you owe me 1 favor. Hearing this, Chiao Yi trembled slightly beneath him, her voice tinged with panic. What are you planning to do? Let me go, you jerk. You pervert. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Luo Yu assured her, though he didn't release his hold. Instead, he asked in a serious tone, Tell me, where did you learn your martial skills? My martial skills? Is that all you wanted to know? Chiao Yi's voice softened, the tension in her tone easing slightly. Luo Yu nodded. Only then did she let out a small sigh of relief. Fine, I'll tell you. But can you let me up first? My apologies. I acted on instinct. Luo Yu promptly released her. Chiao Yi adjusted her clothing and replied, I got my martial skills while fishing in the lake. Fishing? Luo Yu exclaimed in surprise. Does that mean the monster in the lake has been defeated? Of course not. Chiao Yi retorted irritably. Even a bronze-level expert might not be able to handle that huge black fish. I have my own methods, but am not telling you. As Luo Yu fell into thought, Chiao Yi snorted. Don't even think about trying it yourself. This is my innate ability. If you go, it'll be a death sentence for you. 3 days from now, we'll fight again. I refuse to believe I can't beat you. Before her words fully landed, her figure had already vanished from the arena. Back at his quarters, Luo Yu lay in a wooden tub, gazing at the starry sky above as he pondered. Fong Yumeng, Xiu Yi. It seems I'm not the only one with a special talent. This world truly holds endless possibilities. A faint, expectant smile played on his lips. The next morning, Luo Yu opened the door to find two cows sleeping peacefully at the entrance, with two piles of dung left not far away. The base's hygiene rating plummeted instantly, making Luo Yu realize it was time to build a beast pen. A beast pen would not only provide a proper shelter for livestock, but also automatically clean up waste, improving hygiene ratings and increasing the success rate of taming animals. Though he didn't fully understand the logic behind it, in the world governed by the heavenly Tao, this was just how things worked. He decided to construct a temporary beast pen within the walls of the base and build a better one after expanding the area. After selecting a corner for the structure, he reviewed the required materials. 3,000 units of building materials and 500 silver coins for a basic level beast pen. Thanks to the ample supply of stone he had stockpiled the previous day, the materials were sufficient. Once he confirmed the construction, a flash of light appeared, and a simple 20 square meter pasture materialized, complete with 2 animal sheds and some starter feed. The completion of the animal training ground not only provided a comfortable habitat for the animals, but also incorporated an automatic waste cleaning system. Upon reviewing the attribute panel, it was revealed that the training ground increased the success rate of animal taming by 10 on top of the original level, while also boosting animal output by 10. For example, the daily milk production of a cow rose from 25 units to 27.5 units, making this a highly worthwhile investment in the long run. The base's hygiene rating significantly improved to 55 points, bringing it closer to the passing threshold. Consequently, the overall base score also climbed, reaching a solid 200 points. At the fish pond, Luo Yu found that the special bait had been used up, so he resorted to using animal innards as bait. This yielded 30 units of fish and shrimp, a stark contrast to the astonishing output of the previous 100-fold bait. He listed 200 units of fish and shrimp in his inventory on the market, earning 1,600 silver coins, while the freshly caught ones were sent to the ice cellar for preservation. While milking the cow, Luo Yu had a sudden thought. Could milking also trigger a critical hit? With a curious mindset, he murmured an incantation and squeezed hard. Sure enough, a 100-fold critical hit was triggered. The cow let out a pained moo as a stream of milky white liquid gushed into the wooden bucket. This batch of special milk was crystal clear and emitted an enticing aroma. The attributes revealed that each unit could sustain 100 satiety for a day and had a strong allure for creatures. In total, he obtained 10 units of special milk, equivalent to 10 days' worth of food supply. Just as Luo Yu was about to taste it, a dye suddenly charged over, wagging its tail furiously at the bucket. Clearly, the unique scent had a powerful effect on animals. After stopping Audaeus' attempt to steal a sip, Luo Yu stored the milk in the ice cellar, planning to later turn it into milk blocks or milk tablets for future use. After breakfast, he postponed his stone-cutting plans and instead purchased a batch of tree saplings and vegetable seeds at the auction house. While crop seeds were relatively expensive, tree saplings were surprisingly cheap. Evidently, others had yet to realize the importance of timber. Spending 1,500 silver coins, he also bought plowing tools from the shop and harnessed them to the large bull to till the land. With the bull's help, he could finally expand his farming operations. Once the planning was complete, Luo Yu resumed his stone-cutting tasks. Comparing the stone-built animal shelter to his own wooden cabin, he resolved to construct a grand stone villa for himself. The next 3 days passed peacefully. Luo Yu worked diligently, increasing his food reserves to 20,000 units. He also sold expired milk and seafood in a timely manner, as their shelf life was limited even in the ice cellar. Over the 3 days, he earned more than 5,000 silver coins, bringing his account balance back to a comforting 10,000 silver coins. The newly cultivated vegetable fields, planted with greens and radishes, have been successfully sown. Meanwhile, rows of camphor tree saplings have taken root along the territory's edge. Everything was progressing in an orderly manner. Standing at the entrance of the mine, Luo Yu gripped his pickaxe tightly, anticipation building in his heart. After saving up 3 days' worth of critical strike chances, he was ready to hit it big today. Taking a deep breath, he swung the pickaxe forward with force. Clang! With a crisp sound, the 100x critical strike was successfully triggered. A silver ore, the size of a wash basin, tumbled down from the rock wall. It was pure silver, worth a staggering 10,000 units. Just as Luo Yu was silently celebrating, a system warning suddenly blared. The mining activity had awakened a silver armored beetle. A silver beetle, the size of a calf, roared as it charged toward him. Luo Yu smirked coldly, unfazed. He swiftly drew the heavenly craft blade. With a sharp crack, the flat of the blade struck the silver armored beetle hard, sending it flying into the rock wall. Without hesitation, he immediately used his beast taming skill. Though his first attempt failed, the second attempt, with a 37 success rate, successfully tamed the creature. The system displayed the beetle's attributes: Strength 16, Constitution 6, Agility 20, along with a unique ability to consume silver and produce refined silver essence. Luo Yu's eyes lit up at the stats. However, given the current value of silver, the silver essence wasn't immediately useful for weapon enhancement, so he decided not to let the beetle consume any silver for now. After using an herb to heal the silver-armored beetle, the shiny metallic creature affectionately fluttered around him, its lustrous exterior gleaming beautifully. Mining continued until Luo Yu's stomach growled with hunger, prompting him to call it a day and head back, eager to try the special milk. As soon as he entered the ice cellar, he was greeted by a rich, creamy aroma. Taking 1 unit of frozen milk outside to heat, the fragrance intensified, spreading across the entire territory. From the distant lake, a massive black fish was drawn by the enticing scent, leaping out of the water with a splash. As Luo Yu pondered the potential uses of this aroma, a system notification suddenly popped up. The alluring fragrance of the special milk had attracted a swarm of stone-armored turtles, determined to drink the milk at any cost. Climbing up the watchtower for a better view, Luo Yu spotted 10 massive stone-armored turtles, resembling giant sea turtles, steadily making their way toward the territory from the east. Their colossal size was enough to carry a full-grown adult. Checking the chat group and regional channel yielded no activity. This assault was clearly targeted at him alone. However, Luo Yu wasn't worried. To him, this was not only a threat, but also a rare development opportunity. The turtle shells resembled a pile of grotesque, jagged rocks, menacing and solid. Luo Yu stood atop the watchtower, observing 10 slow-moving stone-armored turtles crawling below. Their pace was indeed sluggish, roughly equivalent to a casual human stroll. As the turtles drew closer, Luo Yu grabbed a spear and hurled it with force. Thanks to the accuracy boost from his LV4 shooting skill, the spear struck the largest turtle leading the group with precision. With a dull thud, the spear broke into 2 pieces upon impact, leaving only a faint crack on the turtle's shell. The wounded turtle let out a pained cry, shaking its head. Just as I thought, it's really tough, Luo Yu muttered, frowning in thought. This test had confirmed that using spears and arrows to deal with this group of turtles would likely consume a significant amount of weapons. Engaging them up close with his Tian Gong blade seemed like a more effective approach. However, he wasn't in a hurry after all. All his supplies were safely secured within the walls. He decided to see if these turtles could breach his defenses. The answer soon became clear: the turtles were entirely incapable of breaking through the black spot stone walls. The 10 turtles clawed futilely at the stone gate, occasionally ramming it with their shells, but they couldn't even leave a single white mark. While these creatures had astonishing defensive capabilities, their offensive power was far inferior to that of a bull. After confirming that the turtles had no long-range attack abilities, Luo Yu climbed onto the stone wall and began attempting to tame them. However, his first 2 attempts at taming failed, with success rates of only 7.1 and 7.9, respectively. Realizing he needed a new strategy, Luo Yu's eyes landed on a bucket of warm, special milk, and an idea quickly formed in his mind. He fetched a long bamboo pole, about 4 to 5 meters, tied a small wooden bucket filled with milk to one end, and sat atop the wall, teasing the turtles below. The enticing aroma of the milk made the stone-armored turtles drool with longing. They stretched their necks as far as they could to reach the treat, but they always fell just short. Frustrated, the turtles began circling below the wall, crowding around one another. Suddenly, a drop of milk splashed into the mouth of one turtle, which only made it more desperate to get more. Humming a tune, Luo Yu continued swaying the bamboo pole. 2 hours later, after finishing cutting some stone, he returned to find the turtles utterly exhausted yet still occasionally craning their necks in a futile attempt to reach the bucket. Looks like they're in a fatigued state, Luo Yu remarked with a smile. He aimed at one of the turtles and used his taming skill. This time, though the first attempt failed with a 58 success rate, the second attempt finally succeeded with a 61 success rate, taming the target. Successfully taming one. Luo Yu felt a surge of joy. The high success rate brought by the abnormal state truly lived up to its reputation. The first one he tamed was a pregnant female stone armor turtle with stats of Strength 11, Constitution 29, Agility 2, and a special ability called Sturdy Shield. With the experience of the first success, the subsequent taming process went much more smoothly. Luo Yu repeatedly used his beast taming skill and ultimately succeeded in taming 8 out of the 10 stone armor turtles, including the largest male. During this process, his beast taming skill leveled up to LV5. Unfortunately, the remaining 2 turtles exhausted 3 taming attempts but still could not be subdued, forcing Luo Yu to reluctantly execute them. Among the 8 tamed turtles, 6 were female, and 2 of them were also pregnant. After dealing with this, Luo Yu drank milk from the wooden barrel, instantly feeling refreshed and full. The hunger he had felt vanished, and the system notified him that he had gained the action frenzy status for one day. He ordered the stone armor turtles to stay in the stream instead of heading to the lake for now. Seizing the moment while his status was favorable, Luo Yu began processing the corpses of the two untamed turtles. Using his razor-sharp heavenly craft blade, he swiftly completed the butchering, obtaining a large amount of turtle meat and 2 intact shells. While cooking the turtle meat and watching Adai drooling eagerly nearby, Luo Yu considered the possible uses for the shells. After some thought, he decided to secure the shells to the walls as shooting covers. The remaining turtle meat was immediately listed in the auction house. After posting a humorous advertisement in the World Chat channel, the turtle meat sold out quickly, earning Luo Yu a substantial amount of income. His total silver now amounted to 30,000. After careful deliberation, Luo Yu decided to allocate 20,000 silver to enhance his attributes. Distributing the points evenly, his stats experienced a significant boost. Strength 42, Constitution 39, Agility 38, with an average of 44 times his initial stats. The remaining 10,000 silver was temporarily saved, along with the milk and seafood he had collected that day. After chatting casually in the group for a while, Luo Yu washed up and went to bed. The next morning, after breakfast, Luo Yu checked on the 8 turtles. They were leisurely basking in the sun by the shore but exhibited voracious appetites, with each consuming 5 units of meat daily. The fish he had caught earlier that morning had almost entirely become their rations. Of course, they could catch fish in the stream for themselves, but to truly achieve free-range farming, the primary task was to deal with the lake monster. Feeling the 42 points of strength within him, Luo Yu decided to confront this threat head-on. He quickly moved to a spot 20 meters from the lakeshore, opened the construction interface, and selected a 10-meter-high watchtower to build. This basic watchtower was only a temporary measure and would be dismantled after dealing with the giant black fish. With a flash of light, the watchtower rose from the ground, and Luo Yu immediately carried 19 spears up to the tower's platform. Standing at the elevated position, he tested a few throws with the spears and was quite satisfied with the offensive angle. Before long, a rich milky aroma spread through the air, and a silver beetle carrying a wooden bucket cautiously flew toward the center of the lake, maintaining a safe altitude of 7 to 8 meters. Luo Yu kept his eyes fixed on the lake's surface from the watchtower. Sure enough, a massive dark shadow was swimming swiftly beneath the water, clearly lured by the scent of the special milk. Fly higher, Luo Yu shouted. The silver beetle instantly soared upward with agility, and at that very moment, a ferocious monster fish broke through the surface of the water. Its gaping maw was terrifyingly large, enough to swallow a cow whole, creating a truly horrifying scene. The moment had come. Luo Yu hurled a spear with all his strength, the air whistling as it cut through. The spear struck the highest point of the monster fish, piercing its scales but drawing no blood. The monster fish crashed back into the water and suddenly turned its direction, charging straight at Luo Yu. Frowning, Luo Yu drew his heavenly craft blade. The monster fish leaped out of the water again, its fierce, murderous eyes locked on him. As it splashed back down, its powerful tail whipped the water, sending a towering spray over 10 meters high, drenching Luo Yu completely. How dare you humiliate me? Luo Yu roared in fury. He grabbed another spear and hurled it fiercely at the part of the fish's body exposed above the water. This time, the attack triggered a 100-fold critical strike. The spear flew like a cannonball, smashing through the monster fish's scales. Blood splattered everywhere as the monster fish let out a harrowing roar before swiftly retreating into the depths of the lake, disappearing from sight. Bloodstains floated on the surface, while the silver beetle flew back, affectionately rubbing against Luo Yu. However, his frown only deepened. A 100-fold critical strike had failed to kill the monster fish. After some thought, Luo Yu came to 2 conclusions. First, the bamboo spear's hardness limited the power of the critical strike. Second, his throwing technique still needed improvement. Luo Yu recalled the scene of athletes throwing javelins at the sports meet. The elegant rotation of the javelins in the air stood in stark contrast to his own brute force, straightforward throws. This realization made him understand the importance of technique. He immediately sat cross-legged atop the watchtower and carefully browsed through the marketplace interface. Before long, his eyes locked onto an Itima javelin throwing mastery manual priced at 50,000 silver coins. The manual claimed to instantly teach its user the skill of javelin throwing, but the price was undeniably steep. On the same page, he also noticed archery and crossbow mastery manuals, each priced at the same amount. After a moment of thought, Luo Yu decided to purchase the javelin manual. After all, to deal with the blackfish that had extraordinary regenerative abilities, a single, decisive strike was essential. When descending the watchtower, he left the silver-armored ladybug and the wooden bucket filled with special milk behind. The ladybug lay quietly, basking in the sun, showing no intention of moving. The sweet, milky aroma wafted through the air, quickly spreading across the entire territory. That afternoon, just as Luo Yu finished cutting a batch of stone bricks and was preparing to rest, the system suddenly issued a warning. A group of native tribe members, drawn by the enticing scent of milk, was preparing to attack the territory. Luo Yu immediately ordered all his pets outside the walls, including the turtles and insects, to retreat within the fortified area. He quickly climbed back up the watchtower, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Soon, 5 tribal natives appeared from the east. They were dressed in tribal attire, armed with weapons, and conversing as they approached. Their appearance resembled that of ordinary humans, with skin tones somewhere between eastern and western hues, but they all had striking green eyes and brown hair. The group consisted of 4 men and 1 woman, forming a professional-looking team. A burly warrior wielding a massive axe and shield as the tank, a handsome and well-dressed swordsman, a spearman, and 2 archers, son of whom was a young and beautiful tribal woman. Observing the well-equipped and coordinated team, Luo Yu realized that this threat was far greater than he had anticipated. For an ordinary lord, this situation would likely result in surrender. The 5 natives cautiously advanced, their expressions betraying a mix of murderous intent and curiosity as they eyed the tall walls of the territory. Luo Yu weighed his tactical options. He could mount his bull and lead all his animals in an offensive attack, but the wiser choice was clearly to leverage the terrain to eliminate the enemy. Hiding behind a wooden pillar of the watchtower, Luo Yu caught sight of the 5 approaching figures from the corner of his eye. He didn't act rashly, but patiently waited for the perfect moment to strike. As the distance between them closed 200 meters, 150 meters, and finally 120 meters, this was the limit of a regular archer's range. The intruders clearly didn't anticipate an attack here. But Luo Yu was no ordinary man. This was his optimal range. In a flash, Luo Yu drew his iron bow taut and aimed at the man armed with a bow. The arrow shot through the air. Though the enemy instinctively dove to the ground upon hearing the bowstrings twang, Luo Yu's arrow was too fast and powerful. With a sharp thud, the arrow pierced straight through the man's chest. Blood spurted from his mouth, and he died instantly. The man wielding a sword and shield barked an order, and the burly man raised his shield while the remaining 3 quickly took cover behind it. Luo Yu's second arrow followed immediately, slamming heavily into the shield. The impact numbed the burly man's hand, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Sixth Prince, the archer in the tower has a strength level above 30. So strong." The female archer exclaimed in shock. The man addressed as the 6th Prince coldly commanded, "Kill them all. Leave none of these outsiders alive." Using the shield for cover, the 4 advanced slowly. For a moment, Luo Yu couldn't find a clear angle to shoot. He picked up a nearby javelin, ready to force a breakthrough. At that moment, an arrow from the opposing female archer arced toward him, aimed at his chest. Although her aim was decent, the wooden bow's power, combined with the 15-meter height and the 70-80-meter distance, rendered the shot harmless. With his agility, Luo Yu easily deflected the arrow. Casually swatting the arrow aside, Luo Yu hurled the javelin with great force. It struck the shield heavily. Though it bounced off, the force of the impact caused the burly man's hand to split open, almost making him lose his grip on the shield. "Black Snake!" the 6th Prince shouted. The female archer, known as Black Snake, immediately fired 3 arrows in succession, attempting to suppress Luo Yu and buy time for her team to regroup. Luo Yu sneered, effortlessly blocking the 3 arrows with his iron bow. He then fired back, aiming directly at the female archer. At this range, the arrow's speed was nearly impossible to evade. In a critical moment, the man wielding a long spear shouted, "Black Snake," and leapt in front of her, attempting to block the arrow with his spear. While the spear managed to deflect the arrow slightly, the force was overwhelming. With a sharp thud, the arrow pierced through the spearman's shoulder, causing blood to spurt out. He collapsed, unable to continue fighting. The stunned Black Snake was pulled behind the shield by the 6th Prince, while the injured burly man switched to holding the shield with his left hand. The 3, unwilling to prolong the battle, immediately sprinted toward the wall in retreat. Luo Yu's archery skill at level 4 seemed somewhat inadequate at this moment. The enemy's brisk pace combined with the shield in hand rendered his successive arrows ineffective, merely slowing the opponent's advance slightly. Without mastery in skills like javelin or bow proficiency, dealing with a moving target paired with a shield was indeed challenging. The enemy's female archer, agile and swift, fired 2 arrows in rapid succession while on the move. Luo Yu deflected the arrows with ease, letting out a cold snort before changing tactics. He moved from the watchtower to the wall, lying in wait for the perfect opportunity. 3 tribal warriors quickly reached the base of the wall, only to face an obvious dilemma: how to scale the towering structure. A burly man charged at the stone gate with brute force, only to be thrown backward by the unyielding black speckled stone door. "Prince, it's a black speckled stone gate. We can't break through." In that fleeting moment, Luo Yu seized the burly man's exposed vulnerability, firing an arrow straight at the 6th Prince's chest. Though the prince wore a protective heart mirror, the immense force of the arrow still caused him to spit out blood, though his life was spared. Gritting his teeth, the sixth prince barked, "Black snake, take the high ground." The burly man immediately hurled the petite black snake onto the wall. However, as soon as she landed, a green wolf and 7 burrowing beasts pounced on her, pinning her to the ground. Despite her extraordinary strength, Black Snake was no match for the overwhelming number of beasts and was quickly subdued. Black Snake, the sixth prince roared in fury, staring at the unexpected scene. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated that so many beasts were lying in ambush on the wall. Sensing the dire situation, the burly man suggested retreating. "Prince, this outsider is too strong." But the sixth prince flatly refused. "Black Snake is one of the rare female archers of our tribe. We can't let her be captured. His animals are focused on restraining Black Snake. If we can get close, the advantage will be ours." The burly man and the sixth prince worked in perfect coordination. One threw, and the other pulled, and both managed to climb onto the wall. Their exceptional combat skills left Luo Yu secretly impressed. This was clearly an elite team. The burly man roared as he swung his battle axe toward Luo Yu, the sheer force of over 25 points attesting to their status as elite warriors. "But I take down elites." Luo Yu retreated with ease to evade the strike. Then, like an arrow himself, he launched forward in a burst of speed. His blade, the heavenly craft knife, flashed in an arc, cleanly severing the burly man's head. "Mad Bull!" The sixth prince cried out in shock as the headless body tumbled off the wall. Watching Luo Yu slowly approach, fear finally gripped his heart. The man before him appeared to be only around 20 years old, yet he possessed such formidable stats. This completely overturned the sixth prince's understanding of the human race. Fear surged through him like a tidal wave, and he could no longer maintain his composure. Turning abruptly, he leapt off the city wall and bolted without hesitation. Watching the retreating tribal raiders, a system notification popped up. As the first human to successfully repel a tribal raid, you have received an additional reward of 50,000 silver coins. Luo Yu coldly observed the prince fleeing across the grassland, then turned to approach the subdued Black Snake, who had been restrained by Adai. The female tribal member's eyes flashed with terror as Luo Yu drew closer, but he merely tied her securely with a rope. The system displayed her stats. Prisoner, Black Snake female tribal member. Attributes, Strength 11, Constitution 11, Agility 16, Archery LV 6. Not bad stats. She should fetch a decent price, Luo Yu calculated silently. However, his immediate priority was to chase down the escaping prince. Meanwhile, the sixth prince was desperately fleeing across the grassland. He had never felt so fast, as though he had pushed his agility to its absolute limit. Just as he began to believe he might actually escape, the ground trembled with the sound of galloping hooves. Glancing back, the sixth prince's heart nearly stopped. There he was, that terrifying man, charging toward him on the back of a massive bull. Overwhelmed by fear, the prince pushed himself to run even faster. But soon, the sound of an arrow slicing through the air reached his ears. The first arrow grazed his scalp, while the second struck his thigh with precision. The sixth prince collapsed heavily to the ground, opening his eyes to see the glinting edge of the heavenly blade pointed directly at his throat. Luo Yu's cold voice came from atop the bull. "Prince, is it? You're captured." Not long after, the sixth prince and 2 other prisoners were bound tightly on the ground. Luo Yu used 7 medicinal herbs to stop their bleeding, while the bodies of the fallen warriors and archers were burned in a pit at the edge of the grassland. As he inspected the spoils of war, Luo Yu was most pleased with a silver-grade bronze-gold chestplate, which surpassed even his heavenly blade in quality. Additionally, he had seized iron spears, wooden bows, shields, axes, and a black iron-grade longsword, all valuable weapons that could be sold for a good price. As for the 3 prisoners, there were 2 ways to recruit them. The first was verbal persuasion, which was simple but unreliable in terms of loyalty. The second was a beast-taming-like recruitment method, which would guarantee full loyalty if successful. However, the recruitment difficulty for all 3 was 99, and with Luo Yu's current recruitment level of 0, success was nearly impossible. While he could attempt a critical recruitment, success would increase the frequency of tribal raids, a risk that was unwise with the defensive fortifications still incomplete. Luo Yu had no intention of recruiting them. He began contemplating how to deal with the captives, and 3 options quickly came to mind: recruitment, auction, or demanding ransom. Although it was possible to list captives in the auction house, since no one had ever done it before, he wasn't confident about the pricing. In comparison, directly demanding ransom seemed like the safest choice. He opened the system interface, navigated to the captive section, and the ransom amounts appeared clearly before him. Sixth Prince 50,000 silver, Black Snake 3,000 silver, Spearman 2,500 silver. However, before confirming the ransom, Luo Yu had one more thing to do. He walked up to Black Snake and quickly untied the ropes binding her. Before the tribal female warrior could react, he stripped her of her beast-hide tribal outfit. Black Snake stood there, naked, her figure surprisingly well-proportioned. She seemed to anticipate what might happen next. Her cheeks flushed as she closed her eyes, bracing herself for the worst. Nearby, the sixth prince and the spearman glared at Luoyu. Anger blazing in their eyes, they all knew the fate that often awaited female captives. To their surprise, Luoyu simply patted her shoulder and warned softly, "Next time. It won't be as simple as taking your clothes." Before she could respond, a flash of light enveloped her, and Black Snake vanished, leaving behind a pile of silver coins on the ground. Next, Luoyu pressed the heavenly blade against the sixth prince's throat and commanded, "I'm not interested in undressing men. Do it yourself." The sixth prince hurriedly complied, stripping off his clothes. Soon, he too disappeared, leaving behind a pile of silver coins more than 10 times the amount left by Black Snake. The spearman was also ransomed shortly after, and Luoyu reaped a considerable haul. What was even more clever was what he did next. Luoyu immediately listed the confiscated clothing in the auction house and posted an anonymous message, "Beast-hide outfit freshly taken from a wild beauty. Soft, warm, and fragrant. Now on the auction house, don't miss out." The world chat blew up instantly, with inquiries and bids flooding in. In the end, the beast-hide outfit, originally priced at 500 silver, was quickly sold. The rest of the scattered clothing fetched an additional 1,000 silver. By dusk, Luoyu had enjoyed his dinner and was soaking comfortably in a bath. He decided to splurge, spending 50,000 silver on mastering javelin skills and another 50,000 on mastering archery. As a flash of light engulfed him, a wealth of knowledge surged into his mind. He suddenly understood. So that's how you generate power. No wonder my javelins didn't spin properly before. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 silver was gone, but the remaining 18,000 silver was more than enough to cover his daily expenses. For the next 3 days, the territory remained calm and peaceful. Luoyu put a pause on his plan to lure attacks using the special milk and devoted most of his time to training with javelins and bows. During this period, his shooting level increased to LV5, and his mastery of both weapons granted him significant bonuses in accuracy and power when using them. Although the daily critical mining did not yield any special ores, the large quantity of black spot stones that tumbled out continued to attract mole-like digging creatures. Now, Luoyu had 10 of these tireless workers toiling in the mine, producing a substantial daily haul of black spot stones, which spared him from making trips to the mine himself. Over the course of 3 days, his stockpile of stone bricks grew to 250,000, leaving him just one step away from achieving his goal of constructing a grand villa. On one afternoon, Luoyu stood at the lookout tower by the lake, his eyes fixed intently on the water's surface. He tightly gripped a modified iron spear in his hands, its head now equipped with 2 additional hooks, giving the weapon an intimidating appearance. In the sky above, a silver-armored beetle carried a wooden bucket filled with special milk, attempting to lure the giant black fish out of the lake. About 10 minutes later, the calm surface of the lake began to ripple, and a massive shadow loomed faintly beneath the water. The enticing aroma of the special milk was clearly irresistible to this behemoth. Suddenly, with a thunderous splash, the giant black fish burst out of the water, its gaping maw lunging straight for the silver-armored beetle. Luoyu's pupils contracted as his entire body tensed. In an instant, he hurled the iron spear with all his strength. As the 100-fold critical strike triggered, the spear transformed into a spinning streak of black light, whistling through the air toward its target. The vine rope coiled around the spear's tail was securely fastened to the lookout tower. With a sharp thud, the iron spear struck true, piercing clean through the tough body of the giant black fish. Scales scattered, and a spray of blood erupted as the spear emerged from the other side of the fish, crashing heavily into the lake. The black fish let out a piercing roar, its massive body plunging back into the water. It thrashed violently, pulling the rope taut and causing the lookout tower to sway precariously. Anticipating this, Luoyu leapt from the 10-meter-high lookout tower without hesitation. He grabbed a set of javelins he had prepared on the ground and began hurling them at the thrashing black fish. Each javelin struck its mark with precision, erupting in bursts of blood upon impact. Meanwhile, the lookout tower tilted dangerously, on the verge of collapsing completely with just a few more jolts. It's hard not to marvel at the sheer vitality of the blackfish. It seemed to have realized that its only chance of survival was to bring down the watchtower. But this time, Luoyu was prepared. He quickly accessed the system interface and selected the repair option. The repair cost for the damaged watchtower had skyrocketed 10-fold, each point of durability now costing 10 silver. The price was staggering, but in a life-or-death situation like this, who cared about repair fees? Without hesitation, Luoyu confirmed the repair. A miraculous scene unfolded as the previously crumbling watchtower began to straighten. Luoyu kept his eyes fixed on the durability gauge. 18100, 19,100, and back to 18100. It was a tug-of-war between durability and destruction, with the tower being damaged and repaired in a continuous cycle. Let's see which lasts longer, your vitality or my money. Luo Yu roared, sending another spear hurtling through the air. His accuracy was astonishing at this critical moment, and as the spear pierced the blackfish, a burst of blood erupted in the water. For this final showdown, Luo Yu had prepared 20 new spears, adding up to a total of 39. When the 38th spear struck the blackfish, the massive creature unleashed a final surge of terrifying strength. With a thunderous crash, the watchtower collapsed. No, I won't fail again, Luo Yu bellowed, gripping the vine rope tightly. With 42 points of strength, he momentarily resisted the immense force pulling from the other end of the rope. At this crucial moment, Luo Yu spent 12,000 silver to boost his attributes. After surpassing 50 points, the cost of each attribute point doubled to 2,000 silver. Ignoring the expense, he added 10 points to his strength, reaching 52, just enough to hold his ground against the wounded blackfish. Bull, come here, Luo Yu shouted, and the two oxen, one male and one female, thundered toward him. He quickly secured the rope to the bull. Together, man and beast fought to subdue the blackfish, which was thrashing desperately in the water. The large bull bellowed furiously, while Adai, the smaller ox, refused to be left out, baring its teeth and biting the rope to assist. Gradually, the resistance on the other end of the rope weakened. Get up here. Luo Yu and the animals pulled with all their might, generating a tremendous force. The hooked spear lodged in the fish's belly reverse direction, tearing its way out. The barbed hook, which had gone in smoothly, now shredded the blackfish's internal organs as it exited. With an earth-shaking cry of anguish, the resilient blackfish finally succumbed and died, unwilling to accept its fate. You have defeated the black fish monster, earning 20,000 silver, 1 beast soul core, 1 gale blade technique, 1 random silverdeer martial skill unlock scroll, and 1 silverdeer treasure chest. You are the first trial taker in this region to defeat the lake monster, earning an additional 20,000 silver. Luo Yu collapsed onto the ground, exhaling deeply. He looked down at his hands, the palms already blistered and bleeding. His arms were numb and sore. This battle had been nothing short of perilous. Managing to take down a silverdeer black fish monster as an iron tier trial taker seemed almost miraculous. Reflecting on the details of the fight, he felt relieved that he had chosen to weave the rope with 20 vines instead of 10. Otherwise, the rope might have snapped. Even more fortunate was the precise strike of his 100-fold critical hit, piercing the fish's belly as planned, which ultimately allowed him to subdue the ferocious creature. The silver-armored ladybug flew back from a distance, and Luo Yu waved to it. After drinking the special milk, he felt his strength gradually returning. He gathered the spoils of the battle and stored them in his wooden hut before starting to process the massive fish carcass. It wasn't until the sun began to set that Luo Yu completed the dissection. The harvest was substantial, 5,000 units of fish meat and 200 sturdy fish bones. Considering the market price of meat had dropped from 80 silver to 20 silver and was likely to decrease further with the first batch of crops nearing harvest, decided to list the fish meat for sale immediately. As for the sturdy fish bones, an idea struck him: some buildings could be reinforced with monster materials. With 48,000 silver in hand and insufficient stone bricks, he realized he could substitute part of the materials with fish bones to construct a grand villa. Half an hour later, Luo Yu dismantled his wooden hut and moved all his belongings outside. He selected a 3-story, Chinese-style villa from the construction interface and confirmed the build. As light shimmered, the stone bricks and fish bones vanished, replaced by an elegant red-walled villa with a total area of 1,500 square meters, complete with a basement. Stepping into the villa's spacious interior, Luo Yu admired the intricate design, though it still lacked furniture. He quickly mapped out functional areas including the kitchen, bedroom, and living room, designating the basement as a storage space. Checking the base's score, it had skyrocketed to 500 points, with the villa contributing nearly 300 points. This indicated that the end-of-month attack would be even fiercer. The hygiene score increased by 12 points to reach 57, and the villa also added a 12 positive buff activation rate bonus. The total building area had expanded to 1,650 square meters. Living in such luxurious architecture indeed brings unexpected benefits. Luo Yu carefully checked the system notifications and found that not only does this place provide positive buffs, but the probability of enhancement has no upper limit. With enough financial resources, it could even stack up to 10,000, enveloping him in buffs whenever he steps outside. The silver rating comes from the incorporation of a fishbone structure in the building, which elevates its overall quality by half a grade. A higher rating means a comprehensive boost in attributes like defense and comfort. Standing on the third-floor balcony of the villa, Luo Yu fell into a new train of thought. Currently, the floors and walls were made of ordinary stone. Should he upgrade them to silver-grade materials? Though it might feel extravagant. Before he could deliberate further, a brand new grand armchair appeared on the balcony. Luo Xiao reclined comfortably in the chair, taking in the breathtaking scenery of his territory. Although there was still a mountain of tasks to attend to after defeating the giant water monster, fishing, building bridges, analyzing water quality, breeding, and more, the most pressing matter now was to examine the spoils of victory. He first opened the martial arts scroll for the Gale Blade technique. Learning this silverder skill went exceptionally smoothly, with a flood of information pouring directly into his mind. As he casually swung the Tiangong blade, he immediately felt a significant improvement in both the force and angle of his strikes. The technique had 3 levels, each offering a substantial power boost upon mastery. More advanced martial arts, such as gold tier or platinum tier, not only had more levels but also exhibited exponential increases in power. However, upgrading required significant investment, 30,000 silver for each level. With his current savings of 18,000, he was still far from affording it. Next, he used a random technology scroll and unexpectedly unlocked visitor technology. This technology, which typically required 5,000 silver and 2 special materials to unlock, was now his for free. It meant he could visit other people's territories, even if they hadn't unlocked visitor technology themselves, provided they granted permission. This technology could be a lifesaver in critical situations. Finally, when he opened the Silverdeer treasure chest, Luo Yu was thrilled to discover a personal trait, Beast Tamer 1 star. This trait offered a powerful boost, including 3 to beast taming level, a 10 increase in all attributes and production of tamed animals within his territory, and a 10 higher success rate for taming. This is amazing. Luo Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. I can't believe I got such an incredible trait without even needing a critical hit. Imagine how incredible it would be at 5 star. He marveled at his extraordinary luck. The cost to enhance personal traits at the silver level remained at 30,000 per upgrade. While it was possible to increase star levels through continuous beast taming, the progress would be painfully slow. The most critical element was the beast soul core. Without hesitation, Luo Yu chose to create the base's automated defense core. With the consumption of 3,000 units of silver, 200 units of emerald, 200 units of gold, and 1 beast soul core, a small futuristic cube materialized in his palm. This was the treasure he had dreamt of. Opening the construction page, he found that all automated defense buildings were finally unlocked. The first to catch his eye was the automatic crossbow launcher, which required 5,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of iron ore, and 500 units of silver. Since it didn't require manual reloading, the crossbow could generate bolts automatically, leading to a huge demand for wood. However, the current wood reserves at the base were insufficient, so he would have to purchase more later. In addition to the crossbow, the automatic attack tower was also unlocked, but it required even more resources, 30,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of iron ore, and 2,500 units of silver. As for advanced facilities like the large automatic ballista or the automatic lightning tower, they were either still locked or too expensive to construct. Faced with these exorbitant technological expenses, Luo Yu, who had considered himself somewhat wealthy, suddenly felt like a pauper. Whether it was building towers, upgrading martial skills, or enhancing personal traits, everything required significant investments. It was clear that he needed to carefully plan a strategy to earn more resources. However, today's top priority was addressing his sleep problem. Looking at the simple wooden bed in his spacious bedroom, which was completely out of place in the luxurious villa, Luo Yu decided to craft a deluxe double bed. The construction recipe indicated it required 520 units of building materials, 520 units of wood, 520 units of silver, and 520 units of gold. The repeated number, 520, made him chuckle. Was the universe teasing him with a hidden message? To ensure the bed exuded luxury, he decided to use rare materials for the construction units. Luo Yu planned to wait until his critical strike chances refreshed the next day before starting the project. For tonight, he would make do with the armchair. That night, he wrapped himself in a wolf pelt and spent the night on the armchair. The next morning, his first task was to build the bed. Conveniently, he had exactly 520 pieces of emerald on hand, a material often used for luxury items, making it perfect for enhancing the bed's quality and comfort. It was worth noting that the critical strike effect couldn't apply to overly large constructions, as their size would exceed the base's range. When the command to craft the emerald luxury double bed was issued, a 100x critical strike was instantly triggered. Amidst a dazzling light, an opulent bed appeared before him. The 7-colored cloud emerald luxury double bed had astonishingly reached diamond tier quality. It came with attributes such as a 60 increase in rest efficiency, a 60 boost in disease recovery, a 60 enhancement in positive buffs, a 60 improvement in comfort, and even an increased likelihood of female pregnancy. In disbelief, Luo Yu reached out to touch the bed's surface, the soft texture under his fingertips captivating him. The next moment, he couldn't help but throw himself onto the bed. It felt as though he were floating on a cloud. and the unparalleled comfort made him truly understand what it meant to feel utterly relaxed and content. The system notification chimed, and Luo Yu obtained the blessing of Auspicious Clouds buff, increasing all life skill experience by 20. Immediately after, his planting skill jumped straight to LV3. This is insane. Just lying down for 2 seconds and I get a buff? Luo Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. As he tried to figure out what the increased female pregnancy rate buff meant, an absurd image of bulls and cows giving birth to calves on his bed popped into his mind. In high spirits, he checked his stats panel and noticed significant changes. Trial participant information. Name, Luo Yu. ID, Earthsia Country 2, 3333. Base score, 700 points. Attributes, hygiene, 65 points. Entertainment, 10 points. Strength, 52. Constitution, 39. Agility, 38. Traits and skills. Insect Nemesis 5 stars. Beast Tamer 1 star. Gale Blade Technique Level 1. Javelin Mastery. Archery Mastery. Planting LV3. Mining LV4. Beast Taming LV8. Shooting LV5. 700 points for the base score. Luo Yu frowned in thought. The end-of-month raid is bound to be intense. I need to set up automated defenses as soon as possible. At that moment, the system suddenly issued an abnormal weather alert. The sky quickly darkened, heavy clouds gathered, and it looked like a downpour was imminent. The group chat instantly became lively. Naker was the first to speak up. I've got a self-built stone hut, so I'm not worried at all. She even attached a screenshot of her cozy little house. Fang Yuming was busy bringing in her laundry and shared her experience of taming a burrowing worm to build a stone house with Alice. Meanwhile, Alice and Elena were discussing their respective treehouse projects, one praising the goddess of light, the other extolling the goddess of darkness. Amid the rumbling thunder, heavy rain began to pour. Luo Yu, how's it on your end? Fang Yuming asked. I just built a small house yesterday, Luo Yu replied casually. A house? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Under their urging, Luo Yu sent a photo of his villa. The group chat fell into an awkward silence. Oh my god, that's a mansion. Fang Yuming broke the silence first. How did you manage that? I just enjoy mining. Before I knew it, I had enough materials, Luo Yu responded nonchalantly. The chat exploded. Naker jokingly offered to become a catgirl. Fang Yuming teased him further. Elena complained about the waste of stone materials, and Alice, in the name of the goddess of light, reminded everyone to practice thrift and diligence. Brother Nyoda, do you really think mining is that profitable? Why am I not getting any good drops? The chat group was buzzing with activity when suddenly a message shocked everyone. Luo Yu had already built a villa. Everyone knew he was passionate about mining, but no one expected his progress to be so fast. Luo Yu, forget about that. Someone changed the topic. Have you read the guide? After heavy rain, fishing will double the drop rate. Sea monsters. Don't go courting death. Everyone warned in unison. Yeah, you're right. There are sea monsters. I'm not risking my life. At that moment, Luo Yu stood on his balcony, holding a cup of warm milk, gazing at the storm raging outside. Yet, his heart was calm. A dai was sleeping soundly on the first floor. The stone-armored turtle had returned to the lake. The 2 cows and the hen were sheltered in the barn, and even the insects were safe in the mine. Just as he was enjoying the satisfaction of everything being under control, a thought struck him. Wait, the vegetable patch. The vegetable patch. Everyone, protect your vegetable patches so they don't get flooded. Luo Yu immediately reminded the group. Fang Yuming was the first to respond. Oh no, now that you mention it, I don't eat vegetables, Nok here chimed in. I love eating grass. After the rain, there'll be plenty of fresh grass growing, Nyoda said leisurely. Luo Yu, build a greenhouse. If you have the materials, quickly set one up, Fang Yuming advised. Luo Yu had already opened the construction menu. A simple greenhouse required 5 units of wood, 1 unit of iron ore, and 1 unit of silver. Thanks to the drainage ditches he had dug earlier, he quickly constructed a basic wooden greenhouse. While it couldn't completely block the rain, it was enough to protect the vegetable patch from flooding. The group chat soon became lively. Fang Yuming shared a picture of her greenhouse. Nok here pretended to be jealous. Luo Yu only cares about Yuming. He doesn't even ask how I'm doing, Didn't you say you don't eat vegetables? Luo Yu teased. But she does get jealous, haha. Nyoda laughed. Wait, does Kier actually like Luo Yu? Fang Yuming egged her on. No way. I was just joking. Only a puppy would like him. Nok here quickly denied it. Meanwhile, the world and regional channels were filled with complaints. My vegetables were supposed to mature in 2 days, but they got washed away. Damn you. Heavens will. Sigh, I don't have enough iron or to build a greenhouse. Should have mined more earlier. You won't believe this, but the wind blew me into the lake, and I can sense a huge shadow approaching. Rest in peace, brother. Rest in peace, brother. The intermittent rain and wind lasted throughout the day. By the following morning, As the clouds parted and the mist cleared, Luo Yu rushed to the vegetable garden without a second thought for the muddy ground. His eyes swept over the vibrant, thriving crops, and upon seeing the system confirm their survival, he exhaled a deep sigh of relief. However, the system suddenly displayed an alert. Base is in a muddy state. Hygiene rating has decreased by 20 points. Risk of disease has increased. Luo Yu paused in surprise at the notification and only then noticed a sense of discomfort in his body. Looking around, he realized that both inside and outside the walls, the entire grassland had turned into a muddy expanse. Various insects crawled freely across the damp earth, and the air was thick with swarms of flying bugs. This environment was indeed a breeding ground for bacteria and disease. He opened the construction menu, where a variety of flooring options appeared: wooden floors, cement floors, stone tile floors, and even silver floors. Luo Yu quickly dismissed the idea of wooden floors. They might be cozy, but they were flammable and prone to moisture damage. Such precious wood shouldn't be used so carelessly. Cement floors, while practical, offered no additional buffs and seemed too plain. He was more inclined toward the stone tile floors with their decorative patterns, but upon seeing the cost, 4 stone tiles and 4 silver coins per unit, reluctantly shelved the idea for now. In the group chat, Fang Yuming lamented the base's poor hygiene and the annoying insects, while Naker straightforwardly suggested building a toilet. After breakfast, Luo Yu began his day's work. First on the list was milking the cows. Thanks to his improved beast taming level and traits as a beast tamer, he managed to collect 30 units of milk. After setting aside a portion for personal use, he listed the surplus in the auction house. The recent storm had destroyed many people's vegetable gardens, causing meat prices to soar to 50 silver coins per unit. After selling his stock, he earned a net profit of 4,500 silver coins. Next, he turned his attention to the fish pond. The rain had caused the water level to rise, and after draining the excess water, he harvested 25 units of aquatic produce. Combined with his previous stock, he had a total of 75 units, which he sold for an additional 3,800 silver coins. However, Luo Yu noticed a marked decline in recent fish yields, leaving him somewhat puzzled. Despite the substantial earnings, Luo Yu felt it wasn't enough and decided to try fishing to boost his income. The lake, now free of the great beast, should have been an ideal fishing spot. But after the heavy rain, the water level had risen dramatically, flooding parts of the grassland and leaving nowhere to stand. Stone-armored turtles crawled affectionately onto the shore, basking in the sun beside him, but their presence did little to ease Luo Yu's furrowed brow. In a group chat, a discussion about rising lake levels was in full swing. "Has the water level in your lake risen?" someone asked. "You fool of a man. Has your little lake flooded too?" Elena chimed in. Fang Yuming looked worried. "It's risen everywhere. Do you think the giant monster in the lake might come ashore?" "I'm a bit concerned. Now that you mention it, what if there are a few more heavy rainstorms? This is squeezing our living space," Naker said anxiously. The heated discussion eventually reached a grim conclusion. If the giant beast in the lake couldn't be eliminated, the water levels would continue to rise, potentially leading to their demise. This wasn't an isolated problem in the global channel. High-priced bounties had already been posted, seeking mercenaries capable of dealing with the water creature. However, most of the mercenaries registered in the square were of the black iron rank, clearly not strong enough to take on a silver-ranked beast. Although Luo Yu had managed to take down a massive black fish with his 100-fold critical hit ability, he wasn't keen on accepting this task at the moment. Instead, he directed his stone-armored turtles to line up in formation, found a comfortable spot on one of their backs, and began pondering a new problem. With summer approaching, the issue of water control was becoming increasingly urgent. Even if the giant beast were dealt with, the threat of flooding from heavy rainfall still loomed. Luo Yu opened the virtual construction interface and started planning a perimeter wall around the lake. This wall could not only control flooding, but also prevent the lake water from being poisoned and block enemy invasions via water routes. By installing automatic crossbows on the walls and positioning arrow towers on the inner side, he could create an impenetrable defense. However, the calculations made him frown. The project required 2 million stone bricks, 50,000 units of steel, and 50,000 silver coins for construction costs. Such a massive expense was clearly not something he could tackle in the short term. "Let's fish for now," Luo Yu muttered, closing the construction interface and casting his fishing line again. Soon, the 100-fold critical hit notification appeared, and he quickly reeled in a Kacha metal box. Inside was a storage talisman for an automatic catapult, allowing him to instantly acquire a catapult with a range of 1,000 meters. Overjoyed, Luo Yu rushed back inside the perimeter walls and chose an ideal spot to activate the talisman. A beautifully designed catapult materialized out of thin air. It not only had 5 times the range of a standard catapult, but could also automatically lock onto hostile targets and fire every 10 seconds. Despite its 20 hit rate, it was enough to significantly bolster the base's defenses. After testing the catapult's performance, Luo Yu returned to the lake to continue fishing. Although the post-rain conditions didn't provide the 100-fold critical hit bonus, the double drop rate was still active. He deliberately avoided using bait, focusing on fishing for treasure chests ejected from the underwater springs. This peculiar setup meant he could only retrieve resources from the springs via his fishing rod. Diving in to collect them directly was impossible. Luo Yu had somewhat grasped the design philosophy of the heavenly Tao world. While diving into the water to catch fish was highly efficient, certain races were naturally gifted swimmers, which would severely disrupt the game's balance. In contrast, fishing relied purely on luck and required significant time investment, making it a pastime mainly for the idle, the desperate, or the gamblers. If it weren't for the double chances of success after the rain, Luo Yu wouldn't have considered fishing here. Usually, he would rather spend his time mining. An hour passed without even a twitch from the fishing rod. Just as he was feeling frustrated, the tip of the rod suddenly jerked violently. Finally, a bite, he exclaimed, reeling in swiftly. To his surprise, it was another iron box. Opening it revealed 100 arrows neatly packed inside high-grade arrows, a level above the standard ones. As he prepared to cast the line again, an idea struck him. Since he kept hauling up iron boxes, why not try using the magnet he had found while mining? Without hesitation, he adjusted his gear. This time, rather than casting the line traditionally, he practically dropped the magnet-attached fishing line straight into the water. The system immediately notified him, magnet fishing rod, 100 increased chance of obtaining resource boxes. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the rod stirred again. This time, he pulled up a black iron-grade boomerang. Curious, he gave it a throw. The sharp boomerang carved a graceful arc through the air before suddenly returning, nearly cutting him. Realizing he lacked the skills to use it safely, he decided to sell it. Checking the auction house, Luo Yu noticed that weapon prices had generally dropped, as many players were now capable of mining iron to craft their own gear. However, given that the boomerang was a ranged weapon, he set the price at 8,000 silver. It didn't take long to sell. There were always wealthy collectors in the universe willing to pay for unique items. The next 2 hours yielded no further results. It seemed he had cleared out all the boxes in this area. Returning to his base, he found that the golden beetles had delivered enough stone to form a small mountain. Without delay, he began cutting the stones. That evening, as Luo Yu soaked in a wooden bathtub, he browsed the construction menu while glancing at the walls around him. An idea began to take shape in his mind. How could a luxurious bathroom lack a proper bathhouse? The system displayed the requirements. Luxury bathhouse. Requires 3,000 building materials, 1,500 silver, and 100 iron ore. Like the large bed, using stone as the primary building material was the cheapest option, while rare materials drove the cost up dramatically. Hot water wasn't an issue, as the villa's built-in boiler could maintain a constant supply. If only I could build the bathhouse with jade, gold, or even diamonds, Luo Yu mused to himself, before heading off to the arena. This time, Luo Yu chose to face a black iron trial challenger from the Bloodwolf clan, with a wager of 1,000 silver coins. As soon as the two entered the room, they began the fight without exchanging a single word. The clash of an iron sword and sharp claws echoed repeatedly. Luo Yu, wielding the black iron-grade sword gifted by the prince, engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle with the Blood Wolf clan warrior. After a dozen rounds, Luo Yu seized an opportunity and struck his opponent's chest with a powerful slash. A look of disbelief flashed through the warrior's eyes, but before he could react, he was overwhelmed by Luo Yu's relentless gale blade technique and was defeated, disappearing into nothingness. After winning 1,000 silver coins, Luo Yu wasted no time and moved on to other rooms. Throughout the night, he challenged 4 more black iron-level experts. With his masterful gale blade technique and impressive attributes, he achieved a flawless victory streak, earning a total of 5,000 silver coins. The name Yu quickly spread among the elite fighters, and some even started blocking him from joining their battle rooms, relegating him to spectating only. At dawn, after having breakfast, Luo Yu headed to the vegetable field and found that all the crops had ripened. As he harvested, he shared his joy with others in the chat group. Chat content omitted. Thanks to his level 3 farming skill, Luo Yu's yield was significantly higher than that of ordinary people, with a much greater chance of doubling the harvest from a single crop. After working tirelessly all morning, he finally finished harvesting all the crops, amassing a total of 6,000 units of vegetarian food, primarily consisting of staple crops like rice, corn, and potatoes. If consumed by him alone, this food supply would last until winter. However, to sustain the entire base, it would only suffice until autumn. Fortunately, pairing it with fish and meat could extend the supply further. Considering the unique rule of the heavenly Tao world, where 1 month equals 1 season, time was limited. Luo Yu decided to continue stockpiling resources before winter arrived. As he harvested, he also obtained new seeds and began expanding the vegetable field. Given that the upcoming summer was the prime growing season for crops, he decisively doubled the size of the field. Additionally, he planned a designated orchard area for the Suntorpan apples. With the help of a strong bull plowing the land, the progress was swift. By the end of the afternoon, Luo Yu's farming skill leveled up to level 4. He worked until sunset before calling it a day, leaving the remaining tasks for tomorrow. A glance at the large map indicated that only 4 days remained until the end-of-month raid. At night, Luo Yu lay on his luxurious rainbow-colored bed, his freshly bathed body still carrying a trace of moisture. While drying his damp hair, he casually chatted with others through the terminal. Today, he deliberately saved his critical hit chances without using them. With the looming attack approaching, these critical opportunities might prove to be the key to turning the tide in a dire situation. Elina, the attack is in 3 days. Is your team ready? Alice asked. Don't even mention it, Fong Yuming replied with a troubled expression. I've got over 40,000 silver coins on hand, but I have no idea how to convert that into defensive capabilities. Nyo decide. The world channel is already filled with cries of despair. I even saw someone who couldn't handle the pressure and chose to end it all. Pathetic, Elina said coldly. If they don't even have the courage to face danger, they're just wasting resources by staying alive. Elina. Alice quickly tried to calm her. Luo Yu chimed in with a suggestion at the right moment. I have an idea: delaying tactics. If we encounter a tribe's attack, we can adopt a scorched earth strategy. Once they run out of food, they'll retreat on their own. That's actually a great idea. Fong Yuming's eyes lit up. Should we start building walls immediately? Luo Yu nodded in agreement. Wait, Naker suddenly asked, Luo Yu, how do you know the tribe will retreat after running out of food? Have you been attacked before? I've dealt with small thieves before. My walls kept them out. Thieves! Everyone exclaimed. Oh my, you've actually fought with the natives. Fong Yuming excitedly sent a string of exclamation marks. Luo Yu smiled and steered the conversation away. By the way, the instructions mention a special event will be triggered before the end-of-month attack. Make sure to seize the opportunity. It could be the key to surviving this. Although everyone echoed his sentiment, Luo Yu could sense the underlying worry in their hearts. Fong Yuming resolved to complete the wall construction within 4 days, while Naker planned to set up traps. Everyone was actively devising their strategies. Luo Yu knew very well that the intensity of the attack he would face would be significant. Over the next few days, he had to focus all his efforts on building automatic crossbows. The next morning, Luo Yu woke up on his luxurious bed to find that he had gained a new buff, Mining Boost, which increased his mining level to LV3 for 2 days. This was clearly an extra benefit from the bed. After breakfast, Luo Yu began inventorying his resources to prepare for crafting the automatic crossbows. Although the digging bugs were not high-level, their continuous high-intensity excavations had accumulated 2,750 units of iron ore for him. He only needed 250 more units to meet the requirements for crafting 3 automatic crossbows. As for wood, the base currently had 966 units, far from the 5,000 units needed for a single automatic crossbow. Luo Yu decisively used his 35,000 silver coins to purchase 15,000 units of wood directly from the auction house at a rate of 1 silver coin per unit. When the system prompted him to choose a storage location for the wood, Luo Yu placed the mountain of wood right next to the city wall. Luo Yu was well aware that with generally low mining skill levels, the demand for iron ore was immense, and market prices remained high. Having just acquired a mining buff, he decided to take matters into his own hands and start mining. Upon arriving at the mine, he immediately swung his pickaxe to begin work. The rhythmic clinking of mining echoed through the cave as piles of materials like black spot stone quickly accumulated. Even more exciting, his mining skill had risen to LV5, and with the buff effect, it reached LV8. This level brought immediate results. Each swing of the pickaxe yielded significant amounts of iron ore, with each strike producing 20 pieces, then 15 pieces, showcasing incredible efficiency. With his impressive strength and abundant stamina, Luo Yu maintained a high-efficiency mining pace. Before he knew it, his mining cart was loaded with 400 units of iron ore. He returned to the base with his haul, pushing the heavy cart, and immediately began crafting crossbow bolts. After carefully contemplating the placement of the crossbows, Luo Yu made his decision. He noticed that previous incidents and attacks had all originated from the eastern mountain, following a consistent route. This was likely the only passage leading to the Purple Mountains, at least for now. After investing 15,000 units of wood, 3,000 units of iron ore, and 1,500 units of silver, the defensive structures on the eastern wall were finally completed. 3 crossbows were installed on protruding stone platforms along the wall, with the layout meticulously planned. One was positioned in the center, and the other 2 were placed at the corners of the wall. This arrangement maximized their effective range of 150 meters, creating a lethal crossfire network. Although the materials were nearly depleted, the base's defense rating saw a significant boost. Each crossbow contributed 50 points, demonstrating their formidable power. The day's mining efforts brought more than just iron ore. In addition to the 400 units of iron ore and countless stones, Luo Yu unexpectedly unearthed a small piece of jade. This discovery, achieved purely through his skill without any critical hits, filled him with pride. That evening, Luo Yu visited the arena, only to find the once bustling venue unusually quiet. Clearly, with the impending attack, people were focused on preparing their defenses, and the usual enthusiasm for daily battles had waned. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the balcony, gently waking Luo Yu on his luxurious bed. The diamond-grade bed proved its worth, granting him a new buff, a 20 increase in beast taming abilities. Just as he was about to go milk the cows, an unexpected system alert interrupted his plans. A Xuanqiu beast maiden was being pursued by tribal soldiers, and the system asked if he wished to offer her shelter. Choosing to provide shelter would mean facing an attack from 3 archers and 6 melee soldiers. This sudden special event marked the prelude to the end-of-month assault in the world of Tian Dao. A series of unusual events simultaneously occurred to several trial participants. Fang Yumeng was the first to speak up. "Oh my god, I've got a supply drop over here, but it might damage buildings, gardens, or even hurt people." "I've got a supply drop too," Alice responded. "Same here," Nyo Dada said nonchalantly. "But my base doesn't have much to lose anyway, so just let it drop." Elena chimed in. "I've encountered a pack of lost huskies trying to enter my territory. They might cause some damage, though. Huskies are just dogs, right? How much damage could they possibly do?" Naker asked in confusion before exclaiming excitedly, "Oh, I've got geological activity over here. It says there might be special minerals, but it could also damage my base." "Luoyu, what about you?" Fang Yumeng turned to the silent Luoyu. "There's a small animal seeking shelter, but it might attract attacks from a native tribe," Luoyu replied briefly. "Natives?" Fang Yumeng gasped. "You should refuse. No matter how adorable the animal is, it's not worth risking your life." But Luoyu remained confident. "I suggest all of you accept these events. The benefits they bring often outweigh the losses. Just be cautious." Encouraged by Luoyu, everyone decided to accept their respective events. The moment Luoyu clicked accept, without hesitation, his notification box turned red. "A Xuanqiu beast maiden has joined your territory as one of its animals." At the edge of the eastern grassland, a petite figure stumbled toward the wall. The so-called Xuanqiu beast maiden resembled a 12 or 13-year-old human girl. She wore animal pelts, had a pair of fox-like ears atop her head, flowing long hair, and a bushy tail trailing behind her. Her slightly protruding nose and faint fur on her cheeks added to her animalistic features, and her eyes were filled with terror. The system displayed her attributes, leaving Luoyu astonished. Xuanqiu beast maiden, 19 years old adult, currently in a state of panic. Strength, 20. Constitution, 18. Agility, 31. Highly intelligent animal, capable of performing simple tasks. Special abilities, treasure hunting, slingshot mastery. Current fur growth progress, 57. Jackpot, Luoyu thought with excitement. This fox maiden wasn't just powerful. She also possessed unique abilities, and even her fur was a collectible resource. As the beast maiden approached within 300 meters of the wall, a warning alert sounded. A group of natives is attacking the territory. On the eastern side, 9 natives, 6 men and 3 women armed with weapons, were charging straight toward the base. The beast maiden let out a terrified scream. Though she couldn't speak, her pleading eyes were fixed on Luoyu atop the wall. "With 31 agility, what are you so scared about?" Luoyu chuckled to himself, quickly descending to the wall and opening a small gap. The beast maiden darted through like an arrow and immediately threw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. This little creature had a faint, pleasant scent, and it felt soft in his arms. As Luoyu pondered, he gently patted her head. "It's okay now. Come on, follow me to the wall." Chirp. The beast girl immediately reacted, clutching tightly to the hem of Luoyu's clothes and following closely behind him, as if terrified of even a moment's separation. Her almost clingy behavior made Luoyu marvel at how much more complex the emotions of these highly intelligent beings were compared to ordinary animals. In the distance, 9 natives were rapidly closing in on the wall. Their speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, they had advanced to within 1,000 meters. Just then, the sound of wood creaking echoed from the wall. A moment later, with a sharp whoosh, a round bluish stone soared gracefully through the air and slammed heavily into the ground. Boom! The explosion roared, and the scattering debris instantly sent 2 spear-wielding natives flying, their limbs blown apart on the spot. "A catapult! Charge!" shouted the bearded leader. Without hesitation, the remaining natives abandoned their injured comrades and surged toward the wall with increased speed. Another deafening explosion followed as a second stone detonated about 7 or 8 meters from them. Though it missed a direct hit, the flying debris struck a female archer's thigh with precision, causing blood to gush out. "Quickly, we're almost there. Form a human ladder to scale the wall," the bearded man continued to command. But just as he spoke, a barrage of bolts whistled through the air. One arrow struck an archer's shoulder, causing him to stumble and fall before struggling back to his feet. The relentless bolts also found their mark on the bearded man's arm. They've got crossbows up front. Flank them from the left, he ordered through gritted teeth. The group instantly adjusted their tactics, veering to the left. This maneuver surprised Luoyu slightly, but the attackers clearly hadn't anticipated that automatic crossbows were also installed at the left corner of the wall. With a sharp whistle, a bolt struck a spearman squarely in the head. The man let out a guttural cry and staggered forward another 7 or 8 steps before collapsing. Seeing their comrades fall one after another, the bearded man roared furiously, "Charge! Destroy their crossbows!" But before he could finish, a javelin pierced through the air, impaling his chest and pinning him to the ground. "Run! Run!" The remaining natives finally broke down and fled in panic. Luoyu was about to throw another javelin, but the system notification had already chimed. The native tribe is retreating. The silver-armored ladybug shot out like a bolt of lightning, instantly knocking a female spearman to the ground. Close behind, Luoyu charged out of the stone gate atop a mighty bull, its hooves thundering against the earth. The beast girl agilely leaped into the air and landed lightly on the bull's back, insisting on accompanying her master in the pursuit. Before long, all the fleeing natives were subdued, including the 2 previously injured with severed limbs. A total of 7 captives were taken. Luoyu immediately decided to pay ransom for the 2 disabled captives, offering 1,000 silver each. As he prepared to confirm the transaction, a bold idea flashed through Luoyu's mind. Could the ransom also trigger a critical hit? With a mindset of experimentation, he clicked the confirm button. A system notification popped up instantly. 100-fold critical hit triggered. The Skasa tribe leader mistook the 2 injured captives for his own sons, offering all the tribe's silver to ransom them back. "You have received 80,000 silver." Luoyu almost burst out laughing. Who would have thought even ransom could trigger a critical hit? As a flash of light passed, the 2 injured captives disappeared. Immediately after, another notification appeared. The Skasa tribe leader realized he was deceived. "Your enmity level with the Skasa tribe has significantly increased." This made Luoyu a bit uneasy. Higher enmity not only increased the likelihood of attacks, but also raised their intensity. Worse still, with the Skasa tribe now bankrupt, the remaining 5 captives couldn't be ransomed for the time being. He would have to wait for the tribe's monthly funds to refresh or find another way. Just as Luoyu was preparing to forge shackles and send the captives to mine, an eye-catching message suddenly appeared in the world channel. An anonymous vampire posted a notice seeking to purchase captives, sparking a heated debate. The Lightborn accused the vampires of being devils, while the Ghost clan mocked both sides for creating their own troubles. Luoyu privately messaged the vampire, offering his 5 captives for sale. The vampire expressed surprise that a human could capture natives and offered 2,000 silver per captive. Dissatisfied with the low offer, Luoyu decisively closed the chat window. Having just earned a fortune, he wasn't concerned about this small sum. At worst, he could just have the captives mined for resources. With that, he turned to post his own message in the world channel. The message from Earth Human Anonymous caused quite a stir in the world channel. The behavior of this vampire was indeed quite different from the Minotaur clan's earlier conduct. Even as the verbal battle escalated, he maintained his composure and did not immediately open a new trade window. After 5 minutes of deadlock, the vampire finally lost his patience and reopened the trade window. "Fine. I never bully the weak. I'll let go of your disrespect earlier. Human boy, I'll offer 3,000 silver per person. Take it or leave it." 10,000, Luoyu replied calmly. "What? Are you trying to rip me off?" Luoyu explained unhurriedly. "Sir, hear me out. I meant 10,000 for each male captive and 20,000 for each female." The vampire was visibly taken aback. "Huh. Do you know that our kind needs women to balance the blood energy within us?" "Well, now you know." 30,000, Luoyu raised the price without hesitation. 2 female captives for 30,000 each. Take it or leave it. And let me be clear, not a single copper less. Curse you, you blood-sucking parasite. You're greedier than the gluttonous demons of hell. Are you buying or not? Stop wasting my time." Furious, the vampire closed the chat window, but it was clear he was determined to have the captives. It wasn't long before he reopened the trade window, immediately offering 90,000 silver. "I don't want to argue with you anymore. Let's trade." His urgency made it clear these captives were of great importance to him. Luoyu speculated that this vampire might have also defeated the giant black fish, giving him access to such abundant funds. Without further delay, Luoyu placed the 5 captives on the trade platform and completed the transaction. A system notification popped up. "Transaction successful. You have received 90,000 silver." Trading captives as commodities has angered the Skasa tribe. Their hostility toward you has increased. The vampire left with a harsh warning. "You human insect, they'll remember you. Survive while you can, but don't let me find your base." Luo Yu retorted without backing down, idiot. You better hope I don't find your base either, or it'll make you regret it. These threats were mostly empty bluster. Whether mercenaries or visitors, entering someone else's base required explicit permission. At the current level of technology, direct assaults on bases were impossible. With a massive fortune of 170,000 in hand, Luo Yu immediately began preparations to build automatic arrow towers. Taking advantage of the low timber prices, he purchased over 60,000 units of wood in one go, piling it up inside his walls. The next challenge was iron ore. Constructing an automatic arrow tower required 5,000 units of iron ore, but the auction house had limited supply, and the prices were exorbitant. With only 3 days left until the next attack, Luo Yu found himself in a dilemma. Should he mine the ore himself, or come up with another solution? As he pondered his next move, the group chat had already shifted to casual conversations after resolving a special event. Fang Yuming shared, "We got 3 supply Kratisa longbow, a box of self-replenishing arrows, and a hand crossbow. Too bad the 3 of us girls can't draw the longbow. Nyoda, why do I only get 1 supply pack? They gave me a crystal essence stone, what am I supposed to do with this?" Nyoda asked in frustration in the group chat. Luo Yu immediately asked to see a screenshot. Sure enough, the image clearly showed a single crystal essence stone. "This is actually a key item for unlocking mercenary technology," Luo Yu explained, pondering how to elaborate further when Naker's message popped up. "Ugh, a geological shift over here, just unearthed a mountain-sized iron deposit, but all I really need are stone bricks." Hearing a massive iron deposit, Luo Yu's eyes lit up. Meanwhile, the group chat had already erupted into lively discussions. Elena was asking about the dangers of huskies, while Alice proudly revealed she'd obtained an automatic defense core. "Wow!" Fang Yuming exclaimed. "An automatic core? You're so lucky." Before long, Alice and Fang Yuming struck a deal. The automatic core in exchange for a longbow and auto-retrieving arrows. Although Fang Yuming worried the trade might be unfair, Alice insisted, "Bows and arrows are the lifeblood of us elves. Honestly, I should be the one feeling apologetic." When Naker mentioned wanting to trade iron for stone bricks, Luo Yu immediately seized the opportunity and asked about the quantity. Naker shared a screenshot showing the iron deposit contained at least 10,000 units. That much iron is worth at least 100,000 silver on the market. Luo Yu quickly calculated. How about 5,000 units of iron for 50,000 stone bricks? The deal was swiftly finalized. When Naker realized the stone bricks she received were the rare black vein stone bricks, she was overjoyed. Although Alice pointed out that black vein stone was notoriously difficult to cut, Luo Yu quietly smiled to himself, knowing he had the heavenly blade. Luo Yu promptly reminded Naker to move the iron deposit quickly to prevent it from being looted by attackers. At this point, Nyoda also expressed interest in trading. "What do you want to trade for?" Luo Yu asked. "Weapons." Nyoda replied bluntly. "Axes, shields, bows, and food. I've practically been grazing on grass at this point." As luck would have it, Luo Yu had recently acquired a surplus of weapons from a previous skirmish. He opened the trading interface and listed axes, wooden arrows, shields, spears, along with 500 portions of meat and vegetarian food. "Perfect!" Nyoda exclaimed excitedly. "Especially the spears, I'm great at throwing them." With that, he placed the crystal essence stone into the trade window. After completing the transaction, Luo Yu looked at the crystal-clear Jingjing stone in his hand, and a satisfied smile naturally appeared on his face. The mercenary technology could finally be unlocked. "Old Nyo, honestly, what I've traded can't compare to the value of your Jingjing stone," Luo Yu said as he took out a pouch of silver coins from his storage bag. "Here, I'll add 5,000 silver coins for you. Use it to buy whatever you need." "Luo Yu, you're truly a good man. You've got yourself a lifelong brother," Nyoda said, moved by his generosity. "Don't mention it. We're like family," Luo Yu replied warmly, handing over the silver to old Nyo and then turning his attention to purchasing the arrow tower. The system interface displayed the requirements. An automated attack arrow tower would need 30,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of iron ore, and 2,500 units of silver. This 20-meter tower had a range of 200 meters, enough to cover the 100-meter-long wall surrounding Luo Yu's base and an additional 150 meters outside. Even more impressive, the tower could fire 5 arrows simultaneously, making it far superior to the automatic crossbow. Luo Yu decided to place the arrow tower behind the large villa. With a dazzling flash of light, a wooden arrow tower reinforced with iron plates rose majestically, exuding a reassuring aura of strength and authority. Daily tasks continued to proceed smoothly. After harvesting the aquatic produce, Luo Yu headed to the livestock pen to milk the cows. Thanks to his improved animal taming skill, he could now extract 35 units of milk at a time. At that moment, the Xuanqiu beast girl, whom Luo Yu now affectionately called Little Kong, gazed at the milk with her big, longing eyes. Luo Yu happily let her drink as much as she wanted. Watching little Kong contentedly gulp down the milk, her face glowing with joy, Luo Yu thought to himself that this was truly the perfect adorable companion for a tough guy like him. As an intelligent creature, little Kong couldn't speak but had mastered basic skills like mining, farming, irrigating, hunting, and fishing. Unlike insects with fixed skill levels, little Kong's abilities could improve through accumulated experience, though they were currently still at LV0. However, she couldn't learn advanced skills such as medicine, cutting, or crafting. After finishing the milk, little Kong took the initiative to carry a wooden bucket and water the vegetable garden. Luo Yu noticed her farming experience steadily increasing as she worked. At this point, Luo Yu opened the technology interface and clicked to unlock the mercenary technology. He paid 5,000 silver coins and 1 Jingjing stone. The system immediately prompted, "You may now visit the Mercenary Plaza to register your personal information. After paying the deposit, you can accept tasks or be invited by others." Luo Yu opened the Mercenary Plaza interface, and a prompt immediately popped up. "You are a black iron level warrior. Would you like to pay a 5,000 deposit to register as a mercenary? Note: the deposit will be forfeited if you fail or voluntarily abandon a mission." He didn't rush to make a decision. Instead, he carefully browsed through the various sections of the Mercenary Plaza. The first thing that caught his eye was the Mercenary Registration Board, sparsely populated with less than 100 entries. Black Iron Level Mercenary, Steel Tribe, Male. Mission fee, 10,000 per task. Missions completed, 0. Success rate, 0. Black Iron Level Mercenary, Wing Tribe, Male. Mission fee, 15,000 per task. Missions completed, 0. Success rate, 0. As he continued to scroll, he noticed that apart from powerful races like the Dragon Tribe and Angel Tribe, which had mercenaries at higher levels, most other races were stuck at the Black Iron level. Their pricing generally ranged between 10 to 20,000. Switching to the task list section presented a stark contrast. The screen was densely packed with task entries stretching across thousands of pages. Anonymous human female seeking help. Requires a strong individual to escort her through the end-of-month attacks. Reward, 2,000 silver. Female wolf tribe member, Noika, recruiting. Looking for a fellow tribe mercenary to assist during the end-of-month attacks. Reward, 2,000 silver. Additional terms negotiable via private chat. The disparity was easy to understand. Those with wealth could directly purchase defensive equipment, while the less fortunate had no choice but to seek help at lower prices. After careful consideration, Luo Yu decided to pay the silver deposit and register as a mercenary. His information promptly appeared on the announcement board. Black Iron Level Mercenary, Anonymous Human, Male. Not accepting tasks at the moment. A straightforward introduction, as he had no intention of taking on any tasks until he safely navigated the end-of-month attacks. After leaving the Mercenary Plaza, Luo Yu turned his attention to Xiao Kong. The capable assistant, with her impressive attributes, hadn't accompanied him to the mines today. Instead, she had been assigned to go fishing. While she didn't have the double critical hit bonus, Xiao Kong possessed the treasure hunting skill, which gave her a chance to find treasure chests during activities like fishing and digging, an opportunity worth exploring. As the sun set, the sound of the stone door opening prompted Adai to dash to the entrance to greet his owner. Luo Yu patted its head affectionately while mentally calculating the day's haul in abundance of stone and iron ore. However, the burrowing worms had been absent for several days in a row, likely not reappearing until next month. With his mining skills improving, he now required both the golden armored beetle and the bull to haul the mining cart to meet the growing demands for transportation. At that moment, Xiao Kong let out a cheerful woo chirp and came running over, holding an intricately patterned treasure chest. The chest was visibly of higher quality than the iron ones she had fished up before. Luo Yu praised her with a pat on the head and eagerly opened the chest. Inside lay a strength enhancement scroll, which would permanently increase his strength attribute by 3 points upon use. Brilliant! A flash of light emanated from Luo Yu, instantly boosting his strength attribute to 55 points. He quickly calculated that each point of strength now required 2,000 silver coins. This single chest from Xiao Kong essentially saved him 6,000 silver coins, making it quite a bargain. Aside from the exclusive treasure chest, Xiao Kong also reeled in a regular iron box. When Luo Yu opened it, he discovered a fertilized cobra egg inside. Instinctively, he glanced at Adai, only to find that the little guy had already made a quick escape. After a moment of thought, Luo Yu decided against letting Adai hatch the egg. With temperatures already over 20 degrees, natural incubation would suffice. After placing the cobra egg in an empty room of the large villa, Luo Yu and Xiao Kong sat down for dinner together. Days of eating grilled meat and fish had left him a bit tired of the monotony. He resolved to set up a proper cooking station once the raid was over. According to the Heavenly Tao's instructions, high-quality food not only provided buff effects but could also increase attribute points. This was crucial, as once attributes reached 100 points, They could no longer be purchased with silver and could only be improved through other means, cooking being one of them. After dinner, Luo Yu soaked in a bath as usual. He chatted briefly with others before entering the arena. The number of combat rooms had noticeably decreased today, and even Xiao Yi hadn't shown up for a duel, indicating that everyone was preparing for the impending raid. Luo Yu casually sparred with a few opponents, earning just under 1,000 silver coins before leaving the arena. Upon returning to the bath, Luo Yu found Shao Kong's snowy white form nestled against him, her small head nuzzling his chest affectionately. The scene made Luo Yu's heart race, but his rational mind kept reminding him, Shao Kong is an animal. Yet, when his hand unconsciously wrapped around Shao Kong's slender waist, she let out a soft wuju sound, her face tinged with a blush. Seeing Shao Kong's reaction, Luo Yu found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself. Fortunately, he suddenly recalled reciting mantras with his grandmother as a child. He immediately began to chant. When Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva practices the profound prajna paramitha, he sees that the 5 skandhas are empty, and thus he transcends all suffering. While he meditated, Shao Kong happily splashed around in the water nearby. After this period of self-regulation, Luo Yu finally managed to suppress his inner turmoil. He silently thanked the concept of reproductive isolation between species. If it had been Feng Yuming sharing this bath with him, things might have turned out very differently. Luo Yu was about to let his imagination run wild, but he stopped himself because he couldn't quite recall Feng Yuming's exact appearance. Just then, the system notification chimed, informing him that he had received a buff bonus for being affectionate with the Xuanqiu Beast Girl. 2 to farming skills, lasting for 1 day. Right? Beast girls as advanced companion creatures sometimes grant buffs when you're close to them, Luo Yu rationalized to himself. Bathing with Shao Kong was purely to enhance my abilities, it's all for survival. Having convinced himself, he let go of the last shred of guilt. His eyes lit up as he grinned and said to Shao Kong, come here. Let your master check if there are any fleas on your tail. We need to wash it thoroughly. After playing around with the fox girl for a while, Luo Yu returned to his luxurious bed to rest. Shao Kong followed him into the room and curled up in the corner on the soft cushion that used to belong to a dai. This animal bed was now vacant because Luo Yu had arranged a new wolf den for a dai near the vegetable patch, assigning it to guard the crops 247. Seeing Shao Kong sound asleep, Luo Yu had a sudden thought. Would the luxurious bed's buff also work on her? Gently, he lifted Shao Kong and placed her on the bed. Just to clarify, it was purely for sleeping. The next morning, although Luo Yu himself hadn't triggered the 60 chance buff, he was surprised to find Shao Kong's hair had grown extraordinarily long. The system notification revealed. Shao Kong had received a buff, hair growth progress 300, lasting for 1 day. Overnight, her hair growth progress had reached 100. With the beast taming buff still active, Luo Yu used his heavenly work knife to neatly trim the mass of brown hair. The sudden sensation startled Shao Kong awake. Seeing her master holding a sharp blade, she momentarily thought she was about to be slaughtered and let out a pitiful whimper. Only after Luo Yu explained that he was merely giving her a haircut did Shao Kong relax, sticking close to him and giggling. The system indicated that he had obtained 130 units of Xuanqiu Beast Girl hair, which was significantly more than the usual 100 units an effect of his enhanced beast taming level. Upon examining its properties, Luo Yu was thrilled to discover that the hair was practically a divine artifact. Not only did it have bronze-grade defense and toughness, but it also effectively regulated temperature, increasing the maximum comfort temperature by 10 degrees and lowering the minimum comfort temperature by another 10 degrees. This meant that an ordinary person, who might suffer heat stroke at 40 degrees, could endure up to 50 degrees wearing clothing made from this hair. Shao Kong, the weather's about to get hot. How about we shave it all off and give you a clean look? Luo Yu suggested greedily. Shao Kong playfully scoffed and dashed out of the villa, laughing. Even foxes are afraid of being bald, huh? Luo Yu laughed heartily. After completing his daily tasks, he began focusing on studying this batch of extraordinary hair from Shao Kong. Luo Yu glanced down at his equipment. The chest protector looked reliable enough, but his lower body was only covered by a pair of ordinary pants, clearly inadequate for the impending attack. Fortunately, his buff was still active, and he decided to craft a pair of better protective pants using Shao Kong's hair. However, his tailoring skill was still at level 0. To successfully complete this piece of equipment, he would need some crafting assistance. Checking the crafting menu, he found that creating a sewing station required 500 iron ore, 500 wood, 100 silver, and a sewing station blueprint. The hardest part to obtain was the blueprint. Such blueprints were typically found in fishing loot boxes or special event supply packs. He immediately checked the auction house and saw only 2 blueprints for sale, each priced at an exorbitant 100,000 silver. Buying a sewing station blueprint for 10,000 silver, message me quickly, Luo Yu announced in the world chat. Just as he was about to give up, a trade window suddenly popped up. 50,000, the other party stated bluntly. You've seen the auction house prices 100,000. Selling a blueprint for 100,000? That's insane. Luo Yu retorted firmly. 10,000, take it or leave it. After the attack, more people will fish, and these blueprints will lose their value quickly. Well, 20,000 is the lowest I can go. 10,000. This is my final offer. The attack is imminent. Do you want silver now, or to hold on to that blueprint? 15,000. That's my absolute bottom line. Luo Yu deliberately paused for a moment before replying. 11,000, deal? He placed the silver directly into the trade window. After a brief hesitation, the other party added the blueprint to the trade. Once everything was confirmed, Luo Yu gladly clicked trade. The system notification popped up. Trade successful. You have acquired sewing station blueprint X1. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Luo Yu headed to the first floor of his villa. Though he didn't have a dedicated workshop yet, the living room would suffice for now. Soon, a finely crafted sewing station appeared before him. The description indicated that the station consumed wood as fuel and could be upgraded to improve crafting efficiency and success rates, with the chance to create high-quality items. After loading 10 pieces of wood, Luo Yu reviewed the crafting instructions. The process wasn't too complicated, just place the materials into the designated box and follow the prompts. However, when he saw that crafting human pants required 200 units of raw material, he shook his head. Have to wait until tomorrow for Shao Kong's hair to grow back. For the rest of the time, Luo Yu didn't continue mining. Instead, he focused on digging traps, while Shao Kong, as usual, went fishing, hoping for some worthwhile catches. At the easternmost part of the territory, Luo Yu identified what might be the only entrance and dug a deep pit. The bottom of the pit was filled with sharp bamboo spikes, ensuring that any enemy who fell in would be instantly pierced like a porcupine. While it felt like a bit of a waste of bamboo, it was a necessary measure for defense. By the end of the day, he had dug over a dozen similar traps in key locations. These traps not only weakened the enemy's combat power but also slowed their advance, giving the arrow towers and automatic crossbows more time to deal damage. By evening, the little fox girl once again proved lucky, fishing up a metal box. This time, it contained a portion of black grade fried chicken. Having subsisted on barbecue for so long, Luo Yu took one bite and was immediately captivated by the flavor. To his surprise, the fried chicken also came with a buff, a 10 increase in the success rate of recruiting prisoners, lasting for 3 days. The atmosphere in the chat group that night was especially heavy. With only 2 days left until the attack, everyone was feeling the tension of the life and death test ahead. The next morning, after completing his daily tasks, Luo Yu cut exactly 200 units of hair from Shao Kong. He immediately began operating the sewing machine, choosing to use a critical hit. Under the effect of a 100-fold critical bonus, the sewing machine glowed brightly and slowly produced a pair of platinum-grade pants. These pants not only increased defense by 50, but also enhanced resistance to both heat and cold by 50. Eagerly, Luo Yu put on the new pants and instantly felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and security. With this equipment, he was energized and ready to tackle the day's work. Next, he and Shao Kong worked together to dig a moat around the base. This defensive structure, 3 meters deep and 2 meters wide, was equipped with simple drawbridges at all 4 gates. They also planned to raise stone-armored turtles in the moat as hidden reinforcements. The project took a day and a half to complete. Standing atop the watchtower and looking down, Luo Yu admired the now well-fortified base, feeling a deep sense of pride in his month-long achievements. As night fell, Luo Yu, freshly bathed, lay on his bed while the little fox girl had already fallen into an exhausted sleep beside him. In the chat group, Fang Yuming worriedly asked about the exact timing of tomorrow's attack, while Elena reassured everyone that it was just some natives and nothing to fear. Naker reported that the final section of the wall had been reinforced, and Alice offered blessings to everyone. Nyoda swallowed the food handed to him by Luo Yu, gripping his axe tightly as a determined gleam flashed in his eyes. As night fell, the atmosphere in the group chat grew slightly tense. Fang Yumeng couldn't help but ask, Luo Yu, aren't you nervous? Luo Yu responded in a relaxed tone, it's fine. Whatever will be, will be. There's no avoiding it. Once you face it head-on, you'll realize it's not as difficult as you imagined. After a moment of silence, Fang Yumeng said, yeah, we'll survive. The 3 of us have already agreed that if we make it through, we'll unlock visitor technology first and come see you, our fellow countrymen. Wait, all 3 of you at once? I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it, Luo Yu joked. Handle what? Hey, what are you thinking about? Fang Yumeng realized his implication. I mean, I'm a shy guy who's not good at dealing with girls. What did you think I meant? You bully. You big pervert. Just wait till we get there. The 3 of us will gang up on you. Fang Yumeng exclaimed angrily. Alice chimed in, Yumeng, Luo Yu is a good guy. Don't bully him in the future. Elena reminded her, Alice, can't you tell these 2 humans are talking about something strange? Strange? What strange things? Alice looked puzzled. Naker sent a string of laughing emojis, instantly lightening the tense mood in the group. Fang Yuming then realized that Luo Yu had been deliberately joking to ease her nerves, and she felt the pressure in her heart lighten significantly. Luo Yu, you better not die on us. Wait for us to come and teach you a lesson, Fang Yuming said. If you have the money, you'd better build your walls first. Luo Yu replied with a hearty laugh. With the mood now relaxed, everyone gradually drifted off to sleep. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, waking Luo Yu. He immediately sat up to check for alerts. After confirming there had been no attacks, he quickly completed his morning routine and breakfast. The 4 stone gates of the base were securely shut, the drawbridge was raised, and all the animals, including the burrowing creatures, had retreated into the base. The stone-armored turtle lay in ambush in the small lake, ready to strike at any moment. Luo Yu stood on the watchtower, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Beside him, Shao Kong, armed with a slingshot and a short sword, was equally tense as he kept watch. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. An unknown force is sweeping across the heavenly Dao world, and various native creatures are gathering to launch an attack. Another notification followed. Warning. All types of native creatures in this area will begin their assault immediately. Prepare yourself. Wave 1. To their shock, their region was the first to be targeted. 10 seconds later, a new alert blared. The Skasa tribe's army is advancing on your territory. They appear to be employing intelligent tactics. Luo Yu turned to the eastern side of his territory and saw a large group of natives armed with weapons coming into view. Even more alarming, 5 of them were riding giant wild boars. After a quick count, Luo Yu confirmed the enemy's numbers, 40. This end-of-month assault far exceeded his expectations. Not only were there many attackers, but they also had mounts, which made his heart sink. Based on the base's current score of 800 points, and the rule that every 20 points added 1 assault unit, the numbers barely made sense. The mounts were likely counted as weapon units rather than independent assault units. Although the Heavenly Dao World documentation mentioned a special algorithm for each attack, the general rule was clear. The higher the score, the more enemies you faced. Among the native tribe, Luo Yu immediately identified their leader, a formidable-looking middle-aged man with an imposing presence. A middle-aged man rode into view on a massive wild boar, his face unshaven and rugged, a silver cape billowing dramatically in the wind. His gaze locked with Luo Yu's from the watchtower, filled with murderous intent and disdain, as if he already considered this land his own. Luo Yu sneered coldly. What difference do 40 men make? I'll kill them all the same. At the chieftain's command, the 40 native warriors quickly split into 4 squads. 3 teams began maneuvering to encircle the area, clearly intending to launch a simultaneous attack from all sides, leaving the defenders overwhelmed. The frontal assault was led by a burly warrior, who, mounted on a giant wild boar, let out a deafening roar. Charge! The natives in his team echoed his cry with wild shouts, brandishing their weapons as they charged toward the walls. However, they hadn't gone far when the ground beneath them suddenly gave way. The burly warrior and his boar tumbled into a pitfall, impaled by sharp bamboo stakes. His agonizing screams echoed across the grasslands. Watch out! There are traps! The chieftain's warning prompted the remaining warriors to slow their advance, cautiously probing the ground ahead. Luo Yu weighed the spear in his hand, watching the scene unfold with a cold, detached gaze. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the regional chat. Okamoto Nikawa complained about being ambushed by 4 natives, Julai was anxious over 20 rampaging wild bulls, and Iron Mantis grumbled about harassment from tribal archers. Within the smaller group, Fang Yuming had deployed 5 automatic crossbows to fend off 7 attackers. Naker was struggling with a swarm of frenzied seagulls, while Elena and Alice appeared calm and confident. Nyo Da, despite facing only 2 elk due to his rudimentary base, couldn't hide his worry. Out on the grasslands, the tribal warriors continued their slow, cautious approach from all directions. They had already discovered 3 traps, but one still claimed the life of another native. With 38 men remaining, they were still out of range. Standing atop the watchtower, Luo Yu scanned the battlefield with an icy, unyielding expression. The chieftain's 10-man squad was meticulously organized, consisting of shield bearers, archers, and melee warriors, mirroring the elite troops of the prince encountered earlier. The remaining 3 groups advanced in a more scattered and exploratory manner. Luo Yu's gaze locked onto a soldier in each squad carrying a pickaxe. Engineers. Their intent was clear: to breach the city walls. This realization sent a chill through him, but he quickly calmed down and analyzed the situation. Among the natives, there were indeed skilled miners whose mining levels and strength stats directly impacted their excavation efficiency. If they encountered someone with a mining level above 10, the walls could be breached in no time. Otherwise, low-level efforts would prove futile. They must not be allowed near the walls. We need to eliminate them from a distance, Luo Yu resolved his strategy. As the enemy forces advanced into the range of the catapult, the battle erupted instantly. A massive stone roared through the air, striking an advancing scout on the east side and crushing him into pulp on the spot. 37 enemies left. From afar, the chieftain frowned deeply at the sight. The catapult's range was unexpectedly long, but he refrained from ordering a hasty charge. Who knew how many traps lay hidden beneath the seemingly flat grassland? The second stone missed its target, giving the cautious natives a brief moment of relief. But the third stone arced through the air, heading directly for two five-man squads on the west side. "Watch out!" came a loud shout as a shield-bearer gritted his teeth and stepped forward to intercept. The boulder shattered the shield with a deafening crash, leaving the shield-bearer's arms mangled and rendering him unconscious. 36 enemies left. Without the shield's protection, the squad scattered and switched to guerrilla tactics. From his vantage point in the watchtower, Luo Yu smirked. "A clever tactic? Let's see how it fares against my catapult." Another stone was launched toward the northern side. Sensing imminent danger, a female archer leapt into the water to evade the attack. But her escape only led her into a trap. A massive turtle lurking beneath the surface clamped onto her ankle and dragged her underwater. Her companions were too late to save her. 35 enemies left. "Forget about her. Stay away from the lake," the chieftain roared, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. The armored turtle did not immediately kill the female archer. Instead, as planned, it carried her unconscious body to the moat and left her beneath the city walls. A silver-armored beetle soon emerged, dragging the prey into the fortress. Inside, bulls, cows, wolves, and swarms of insects waited in perfect formation. Clearly, they had rehearsed this coordinated effort countless times. The chieftain recalled the scenes of two previous groups of tribal warriors meeting their demise at this very stronghold and became convinced that it must be the lair of a habitual offender. He turned and commanded, "Shao Kong, go tie up that woman." From the watchtower, Shao Kong responded instantly, letting out a sharp whoosh as he nimbly climbed down the structure. A deafening crash erupted once more. A boulder launched by the catapult struck the ground, sending shards of rock flying. One spear-wielding warrior had his arm shattered by the debris. He fell to the ground, writhing in pain, his agonized screams echoing across the battlefield. 34 left, someone called out, counting the number of enemies. "The outer traps and the catapults alone have already taken out 6 of them. Chieftain, give the order to charge. If we keep getting bombarded like this, we won't last much longer," one of the warriors shouted urgently. "No," the chieftain growled through gritted teeth. "We can see the stones flying above us, but we can't see the traps hidden beneath our feet. If anyone falls into one, it's certain death." Watching the enemies cautiously advancing, Luo Yu's lips curled into a cold smirk. In truth, there were no more traps ahead. The ones set too close to the base could easily ensnare their own clumsy bulls, cows, or golden beetles. The catapult continued its relentless assault, launching boulder after boulder. The lucky ones only ended up splattered with mud, while the unlucky ones lost limbs, and the most unfortunate were crushed into unrecognizable heaps. By the time the tribe had advanced to within 200 meters, only 28 warriors remained. "Chieftain, we've been tricked. There are no traps along this path." "You fools!" the chieftain roared in fury. "Charge! Smash through the stone gate and tear that scum to pieces. Kill!" The warriors finally unleashed their pent-up rage, galloping across the grasslands with deafening battle cries. But just as they reached the 150-meter mark, the sharp sound of something slicing through the air rang out. Arrows rained down like a storm. Those watchtowers were actually arrow turrets, and combined with the automatic crossbows, they unleashed a deadly barrage. The lead spearman in the north was struck down instantly, and 2 archers to the east fell in quick succession. "Arrows! It's the arrow turrets and automatic crossbows," the chieftain shouted in shock. "Raise your shields. Stay alert." Still, most of the tribesmen lacked the agility to evade the dense hail of arrows. Under the relentless assault from the arrow turrets and crossbows, their numbers dwindled rapidly. 25, 23, 22. Despite the heavy casualties, the tribal warriors pressed on fearlessly, soon advancing to within 100 meters. Luo Yu noticed one particularly wiry and agile tribesman who had managed to dodge 6 or 7 rounds of crossbow fire. This individual drew significant firepower, inadvertently allowing others to advance more quickly. Letting out a cold snort, Luo Yu personally readied his bow and arrow. Bang! The iron-framed bow vibrated as an arrow shot through the air. The man, still dodging back and forth, heard the whistle of the arrow too late. It pierced through his chest, killing him instantly. The crossbow then shifted to a new target, and 2 more sluggish enemies fell in quick succession. 3 enemies were down, leaving only 19. Normally, such heavy losses would send a group of natives fleeing in panic. However, the deep hatred between Luo Yu and the Skasa tribe drove them to fight to the death. The battle was evolving rapidly. The enemies to the east had been eliminated, rendering one of the ballista towers useless. The 2 towers at the corners continued to fire south and north. A catapult bombarded the northern attackers, while the arrow towers suppressed the assault from the south. But Luo Yu soon noticed a critical flaw in their defenses, a blind spot to the west, completely exposed. And there, the chieftain led an elite squad, advancing quickly. Without hesitation, Luo Yu grabbed a bundle of javelins and his bow and rushed to the western wall. 7 enemies were crouched behind a large shield, now only 50 meters away. Hiding behind a turtle shell to save your life? Luo Yu sneered. With a sharp whistle, his javelin flew through the air. A deafening crash followed as the javelin pierced straight through the shield, pinning the shield-bearer to the ground. This display left the chieftain and his men stunned. The strike demonstrated not only an incredible strength exceeding 40 points, but also masterful throwing skills, as the spinning javelin easily penetrated the shield. Spread out. This man is a javelin expert, the chieftain roared, but it was too late. Luo Yu unleashed a rapid volley of arrows, killing 3 soldiers with precision, including 2 archers. The 7-man squad was instantly reduced to 3. Chieftain, this position is too difficult to take. We should retreat, someone suggested. But the chieftain bellowed, no, this man is our tribe's sworn enemy. He must die. Wasp, release the insects. The woman called Wasp retrieved 2 clay jars from her chest. A swarm of hornets emerged, swarming toward Luo Yu. However, as the hornets approached within 3 meters, they suddenly turned and fled. Luo Yu's passive skill as a natural nemesis of insects was taking effect. Chieftain, there's something strange about this man. Wasp cried out. Before she could finish, a javelin struck her chest with its blunt end. The force was so immense that she coughed up blood and collapsed unconscious. During this brief delay, the chieftain and the burly swordsman had already closed in on the wall, leaving only 30 meters between them. Break down the stone gate, the chieftain roared. The massive boar beneath him let out a piercing shriek and charged fiercely at the stone gate. Boom! The boar crashed into the gate with tremendous force, its 2 tusks snapping instantly, its skull shattered, and it died on the spot. The heavy stone gate, however, only bore a faint crack. Chieftain, that's a gate made of black spot stonite, can't be broken. We need to retreat, the swordsman urged anxiously. The chieftain stared at his fallen mount, rage surging through him. Crossbows, arrow towers, black spot stone walls, turtles in the water, insects in the air, and the enemy's incredible javelin and archery skills. Could this really be the base of outsiders who had only been developing for a month? His mind buzzed, nearly numb from disbelief. Chieftain, we must go. The swordsman grabbed his arm, trying to pull him back. But the chieftain snapped out of his daze and gritted his teeth. Push forward. I want him dead within 20 meters. The swordsman hesitated for a moment, but as a loyal guard, he charged forward without question. Kill, he shouted. Rushing ahead, an arrow pierced his thigh in an instant, but he gritted his teeth and pushed forward another 5 meters. Another 2 arrows struck the same leg in quick succession, severing it completely. With a heavy thud, the swordsman collapsed to the ground. Turning his head toward the chieftain, he said, Chieftain, it's 20 meters now. Good, you are a true warrior, the chieftain roared. Kid, you're dead. He hurled a dart with all his might, lightning fast as it aimed straight for Luo Yu's throat. Luo Yu, relying on his extraordinary agility, deflected the dart with his whirlwind blade technique. But to his surprise, a second dart had been hidden behind the first, this one targeting a vital area below his waist. At the critical moment, Luo Yu instinctively sidestepped. Thanks to his remarkable reflexes, the dart only grazed his thigh. Ha! Ha ha ha! The chieftain cackled maliciously. You're finished, kid. My darts are coated with venom from a viper's fangs. Even a scratch means certain death. A scratch? Who told you I got scratched? Luo Yu taunted, pointing to his pants. Sorry to disappoint you, but these pants are platinum grade. Your dart couldn't even leave a mark. PL platinum grade? You even have platinum grade pants? The chieftain stared in disbelief at Luo Yu's unharmed thigh, his eyes wide with shock, before coughing up a mouthful of blood. Impossible. Why? Before he could finish, he felt a sharp pain in his throat. An arrow had pierced straight through it. Nothing is impossible. With a mocking laugh from Luo Yu, the chieftain collapsed to the ground, ending his fierce and formidable life. Something terrible has happened. The chieftain is dead. Amid the panicked cries, the natives scattered like frightened birds. System notifications appeared one after another. Congratulations on repelling the attack from the native tribe. End-of-month rewards, 8,000 silver coins, 800 iron ore, 800 wood, 800 meat, 800 vegetarian supplies, bronze treasure chest 1, bonus for killing the tribal chieftain, bronze equipment chest 1. Note: a new chieftain for the Skasa tribe will be elected in 3 days. Your hostility level with this tribe has increased. Although the material rewards from the system were substantial, they were not particularly valuable to Luo Yu. except for the bronze treasure chest. After all, this was only the first month's attack. Everyone, charge out and hunt them down. Luo Yu leapt down, opened the stone gate, and shouted his command. The bull and Adai immediately charged forward, but when it came to capturing efficiency, Shao Kong was unmatched. Her slingshot, though limited to a 20-meter range, was remarkably powerful. One stone could knock a person unconscious. Combined with her exceptional agility, she was the perfect hunter. Of the 8 fleeing natives, 1 tragically fell into a trap and died, while the other 7 were captured alive. The entire battle, from start to finish, took less than an hour, far shorter than the anticipated 3-hour duration of the second wave. The group chat and regional channels were eerily quiet, with just a few scattered farewell messages. Clearly, not everyone had managed to survive the assault as smoothly as Luo Yu. The battlefield cleanup began immediately. 6 injured captives were dealt with on the spot through ransom, yielding 7,500 silver coins. 9 uninjured captives were treated with 50 doses of stored medicinal herbs to prepare them for future transactions. Adai took charge of dragging the bodies to the cremation pit, where roaring flames illuminated the victor's triumph. Shao Kong tallied the spoils of war, and the haul was impressive. 14 steel spears, 5 steel short swords, 8 wooden bows and short bows, 500 arrows, 30 pieces of animal hide clothing, 6,000 silver coins, 62 portions of medicinal herbs, 3,100 servings of dried meat and rations, 120 emeralds, 200 gold coins. Since a dedicated warehouse had not yet been constructed, all of these spoils were temporarily stored in the underground cellar to protect them from damage under the blazing sun. After finishing up, Luo Yu checked the time. 2 hours had passed since the first wave of attacks began, and the group chat remained eerily silent. It was clear that everyone was fully focused on dealing with the crisis. This quietness, however, brought him a sense of relief at least no one had suddenly appeared to leave any final words. He approached the 9 prisoners. After some basic treatment, their lives were temporarily out of danger. However, the current dilemma was that the base had yet to construct a prison. According to the rules of the heavenly Tao world, in the absence of a prison, prisoners could only be detained for 3 days. After 3 days, they would inevitably enter a berserk state, breaking free of all restraints and launching attacks on the base's structures and animals. Luo Yu had already made plans for these prisoners. First, he checked each person's attributes. If someone displayed exceptional skills or outstanding personal traits, he could consider recruiting them as members of the base. However, as natives rather than trial participants, they could only perform labor or serve as soldiers within the base. They would not have access to the heavenly Tao system's functions or the ability to command animals. More importantly, these non-controlling individuals would significantly increase the base's overall score, directly leading to heightened attack intensity at the end of the month. In contrast, animals could serve as labor without increasing the score, making them a far more cost-effective option. After carefully reviewing the attributes of the 6 men and 3 women, Luo Yu found that they were typical tribal natives decent at farming, hunting, and mining, but lacking in sewing and crafting skills. None of them met his recruitment standards. Given this, he decided to build a prison first. Spending 5,000 silver to unlock the prison construction system, he discovered that prisons were divided into 5 levels: basic, intermediate, advanced, deluxe, and luxury. The higher the level, the lower the chance of prisoners going berserk and the higher the recruitment success rate. An advanced prison required 200,000 building materials, 20,000 silver, and 10,000 iron a steep price. Considering the current resources, Luo Yu decided to start with a basic prison, which required only 2,000 materials, and upgrade it later once he had accumulated enough resources. Soon, a small prison was erected in the southwestern corner of the base. He locked the prisoners inside, and shackles automatically appeared on their hands and feet. Although it was just a basic prison without individual cells, Luo Yu still provided each prisoner with a stone bed and some dried meat patties, doing his best to treat them humanely. After locking the prison door, Luo Yu checked the group chat again and found that it was still silent. However, the regional chat channel had become lively. Some were complaining about broken legs, a member of the centipede tribe was joking about their legs growing back, and others were inquiring about the survival of fellow trial participants. Concerned, Luo Yu finally asked in the group chat, "Everything's fine on my end. Is everyone else okay?" Fang Yuming, Naker, Elena, and Alice all responded quickly, assuring him they were safe. They explained, with mutual understanding, that they had stayed silent earlier to avoid disturbing one another. But just then, Luo Yu noticed something unusual. "Old Nyo? Where's old Nyo?" The moment he asked, the entire group chat fell into a chilling silence. A sense of foreboding spread through everyone's hearts. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Nyo Da, with his honest and simple demeanor, suddenly spoke up, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "Smells amazing. The venison smells so good. I haven't had meat in a month. If only there were some wine to go with it." Seeing this, Luo Yu took the initiative to show goodwill. Here, let's trade. I'll share some with you. Everyone collectively let out a sigh of relief, grumbling in unison. Why didn't you speak up earlier? You scared us half to death. Scratching his head sheepishly, Nyoda said, well, when it comes to meat, I kind of lost myself for a moment. Get lost. Despite the scolding, everyone felt a weight lifted off their shoulders. Nobody had been lost in the first month of attacks. At this moment, Fang Yuming brought up a question. By the way, I've captured 2 prisoners. What should I do with them? Luo Yu, you've been raiding tribes too, right? What's the proper way to deal with prisoners? Luo Yu chuckled softly. Your 5 automatic crossbows didn't kill them all? Those 2 must be pretty lucky. As for prisoners, don't overthink it. Just sell them. All right. Fang Yuming nodded. Too bad they're both men. If they were women, I could have tried recruiting them. One of my sisters used to work in HR. She suddenly changed the topic. By the way, have you opened the reward chests yet? I got 2 identical blueprints. Hearing the word blueprints, everyone's interest was immediately piqued. Fang Yuming quickly shared a screenshot, and Luo Yu looked surprised after seeing it. A fog of war diffusion box blueprint? Naker asked curiously. What's that? And you got 2 of them at once? Fang Yuming explained. It seems to be used for releasing a fog of war to hide buildings within the walls. But the construction materials are crazy expensive. It takes 500 gold alone. 500 gold? Just burn the blueprint. Elena dismissed bluntly. Naker suggested. Put it up in the auction house. Maybe some fool will buy it. Even if it's listed, I doubt anyone would dare to buy it after seeing the price. Nyoda shook his head. But Luo Yu's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself. If my defensive structures and equipment were hidden in the fog, the enemy wouldn't be able to figure out the number of arrow towers or catapults. This could lead to significant enemy casualties. All right, Luo Yu said. They'll take one off your hands. I happen to have 3 female prisoners. How about a trade? Huh? Really? Luo Yu, you're such a good person, Fang Yuming said delightedly. Are you giving me a good person card? No, not really. Oh, whatever. Take it if you want. Haha, let's trade. The trade interface appeared quickly. Luo Yu removed the 3 female prisoners from the auction house, indifferent to the minor deposit loss. He then opened his base's inventory and placed the 3 female prisoners into the trade window. Fang Yuming examined them carefully. Huh, they're all pretty young, and their stats are decent. Luo Yu, I feel like I'm taking advantage of you. Luo Yu smirked inwardly. Prisoners could always be captured again, but blueprints from reward chests were rare. In truth, he was the one getting the better deal. He couldn't help but think Fang Yuming's hidden talent might just be extraordinary luck. Yeah, it does seem like you're taking advantage of me, Luo Yu said, feigning regret. He'll have to make it up by taking advantage of you later. Fang Yuming was halfway through a response before realizing his underlying tone. Luo Yu, you perv. Now the girls are all laughing at me. My face is so red. Ugh. You are the worst. Despite her playful complaints, she cheerfully placed the blueprint into the trade window. In their conversation, Fang Yuming and Luo Yu subtly hinted at the advantages of resources before quickly transitioning to a significant trade. Exchanging the blueprint for the fog of war diffusion box for a large quantity of resources 10,000 units of iron ore and silver, along with 500 units each of gold and emeralds. This piece of equipment had quite an impressive effect, allowing a base to remain hidden in the fog when being scouted by hostile or neutral units, with its effectiveness improving as its level increased. Fang Yuming hurriedly mentioned she needed to construct a prison, while Luo Yu turned to the Mercenary Plaza, listing himself as an iron-tier human male mercenary with a fee of 15,000 per hire. Although the plaza was already bustling with activity, the likelihood of receiving a task was slim since the first wave of attacks was nearing its end. The second bronze-tier equipment chest also triggered a critical success, revealing a diamond-tier portable storage bracelet. This plain-looking silver bracelet offered a storage space of 1,000 cubic meters. While it couldn't store living beings or items with ownership, it was still highly practical. Luo Yu immediately tested storing and retrieving items like the Tiangong blade, bows, and javelins. The process was seamless, leaving him thrilled. What delighted him even more was that this type of equipment currently didn't count toward the base's rating. At that moment, the system released the results of the first wave of attacks. The survival rate was a mere 59.772. This meant nearly half of the trial participants had perished during the first wave, not including those who were injured or disabled. Even across the myriad worlds, such a staggering death toll was shocking. As the second wave of attacks began, Luo Yu found himself torn between worrying about his sister's safety and puzzling over why he hadn't received any mercenary missions yet. Could it be because I'm part of the human race? He wondered. Since no one had hired him at the moment, Luo Yu took out a special food item from his previous spoils of war, a homemade meal prepared by the princess of the Skasa tribe for her fiancé. Unfortunately, that fiancé had been riddled with arrows from the tower defenses, and the delicacy ended up in Luo Yu's hands. Casually picking up a golden, crispy chicken drumstick. He took a bite and was instantly stunned by the flavor. The meat was tender and juicy, with perfectly balanced seasoning. This was hands down the best food he had ever tasted. This princess's cooking skills must be at least level 10. Luo Yu mumbled between bites as he devoured the food ravenously. Next time we raid, I've got to capture her alive. As he fantasized about this mysterious princess, a system notification suddenly popped up. You have consumed the love bento and gained a buff. Charm immunity for 1 day. It turned out that the princess's lovingly prepared meal granted immunity to charm effects from the opposite gender. Luo Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Too bad this food doesn't make you invincible to weapons. After thoroughly enjoying the unexpected feast, Luo Yu, now in a great mood, began organizing his belongings. He neatly stored items like his pickaxe and rope into his portable space. Just as he finished packing, a new system notification appeared. You have been hired by the dwarves. Teleportation in progress. Please prepare yourself. If you decline the mission, you may cancel midway, but the 5,000 deposit will be forfeited. Luo Yu was a bit surprised someone was actually willing to pay the high price of 15,000 to hire him. As the countdown ended, the scene before him shifted in an instant. He found himself inside a stone hut, faced with a gruesome sight. 2 male dwarves lay dead on the ground, and a severely injured dwarf was slumped against a bed, barely clinging to life. Help me. Take the money, just save me. The injured dwarf pleaded desperately upon seeing Luo Yu, as if grasping at his last hope. Luo Yu quickly scanned the surroundings. Apart from the dying dwarf, there were 2 natives in the room, their eyes glowing with an eerie red light and a controlled status floating above their heads. These natives were distinctly different from the members of the Skasa tribe who had attacked his territory before. As soon as the 5 seconds of invincibility expired, Luo Yu deftly dodged an incoming spear and unleashed 2 swift strikes with his heavenly blade. One native's shoulder was severed, while the other was cleaved entirely in half. Approaching the wounded dwarf, Luo Yu discovered that both of his femoral arteries had been pierced, and the blood loss was beyond saving. Glancing outside at the endless stream of natives scaling the walls, Luo Yu frowned and asked, "What's going on? Why are there so many natives attacking? We made a mistake." The dwarf wheezed through bloodied coughs. To show off on the regional channel, we included ourselves in the base's score. We didn't expect the golden tier soft armor we forged to attract so many enemies. As the dwarf continued to beg for help, Luo Yu's brow furrowed even deeper. This situation was entirely beyond his expectations. Send me the attack notifications you received. Let me analyze them. With what little strength he had left, the dying dwarf managed to send Luo Yu a screenshot of his message log, clinging to the faint hope that Luo Yu could save them. The golden soft armor caught the attention of the night butterfly banshee. Luo Yu observed the unfolding situation and quickly realized that this sudden attack was no coincidence. The number of enslaved soldiers led by the banshee far exceeded the usual, prompting him to swiftly analyze the reason behind it. Through rapid deduction, he found the answer. Though the 3 dwarves had average attributes, their exceptional forging skills and advanced life abilities significantly boosted their individual scores. Coupled with the activation of the character score calculation mode, the attack's intensity was far beyond expectations. At least 20 to 30 indigenous slave soldiers were lurking outside, ready to strike. Without defensive structures like arrow towers, this base was doomed to fall. A dying dwarf man stretched out a trembling hand toward Luo Yu. "Help me." Before he could finish, his pupils dilated, and his breath ceased forever. The system immediately displayed a notification. All territory trial participants have perished. All items have reverted to neutral status. Luo Yu now had 2 options: evacuate immediately or stay and fend off the attack for the next 6 hours. This unexpected turn of events made Luo Yu's eyes light up. He focused on the 3 dwarf corpses, which were beginning to dissipate, and quickly grabbed the base's core orb. The orb could enhance the base's area, soil fertility, and water abundance, albeit by a small margin. Still, small gains could accumulate over time. Without hesitation, he stored the orb in his personal inventory and picked up the golden soft armor that had sparked the conflict. A controlled indigenous soldier lunged at him, snarling, "The armor belongs to my master. Hand it over." Luo Yu swiftly struck with his blade, ending the soldier's life in one clean motion. Scanning the stone house, Luo Yu discovered more loot: scattered gold and jade on the bed, scrolls left behind by the deceased, and various other resources. He quickly gathered them into his inventory. 3 forging skill scrolls, 20 units of gold, 60 units of jade, 1 copper mirror. As Luo Yu dashed out of the stone house, he saw over a dozen indigenous soldiers scaling the walls, closing in. Perched atop the wall was a striking young woman clad in black, with black wings sprouting from her back. She watched the scene coldly. It was none other than the night butterfly banshee. Luo Yu surveyed his surroundings. There were 2 more stone houses, a vegetable garden with banana trees, and a trembling horned horse. Without hesitation, he rushed into another stone house, which turned out to be a forge. He quickly collected scattered resources: 200 units of refined iron, 100 units of refined silver, 2 weapon embryos, 1 steel forging station. Just then, the pursuers blocked the entrance, shouting, "Hand over the golden soft armor." 2 indigenous slave soldiers charged in first, only to meet their end as Luo Yu's dual blades flashed, taking them down in an instant. The next moment, Luo Yu swung the Tiangong blade in his hand repeatedly, and the sharp edge instantly carved a gap into the stone wall. The cutting power of the blade effortlessly broke through the ordinary stone house, allowing him to escape the forge and charge directly into another stone building. What greeted him was a surprising sight: a warehouse filled with supplies. Piles of iron ore were stacked alongside daily necessities like fishing rods and wooden buckets. Among them, the fishing rod stood out. In a world where only one could be obtained initially and no more could be purchased, it was an incredibly rare treasure. A system notification promptly appeared. You have acquired fishing rod X1. You have acquired iron ore X5000. Warning: your storage bracelet is now at 70 capacity. Please organize your inventory to avoid overloading. Fortunately, Luo Yu had previously obtained the storage bracelet through a critical hit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to carry so many resources. Just as he finished looting the warehouse and prepared to leave, he realized the entire stone building had been surrounded. A seductive female voice called out from outside the building, "Mercenary, you cannot return to your base while in combat. Hand over the golden soft armor, or I'll kill you." The voice belonged to Yi Dai, and though it was alluring, it didn't faze Luo Yu in the slightest. He knew very well that he only needed to wait 5 seconds to disengage from combat and escape. These natives couldn't stop him. Besides, with his critical hit opportunities, he had nothing to fear. "Sorry, but I never give away what's already in my hands," Luo Yu replied with a cold smirk. "If you want the armor, let's see if you have what it takes." Before the words had even finished leaving his mouth, a javelin suddenly appeared in his hand, which he hurled with great force. The javelin streaked through the air like lightning, piercing through the chest of an advancing slave soldier and pinning another at the doorway in one fluid motion. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yu dashed out of the stone house. 4 archers drew their bows simultaneously, their arrows whistling through the air. Luo Yu dodged nimbly and, with a flash of light from his storage bracelet, retrieved an iron-banded bow. With remarkable archery skill, he fired 4 arrows in rapid succession, each finding its mark and taking out all the archers. A storage bracelet. Yi Dai licked her lips. "Interesting. You've just become even more intriguing to me." "I'm interested in you too," Luo Yu retorted with a chilling grin. "Make sure I don't catch you, or it'll make you wish you were dead. Is that so?" Yi Dai sneered. "Let's see who catches whom. Attack. Kill him." A dozen melee slave soldiers charged at Luo Yu. He immediately unleashed his Gale Blade technique. In a blur of flashing steel, the first 4 soldiers to reach him fell lifeless to the ground. Though a spear grazed his thigh, it failed to injure him. "Just a mere human. I'll wear you down." Yi Dai initially thought Luo Yu was wounded, but soon realized he was completely unharmed. "Wait, his lower body is that golden hair pants?" While she was momentarily stunned, Luo Yu used the Gale Blade technique to carve a bloody path through the enemies, making a break for a nearby vegetable patch. He uprooted a banana tree in one swift motion and stored it in his bracelet. System notification: you have acquired small banana tree X1. Although Luo Yu wasn't particularly fond of bananas, he figured Shao Kong might like them. Planting the tree back at the base would be a good idea. "That was my favorite banana. Leave the tree alone." Yi Dai shouted angrily upon seeing the scene. Her wings flapped fiercely, sending a pink stream of air rushing toward Luo Yu. As a creature with limited combat abilities, Yi Dai's most powerful weapon was the powder on her wings, capable of controlling her enemies. The pink mist surged forward, and Luo Yu paused momentarily. His system promptly alerted him that he was under a charm attack, but thanks to the immunity granted by a previous consumption of a love bento, he was unaffected. Feigning that he had fallen victim to the attack, Luo Yu staggered a few steps, shook his head, then quickly drew his bow and fired arrows, killing 3 natives in rapid succession. Only 4 enemies remained. "Let's see how long you can hold out." Yi Dai roared in fury, flapping her wings even faster. More pink mist enveloped Luo Yu, who continued to act as though his consciousness was slipping. "Perfect. Capture him alive." "I want this slave," shouted one of the 4 soldiers. Dropping their spears, they charged toward Luo Yu. At the critical moment, Luo Yu suddenly regained his senses and unleashed his wind blade technique. Caught off guard, the 4 soldiers were instantly cut down. Yi Dai let out a sharp scream. Seeing Luo Yu rushing toward her, she immediately took to the skies with a powerful beat of her wings. Luo Yu was secretly impressed by her flying ability but suddenly collapsed to the ground, lying still while muttering, "Yi Dai, come here." Yi Dai. From above, Yi Dai sighed in relief and sneered. No man can resist my butterfly powder. What a pity you couldn't even escape before succumbing. She descended slowly, her greedy eyes fixed on the storage bracelet on Luo Yu's wrist. Bending down, she reached for a short blade, intending to sever his hand. In that instant, Luo Yu sprang up, pinning the unprepared Yi Dai to the ground. Despite her desperate struggles and frantic wing flapping, she could no longer take flight, and her butterfly powder had lost its effect. It's useless. Your tricks don't work on me, Luo Yu declared, delivering 2 hard slaps to her face. Tears streamed down Yi Dai's cheeks as she appeared pitiful enough to melt anyone's heart. But Luo Yu, immune to such tactics, remained unfazed. With a cold smirk, he tied her up tightly with rope, even binding her wings. Yi Dai dropped her act, glaring at him and gritting her teeth. You heartless man. What kind of binding is this? It hurts. What kind of binding? Naturally, it's the binding method of Yajo, Luo Yu replied, stuffing a gag in her mouth. He slung her over his shoulder and walked toward the horned horse. The horned horse looked at Luo Yu with wide, fearful eyes. Luo Yu spoke gently. From now on, you'll follow me. Though the horse had already been tamed, it instinctively backed away, yearning for its original master. You dare refuse me? Luo Yu growled, landing a powerful punch that knocked the horned horse unconscious. Luo Yu gathered the scattered weapons-long spears, short swords, wooden bows from the ground. After carefully inspecting and ensuring nothing was missed, he grabbed a horse's leg and prepared to return. With a sudden whirlwind sensation, he found himself back in his own domain. He casually tossed Yi Dai onto the ground, took a deep breath of the familiar air, and a glimmer of joy lit up his eyes. The system notification promptly followed. Mission completed. Reward: 15,000 silver. Although 3 dwarves had perished, capturing Yi Dai was enough to fulfill the mission objectives. As an Iron Tier mercenary, Luo Yu couldn't accept new missions for the day, making it the perfect time to sort through his gains. The most pressing matter was to deal with Yi Dai. He noticed that the fallen, terrified Yi Dai was not a recruitable unit, but rather an animal similar to Shao Kong, albeit one with top-tier intelligence, almost indistinguishable from the trial participants. Submit to me, or die, Luo Yu said coldly, looking down at her. I will never yield. Just kill me. Yi Dai's response was unexpected, a stark contrast to her previously enchanting demeanor. Luo Yu silently chanted, tame, and activated his beast taming skill. The system promptly displayed, taming failed. Success rate: 1. The dismal success rate made Luo Yu frown. Yi Dai was currently in a wild animal state. Without taming her, even selling her wasn't an option. Killing her outright felt like a waste. Seeing the defiant expression on Yi Dai's face, Luo Yu suddenly smirked darkly and tore her clothing. You're an animal, so I'll treat you like one. He called out loudly, my dear big bull, come here. At the sound of a resonant bellow, a bull came charging toward him. Yi Dai's face turned ashen, fully grasping Luo Yu's intent. The once gentle bull now appeared demonic in her eyes. No, please, just kill me. I've never endured something like this, Yi Dai cried, tears streaming down her face. Luo Yu paused, her words hinting at something unexpected. Confirming she had entered a state of sheer terror, he tried the beast taming skill again. It still failed. The success rate had risen to only 19. You leave me no choice, Luo Yu said sharply for the final time. Tame. At that moment, a critical hit was triggered. The bull stopped abruptly in front of Yi Dai, affectionately licking Luo Yu's hand. Simultaneously, Yi Dai's body began to radiate light, her eyes filled with disbelief. You actually managed to tame me? What level is your beast taming skill? Yi Dai asked in disbelief. Luo Yu immediately checked Yi Dai's attribute panel. Top-tier intelligent creature, 20 years old, strength 11, constitution 11, agility 35. Special abilities included flight and charm. Her butterfly powder could charm enemy units into allies, with the effect lasting for 29 days. Her life skills were equally impressive. Beast taming LV7, crafting LV2, tailoring LV3, farming LV8, shooting LV9. At this moment, Yi Dai sat on the ground, her beautiful face filled with shock. Luo Yu looked down at her from above, his tone calm yet commanding. What's with the you? Don't you know how to address me properly? Where are your pet manners? Yi Dai's delicate body trembled, crystalline tears streaming down her cheeks. A tamed creature had an instinctual obedience toward its master. Even though she resisted with all her heart, she couldn't fight the surge of attachment welling up inside her. She even found herself yearning for more interaction with this man. Greetings, master. Yi Dai knelt on the ground, her voice choked with emotion, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Her expression, a mix of shame and humiliation, was unforgettable. Luo Yu reached out and gently patted her head, smiling. Good. From now on, They'll call you Xiao Dai. Now, go organize the spoils of war for me. Clothes. Xiao Dai's face flushed red as she crossed her arms over her chest. Give me some clothes right now. Luo Yu frowned. Don't you know how to properly request something from your master? Xiao Dai lowered her head, trembling. Please, please, master, grant your servant some clothing. Luo Yu took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Aside from this one, the rest are from the dead. I doubt you'd want to wear them. Let's go. With that, he turned and headed toward the villa. As Xiao Dai watched Luo Yu's back, clad only in a tank top, her heart began to race. She was secretly astonished by her master's handsome features and perfectly toned muscles, her cheeks flushing even deeper at her own thoughts. The three of them then began their busy work of organizing. First, they planted banana trees, which made Xiao Kong clap his hands in delight. Later, in the basement storage, they sorted and categorized their items. Luo Yu noticed that weapons had surged in price due to the day's attack, so he listed all the surplus weapons for auction. They sold out quickly, yielding a significant profit. Taking advantage of the wartime chaos, Luo Yu also noticed luxury goods had drastically dropped in price. Acting decisively, he purchased 1,000 gold, 1,000 jade, and 8,000 iron ore, just enough to assemble the materials needed for the War Fog expansion box. It was undoubtedly a shrewd move in the midst of the conflict. Luo Yu used 3 forging scrolls in succession, quickly leveling up his forging skill from LV0 to LV5. With each use, a flood of forging knowledge surged into his mind, giving him a profound understanding of the craft. Reaching LV5 meant he now had the capability to create black iron grade equipment. His gaze fell on the forge not far away, and he began contemplating the layout of his construction plans. Considering the high temperatures involved in forging, he realized the need to build a dedicated forge room to house the equipment. Stepping outside the large villa, Luo Yu took out the base core and activated it. Instantly, a gentle light descended from the sky, enveloping the entire territory. The spectacular scene made him marvel at the wonders of the heavenly Tao world. The system notification followed. The territory's area, soil fertility, and aquatic resources had all increased by 10. Looking around, he noticed that the territory had indeed expanded significantly, mainly with additional land area, while the size of the small lake remained unchanged just as he had hoped. Turning to the petite Xiao Dai beside him, Luo Yu curiously asked about the purple mountains in the distance. Faced with her silence, he lightly patted her on the hip. She let out a startled cry, her cheeks flushing red, and replied that the area was nothing but endless mountains and she knew nothing more. As his pet, she would never lie to him, and her answer made Luo Yu nod in satisfaction. Afterward, he placed a fog of war chest in the small attic on the villa's rooftop balcony. A faint mist drifted out through the windows, soon disappearing from his sight. This mist only affected enemies, leaving the living creatures and sunlight within the territory untouched. Currently, the recognition rate was at 30, allowing enemies to see only vague outlines. He would need to upgrade it further to reduce the recognition rate to 0 for perfection. As the sun set, Luo Yu instructed Xiao Dai to deliver dry rations to the prison while he prepared dinner. After the meal, he soaked in a wooden tub in the bathroom, beginning to plan the allocation of his attribute points. Through a day's observation, he realized that enhancing his personal strength at this stage yielded significant benefits. With the martial skills he had already mastered, the higher his attributes, the better he could handle potential attacks. Checking the wealth tab, the base currently held 70,000 silver coins. His current stats were Strength 52, Constitution 39, and Agility 38. He decided to raise his Constitution and Agility to 51st. You spent 23,000 silver to enhance your Constitution and Agility attributes. Standing in front of the virtual interface, Luo Yu quickly clicked the button next to the strength bar, spending 2,000 silver to increase strength by 1 point. He repeated the process until his strength reached 60, consuming a total of 16,000 silver. Out of the remaining 31,000 silver, he allocated a significant amount of resources to boost agility and constitution, eventually raising both to 60 as well. Leaving 11,000 silver as a reserve, Luo Yu contentedly reviewed his updated stats. Trial participant, Luo Yu. ID. Earthsia Country 2, 3333. Base score, 800 points. Hygiene value, 30 points. Entertainment value, 20 points. Strength, 60. Constitution, 60. Agility, 60. Personal traits. The hygiene situation in the base was concerning. The arrival of a large number of captives, combined with the addition of Xiao Dai and the wildebeest, the recent rainfall, and the growing pile of unprocessed clothing from the deceased, had caused the hygiene value to drop to a critical threshold. While Luo Yu was confident in his own resistance, he was more worried about the animals and captives in the base falling ill as a result. On the other hand, the entertainment value had seen a significant boost, thanks to the adorable Xiao Dai, who directly contributed 10 points to the base's entertainment value. This not only helped strengthen everyone's immunity, but also had the potential to bring unexpected buff effects, much like the previously powerful Iron-Willed buff. Suddenly, the system sent out an important notification. The end-of-month raid has concluded, with a survival rate of 47.168. Starting tomorrow, summer will officially begin. Please make the necessary preparations. The group chat instantly became lively. Alice expressed her condolences for the lives lost. Elena bluntly remarked, instead of praying for the dead, you should worry about whether you'll survive the end-of-summer raid. Fong Yuming reminded everyone to pay attention to food storage. Naker suggested dealing with the giant fish in the lake to secure more aquatic resources. Nyoda, on the other hand, appeared indifferent. Summer is full of grass everywhere. Food won't be an issue. Luo Yu, however, was thinking further ahead. We need to start stockpiling food for the upcoming autumn and winter seasons. Fong Yuming added, summer brings heavy rains, muddy grounds, and hygiene issues that need special attention. Having experienced this raid, everyone saw hope and the potential to grow stronger. Even Luo Yu secretly looked forward to the day he could become a revered king-level mercenary. When Luo Yu asked Fong Yuming about the recruitment progress for the captives, she revealed that she had successfully recruited one person, achieving an impressive 70 success rate. This prompted the group to marvel. 3 individuals with exceptional luck beast taming, recruitment skills, and overall fortune all gathered in the same base. Could this mean the heavens have glitched? Early in the morning, Luo Yu woke up and instinctively moved Xiao Kong, who had been resting on his arm, aside. He immediately checked the system notifications and saw that the 2 strongest male captives had been sold, earning him an income of 30,000 silver coins. Just as he was secretly pleased, his gaze fell to the foot of the bed, where he noticed Xiao Dai curled up, clutching one of his legs. Although she had insisted last night that she would sleep on the mat, she had somehow climbed onto the bed. Luo Yu chuckled softly and gently nudged her stomach with his toes. Xiao Dai woke up instantly. Blinking her sleepy eyes, she realized her position and quickly let go of Luo Yu's leg, her cheeks turning bright red. I wasn't trying to sleep with you. It's just the effect of being tamed. I couldn't control myself. It wasn't intentional. Your face is so red, what are you embarrassed about? Weren't you so bold before? Turns out it was all an act? Are you actually a little shy girl at heart? Luo Yu teased with a grin. When was I ever bold? Xiao Dai retorted indignantly, puffing out her cheeks. All right. Your butterfly dust got all over the sheets. Make sure to clean it up later, Luo Yu said as he picked up the still sleepy Xiao Kong and headed to freshen up. Though Xiao Dai muttered, I already retracted my wings, she still quickly followed after him. Breakfast was the usual simple fare of milk and eggs. Luo Yu and Xiao Kong ate with gusto, but Xiao Dai seemed distracted, barely taking a few bites before announcing that she was going for a walk on the grasslands. Watching her retreating figure, Luo Yu understood Miss Night Butterfly was likely off to search for her favorite nectar. After finishing breakfast, Luo Yu turned his attention to the prison. He brought out the remaining 4 male captives and assigned them to work in the mines. Taking out tools he had confiscated from the dwarf base, he issued a stern warning. Work diligently, and you'll get food. Slack off, and you'll be executed. After assigning 2 of the girls to fishing duty, Luo Yu climbed the wall and surveyed his territory. The most pressing issue was improving the base's sanitation to at least a score of 60 to prevent the spread of diseases. Laying down flooring became the top priority, especially in this rainy summer season. If left unaddressed, the entire base could turn into a swamp. He first completed his daily routine tasks, collecting 3 eggs, milking 38 portions of milk, gathering 50 aquatic resources, and harvesting 2 ripe apples. These tasks had become second nature to him and took him only an hour to complete. It was still only 8 a.m. when Luo Yu's eyes landed on the pile of fur clothing labeled clothes of the deceased. These garments not only posed a risk of disease, but could also bring negative buffs, making them completely unsellable. This was why Luo Yu hadn't worn the golden soft armor. It was a relic of the deceased and required purifying water to be used. Purifying water was a rare item obtained from chests, but he didn't have any on hand. Looking at the valuable clothing left behind by the deceased, Luo Yu frowned and pondered for a moment before coming up with a workaround. He remembered that the sewing tech tree included a fabric recycling workbench, which could break down clothes into raw materials. Although it would result in a 70 material loss, it was still better than outright burning them. He checked the crafting recipe. The fabric recycling workbench required 1 blueprint, 3,000 raw materials, 1,000 iron ore, and 500 silver. Luo Yu immediately searched the auction house for the blueprint, but found nothing. Left with no choice, he used his one and only world chat message for the day. Human Anonymous. Buying 1 fabric recycling workbench blueprint. DM me with your price. Soon, a trade window popped up. Zerg 4444. You despicable human, I have what you're looking for. Fixed price, 200,000 silver. Not a coin less. Seeing the ID, Luo Yu couldn't help but smirk. It was that arrogant mantis-like Zerg he had slain earlier. Apparently, The creature now held a grudge against humans. This thing is worth 10,000 at most. I'll give you 20,000, and the extra is for your coffin, Luo Yu replied. What did you say? You humans are useless except for your filthy mouths. I might sell it cheaper to others, but for humans, the price doubles 40,000. Take it or leave it. Although Luo Yu's temper typically wouldn't tolerate such insults, he needed the blueprint. A sly grin crept onto his face as he placed 400 silver into the trade window. Stupid bug, let's trade. Huh, weren't you acting tough just now? And yet here you are buying it? Humans are trash, worse than pests. With this silver, I'll boost my stats and crush you worthless humans in the arena. Both parties clicked the trade button. A critical hit triggered, and the blueprint was his. Wait, why is it only 400 silver? You tricked me. Damn it. Why did it only sell for 400 silver? The Zerg was clearly dumbfounded. I only put 400 silver in. Are you blind? Oh, right. With all those compound eyes, it's normal for you bugs to misread a few extra zeros. I suggest poking out the extra eyes so you can see numbers properly. Bye-bye. With that, Luo Yu blocked the Zerg, cutting off any chance of further insults. The world chat immediately exploded. Zerg 4444. Damn you, Human Anonymous. You're a scumbag, a fraud. Human Balchov. What's going on with these Zergs again? Who are you calling out? You shoe-bottom creeps. Who is Human Anonymous? Speak clearly. Human Anonymous. Human Anonymous? Are you throwing shade? I'll stab every Zerg Anonymous to death. As the flames of the argument raged on in the world chat, Luo Yu chuckled inwardly. That critical trade was brilliant. There was no beating this level of trolling. In the basement of the villa, Luo Yu opened the construction menu and skillfully navigated the interface to build a fabric recycling workbench. With a flash of light, a sleek and minimalist workbench materialized before him. The design was straightforward. One end served as the input port for discarded clothing, while the other end acted as the output port, delivering processed raw materials. Before long, Adai appeared, carefully carrying a pile of clothing collected from the deceased and placing it neatly in front of the workbench. Luo Yu immediately began testing the machine, inserting a piece of tribal animal hide clothing into the input port. The workbench emitted a steady humming sound, and moments later, the output port dispensed 10 units of deerskin and 10 units of cotton fabric. Not bad. Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction and got to work. Over the course of half a day, he processed all the clothing from the deceased. The base's hygiene rating increased by 5 points, and the storage box was soon brimming with various fabric materials. After carefully sorting and tallying the results, Luo Yu ended up with 503 units of deerskin, 721 units of cotton fabric, 460 units of heavy fur, and 777 units of regular leather. These materials could be used to craft clothing, bedding, or even luxurious sofas. With the help of the sewing station, their value could be further enhanced. Although Luo Yu's tailoring skills were still basic, Xiao Dai had already reached level 3 and could assist with processing them tomorrow. After leaving the villa, Luo Yu turned his attention to the massive pile of stones on the open ground. These were essential for producing floor tiles. Taking a deep breath, he began the arduous task of cutting the stones. By dinner time, Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong returned with their spoils, each having caught 2 crates of loot. When Luo Yu opened the crates, 3 of them contained basic resources like iron ore, but the last one surprisingly held 100 units of cotton seeds, perfect for tomorrow's plan to cultivate the fields with the big ox. After dinner, Luo Yu took a bath and lay in bed, entering the arena. He was greeted by a provocative room title. Human Trash, Dare to Face Me in Battle? Clearly, the verbal spat from earlier in the day was about to be settled in the arena. Short on funds, Luo Yu did not hesitate to join a Zerg-hosted room with a 2,000 silver entry fee. The audience poured in, cheering, "Yu's here. Our bug killer is here. And go you. Take down that centipede." His opponent was a massive centipedeman, resembling the menacing centipede spirit from an animated series. He exuded a fierce and intimidating aura. "You, I may have feared you before, but not anymore," the centipedeman sneered. "I've spent a fortune enhancing my stats. Today, they'll drive you out of the arena." As the countdown ended, the battle erupted. Luo Yu moved like lightning, his heavenly blade slashing rapidly under the effects of the Gale Blade technique. The centipedeman's once prized exoskeleton proved utterly incapable of withstanding Luo Yu's relentless strikes. In the arena, Luo Yu displayed astonishing strength, defeating his opponent in just 3.8 seconds. The audience buzzed with chatter. Some marveled at his speed, while a few fangirls excitedly asked to add him as a friend. After the match, Luo Yu earned 2,900 silver coins, plus an additional 1,000 from clearing the room, but he chose not to continue challenging. It wasn't that he didn't want to earn more. He was concerned that too much fame might affect his future opportunities for battles. Back in the room, Luo Yu saw Xiao Kong curled up on the bed and Xiao Dai drowsily sprawled on a cushion on the floor. Considering that Xiao Dai needed to start sewing work the next day and would benefit from the bed's buff, he said, "Xiao Dai, come sleep on the bed." This made Xiao Dai's face instantly flush red. A little nervous, she climbed onto the bed, leaned on Luo Ye's shoulder, and stammered, I know, you jerk. Even if you have my body, you'll never have my." Luo Yu smacked her lightly on the butt and said irritably, "Stop talking nonsense. Go to sleep." Xiao Dai froze, rubbing the spot where she was smacked, only to see that Luo Yu had already closed his eyes. She huffed softly, turned her back to him, but the bed was so comfortable that she fell asleep shortly after. When morning came, Luo Yu gained a buff that reduced building material consumption by 5 for 10 days. Xiao Kong didn't get a buff this time, but Xiao Dai received a temporary boost of 3 to her tailoring skill for 1 day. After breakfast, Luo Yu assigned tasks. Xiao Kong was put in charge of the fish pond and fishing, while Xiao Dai was tasked with handling the pasture work first before moving on to sewing. While Luo Yu dipped his brush in milk to sketch clothing designs, Xiao Dai blushed as she stared at the exaggerated bust measurements on the design. She muttered, "Master, can this even sell? Aren't you embarrassed?" Luo Yu explained seriously, "When I came to the heavenly Dao world, everyone was wearing the same clothes. I asked Feng Yaming, and it seems women here don't have this kind of clothing. It'll definitely sell. Just make 10 pieces to start." "Got it," Xiao Dai mumbled under her breath. "Something this embarrassing if it sells, that'd be a miracle." After breakfast, everyone went about their own tasks. Luo Yu delegated the jobs of milking the cows and catching fish to the 2 little helpers, instantly lightening his workload. On the 3rd day of summer, the midday sun had already become scorching, making early mornings and evenings the prime times for outdoor work. At this moment, Luo Yu held a giant octopus egg in his hands and eagerly headed to the small lake. He murmured a spell under his breath, and the system immediately displayed a notification. Critical hit success. Growth efficiency of the giant octopus increased by 100 times. The egg in his hands underwent a dramatic transformation in an instant, and a small octopus hatched. Luo Yu quickly placed it on the ground, watching as the tiny octopus affectionately rubbed its tentacles against his leg while its body expanded visibly to the naked eye. The system notification followed. Growth process of the giant octopus has exceeded normal limits, resulting in mutation. The mutated form is Black Magic Octopus, Diamond Grade. In the blink of an eye, the small octopus grew to the size of a house, and moments later, it swelled to the size of 2 houses. The enormous, pitch-black octopus left Luo Yu utterly stunned. The system displayed its attributes. Black Magic Octopus Diamond Grade, Juvenile, Intermediate Intelligence, Male, Strength, 108, Constitution, 155, Agility, 69. Special Skill, Lightning Whip, capable of rapidly striking with its tentacles to deliver powerful damage. One of the octopus tentacles affectionately coiled around Luo Yu's leg, its suction cups gripping tightly. Luo Yu had to exert some effort to pry it off. "Go into the water now, or you'll get sunburned. If you encounter an enemy, capture them if you can. If not, whip them." The giant octopus nodded in understanding and plunged into the lake with a thunderous splash. The diamond-grade octopus filled Luo Yu with excitement. Compared to the silver-grade giant blackfish, this creature not only had a higher grade, but also boasted the advantage of thriving both in water and on land, making it the perfect guardian for the northern defense line. Though it was still in its juvenile stage, the mere thought of using another critical hit to accelerate its growth was thrilling. At the same time, Luo Yu felt relieved that the animals within his territory were not yet included in the scoring system. Otherwise, the immense value of these rare creatures would undoubtedly attract even more formidable threats. Standing by the lake, Luo Yu pondered for a moment before an idea struck him. The soil around the lake was fertile, and with the giant octopus on guard, he could plant crops outside the walls. He quickly devised a plan, planting a large field of cotton here. If enemies invaded, they would likely target the cotton, and the octopus hidden in the lake could unleash a devastating lightning whip. The thought was simply brilliant. Overjoyed, Luo Yu immediately called over the big bull and began plowing the higher ground near the lake. This elevated area was less prone to flooding and remained within the octopus attack range, making it an ideal spot for planting cotton. This clever solution resolved both the northern defense and cotton planting issues perfectly. Just then, the lake's surface suddenly splashed as a 3 to 4 pound grass carp was tossed ashore. It turned out to be the giant octopus waving its tentacles from the water, trying to please its master. Luo Yu nodded repeatedly, feeling satisfied with the current situation. With the daily supply of seafood from the giant octopus, his own aquatic production had increased by 10. This made it entirely feasible for him to consider filling in that troublesome pond. After all, draining and refilling it often left him covered in mud, which was far from ideal for maintaining hygiene standards. As he worked on the construction interface, he methodically cut the endless supply of stone blocks being delivered. The variety of floor tiles displayed on the interface caught his attention. some enhanced aesthetics, others boosted entertainment value, and some improved ratings. However, what stood out the most was a type of advanced defensive floor tile. These tiles not only increased aesthetic appeal and entertainment value but, more importantly, provided underground defensive strength. They effectively prevented any upward digging attempts. Intruders with mining skills below LV20 would be completely unable to damage them. Even against high-level miners, these tiles had a unique advantage: they were reparable. As long as there was enough silver, any damage inflicted by the intruder could be immediately repaired, making the defense nearly impenetrable. However, the cost of these tiles was staggering. Each square meter required 30 stone bricks, 10 units of iron ore, 10 units of silver, and 1 unit of gold. With the 8,000 square meters of usable space within his walls, he would need a total of 240,000 stone bricks, 80,000 units of iron ore, 80,000 units of silver, and 8,000 units of gold. This didn't even account for the base expansion project necessary to accommodate these tiles. After careful consideration, Luoyu decided to move forward with the defensive tiles. Safety was non-negotiable, and no expense was too great when it came to security. Over the next 3 days, he focused on cutting stone blocks. For captives and 11 burrowing insects worked tirelessly to supply raw materials, while the stone-armored turtle assisted with transportation. The entire production line operated with remarkable efficiency. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, the number of stone bricks had surpassed 250,000, and 5,000 units of iron ore had also been collected. The first phase of preparation was more than halfway complete. Just as he was about to continue cutting the newly delivered stone blocks, Xiao Dai flew over to report that the clothing he had commissioned was finished. Luo Yu immediately headed to the basement to inspect the items. The quality of the tin bras was indeed excellent. Without hesitation, he listed them on the auction house, pricing each at 2,000 silver. The first ever handmade ladies' undergarments in the heavenly Dao world are now available. All sizes and models are in stock, only 10 pieces available, first come, first served. He announced on the World Channel. The announcement caused an immediate uproar in the world chat. What? Ladies' underwear is available now? Oh my god, it's real. This is amazing, no more worries about sagging. Ladies, this is what we've all been waiting for. All 10 bras were sold out in an instant. The overwhelming demand took Luo Yu by surprise, as he had clearly underestimated the female players' desire for intimate apparel. Half an hour later, the World Channel was buzzing with excitement again as players eagerly discussed the first batch of intimate apparel. Wow, I bought a piece of human-made underwear, and the effect. It's really impressive. An anonymous elf player commented in the channel. Really? Too bad I missed it. Is the seller still around? Do they have any high-grade underwear? Name your price. A dragon anonymous quickly responded. Get me 2 high-grade ones, one for my wife and one for my concubine. A vampire player chimed in, drawing a teasing remark from a minotaur. Hey, the one talking about getting underwear for your wife and concubine. Dare to reveal your real name here? There was even an elf openly seeking a partner on the channel, looking for an elf companion who can gift me underwear. I'm male and I hope you are too. Observing the lively discussions on the World Channel, Luo Yu keenly sensed a massive business opportunity. Women's money is so easy to earn. His eyes fell on the neatly arranged materials, and he decided to personally create women's underwear. With a sewing machine and the templates prepared in advance by Xiao Dai, even with his low tailoring skill level, the basic operations weren't too challenging for him. Of course, a low level meant a high failure rate, and the quality of the finished products might not be satisfactory. Master, can a man like you even make clothes? Xiao Dai asked curiously as she watched Luo Yu work. What? Are you underestimating me? Luo Yu replied with a playful grin. Xiao Dai nodded seriously. It's not that I look down on you. It's just that your tailoring level is so low, you're bound to fail. Oh, if I manage to make high-grade clothing, will you give me a kiss? Luo Yu teased. Huh. Xiao Dai's face flushed bright red, but she straightened up and declared, You? High-grade? Master, if you can make high-grade clothing, forget about a kiss, I'll kneel down and lick your fingers. But if you fail, you have to find me some nectar. Deal. Watch me. Luo Yu said confidently, silently chanting to himself as he placed the materials into the input slot. A critical success triggered. The sewing machine emitted a dazzling glow, and a piece of underwear radiating white light slid out of the output slot, leaving Xiao Dai utterly stunned. Silver-grade women's underwear. Comfort increased, defense increased, shaping ability increased. You have crafted a silver-grade item. Tailoring skill level increased. Current level, LV2. It's done. I'm going to be rich. Luo Yu laughed as he immediately listed the underwear on the auction house with a price tag of 30,000 silver coins, the equivalent of a small house. The World Channel exploded instantly. Oh my god, silver-grade underwear. Yeah, I saw it too. Shaping ability increased. Wow, shaping such an amazing feature. Ugh, I can't afford it. In just 10 seconds, the silver-grade underwear was snapped up. With 30,000 silver coins in hand, enough to buy 15,000 units of iron ore at current rates, Luo Yu wasted no time sweeping up cheap iron ore from the auction house, boosting his base's iron reserves to 25,000 units. As he admired the newly added piles of iron ore in the basement, feeling thrilled and ready to keep going, he suddenly remembered something. Turning his head, he looked at Xiao Dai, whose face was now completely flushed. What did someone say just now? I wonder how trustworthy your gambling skills are. Upon hearing this reminder, Xiao Dai visibly trembled. Gritting her teeth, she unexpectedly knelt down and lightly kissed Luo Yu's finger. After completing this action, she immediately stood up, her voice trembling slightly. I'll go fishing. With that, she bolted out the door. Luo Yu watched Xiao Dai's retreating figure, surprised at how much she valued her word. Glancing down at his finger, he felt his heart beat a little faster. This Xiao Dai, she was certainly different. Over the next stretch of time, Luo Yu used both of his critical crafting chances to make women's lingerie. Unfortunately, due to his low tailoring level, the results were only 2 silver-grade items. Even so, they sold for the exorbitant prices of 40,000 and 50,000 silver coins respectively. Such pricing could be called extortion, yet both items were instantly purchased. With the 90,000 silver he earned, Luo Yu invested it all into buying iron ore. Before long, his basement was packed with a total of 60,000 units of iron ore. Watching the market prices for iron ore rise due to his aggressive buying, he decided to pause for now and resume tomorrow. 2 days later, he crafted another 2 pieces of lingerie, earning 70,000 silver coins in profit. By now, a number of wealthy women had started gathering at the auction house promptly at 1 p.m. every day, hoping to snag one of these rare silver-grade lingerie items. Unfortunately for them, with materials exhausted, their hopes were destined to be dashed. During this intense crafting period, Luo Yu's tailoring skill leveled up to 4. By this point, he had gathered enough iron ore and stone bricks to construct floor tiles, and his silver savings had reached 65,000. However, gold had become a serious obstacle, needed 8,000 units of gold, yet his base currently only had 1,800. With everyone racing to develop automated defense technology, gold had become exceptionally scarce, making it nearly impossible to find on the market. Luo Yu initially planned to visit the mines to push the prisoners to dig for gold faster, only to discover they had all been purchased by the celestial beings for 50,000 silver coins. While this trade brought in a significant profit, the loss of labor left him in a difficult position. Currently, the base had 115,000 silver coins, of which 80,000 were allocated for floor tile construction, 5,000 set aside as contingency funds, and the remaining 30,000 used to enhance his personal attributes. He added 5 points each to strength, agility, and constitution, updating his attribute panel as follows. Trial participant, Luo Yu. ID, Earthsianation 23333. Base score, 800 points. Sanitation, 35. Entertainment, 20. Strength, 65. Constitution, 65. Agility, 65. Personal traits. Having exhausted today's critical crafting chances, Luo Yu decided to continue tomorrow. For now, he was in the mines, rapidly excavating ore. With a system notification, his mining skill leveled up to 6. While the chances of finding iron ore had improved, the level was still far from ideal, as most of what he dug up continued to be stone bricks. After a busy day, Luo Yu, as per his routine, opened the boxes of fish caught by Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai before dinner. The first 2 boxes contained only a small amount of food, but the third box surprised him, a fully automatic crossbow. He immediately activated fingertip control, watching the miniature crossbow enlarge rapidly, resembling the defensive devices already installed on the walls. Satisfied, Luo Yu mounted the powerful weapon on the western wall. The next morning, Luo Yu went to the cattle pen to milk the cow. After triggering his critical strike skill, the cow was quickly drained of energy and collapsed weakly to the ground. Carrying a half-filled bucket of special milk, he placed it at the top of the watchtower. Before long, the enticing aroma of milk wafted throughout the base. While cutting stones, Luo Yu patiently waited for any potential attackers. By the afternoon, the scorching sun raised the temperature to around 30 degrees. As Luo Yu was taking a nap inside the Grand Villa, a sudden system alert blared. A group of Skasa tribe soldiers, attracted by the scent of milk, is attacking your territory. Luo Yu sprang up and dashed to the watchtower. To the east, 10 elite soldiers, split into 2 groups of 5, were approaching. The team, consisting of 5 men and 5 women, could only make out the outline of the base walls shrouded in mist. A female archer whispered a suggestion to retreat, but the middle-aged, burly team leader immediately dismissed her concerns. What's there to fear? We've raided this territory before. The front defenses are the strongest, while the southern and northern sides are weaker. Plus, reports say there's a Xianzhou beast maiden inside, something the new tribal chief has been coveting. Capturing her would bring us great rewards. Hearing this, The group grew excited. The Shinjo Beast Maiden, known as the tribal chief's favorite companion, was indeed a rare and valuable prize. The leader quickly ordered the teams to flank from the south and north, warning them to watch out for traps along the way. Observing the enemy's strategy, Luoyu was secretly delighted. A frontal assault would have made it difficult to capture prisoners alive due to the firepower of the catapults and automatic crossbows. However, their decision to flank gave him an advantage. Turning to Xiao Dai, he quietly asked about her butterfly powder's quantity and effects. Xiao Dai eagerly replied, "I can control one person at a time or confuse two people simultaneously with its effects." "Excellent." Luoyu nodded. "You and Xiao Kong will join me in the counterattack. We're taking them alive." "Chirp." Xiao Kong let out a soft call, gripping the short sword tightly in her hand. Xiao Dai nodded in response, her gaze turning icy cold in an instant. At that moment, the first assault squad had already quietly maneuvered to the northern position. The exploration team advanced cautiously. Suddenly, a male spearman gave a low warning. "There's a cotton plantation by the lake." The team immediately sprang into action, beginning to destroy the cotton field. The primary objective of this raid was sabotage. Several native soldiers quickly approached the exposed targets and began setting fires. Just as a burly shield-bearer ignited a cotton sapling, the surface of the lake suddenly rippled. A massive, jet-black tentacle shot out like lightning, wrapping around the man and dragging him into the water. Before the remaining four could recover from their shock, four more tentacles broke through the water, seizing them with lightning speed and pulling them under. The 5 elite soldiers struggled briefly underwater before losing consciousness. Luoyu witnessed the scene, a hint of delight flashing in his eyes. The juvenile diamond-tier monster had demonstrated incredible power. Due to the walls and the dense mist, another 5-person squad attacking from the south remained unaware of what had transpired in the north. They were still cautiously probing for ground traps. Luoyu quickly took action with his 2 companions. He mounted a bull, while Xiao Kong climbed onto a tamed antelope, and together they charged out of the city gates. Xiao Dai, on the other hand, leapt from the watchtower, spreading her wings and taking flight. The southern squad heard the commotion and looked up, spotting the 2 mounted riders emerging from the stone gate. The middle-aged captain stayed calm and immediately ordered, "Archers, fire!" However, before the 2 archers could release their arrows, they caught a strange, sweet scent. Moments later, they fell into a hallucination and collapsed unconscious. Xiaodia's butterfly powder had taken effect. The captain looked up and saw the winged girl soaring above. He exclaimed in shock, "A night butterfly? How is there a night butterfly here?" In his moment of distraction, Xiaokong's slingshot struck him squarely on the forehead, knocking him out instantly. The remaining 2 spearmen turned to flee but were quickly overtaken by Luoyu, who knocked them out with the flat of his blade. The 10 elite native attackers were completely defeated and captured. Soon after, they were stripped down to their undergarments and locked in the prison. Considering the rising demand in the captive market and the current abundance of food, Luoyu decided not to ransom them back to their tribe for the time being, opting instead to put them to work. Luoyu carefully examined the attributes of the 10 captives and identified 2 individuals of particular interest. One was a middle-aged captain with the miner trait, which could increase mining output by 25 and rare mineral yield by 10. The other was a female archer with the stable quality trait, capable of improving the quality of construction and crafting products by 20. However, their other attributes posed significant challenges. The female archer had a face covered in pockmarks, and the middle-aged captain carried the rebellious trait, making him prone to betrayal at any moment. After weighing his options, Luoyu decided to bide his time and observe their behavior. Over the next 2 days, Luoyu began expanding his base. With a sufficient stockpile of stone bricks, he decided to relocate the vegetable garden to an open area north of the main base. This spot, situated near a small lake for easy irrigation and just 10 meters from the main base's walls, was well within the defensive range of his firepower. He quickly constructed a tumper-high basic wall and installed iron spikes on top to prevent climbing. Although the base lacked sufficient automated crossbows and other defensive installations for the moment, Luoyu had already planned to add these features in the near future to strengthen the base's defenses. The relocation work took 2 days. Luoyu directed the large ox to plow the land while carefully transplanting the vegetables. Thanks to his enhanced farming skills, most of the plants survived the process. The new 2,000 square meter garden and orchard, complete with an independent drainage system, were completed and immediately added 150 points to the base's overall score, bringing the total to 950 points. Additionally, the hygiene rating increased by 10 points. Meanwhile, the 10 captives and the insect swarm worked tirelessly in the mining area. Although they extracted large quantities of stone and iron ore, the gold reserves remained at only 3,000, still 5,000 short of the target. What was more concerning was the captives' heavy consumption of food supplies. Despite the contributions of seafood, milk, and eggs provided by the giant octopus, Luoyu still had to use wild boar meat to make additional jerky. As he pondered how to deal with the captives, a message from Alice popped up in the chat group. While fishing, she had found a chest containing a personal trait transfer scroll, which could transfer a captive's trait to the user. In the territory group chat, a discussion about trading captives was underway. I have some captives. Does anyone need them? Someone asked in the chat. Nyoda curiously inquired. What are captives? Can you eat them? Fang Yuming quickly responded. All my captives have already been recruited, so there's no need to transfer their personal traits. By the way, I think Luo Yu has some captives. Seeing this message, Luo Yu's eyes lit up. He had been looking for such resources recently. I'm actually interested in this scroll, Luo Yu said. Alice, what would you like in exchange? No need. I'll give it to you. May the goddess bless you to become stronger, Alice replied, opening the trade interface and placing the scroll on it. I don't really need anything in return. Just trade it. Feeling slightly uneasy but resolute, Luo Yu offered his iron-banded bow in exchange. Here, I'm not good at using bows anyway. It's yours. Iron-banded bow. Luo Yu, well thank you, Alice said, a bit surprised. No, I should thank you. You're the kind goddess in my heart. Luo Yu, don't treat me like a goddess. After the trade was completed, Luo Yu immediately took the acquired personal trait transfer scroll to the minor captive. When he used the scroll, a radiant light surrounded the captive, who then collapsed in the mine. The scroll transformed into a minor trait scroll. Without hesitation, Luo Yu used it and was delighted to discover that he had gained the minor trait. Meanwhile, the group chat discussion continued. Fang Yiming asked, I made some money from opening treasure chests recently and want to recruit some female captives. Any recommendations? This topic sparked everyone's interest. Alice, Elena, and Naker all expressed their need for female captives to assist in building their bases, while Nyod seemed to have other intentions in mind. Noticing that Luo Yu wasn't participating in the discussion, Fang Yiming asked him, By the way, Luo Yu, did you recruit your captives from last time, or did you sell them? I sold the ones from last time, but I encountered a special event recently and captured a few more, Luo Yu replied. In the end, Luo Yu sold 4 female captives to Naker, Alice, Elena, and Fang Yiming for a low price of 10,000 silver each. This was at least 3,000 silver cheaper than the market rate. After finalizing the deal, Luo Yu counted the remaining 6 prisoners. Meanwhile, the female members of the group were busy recruiting newcomers, and Nyoda sent him a private message. Luo Yu, if that female prisoner gets her trait issue resolved, could you let me have her? Nyoda cautiously asked. Of course, no problem, Luo Yu replied. But I'm not sure if this female spearman fits your aesthetic. Once I manage to get another scroll, I'll sell her to you for 5,000. No worries. Nyoda responded immediately. Us Tauren have different tastes from you humans, or elves. What you don't like, I'll definitely like. Brother, you're a real pal. In the future, whatever you need, I'll face mountains of blades or seas of fire without hesitation. Luo Yu chuckled and replied, You said it, not me. After ending the conversation with Nyoda, Luo Yu opened the auction interface to carefully browse but found no one selling trait transfer scrolls. He frowned, thinking that with so many people in the heavenly Dao world, it couldn't be possible that only Alice had obtained a scroll. Surely, someone must be hoarding and not selling. After pondering for a moment, Luo Yu decided to bring out his trump card lady's lingerie. The critical hits he had accumulated over the past few days could finally come in handy. He immediately posted a message on the World Channel. Human Anonymous, accepting custom orders for silver-grade ladies' lingerie, only trading for trait transfer scrolls. PM me if interested. The message instantly caused a stir in the World Channel. Private messages poured in. Some were flattering, some were trying to befriend him, and some were even asking him out, but none offered the scroll. Just as Luo Yu was starting to feel disappointed, a private message caught his attention. I have the scroll you want. The person got straight to the point. But first, I need to confirm, can you really guarantee making silver-grade lingerie? Without hesitation, Luo Yu opened the trade window, and sure enough, the other party placed the precious scroll in it. He then sent a screenshot of a previously crafted silver-grade lingerie piece as proof. We're both humans, so you can trust my credibility, Luo Yu added. One more question. The person asked further, are you male or female? Sensing that the other party might be a shy girl unwilling to disclose her size to a man, Luo Yu decisively answered, I'm female. That's great. The person sighed in relief. I didn't want to share my measurements with a man. But, you'll have to prove you're a woman. Send a screenshot. Luo Yu had anticipated this and immediately called out, Shao Kong, come here. Chirp. Shao Kong happily ran over, tightly hugging his arm and affectionately nuzzling against him. Stretch out your little hand, Luo Yu said. Though puzzled, Shao Kong obediently extended her fair, delicate hands. Luo Yu quickly took a screenshot and sent it over. Wow, your hands are so beautiful, small, and delicate. You must be a girl around 16 or 17, right? Luo Yu commented, looking at the photo of a hand sent by the other person. Please, don't say that. Just give me your measurements so I can start making it. The other person responded after a long pause, shyly saying, F. Luo Yu was momentarily confused. Yeah, F. It's just really weird, you know? That's why wearing something without proper support feels uncomfortable, the other person quickly explained. Luo Yu finally understood an F size, definitely substantial. I'm not exactly sure what F size measures. Could you maybe send me a reference image? A reference image? No way. The other person immediately rejected the idea. Even if we're both girls, I can't do that. How about I find something to compare it to instead? A moment later, a picture of a small watermelon was sent over. Luo Yu got the idea and, after agreeing to reconnect the next day, ended the conversation. He furrowed his brow. Such a large size would require 1.5 times the usual amount of fabric. He'd have to increase the price. He then recycled some previously collected clothing into raw materials, yielding 20 more output compared to using garments from the deceased. At his sewing station, Luo Yu began crafting according to the enlarged pattern. When the critical crafting bonus triggered, the sewing machine emitted a brilliant glow, producing a large-sized purple bra at the output tray. The attributes of the golden-grade women's undergarment surprised him. Not only did it provide excellent basic defense and shaping support, but it also added a 60 temperature adaptation bonus. However, the system notified him that his tailoring skill level was insufficient, resulting in a minor flaw on the right side connection. Although the flaw was small, it would release weak energy upon impact, reducing its defensive capability. The system then informed him that his tailoring skill had leveled up to LV5. Considering that he could only send one world message per day and private chat with non-friends for 10 minutes, Luo Yu decided to wait until tomorrow to contact the buyer. With the sky already dark, he, being a miner, planned to spend some time digging for more ores. He headed to the mine, his iron pickaxe swinging with such speed that shards of ore flew in all directions, leaving afterimages in the air. 5 male captives stood to the side, staring in stunned silence. System notifications chimed repeatedly. You have obtained iron or 50, you have obtained copper or 10, you have obtained silver or 60, you have obtained gold or 8. Luo Yu noticed that the yield of plain rocks was decreasing, while the output of other valuable minerals had significantly increased. This realization filled him with excitement, and the thrill of working up a sweat completely absorbed him into the world of mining. After a brief rest, he turned to the awestruck captives. His tone was calm yet commanding as he said, "Did you see that? This is the kind of drive a man should have. The way you all dawdle around, oh, you even deserve to be called men?" The captives hung their heads in shame, and one burly man chuckled awkwardly, "Lord, your strength and level are far beyond ours. We can't possibly ma." Before he could finish, a gleaming golden spear suddenly pierced through the man's chest. The mine fell into an eerie silence. A system warning immediately followed. Your relentless mining has enraged the golden scorpion king Casca. It will lead a swarm to attack your territory. The golden spear slowly retracted from the man's lifeless body, and moments later, a massive golden scorpion emerged from the rock wall. The captives screamed in terror, but Luo Yu acted decisively. "You and the burrowing creatures retreat first. I'll hold it off." When the golden scorpion king Casca fully revealed itself, its enormous size was comparable to that of a small house. The system displayed golden tier. Its pure gold exoskeleton is both hard and flexible, with immense strength. The scorpion's tail contains deadly venom. Soon, dozens of golden scorpions of varying sizes crawled out from the surrounding rock walls. The larger ones were the size of calves, while the smaller ones were as big as wild dogs. Luo Yu brandished his Tiangong blade, swiftly cutting down the 2 smaller scorpions that charged at him first. However, when he confronted the Scorpion King Hedon, a single strike from its tail left his hands trembling with pain. Realizing that his bronze tier strength was no match for the golden tier Scorpion King, especially with the endless swarm of smaller scorpions flooding in, Luo Yu decisively abandoned the fight and turned to flee. To his shock, the massive Scorpion King moved with an astonishing speed, relentlessly pursuing him. Shout I, save me." Luo Yu's voice was hoarse as he shouted desperately while rushing out of the mine. In fact, Shout I had already sensed something was wrong after escaping captivity and had silently moved closer. Almost the moment Luo Yu's cry rang out, she dove down swiftly, her strong arms catching her master in an instant. Her wings flapped powerfully, lifting them both into the air. The massive claw of the golden scorpion king narrowly missed Luo Yu's shoe, nearly seizing him. The close call left Luo Yu's back drenched in cold sweat. "Master, are you all right?" Shout I asked with concern, her eyes warily watching the furious golden scorpion king below as she hovered midair. "I'm fine thanks to you." Shout I, "Fly back to the base. We'll need the defensive facilities to deal with this swarm." "Understood." With her exceptional agility, Shout I flew as swiftly as any bird. In the blink of an eye, she had safely landed on the watchtower with Luo Yu. By then, the Golden Scorpion King was already leading the scorpion swarm, surging toward the base like a tide. Boom! The catapult launched its first attack, a massive boulder smashing into a scorpion the size of a calf, crushing its head instantly. Following that, the automated crossbows unleashed a barrage of arrows. However, their impact paled in comparison to the catapult's devastating blow. The scorpion's exoskeletons were incredibly tough while the arrows inflicted damage. They rarely dealt fatal wounds. Witnessing this, Luo Yu's expression turned cold. He raised his arm and hurled a javelin with precision. Thud! The javelin pierced through a smaller scorpion's vital point. Without hesitation, he continued throwing javelins, each strike claiming a scorpion's life. In moments, 10 smaller golden scorpions lay lifeless on the ground. Yet, the swarm's numbers were overwhelming. Ignoring casualties, they charged relentlessly, closing the distance to within 100 meters in no time. Luo Yu launched 3 more javelins, killing 3 additional scorpions, but a sense of unease crept into his heart. Only 30 javelins remained, while over 40 scorpions, not to mention the colossal Scorpion King, were still advancing. The situation was turning dire for the base. But just as the swarm reached the moat, a miracle occurred. The scorpions, including the Golden Scorpion King, halted at the riverbank. They hissed and brandished their claws from the shore, but not a single one dared to step into the water. Scorpions are afraid of water. Luo Yu exclaimed in delight at this discovery. His entire base, including the newly cultivated gardens, was within the moat. As long as the scorpions refused to cross the water, they would never breach the defenses. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yu threw the remaining javelins, targeting the smaller scorpions. His precise aim led to the swift downfall of many. Though the Scorpion King roared in fury, it never dared to cross the natural barrier of the moat. The catapult continued its relentless assault, a massive boulder striking the Scorpion King's head. Yet, it left not even a scratch, only fueling its enraged roars. Relaxing at last, Luo Yu sat calmly atop the watchtower, observing the situation. Though his javelins were depleted, and the iron-banded bow had been given to Alice, the catapult, arrow towers, and automated crossbows maintained their steady output. Trapped on the far side of the moat, the scorpions became sitting targets. As time passed, the smaller scorpions were gradually eradicated, leaving only the solitary Scorpion King futilely waving its massive pincers by the riverbank. Unlike humans, these insect swarms knew no retreat. Their instincts followed a brutal simplicity: fight or die. Bang! Clang clang clang. Arrows and catapult stones rained down incessantly on the Golden Scorpion King, but it was as if they were striking a steel plate, causing almost no damage. Luo Yu attempted to use his beast taming skill from a distance to control the massive creature, but the system immediately prompted that the skill could not be used on untamed beasts. This isn't working, Luo Yu muttered, quickly pulling out the automatic defense core and disabling the auto-fire function of the arrow towers and crossbows. There was no need to waste precious arrows that required wood and iron to replenish. Scanning his surroundings, Luo Yu's gaze fell on Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong nearby. An idea quickly formed. Xiao Dai, I need you to act as bait and lure this big scorpion to the lake. Our black demon octopus will handle it. What? Xiao Dai pouted in protest. You want such a cute girl to be bait? You can fly. If I could fly, I'd do it myself, Luo Yu retorted with an eye roll, then added as a promise: if you succeed, I'll let you sleep holding my arm tonight. Xiao Dai's eyes lit up, though she still bargained. Holding your arm or your leg is fine, but could you also buy me some flower seeds? I like peonies and glowing flower pollen. Fine, I'll start a garden in the backyard. Luo Yu agreed without hesitation. Now go, and be careful. Xiao Dai flashed a sweet smile. You said it, no backing out. Xiao Kong, let's go. Chirp. Xiao Kong responded enthusiastically, immediately being scooped up by Xiao Dai as she took to the skies. Hey, ugly scorpion, come and chase me. Xiao Dai taunted from above. However, the Golden Scorpion King completely ignored her, its crimson eyes fixed on Luo Yu with a burning hatred. The butterfly dust enchantment had no effect on the beast, leaving Xiao Dai at a loss. She could only rely on Xiao Kong. Xiao Kong promptly pulled out his slingshot and launched 2 stones at the scorpion's eyes. Both hit their mark, causing the beast to roar in pain and fury. Completely enraged, the colossal creature surged forward, relentlessly chasing the 2 airborne figures. Xiao Dai, holding Xiao Kong, flew toward the lake. But as they neared the water's edge, the Scorpion King abruptly halted. It seemed to sense danger lurking in the water, instinctively resisting any closer approach. Xiao Kong, shoot it again. Xiao Kong's slingshot stone struck the scorpion's eyes with unerring accuracy, further enraging it. Finally, the beast exploded with a burst of speed, charging forward recklessly. Its tail lashed out in a deadly strike. In a hair-raising moment, Xiao Dai narrowly dodged the fatal blow. Just as the Scorpion King reached the lakeside, 3 dark shadows shot out from the water. The black demon octopus's tentacles coiled tightly around the scorpion's pincers and tail with precision. However, as the octopus exerted all its strength to pull, the fully grown golden tier scorpion king didn't budge an inch. Despite the black demon octopus being at the diamond tier, it was still in its juvenile stage, and its strength was evenly matched with its opponent. The two creatures entered a stalemate, each straining against the other, neither able to gain the upper hand. In the distance, Luo Yu saw what was happening and quickly opened the stone gate, lowering the drawbridge. "Anyo, charge!" he shouted. Following his command, a massive bull weighing over a ton thundered across the bridge. Gaining momentum, the bull lowered its head and rammed into the Scorpion King's rear with tremendous force. At that critical moment, Shao Kong's slingshot struck precisely, hitting the scorpion's eye. The Scorpion King recoiled in pain, its grip loosening just as its massive body was dragged into the lake with a resounding splash. The water erupted in waves as the Scorpion King struggled desperately, but on its predator's turf, the outcome was already decided. Within a minute, its movements slowed and finally ceased. "It's done." Luo Yu ran to the lakeside and signaled the giant octopus to pull the Scorpion King ashore. As he looked at the scorpion's ravaged body, a hint of regret crossed his face. Its massive pincers and tail had been ripped off underwater by the octopus, making it impossible to salvage. He drove the Tiangong blade into the Scorpion King's mouth, delivering the final blow. With the Scorpion King's death, a system notification appeared instantly. "You have slain the Golden Scorpion King and obtained Golden Random Treasure Chest 1. Golden Equipment Treasure Chest 1. Golden Scorpion King's Egg 1. Note: the Scorpion King's treasure chests must be used within 24 hours, or they will automatically decompose. Although the treasure chests couldn't be stored long-term and only one could be used with a critical hit bonus, this was still an unexpected windfall." Shao Kong joyfully clung to Luo Yu's arm, while Shao Dai smiled brightly. Luo Yu gently patted the two little ones on their heads and said, "Go prepare dinner. Don't forget the garden." "The garden?" Shao Dai laughed as she picked up Shao Kong and flew toward the base. Luo Yu first opened the equipment treasure chest. The golden tier moonlight twin blades emerged in a radiant glow, one black and one white, with an exquisitely crafted design. This pair of blades was perfect for his whirlwind blade technique and far superior to the silver tier Tiangong blade. However, as he swung the twin blades, he frowned. They were too heavy, and with his current strength, he couldn't wield them effectively. He stored the twin blades, the other treasure chest, and the egg in his storage bracelet, planning to deal with them once his critical hit chances were restored. For the next 6 hours, he focused on processing the Scorpion King's and its offspring's corpses. It was not until 11 p.m. that he finished the painstaking work. The battle had yielded substantial rewards: 7,038 gold coins, 26,506 portions of scorpion meat, and a piece of recyclable biological equipment. Though exhausted, the bounty made it all worthwhile. The Scorpion King's stinger glimmered with a silvery sheen, containing not only lethal neurotoxins, but also renowned for its hardness and sharpness. Luo Yu carefully stored this deadly weapon, already formulating a plan it would make the ideal spearhead for a lethal lance or spear. Looking at the towering pile of building materials, he decided to tackle the two most pressing tasks first: laying the flooring and handling the surplus scorpion meat. Without delay, he listed 10,000 units of scorpion meat on the trading market, pricing it moderately at 5 silver coins per unit. Today's harvest left him in an exceptionally good mood. After enjoying a refreshing hot shower and a meal of meat chunks and milk prepared by Shao Dai, he stepped into his bedroom. On the bed, Shao Kong and Shao Dai were already peacefully asleep. Gazing at their serene faces, Luo Yu felt a wave of gratitude. Without these two capable helpers, dealing with the Scorpion King today would have been far more challenging. He lay down gently between the two, wrapping them in his arms. Shao Kong instinctively nuzzled against his arm, while Shao Dai's eyelashes fluttered, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Surrounded by this warm atmosphere, Luo Yu quickly drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, he awoke to a system notification granting him a 50 sleep efficiency boost, buffed for 3 days. This meant that the usual 8 hours of sleep could now be achieved in just 6 hours, effectively giving him 2 extra hours of activity each day. After breakfast, Luo Yu began the flooring project. Each tile required a significant amount of materials: 30 units of stone bricks, 10 units of iron ore, 10 units of silver, and 1 unit of gold. The pure white tiles were inlaid with intricate golden patterns. With each tile he laid, the base's overall rating increased. By midday, Luo Yu had completed tiling the entire interior of the walls and the first floor of the villa. The base underwent a dramatic transformation, evolving from an ordinary village into a noble estate. The silver and gold inlaid tiles gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. The grand villa stood tall and imposing, and the towering walls complemented the charming little animals nearby. All that was missing were a garden and a fountain to rival a royal residence. This renovation granted him a day of action frenzy buff, but more astonishingly, The base's rating soared from 800 to 3,400. Such a high score promised generous end-of-month rewards, but also foretold larger-scale attacks. Luo Yu remained vigilant, planning to accelerate the construction of arrow towers and ballistae to bolster the defenses. Recalling the promise he had made to Xiao Dai earlier, he checked the construction options and indeed found a garden option available. To match the luxurious tiles, he chose the extravagant garden, which came with a steep cost: 10 units of stone bricks, 50 units of soil, 10 units of silver, and 1 unit of jade per square meter. The garden also featured luminous flowers as part of its design. The price is a bit steep, but compared to floor tiles, it's much cheaper, Luo Yu calculated as he began the construction. He only needed to create a garden surrounding the villa, utilizing the abundant soil resources around the base. With a flash of light, jade-patterned flower beds rose one by one on the ground, perfectly encircling the villa. For entrances were thoughtfully left open in the east, south, west, and north, while the flower beds bloomed with fragrant glowing flowers that could even provide illumination at night. This meticulously crafted garden instantly added 400 points to the base, skyrocketing the total score to 3,800. Glowing flowers. Xiao Dai followed the scent, excitedly flying to the garden. She hesitated nervously and asked, "Master, you really built a garden? It must have cost a lot. Did I? Did I ask for too much?" Seeing Xiao Dai's touched expression, Luo Yu smiled and asked, "It did cost quite a bit. So, how do you plan to thank me?" Xiao Dai's cheeks flushed as she quickly flew to Luo Yu's side. She shyly kissed his cheek and whispered, "In the future, if you want to kiss, I can." You're so annoying. I won't talk to you anymore." With that, she ran to the glowing flowers, her face red, and indulged in their fragrance. Luo Yu touched his kissed cheek, thinking how adorable the girl was. Too bad there's reproductive isolation. Checking his account, he saw only 22,000 silver left. He decisively spent 20,000 points to enhance his strength, making it easier to wield the moon and sun twin blades. Now he had only 2,000 left, and even the scorpion meat hadn't been sold yet. It was indeed a tight situation. Walking on the tiled ground, weighing the twin blades in his hands, Luo Yu pondered the direction for developing the base. The priority was to strengthen defenses, followed by establishing a stable source of income. Relying solely on selling essentials like eggs and milk wasn't sustainable, and mercenary missions, while lucrative, weren't consistent. Ultimately, the key was to focus on crafting skills, such as sewing and forging, to earn money. This required building a fully equipped workshop and expanding storage space. Time was almost up. Luo Yu returned to the villa to prepare for a trade with Li Kursin. Moments later, the trade window popped up. "Big brother, the custom order I asked for. Is it ready?" Luo Yu placed the finished bra directly into the trade window. "Wow, it's purple. It looks so beautiful." Li Kursin's eyes were drawn to the item on the screen. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. "Oh my god, it's golden underwear. Got lucky and crafted a golden one," Luo Yu replied. "One characteristic scroll probably won't be enough." Li Kursin quickly responded, "All right, how about I add 30,000 silver? That's everything I have." "Didn't expect you to be a little rich lady," Luo Yu thought to himself before replying, "All right, sounds good. Let's make the deal." Once the trade was completed, the system notification popped up. Acquired silver 30,000, personal characteristic transfer scroll 1. Li Kursin wasn't ready to end the chat just yet. "Sister, I still don't know your name. If you have more good stuff in the future, let's trade again." "I'm Yu. You can save the chat log if you want to contact me later," Luo Yu replied briefly. "You? Oh, Sister Yu then. All right, see you next time," Li Kursin said cheerfully. After the transaction, Luo Yu immediately located the female captive and transferred her stable quality characteristic to himself. This characteristic boosted the quality of items produced in construction, crafting, sewing, and forging tasks by 20. As agreed, he then traded the female captive to Nyoda in exchange for 5,000 silver. "Got some money again," Luo Yu exclaimed. Looking at the unused critical chance for the day, he decided to open the golden tier random treasure chest in his possession. The system notification popped up. Critical hit triggered at 100 times. Acquired items: Lightning Collection Box and Lightning Rod Design Blueprint 1. What the heck? Luo Yu was stunned. These were key items for unlocking the Lightning Technology Tree, something that couldn't even be purchased in the system store. They could only be acquired through luck, such as fishing or loot drops from supply crates. However, after checking the required materials, his excitement was immediately dampened. Copper or 20,000, gold 20,000, silver 100,000. The cost was astronomical. Browsing through the Lightning Technology Tree, he saw that building this collection box would unlock powerful defensive facilities like lightning towers, electric grid traps, and thunderous explosives. Even more enticing, it would eventually allow him to learn personal lightning-based skills. Having spent considerable time in the heavenly Dao world, Luo Yu had become quite familiar with the sword and magic setting of this world. Here, Lightning was one of the elemental forces, akin to wind, fire, and water, and could be harnessed by individuals. However, unlocking its potential was incredibly challenging. As for humanity's original technology, it seemed survival was still reliant on basic scientific knowledge, and the path to obtaining advanced technological creations remained a mystery. Luo Yu carefully contemplated the performance of the lightning strike tower. Based on its description, this defensive structure was indeed formidable. It could deliver fatal blows to the beast-skin natives on the ground, and even prevent birds from flying past it. He was eager to build one, but its high cost forced him to put the idea on hold for now. The immediate priority was to construct an arrow tower to bolster the base's defenses. He reviewed the material requirements: 30,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of iron ore, and 2,500 units of silver. While silver and iron ore posed no issue, the sheer amount of wood needed was daunting. Although he could purchase it from the auction house, this was clearly not a sustainable solution. After careful consideration, Luo Yu decided to launch a reforestation plan. Planting trees would not only solve the demand for wood for defensive structures, but also provide fuel for heating in winter. Most importantly, it would help prevent soil erosion. He vividly remembered the scene during the last thunderstorm when a large amount of sediment was washed into the small lake. If left unchecked, the rising lakebed would inevitably lead to flooding during the rainy season. He planned to plant a ring of trees 100 meters away from the lake, which would not only prevent soil erosion but also allow for the placement of traps or automated weapons within the forest, thereby strengthening the northern defensive line. After consulting the Tiandao World Guidebook, he discovered an ideal choice: the fragrant leaf tree. This tree had a growth cycle of 60 days, and though its edible leaves had a nutritional value of only 0.1, each mature tree could yield 60 units of wood, far more than ordinary trees. Considering the high fertility of his territory, which could accelerate growth, Luo Yu immediately decided on this species. He purchased 500 fragrant leaf saplings from the auction house at a price of 20 silver coins each. To ensure the saplings took root and grew quickly, Luo Yu immediately began digging holes and planting them. Xiao Kong, who had been fishing by the lake, eagerly joined in the tree planting effort. During the planting process, Xiao Kong suddenly let out an excited chirp. It turned out she had unearthed a treasure chest exclusive to Xuanqiu beastfolk. Inside, they found a bottle of Guiyuan elixir. This colorless and tasteless potion could forcibly reduce the user's attributes to 10 points for 2 hours, sealing their rank and special skills. While this item didn't seem particularly useful for defending against attacks, Luo Yu still stored it in his bracelet and resumed his focus on the tree planting project. By the time all 500 saplings were planted, the system notified him that his planting level had risen to LV6. Looking at the newly planted saplings circling the lake, Luo Yu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. In his vision, this area would transform into a dense forest before winter arrived. The space between the forest and the small lake would be developed into farmland for crops like cotton. This layout would not only provide protection from wind and rain, but also make irrigation easier. Truly an ideal design. The night had grown late, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. It was already past 9 o'clock. Xiao Kong clung to Luo Yu's arm, softly whimpering. She was clearly hungry. Seeing her adorable face smeared with dirt, Luo Yu smiled gently and said, "My little cutie, let's take a bath first. Once we're clean, we'll eat." How does that sound? Understanding his words, Xiao Kong's face flushed red, and she let out a shy "Wuchu." Without hesitation, Luo Yu picked her up and headed straight for the large villa. Although they bathed at the same time, Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai had their own wooden tubs separate from Luo Yu's. He simply helped them clean themselves. Half an hour later, Xiao Kong came running out of the bathroom, barefoot and giggling. After his own bath, Luo Yu glanced at the 2 wooden tubs and silently decided he needed to build a large bathhouse soon. That way, everyone could bathe together, and it would save water as well. With the daily chores done, Luo Yu lay on the large bed, casually pulling one of his little companions into his arms. He quickly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, he woke to find Xiao Dai blushing furiously as she looked up at him. Playfully, Luo Yu pinched her soft belly and teased, "Xiao Dai, you don't have any abs. Being this soft won't do better start working out. You haven't even seen, so how do you know I don't have abs?" Xiao Dai muttered quietly, but Luo Yu was already up and starting his day. After breakfast, Luo Yu discovered that the remaining male captives had been sold, earning him another 50,000 silver coins. He then went to the beast training yard to check on the cows and saw Xiao Dai milking one of them. Although the cows were still producing milk, their health had declined since the production of the special milk, leaving them in poor condition. This forced Luo Yu to temporarily abandon his plan to use the special milk as bait for attackers. He reviewed the attribute panels of Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong, noting that these humanoid creatures, apart from having unique features like ears, tails, and wings, were structurally very similar to humans and lacked the ability to produce milk. The region had been calm and peaceful recently, and while everyone enjoyed the tranquility, Luo Yu found himself almost wishing for something unusual to happen. Observing that the price of wood had risen from 1 silver to 1.5 silver, he anticipated it would climb further as forests in other territories dwindled. With this in mind, he used 45,000 silver coins to purchase 30,000 units of wood, preparing to construct arrow towers. Thanks to a 5 construction cost reduction buff, Luo Yu quickly initiated a new round of building. This time, the location for the arrow tower was strategically chosen at the intersection of the eastern and southern walls. From this position, the tower's range extended to 200 meters, compared to the 150-meter coverage from the base's center, effectively covering the southeast defensive area. Luo Yu calculated that if he could build another arrow tower at the northwest corner, the two towers would form a diagonal configuration, achieving full-range firepower coverage. Even the eastern arrow tower would be able to target enemies within a 50-meter range on the western side. Unfortunately, his current financial situation did not allow for this plan to be implemented. Following his usual construction rhythm, life facilities would typically come after defensive structures. However, before considering building a large bathhouse, he decided to first deal with today's critical strike opportunity. On the open ground outside the city walls, Luo Yu took out the Golden Scorpion King egg. As the 100-fold critical strike triggered, the egg began to tremble violently. A newly hatched, palm-sized golden scorpion emerged and started growing rapidly before his eyes. It grew from the size of a calf to that of a fully grown cow before finally stopping. The giant, gleaming golden scorpion affectionately rubbed against Luo Yu's arm, showcasing its impressive attributes. Intermediate intelligence, juvenile stage, golden tier. Strength, 86, constitution, 120, agility, 47. Special ability, gold scouting periodically produces gold ingots. Attack skills, scorpion tail strike, venomous claw stinger. What delighted Luo Yu even more was that the scorpion came with a level 10 mining skill. He immediately took it to the mine for testing. The scorpion plunged its massive claws into the glowing rock wall and, with swift and precise movements, unearthed a fist-sized chunk of gold in no time. System notifications popped up one after another. Obtained gold 60. Obtained silver 100. Obtained copper or 30. Obtained iron or 90. The efficiency left Luo Yu thrilled. Not only was the mining speed astonishing, but there were also very few regular stones, with a significant yield of rare minerals instead. Standing nearby, Luo Yu watched this heaven-sent mining expert work tirelessly, silently celebrating the incredible fortune of this discovery. The mining efficiency of the Scorpion King, an insect, was truly astonishing, equivalent to that of 5 captives. Just as Luo Yu was feeling delighted about this, the system suddenly issued a warning. The excessive mining by the Golden Scorpion King had angered a giant centipede. From the rock walls of the mine, a centipede emerged menacingly, crawling toward them with its jaws snapping. Luo Yu, far from being afraid, felt secretly thrilled. Being a nemesis to insect creatures, he was ready to draw his twin blades. However, the Golden Scorpion King acted first. With its golden pincers, it precisely clamped down on the centipede, and its venomous stinger struck the centipede's exoskeleton like lightning. The giant centipede succumbed to the venom almost instantly, showing little resistance. The Golden Scorpion King immediately abandoned its mining work and began feasting on this unexpected meal. Before long, the ground digger, golden beetle, and silver ladybug also arrived, drawn by the commotion, and joined in the feast. Watching the giant centipede being devoured completely, Luo Yu realized this saved a significant amount of meat supplies. However, it also meant that increasing the number of insects would now be more challenging. After pondering for a moment, Luo Yu came up with a solution. Temporarily reassign the Scorpion King and use the 100-fold critical mining method to increase the chances of discovering a new insect nest. In that case, he decided to let the insects enjoy their prey for now. Perhaps it could even help nurture stronger creatures. However, a new problem quickly emerged. Due to the Scorpion King's high mining efficiency, the transport capacity of the bull beetle and the golden beetles was unable to keep up, leading to a backlog of ores piling up in the mine and causing congestion. More importantly, this month's vein resources were being consumed at an alarming rate. Luo Yu did some calculations. The mine's monthly resource limit was 110,000 units, including a 10 bonus from the base core. At the Scorpion King's current mining speed, it would take only 15 days to deplete the entire vein. Leaving the other insects idle for the rest of the month, while feeding the Scorpion King large amounts of meat, would clearly not be a wise decision. After careful consideration, Luo Yu decided to implement a new work plan for the Golden Scorpion King. Mining in the morning, transporting ores in the afternoon, and spending its free time clearing pests in the nearby forest. With its intermediate-level intelligence, it should be able to handle these simple tasks. As he left the mine, Luo Yu noticed that the road leading from the mine to the base had been deeply rutted by the mine carts, with uneven surfaces severely impacting transportation efficiency. He made a mental note. To prosper, first build roads. This task would need to be prioritized soon. In the afternoon, Luo Yu was intently cutting stone when a sudden notification from the system interrupted him. Your item has been sold. You have earned 50,000 silver. Huh. He quickly checked the transaction records and found that all the scorpion meat he had listed earlier had been purchased. He couldn't help but wonder which connoisseur had such a unique taste. This unexpected windfall put him in an excellent mood. Setting aside his tools, Luo Yu headed to the bathroom to wash his hands, ready to embark on his long-anticipated grand bathhouse construction project. Opening the building menu, he carefully compared the cost-effectiveness of various bathhouse options before finally settling on the luxury bathhouse. The materials list made him take a sharp breath. 5,000 building materials, 1,000 jade, 1,000 gold, and 20,000 silver. Even with a 5 buff discount, the price was still painful to swallow. Unlike beds, which could trigger critical bonuses, this investment would have to be made hidden. After confirming the construction, the bathroom was suddenly illuminated with a radiant glow. A magnificent bath appeared out of nowhere. Pale yellow jade lined the walls and floor of the pool, golden patterns adorned its surface, and a silver-white pipe was already pouring hot water into the pool. Wisps of steam began to rise slowly. The system panel updated immediately. The base score skyrocketed from 3,800 to 4,550, hygiene levels reached 90 points, and entertainment value increased by 10 points, reaching 30. Other attributes remained unchanged: strength 75, physique 65, agility 65. Unable to wait, Luo Yu stripped off his clothes and sank into the warm water. Surrounded by the misty steam, his exhaustion gradually melted away, and he felt himself drifting off to sleep. Just as he was about to doze off, the system notification chimed again. Due to the recent significant improvement in your base's hygiene conditions, your territory has been blessed with a mysterious power: the blessing of harvest. All crops will instantly mature. Overjoyed by this unexpected boon, Luo Yu was still processing the news when Xiao Dai rushed in excitedly. Master, the aromatic leaf trees by the lake have grown taller, and the flowers in the garden have all bloomed. They're absolutely stunning. It's just the blessing of harvest. No need to make such a fuss, Luo Yu replied, feigning calm. It was then that Xiao Dai noticed the luxurious bath in front of her and gasped in awe. Wow, what a beautiful bath. Master, are you bathing? There will be plenty of time for baths later, Luo Yu said with a smile. Go fetch my clothes. Let's go check out the vegetable garden. Blushing, Xiao Dai handed him his clothes and quickly dashed out of the bathroom. When they rushed to the vegetable garden, they were greeted with an incredible sight. Every crop on the land had ripened. The lush green rice fields, golden cornfields, robust potato plants, vibrant green vegetables, and bright red tomatoes all signaled the arrival of the harvest season. Luo Yu was so thrilled that he almost shouted out in excitement, while Xiao Kong clapped her hands joyfully nearby. With the previous stock of vegetarian food completely depleted and market demand driving prices sky high, this harvest was a massive win. We need to harvest quickly and replant, Luo Yu said, glancing around with concern that the ripe crops might attract small animals. Even with a Dai guarding the area, it would be challenging to protect such a large vegetable patch. At this point, Luo Yu's farming level had reached LV6, while Xiao Dai had impressively advanced to LV8. Even Xiao Kong, who had been helping water plants and plant trees in recent days, had leveled up to LV5. To add to the excitement, Xiao Kong was also benefiting from a 10 harvest bonus buff provided by the diamond bet. Xiao Kong, Xiao Dai, let's get to work, Luo Yu called out. The two adorable companions responded enthusiastically and immediately dove into action. With their high attribute stats and advanced farming levels, the trio's harvesting efficiency was far beyond the average person's. Xiao Dai, at LV8, was particularly astonishing, gathering crops at an unmatched speed. It wasn't until after 9 p.m. that they finished harvesting all the crops and sowed a new batch of seeds. Thanks to the fertility bonus of the soil, the growth rate of this garden's crops was 10 faster than others. Upon final tally, they had harvested a total of 35,000 units of vegetarian food, far exceeding previous yields. This success was closely tied to the fertile land and their high farming levels. Xiao Kong's farming level even rose to LV6 during the process, and Luo Yu's level also saw an improvement. Currently, the average price of vegetarian food was about 10 silver coins per unit, significantly more expensive than meat by 70-80. This harvest alone generated a staggering 350,000 silver coins in revenue. Luo Yu took 2,000 units of old stock from the cellar and replaced it with 5,000 units of fresh vegetables, putting the remaining 32,000 units up for auction. Although the cellar's tiled flooring improved food preservation, the fresh harvest needed to be sold quickly to avoid spoilage. Wow, someone just listed over 30,000 units of vegetarian food. Everyone, grab it now. A message quickly popped up in the World Channel, alerting others. Soaking in the bath, Luo Yu watched his wealth skyrocket, feeling utterly content. The rapidly climbing silver count brought him immense satisfaction, to the point where even the delicate figures of Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai, who were bathing alongside him, seemed less captivating though, to be fair. Their charm had diminished since becoming pets, making them less comparable to the allure of women from his own kind. In no time, the vegetarian food was completely sold out, earning a total of 320,000 silver coins. Thinking about the cotton and large quantities of timber he could harvest the next day, Luo Yu was overjoyed. Unable to contain his excitement, he lifted Xiao Kong into his arms and planted a kiss on her cheek, his happiness radiating through every gesture. Chirp. Xiao Kong let out a soft sound, obediently allowing herself to be held. Being used as a pillow every night was something she had long grown accustomed to. In stark contrast, Xiao Dai kept her distance from Luo Yu, curling up entirely in the water, too shy to emerge. As the night deepened and silence fell, Luo Yu drifted into sleep. In his dream, he lay atop a pile of silver, delighted at the sight. But then he suddenly remembered that his current diamond cloud bed was worth several times more, jolting him awake. Sitting up, he checked his surroundings and was relieved to find his bed still where it belonged. Now wide awake, Luo Yu walked over to the window. The night sky was as dark as ink, dotted with countless stars. He mused about setting up a grape trellis in the base to start winemaking, but his gaze suddenly sharpened. Near the moat, two sneaky shadows appeared. A system notification popped up. The harvest blessing has attracted thieves from nearby tribes. Congratulations on spotting them. This reminded Luo Yu of the rules of the heavenly Dao world. Thief events wouldn't trigger alerts unless they were actively discovered. Before Luo Yu could think further, the two figures leapt nimbly, effortlessly crossing the wide moat and infiltrating the base. Their movements were swift and fluid, and neither the arrow towers nor the ballistae reacted, as though the intruders had blended seamlessly with the darkness. Working together, they scaled the 5-meter-high wall, only to land and find Luo Yu already waiting for them. Thud. With a deft flip of his Moon-Yang twin blades, Luo Yu struck the two unconscious with the back of his weapons. Searching them, he uncovered quite a haul. A fist-sized chunk of gold, 3 exquisite bracelets and rings, and a manual for stealth techniques. This was a Silverdeer special skill that allowed the user to enter a concealed state at will, bypassing detection by defensive structures and reducing the chance of being spotted by living creatures by 50. Without hesitation, Luo Yu learned the skill. Similar to the Gale Blade technique, stealth techniques could be upgraded to 3 tiers, with its effectiveness closely tied to the user's agility. The higher the agility, the closer one could come to perfect invisibility. Upon further inspection, the pair of Theavisa man and a woman were both agility-based characters but lacked any particularly outstanding traits. Following his usual practice, Luo Yu decided to sell the male thief while recommending the female thief to his group of allies. It was a principle he upheld. While the heavenly Tao might be merciless, human connections should be warm, and companions deserved extra care. The next morning, Luo Yu was enjoying his breakfast while sending a message in the group chat. Last night, I had a run-in with a thief and caught a female prisoner. Anyone interested in buying her? The group chat quickly became lively. Elena was the first to respond. No thanks. I found that these natives are pretty useless and just waste food. Alice and Naker also declined, with Naker mentioning that the one she had captured earlier was still being tamed, with just a little resistance left to break. I'd like her, but am broke, Nyoda said regretfully. At that moment, Fang Yuming chimed in enthusiastically. Oh, in that case, I won't hold back. Luo Yu, let's make a deal. As the trade window opened, Luo Yu uploaded a picture of the female prisoner. Fang Yuming scrutinized it carefully before smiling and commenting. She looks decent. Luo Yu, don't you want to keep her? No interest? Interest? In what way? Luo Yu asked in return. Oh, I mean for labor, of course. What did you think I meant? Fang Yuming replied with a playful tone, while cheerfully offering 15,000 silver. The price was fair, as female prisoners with decent looks but average attributes usually went for around 16,000 to 17,000 silver in the market. Luo Yu chuckled as he confirmed the trade. Oh, I thought you were talking about, men's common interests. Men's common interests? You mean gaming? I'm still a kid. I don't get it, huh? The system notification popped up. Trade successful. You have received 15,000 silver. Luo Yu felt quite pleased. Casual chats like this were a great way to ease the loneliness. As breakfast continued, the group kept chatting. Suddenly, Naker brought up a serious topic. Guys, summer is here, and autumn isn't far behind. Once winter arrives, our food sources might be limited to aquatic creatures. Should we start thinking about dealing with the giant monster in the lake? Fang Yuming suggested building arrow towers by the lake to shoot it down, but Elena politely dismissed the idea. At this point, Alice reminded everyone to check Rule 822 in the World of Heavenly Dao Guide. The rule described the team function, which could be unlocked through visitor or mercenary technology. While team hunts yielded less profit compared to solo hunts, they were safer and more practical. Fang Yuming quickly caught on to Alice's idea. Oh, Alice, are you suggesting that we focus on unlocking visitor technology first? then team up at someone's base to take down the black fish monster together? Luo Yu found the idea quite appealing. He had seen many discussions in the world chat about the valuable loot dropped by black fish monsters, ranging from trait scrolls to technology blueprints, and even base cores. While the one in his territory was likely just an ordinary one, the chance to share in the rewards from someone else's territory was still tempting. I'm in. Let's also use the opportunity to meet up in person and get to know each other better, Luo Yu responded enthusiastically. When Alina curiously asked about the meaning of meeting in real life, Fong Yuming responded with a string of laughter that sounded like goose goose goose. Over breakfast, the small group quickly finalized their upcoming plans, each member brimming with excitement and ready to act. Luo Yu, accompanied by Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai, headed straight to the cotton fields by the lake to begin an intensive harvest. The cotton fields surrounding the lake yielded an impressive bounty. 20,000 units of cotton were collected. These could be directly used for making clothes, or, when combined with sufficient animal hides, could be crafted into luxurious and valuable carpets. Over the next 2 days, Luo Yu, along with his 2 assistants, made continuous trips between the base and the resource points. They harvested cotton, chopped down trees, and planted new cotton and saplings. In the end, they accumulated 20,000 units of cotton and 30,000 units of timber, just enough to construct the planned arrow towers. Following the initial blueprint, the new arrow towers were erected at the junctions of the northern and western walls. With this, the firepower of the 3 arrow towers now covered the entire base. Coupled with 5 automated crossbows and a catapult, the base's defensive capabilities became significantly formidable. However, Luo Yu wasn't satisfied yet. In the past, he would shift his focus to building structures that increased the base's rating after completing defensive installations, but this time was different. Although luxury baths and advanced floor tiles had already boosted the base's rating considerably, Luo Yu believed that security was the cornerstone of development. Riding the wave of abundant resources, he made a bold decision to construct 2 more arrow towers. After spending 130,000 silver coins to purchase timber, iron ore, and other building materials, 4 arrow towers rose at the southeastern, southwestern, northeastern, and northwestern corners of the base, forming a complete defensive perimeter. Any threat within a 50-meter radius would now face a barrage of arrows. The construction of these additional towers also added 5,000 points to the base's rating. Current status of the base. Wealth, 210,000 silver coins. Food reserves, 16,000 scorpion meat, 2,000 regular meat, 2,500 seafood, 5,000 vegetarian food, 150 milk, 30 eggs. Resource stockpile, 3,700 gold, 1,250 emeralds, 588 copper ore, 80,000 stone bricks iron ore and timber depleted. Animal assets. 1 green wolf, 1 mutated earth chicken, 1 giant octopus, 1 golden scorpion king, and a considerable number of bulls, cows, burrowers 11, stone-armored turtles 8, silver-armored ladybugs, and golden beetles. Companion pets, 1 Xuanqiu beast maiden and 1 night butterfly. Aside from these movable assets, the base's fixed structures, apart from the defensive facilities, consisted of a villa, a toilet, walls, a cellar, and a mysterious foggy chest. As for the large stockpile of scorpion meat, it was reserved exclusively for the animals, as Luo Yu, Xiao Dai, and Xiao Kong refrained from consuming insect meat. Standing before the towering arrow towers that now safeguarded the base, Luo Yu felt a profound sense of security. Recalling the critical hit skill he had yet to use in recent days, he decided to address that next. Heading to the grasslands, he retrieved the snake egg he had obtained earlier and silently activated his critical hit ability, triggering a 100-fold growth efficiency boost. The snake egg in Luo Yu's hand suddenly emitted a faint cracking sound. Moments later, a giant red-scaled python emerged from the shell. This was a bronze-level adult python with attributes of Strength 50, Constitution 75, and Agility 21. While its base stats were rather average, this particular mutation granted it a unique ability: scale production. The snake could periodically shed its scales, which could be used as valuable materials for crafting clothing, significantly enhancing the quality of the final products. Luo Yu led the giant snake to a small lake to keep company with the tamed octopus there. He then shifted his focus to improving his own attributes. Spending 130,000 silver coins, he elevated his stats to a whole new level. Designation: Earth, Xianation, Base 23333. Score: 5,000 points. Hygiene: 90 points. Entertainment: 30 points. Strength: 90. Constitution: 90. Agility: 90. After completing his attribute upgrades, Luo Yu drew out his dual moon and sun blades, swinging them a few times. He felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, leaving him invigorated and refreshed. The day had been productive constructing the arrow tower, enhancing his attributes, and acquiring a mutated python with special abilities. Yet, Luo Yu wasn't satisfied and continued his work, focusing on cutting stones. The next day, as Luo Yu was deeply engrossed in stone cutting, a cracking noise caught his attention. Rushing out to investigate, he found that the overworked mining cart had finally fallen apart. Black spot stones and various ores were scattered everywhere, while the ox stood nearby with an innocent expression. Luo Yu gently stroked the ox's head to reassure it, and realized it was time to improve the transportation infrastructure. After reviewing the available construction options, Luo Yu decided on tightly fitted fire-resistant paving bricks for the roads. These bricks were not only fireproof and waterproof, but also resistant to digging and corrosion, making them a highly cost-effective choice. Each square meter of the bricks required 10 units of stone, 3 units of iron ore, and 1 unit of silver. He planned a 3-meter-wide road that connected the base to the mine and extended into the mine itself. Although the construction consumed a significant amount of materials, the results were immediate. The new mining cart, hitched to the ox, demonstrated a notable improvement in transportation efficiency. The ox gleefully trotted along the smooth new road, even attracting a cow to join in and enjoy the neatly paved path. Standing atop the base's walls and looking down at the freshly completed road, Luo Yu smiled in satisfaction. This road was not only aesthetically pleasing but also significantly enhanced the base's transportation capabilities, laying a solid foundation for future development. Luo Yu was basking in the sense of accomplishment from constructing the road when he suddenly realized a critical issue. The smooth road not only facilitated the movement of his own troops, but also made it easier for the enemy to advance. What worried him even more was that his side's long-range defensive facilities didn't differentiate between targets on the road. In particular, the catapults, with their wide attack range, would inevitably damage the painstakingly built road once they were fired, leading to hefty repair costs. This problem prompted him to carefully examine various interfaces, from the store to construction options, and then to the defense system. Finally, he found a solution under the automatic trap technology category. After spending 10,000 silver to unlock the technology, an option named automatic spike trap mechanism appeared before him. The characteristics of this trap were perfectly suited to the current situation. 20-centimeter long spikes that would only target enemy units, leaving allies and neutral units completely unharmed, with a coverage radius of 2 meters. Luo Yu quickly analyzed its advantages. It could subdue enemies and capture prisoners while avoiding damage to the road from his own catapults. After carefully comparing the materials iron, silver, and copper, Luo Yu opted for the silver version. Though each trap cost 5,000 silver, it was a balanced choice. Iron posed a risk of tetanus, and copper was prohibitively expensive. Along the 500-meter stretch from the base to the mine, he placed 1 spike trap every 150 meters, installing a total of 10 traps. This project consumed 50,000 silver, but the improvement to the base's defense system was undeniable. Upon completion, the base's rating increased to 5,500 points. Looking at the remaining 20,000 silver, Luo Yu's gaze involuntarily drifted to the cow that had recovered its health. He thought to himself that in a couple of days, he'd have another source of income. Finally, he returned to the villa's basement with Xiao Dai. Pointing at the piles of cotton stacked high, he said to her, "Xiao Dai, I'll leave the sewing to you. Just make women's undergarments. All the fabric is here, use it as you see fit." "All right." Xiao Dai nodded gently, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. "Master, I'd like to transplant some of the glowing flowers from the garden. Not only will it make this place more beautiful, but it will also provide lighting. The torchlight is just too glaring and makes me uncomfortable." Luo Yu nodded thoughtfully. "That's a great suggestion. You can take care of the transplanting and arrange it however you like. In a while, we'll also build you a dedicated workspace filled with flowers. How does that sound?" Xiao Dai's eyes curved into a smile as she giggled. "Master, you better keep that promise." Luo Yu nodded in agreement, silently noting the lighting issue in his mind. The next day, he used 2 critical strike opportunities in succession, successfully selling 2 silver undergarments. Along with the 5 ordinary undergarments crafted by Xiao Dai, the total earnings reached 75,000 silver coins, a considerable gain. Although other sellers had begun appearing in the auction house, they only occasionally listed 1 or 2 items. At this stage, very few had access to sufficient fabric materials or fabric recycling stations, so Luo Yu still maintained his dominant position in the market. After breakfast that day, Luo Yu didn't follow his usual routine of cutting stones. Instead, he focused entirely on tackling the lighting issue. At night, the entire base was almost pitch dark. The villa was dimly lit by faint torchlight, creating an eerie atmosphere that felt like a haunted house. It dampened the mood and hindered nighttime activities. After careful consideration, Luo Yu decided to explore glowing plants as a solution. While the glowing flowers in the garden emitted light, it was too faint. He needed brightness comparable to daylight. Unlocking glowing plant technology required 50,000 silver coins, a hefty price, but it didn't require any additional blueprints. Luo Yu decided to unlock it immediately. Among the glowing plant options, one species caught his attention: the Manluo radiant flower. This plant emitted white light with a coverage area of 10 square meters and a brightness level of 60, far surpassing the 20 brightness of the garden's glowing flowers. It was bright enough without being harsh, striking a perfect balance. Considering the villa's rooms were generally over 30 square meters, placing 3 pots in each room should suffice. Although the technology was unlocked, each Manluo radiant flower seed cost 1,000 silver coins, making them quite expensive. Luo Yu crafted flower pots using stone bricks and purchased a single seed to conduct an experiment. Just as Luo Yu was pondering over the critical strike on the Manluo flower, the system suddenly issued an unexpected notification: a group of cats was about to visit his territory. Before he could react, the system took matters into its own hands and began the critical strike determination. Wait, I was targeting the Manluo flower. Luo Yu shouted internally, but it was already too late. The system's notifications came one after another. This event has been detected as non-hostile. Critical strike successful. Then it continued. The 15 cats originally approaching your territory felt the pressure and turned away. One golden gashable has entered your territory. Hearing this, Luo Yu dashed out of the villa and quickly climbed up the city wall. In the distance, a tall figure was approaching at a steady pace. Was a golden-haired woman, standing over 1.8 meters tall. She was dressed in animal hide, her fair skin as white as snow. What caught his attention most were the pair of beast ears on her head and the golden tiger tail swaying behind her. The system promptly provided detailed information. Golden gashable, juvenile, diamond grade, top-tier intelligence, strength 279, constitution 261, agility 308. She possesses a humanoid beast girl form and can transform into a golden tiger form when necessary. Seeing these astonishing stats, Luo Yu couldn't help but gasp. Compared to the adorable Shao Kong and Shao Dai at home, this tiger girl's power was simply on another level. What was even more shocking was that this was only her juvenile stage. Meanwhile, in the group chat, others were discussing the cats they had received in their territories. Fang Yuming excitedly shared that she had acquired 2 tabby cats, while Naker and Alice had each gained one. Only Nyoda, whose base had a lower rating, missed out on this reward. When Fang Yuming asked Luo Yu how many cats he had received, he replied with a wry smile, "Just Oni Tigress." Faced with their skepticism, he glanced at the tiger girl's voluptuous figure in front of him and vaguely added, "Well, she's not fully grown yet." The tiger girl had already reached the stone gate and was preparing to leap up the wall. Luo Yu hurriedly opened the gate and, feigning calm, said, "I am the lord of this territory. Golden Gashable, your esteemed presence graces my humble abode. Please, come in. Your territory looks decent enough. I suppose I can take a look," the tiger girl replied arrogantly, striding into the territory without hesitation. Watching her retreating figure, Luo Yu sank into thought. These types of events typically lasted 2 or 3 days. Should he arrange for her to stay temporarily and then bid her farewell? Or should he take the risk of trying to recruit this powerful tiger girl? As she stepped into the base, the mist of war gradually dissipated before Hunyang's eyes. What unfolded was a stretch of intricate tiles, a villa exuding an oriental charm, and meticulously maintained flower beds surrounding it. She couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Wow! It's so beautiful." Luo Yu's lips curved into a faint smile. "If you like it, you can stay for a few days." Ahem. Hunyang quickly suppressed her smile and coughed lightly, feigning arrogance. "I was just being polite. It's actually just so-so." Sundra? Luo Yu frowned slightly to himself. Not exactly the best personality trait, he thought. At the villa's entrance, Hunyang, though eager to push the door open and step inside, glanced at Luo Yu with a haughty expression. "Open the door and show me around your place." The repeated use of "me" in her superior tone irked Luo Yu, but he knew better than to provoke her now. He decided to endure it for the moment. Upon entering the villa, the interior decor turned out to be rather plain, far from matching the splendor of the exterior. A flicker of disappointment crossed Hunyang's eyes, and her gaze toward Luo Yu carried a hint of disdain. She sat down on a wooden chair in the living room and remarked, "Your territory is only good for its tiles. Human boy, go fetch some tributes." Tributes? Luo Yu's heart lifted as an idea struck him. He eagerly replied, "As it happens, I have some special ingredients here that you'll definitely like." "Wait just a moment." "Oh." Hunyang's eyes lit up with interest. "Go ahead. If it's delicious, I might leave you something in return." Luo Yu sneered inwardly, then turned and left. He headed to the cellar, poured some of the remaining special milk into a wooden cup, and retrieved a small vial from his storage ring. It contained Guiyuan liquid, a colorless, tasteless substance that could temporarily reduce any user's attributes to 10 points for 2 hours, sealing their rank and all special abilities. He added a single drop of Guiyuan liquid to the milk, smirking to himself. Diamond tier. Huh? Over 300 attributes. Huh? Feeling pretty smug, aren't you? We'll see about that. A few moments later, Hunyang took the cup and sniffed it lightly, her eyes glowing with delight. The special milk's allure was irresistible, even to a diamond-tier being. She downed it in one gulp, savoring the flavor. This is delicious, truly exquisite. Bring me more. If you please me, I might leave you a strand of my hair. Before she could finish her sentence, something felt off. Huh. My strength? The Guiyuan liquid took effect quickly. Hunyang shot to her feet, and with her superior intellect, she immediately realized what had happened. You dare trick me, she roared, lunging at Luoyu. But with her agility reduced to just 10 points, her movements appeared sluggish to Luoyu. He easily caught her by the neck with one hand. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free. What's this? The mighty diamond-tier beast woman, and this is all you've got? Luoyu sneered cruelly. RRGH. A low growl emerged from Hunyang's throat as she bared her small tiger fangs, gritting her teeth. Despicable human, don't think you've won. Transform. She attempted to shift into her golden tiger form, but nothing happened. Huh. Transform. Tiger Lady tried to use her innate ability, but nothing happened. A look of disbelief flashed in her eyes. My ability has been sealed? What did you make me eat? Luoyu didn't answer, and instead slammed Tiger Lady onto the ground with force. He raised his foot, aiming to stomp on her face, but Tiger Lady, relying on her diamond-level instincts, quickly rolled away. Even Luoyu's 90 agility points weren't enough to catch her. The more you resist, the more excited I get. No. The more I want to tame you. Luoyu sneered with a sinister laugh. Oh, worried my shoe's dirty? Fine, I'll take it off then. With that, he removed his shoe and this time stomped directly and accurately on Tiger Lady's face. At that moment, Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong arrived on the scene, followed by Adai and other animals rushing into the villa to help. Standing tall, Luoyu declared, "There's an old saying in my hometown. When a tiger is down, even dogs dare to bully. See that big dog of mine? It loves delicate beast women like you. Right, Adai?" Adai, however, shook his head honestly and let out a woof, indicating he only liked female wolves, not tigresses. You little. Luoyu was infuriated by the dog's bluntness and shouted, "Where's the big bull? Bring it here. My big bull loves beast women the most. If you don't want to be tamed by me, don't blame my bull for being rough with you." Xiao Dai timidly spoke up, "Master, the big scorpion blocked the villa's entrance, so the bull can't get in." What? Who told it to block the door? That stupid scorpion. Luoyu pressed his foot harder against Tiger Lady's head. Enough talk, are you surrendering or not? Speak. Huh. If you've got the guts, let me go. Tiger Lady gritted her teeth. If I were at my peak, even all of you together wouldn't scare me. Luoyu frowned, deep in thought. Critical hits could only affect the same target once, and since Tiger Lady was already a product of a critical hit, he couldn't use it again to tame her. The potion's effect would only last 2 hours. If he couldn't tame her by then, he'd have no choice but to kill her. Although killing her might drop some valuable loot, it wouldn't compare to the benefits of taming her. He attempted to use beast taming on Tiger Lady. The attempt failed, but the 48 success rate caught his attention. This was because the Guiyuan elixir had sealed her rank, dropping her from diamond level to ordinary level. If not for her retained high-level intelligence providing resistance, the success rate might have reached 80 or more. Got it. If he could push her into a state of fear and panic, the success rate would skyrocket. Tigers are naturally majestic creatures, and intimidating a tiger maiden is no easy task. However, Luoyu came up with a rather unique method. He firmly tied the tiger maiden in a spread eagle position on a rectangular wooden table, his expression calm as he said, "I'll give you one last chance. Either submit willingly to me, or prepare to suffer the consequences." The tiger maiden, though slightly flushed from the compromising position, still bared her sharp fangs defiantly. "Your poison must have a time limit. With effects this strong, it can't last long. Scum. If you're going to kill me, just do it. Once I recover, Jingasabi Lu, will make you regret ever crossing me." Luoyu snorted coldly and casually ripped off her animal hide outerwear, leaving her in a simple animal hide bra and skirt. At this, tears welled up in the tiger maiden's eyes, but she continued to roar. "Even like this, the proud Jingasabi Lu will never submit. I'll make you my eternal slave someday. Is that so?" Luoyu smirked meaningfully. "Then let's see just how tough your feet really are." With that, he grabbed her foot and began relentlessly tickling her. The effect was immediate. The tiger maiden erupted into loud laughter, struggling desperately, but the ropes held firm. "No. Ha ha ha. Stop it, ha ha." Luoyu remained unfazed and called out, "Xiao Kong, Xiao Dai, come help me out." Giggling, Xiao Dai pinched the sensitive spot at the tiger maiden's waist, while the innocent Xiao Kong somehow found a blade of foxtail grass and lightly brushed it against her underarm. With this three-pronged assault, the tiger maiden's laughter turned to sobs, and it was clear she was reaching her limit. Finally, A system notification appeared. Jiangu Sa Bi Lu is in a state of collapse. Luo Yu was overjoyed at the sight. Seeing the tiger maiden on the verge of losing consciousness, he immediately shouted, "Tame!" A radiant light enveloped the tiger maiden, and the system promptly confirmed. You have successfully tamed Jiangu Sa Bi Lu with a 99 success rate. Such a high success rate clearly proved the effectiveness of this collapsed state. This experience would undoubtedly come in handy when dealing with other stubborn beast maidens in the future. The data on Jinsaberu left Luo Yu utterly astonished. This young tigress not only had her fur growth progress at 27, but she also possessed 3 extraordinary special abilities: intimidation, tiger roar, and a racial talent blessed by the heavenly Tao. Her proficiency in life skills was equally impressive. Sowing LV3, planting LV3, mining LV8, and forging LV13. This is far beyond what's expected for this timeline, Luo Yu thought to himself. The base score was 5,500 points, which, multiplied by 100, would be 550,000. Clearly, she belonged to the 550,000 point tier. Perhaps this was even a supercritical hit of 200 or 300 times. Looking at the bound tigress, Luo Yu displayed a gentle smile. Since she was already tamed, she was now part of the family. He untied her, took the towel handed to him by Xiao Dai, and tenderly wiped away the tears and saliva from the tigress' face. "Are you okay? Do you need some medicinal herbs?" Luo Yu asked softly. "Oomph. You jerk, I hate you," the tigress murmured weakly before fainting. Luo Yu laughed heartily and dismissed the crowd of beast girls and animals, leaving only Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong. He picked up the tigress. "Let's go. Time to give her a bath." Half a day later, the tigress woke up on a comfortable large bed. To her shock, she realized her animal hide was replaced with women's undergarments, causing her cheeks to blush deeply. After hesitating for a moment, she put on the clothes Luo Yu had prepared and stepped out of the room. In the open area of the base, Luo Yu was cutting stones when he noticed the tigress approaching. He greeted her with a smile. The tigress angrily declared she wouldn't obey him, only to have Luo Yu playfully pat her on the rear. "From now on, call me master, got it?" Bound by the command, the tigress reluctantly muttered, "Master." Satisfied, Luo Yu handed her the Heavencraft knife. Although she initially resisted, she quickly gave in under Luo Yu's gaze. To Luo Yu's delight, the tigress' stone-cutting speed was 4 times his own. Watching her skilled movements, Luo Yu finally let out a sigh of relief. Finally, someone to take over cutting stones. Luo Yu chuckled and said, "From now on, your name will be Xiaojin. Be obedient, or I'll tie you up and tickle you again." "No please," Xiaojin quickly waved his hands, his face filled with humiliation. "I beg you not to do that. I'll behave, master." Seeing Xiaojin's submissive demeanor, Luo Yu was in a great mood. Not only had Xiaojin surrendered physically, but he had also completely yielded mentally. Luo Yu immediately assigned the task of cutting stones to Xiaojin, feeling much more at ease. Back at the villa, Luo Yu began working on the Amanro flowers. He had been wanting to try triggering critical growth on them, and now that the critical hit attempts had refreshed, it was the perfect opportunity. In his room, Luo Yu watered the Amanro flower seeds in the flower bed, silently activating the 100-fold critical growth. A system notification popped up. Amanro flower growth efficiency has mutated, resulting in a shining Amanro flower gold grade. This flower not only illuminates an area of 100 square meters, but also enhances the room's aesthetics, increases the chance of gaining positive buffs, and improves both sleep and work efficiency. Additionally, the fruit it bears can boost planting levels, with the current growth progress of the fruit at 1. Another gold grade 1. Luo Yu thought with delight. This was the benefit of having a stable quality trait. The probability of obtaining gold grade items had significantly increased. The pure white Amanro flower was as pristine as a lily, exuding a sense of serenity just by looking at it. It had another unique feature. It recognized its owner. Only Luo Yu could adjust its brightness by touching its leaves, making it far more convenient than a regular lamp. After checking the base's score, Luo Yu found no changes, as plants were currently not factored into the scoring system. This was actually a relief. He decided to place the shining Amanro flower in his bedroom, as it could increase buff acquisition rates and boost work efficiency. Next, Luo Yu began decorating the entire villa with Amanro flowers. These flowers grew rapidly and could bloom and emit light in just 2 to 3 days. He spent 24,000 silver and some stone materials to plant them in every room, hallway, living room, kitchen, bathroom, and restroom, with each flower valued at 1,000 silver. After watering them, all he had to do was wait a couple of days for the entire villa to brighten up. Although the massive fortune he had previously earned was now down to just 20,000 silver, he felt this investment was well worth it. After lunch, Luo Yu inspected his territory and noticed that the growth speed of plants had increased. Even the fragrant leaf trees he had recently cut down were starting to regrow. The resource cap of the mine had expanded, and conversations with the giant octopus and the large snake revealed that aquatic resources had become more abundant. The overall area of the base had grown by 10. While these increases were based on the original data rather than cumulative calculations, the results were already impressive. Standing atop the watchtower, Luo Yu looked down at the entire base with satisfaction, his gaze finally landing on the vegetable garden. Xiao Jin's addition had brought significant changes to the territory. The fertility of the territory had increased to 120, giving Luo Yu hope for planting new crops. Standing in the vegetable garden, he scanned the vacant land, already forming a plan in his mind, constructing a simple wooden rain shelter to serve as a grape trellis. Covered with grapevines, it would not only allow for grape cultivation but also provide protection from the rain. Opening the auction house to search for grape seeds, he was surprised to find none available. Luo Yu immediately posted an anonymous request in the world chat channel, looking for grape seeds. Price negotiable. DM me. Before long, a merman player named Gorb sent him a private message. I have 3 seeds, 1,000 each, 500. Luo Yu countered directly. These grapes don't even have a grade. That's the fair price. 600 bro, Gorb replied, sounding a bit anxious. You saw the auction house, there's none to be found. Luo Yu seized on the other's urgency and calmly reasoned. There's a reason nobody's planting grapes right now. They're low in nutritional value, and the planting area would be better used for more vegetables. Demand in the market is too small. 500 is already reasonable. With that, he placed 1,500 silver on the table. Seeing Luo Yu's firm stance, Gorb relented and agreed to the deal. After the transaction was completed, Gorb suddenly changed the subject. Since you're buying grape seeds, I assume you've got plenty of vegetables stored. I've got something good: red mushroom cloth seeds. Luo Yu asked him to display the item information. The requirements for the red mushroom cloth seeds were astonishing. Slow growth and a minimum land fertility of 150. While red mushroom cloth was an excellent material for crafting high-grade clothing, the cultivation conditions were extremely harsh. When Gorb set the price at 1,000 per seed, Luo Yu turned it down immediately. That's daylight robbery. But I can trade resources instead. What do you have to offer? Gorb asked. After some back and forth, Gorb finally revealed his true need: stone bricks. I need a lot of stone bricks. Luo Yu couldn't help but smirk to himself. At this stage, all lords were focused on building walls for defense, which had driven the demand for stone bricks sky high. The auction house had even banned their listing. Conveniently, Luo Yu had stockpiled a large quantity of them. Black speckled stone bricks, 500 pieces for 1 seed. That's a fair deal, Luo Yu said, displaying a sample unit. Gorb hesitated. While the trade seemed like a loss in value, he couldn't ignore the looming threat of potential attacks in 2 weeks. Reinforcing his walls was the top priority. Gritting his teeth, he agreed to the deal. Luo Yu was overjoyed and immediately prepared 15,000 units of stone bricks for the transaction. Transaction successful. You have obtained 30 red mushroom cloth seeds. As the system notification chimed, Galb across the table looked over with curiosity and asked, Hey brother, where did you get so many stone bricks? Care to share your secret? Luo Yu chuckled softly. If I told you I just enjoy mining, would you believe me? Sorry to bother you. Goodbye. Galb left in a hurry. Watching him leave, a hint of delight flashed in Luo Yu's eyes. With Xiao Jin around, the supply of stone bricks was practically endless. Although red mushroom cloth couldn't be cultivated just yet, he was confident it would become his money-making treasure in the future. Carefully storing the seeds into his storage bracelet, Luo Yu turned his attention to researching ways to improve soil fertility. Just then, Xiao Dai fluttered over gracefully. Her face lit up with a bright smile as she handed him a scroll. I just fished up a chest, and when I opened it, this scroll was inside. It's for you. A cooking station blueprint? Luo Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a great find. Meals had been far too simple lately. Meat could only be grilled, and vegetables could only be boiled. Though he could buy salt from the heavenly Dao World Mall, the bland diet was far from satisfying. Plus, eating barbecue every day wasn't exactly healthy. Perfect. As a reward, how about letting me give you a kiss? Luo Yu teased with a grin. A kiss. Xiao Dai's face flushed instantly. If you want to kiss me, then just do it. It's not like I can stop you. Unable to resist, Luo Yu pinched her soft, rosy cheeks and said, All right, go on now. Keep it up and try to bring me a few more blueprints. As Luo Yu's focus shifted to the scroll, Xiao Dai murmured quietly to herself, Do you like me, or do you just like blueprints? She touched her cheek where he'd pinched her, a small smile forming on her lips, and her wings fluttered lightly as she flew away from the garden. Checking the material requirements for crafting: 2,000 iron ore, 2,000 stone bricks, 1,000 silver. Not too demanding. Luo Yu headed to the kitchen of his grand villa. With a tap of his finger, a refined cooking station appeared before him. The counter was equipped with 3 different types of cookware and various small cooking tools, making it look impressively functional. The system notification indicated that the cooking station could enhance the nutritional value, cooking speed, taste, and presentation of food, but it required wood as fuel, and the consumption rate was significant. The cooking station came with a detailed recipe list. Simple dish. Requires basic ingredients 10, provides basic nutrition, 10-day shelf life, 20 chance of toxicity, 0 attribute gain. Refined dish. Requires 10 units each of basic meat and vegetables, provides moderate nutrition, 10-day shelf life, 10 chance of toxicity, 2 attribute gain. Deluxe dish. Requires 20 units each of meat, vegetables, dairy, and eggs, provides high nutrition, 10-day shelf life, no toxicity, 5 attribute gain. Ration dish. Requires 15 units each of meat, vegetables, dairy, and eggs, provides moderate nutrition, indefinite shelf life, no toxicity, 2 attribute gain. The nutritional value of these meals not only influenced satiety but directly impacted the acquisition of personal attribute points. Creating gourmet dishes requires 2 essential elements: premium ingredients and exceptional culinary skills. However, the highest cooking level at the base belongs to Luoyu, whose skills are at LV1 barely sufficient to prepare simple meals. Even then, due to his lack of expertise, the failure rate remains high. It's an unavoidable situation since Luoyu is the only human in the base. The other 3 girls are, at their core, animals. Aside from Xiao Dai, who excels at flying, Xiao Kong and Xiao Jin were wild animals that primarily consumed raw food in their previous lives. Thankfully, all 3 girls possess the ability to learn, so their cooking skills can gradually improve. But for now, they each have their own responsibilities. Xiao Dai handles sewing, Xiao Kong focuses on farming and fishing, and Xiao Jin is busy with stone cutting and forging. With no other options, Luoyu has to take on the cooking himself. He poured the prepared ingredients into the large pot and activated the cooking station. Unlike a sewing machine that can run on its own, cooking requires constant manual attention. Otherwise, it's easy to fail or end up with toxic food. It took him a full hour to produce the first dish, a rather unattractive box-shaped meal. Adai, come try my cooking. Luoyu called out to his pet. Adai happily dashed over and swallowed the dish in one gulp. Not long after, the system notification sounded. Unfortunately, your pet Adai has been food poisoned. Movement speed reduced by 50 for 3 days. Watching Adai rolling on the ground, Luoyu quickly tossed it out of the window. Sure enough, Adai made a beeline for the stone toilet. The system had indicated only a 20 chance of poisoning, yet he managed to hit it on the first try. Checking his experience bar, Luoyu saw that he needed at least 10 more dishes to reach LV2. The process was time-consuming and prone to failure, making him almost want to give up. Suddenly, he remembered that the princess of the Scarsa tribe could make buff-enhancing dishes, which meant her cooking level must be exceptionally high. A plan began to take shape in his mind. Looking at the cooking station in front of him, Luoyu sighed and continued his efforts. At the very least, gaining some experience was better than nothing. He spent the entire afternoon in the kitchen and, by dinner time, had managed to prepare 4 dishes, ready to call everyone for a shared meal. The atmosphere at the dining table in the Grand Villa was so heavy it felt like it could drip with tension. The 3 girls sat facing the food containers, none daring to make a move. Master, we all saw what happened with that dumb dog earlier today, Xiao Jin said, staring intently at Luoyu. If we eat this food, there's a chance we could get poisoned too, right? Xiao Kong let out a soft, frightened whimper, while Xiao Dai pushed her food container far away, her expression full of resistance. Seeing their reactions, Luoyu scoffed. The chance of poisoning from simple dishes like these is 20. I made 5 portions. The one Dai ate earlier today was already poisoned, so the remaining 4 are definitely safe. Trust me. Really? Xiao Jin retorted angrily. It's because I trusted you that I ended up tied up and tortured. And don't think I can't do the math. 20 means each portion has that risk. Not that only 1 out of 5 will be poisoned. Watch your tone when you're speaking to your master, Luoyu said sternly. Xiao Jin immediately fell silent, letting out only a soft huff. Luoyu rubbed his chin thoughtfully for a moment. Xiao Jin does have a point, but if I've already made the food and you refuse to eat it, what's the point? At that moment, Xiao Dai offered a suggestion. Master, I have an idea that can test for poison without harming any of our allies. What about that guy Nyodo in the group? If we let him taste a bit of each portion, we'd know for sure. Xiao Dai you. Luoyu shook his head repeatedly, surprised that someone as seemingly sweet and innocent as Xiao Dai could come up with such a ruthless suggestion. Given the seriousness of food poisoning, especially in a situation where they might face potential attacks, Luoyu ultimately decided to test the food using a silver-armored beetle. Since the beetle wasn't particularly useful at this stage, a few days of recovery from poisoning wouldn't be a big deal. The test results revealed that Xiao Dai's portion was indeed poisoned, while the other 3 were perfectly safe. The 3 safe portions were then divided among the 4 of them, and as for the poisoned silver-armored beetle, its strong immunity meant it would recover after a day or 2 of rest. That evening, The luxurious bathroom was filled with warm steam. Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong played around in the bath, while a sulking Xiao Jin, still in trouble for her earlier attitude, was tasked with massaging Luo Ye's arm. Her face flushed with embarrassment, she reluctantly needed her master's arm. Meanwhile, Luo Yu was deep in thought. 2 out of 5 portions were poisoned. This probability was far too high. Where was the problem? After careful analysis, he finally found the answer. It wasn't just the level of the recipe or his cooking skills that influenced the chance of poisoning. The cleanliness of the kitchen and ingredients was equally critical. In the past, while the barbecue ingredients were less clean, the high heat killed most bacteria. Similarly, boiled vegetables and hot water had strong disinfecting effects. However, with delicate dishes that required precise cooking and seasoning, the food was tastier but not necessarily hygienic. Using uncleaned ingredients directly, combined with a poorly maintained kitchen and villa, led to a lower hygiene score and ultimately increased the risk of food poisoning. The world of Tian Dao is indeed intricately interconnected. Any issue in one link of the chain could lead to a survival crisis, or even fatal consequences. Luo Yu rubbed his temples, contemplating the problem of food poisoning. If someone consumed contaminated food before being attacked, the results would be disastrous. He quickly organized his thoughts for a solution. The current base had too few intelligent beings, making it impossible to assign someone solely for cleaning. To reduce the likelihood of food contamination, it was essential to build a kitchen sink and cleaning station. This required unlocking water circulation system technology. Aside from the manually filled hot water tank in the villa's bathroom, the base currently had no water circulation facilities. Luo Yu reviewed the unlocking requirements: a hydraulic circulation blueprint and 5,000 silver coins. The silver wasn't the issue. The real challenge was obtaining the blueprint. He opened the auction house and found a blueprint listed for 200,000 silver coins. Just as he was about to contact the seller, he discovered the seller was no longer reachable. Luo Yu froze, then quickly realized the seller had died. According to the rules, items from deceased sellers remained on auction until the end of the month. If unsold, they would be cleared by the system. Even after death, they listed it at such a high price. Luo Yu muttered under his breath, debating whether to look for cheaper blueprints on the World Channel. It was currently evening bath time, and all the channels were bustling with activity. The World Channel was flooded with trade offers, while regional channels were filled with chatter from various small groups. Discussions in the group chat were lively as well. Elena marveled at how a single cat had sold for 30,000 silver coins. Nyoda explained that it was because the cat could provide entertainment value. Alice elaborated on the importance of entertainment value. Too low, and it would lead to decreased attribute points. Too high, and it could grant extra attribute points. The regular attribute cap was 100, but exceeding it required alternative methods. Nyoda shared his experience of losing agility points, but gaining strength points. Fang Yuming happily talked about her pair of kittens, hoping they would reproduce. Naker regretfully mentioned that, as a cat girl, cats didn't contribute entertainment value to their territory. Luo Yu glanced at his base's 40 entertainment points, feeling secretly proud. Xiao Dai, Xiao Kong, and Xiao Jin each contributed 10 points, while the luxurious bathhouse provided another 10 points. This figure was undoubtedly among the highest of all the trial participants. Luo Yu glanced at Xiao Jin beside him. The tigress was angrily giving him a massage, clearly still sulking. He opened the system and replied to Fang Yuming's message, then casually browsed the Beast Tamer certification option on the professional certification page. The Beast Tamer profession was undeniably appealing. Beyond the extra chance to tame wild animals, the greatest perk was the ability to summon one's pet at any time. Whether in the arena, on mercenary missions, or during visitor meetings, a single thought could summon a ranked pet instantly to one's side. It reminded Luo Yu of Pokemon, though animals without ranks, like the Big Bull and Adai, couldn't be summoned. More importantly, becoming a certified beast tamer also allowed one to take on taming tasks for money. Given his current financial struggles, this was undoubtedly a golden opportunity. He checked the certification requirements. Beast taming LV6 or above, a taming-related trait, 10,000 silver coins, and at least one tamed ranked animal. Since taming King Jezebel, Luo Yu's beast taming level had just reached LV6, and his beast tamer trait had been upgraded to 2 stars, fully meeting the requirements. After clicking on the certification, a purple beast tamer badge appeared before him. Storing the badge in his bracelet, Luo Yu shared the good news with everyone. Fang Yuming had also completed her certification. She had tamed a Blackran-ranked female cat with enhanced reproductive abilities and even offered to give everyone kittens, earning her the title of Luck Queen from the group. With his funds running low, Luo Yu decided to head to the arena to earn some money. He entered the highest available tier, the Black Iron Arena, as the bronze tier was still closed due to a lack of strong enough players. The Black Iron Arena was packed with skilled opponents and a larger audience, making it a more efficient way to earn money. The front rows of the Black Iron Arena were dominated by rooms belonging to powerful races like the dragons, who often blocked access to lower races, displaying a clear hierarchy of discrimination. The vampires would block humans and demi-humans, while the dragons even looked down on vampires and elves. After browsing through several pages, Luoyu decided against challenging others, and instead created his own room to act as the host. He named it Yes Room and set the entry fee at 2,000 silver coins per match. This price was considered moderate for the Black Iron Arena, and as soon as the room opened, participants began entering. In the Black Iron Arena, it was rare to see humans, a species known for their relatively weaker physical bodies, dare to participate. Most believed that humans entering the arena were simply throwing away their money. Standing before him was a man from the two-headed snake clan. As the name suggested, his body had two snake heads, he wielded a massive blade, and a terrifying tail trailed behind him, making him look particularly menacing. The left snake head let out a sinister laugh. This is the first time I've encountered a human in the Black Iron Arena. What luck. Kid, I'm going to swallow you whole, and let you experience what it's like inside my stomach. Ha ha ha. Mockery was commonplace in these dueling arenas, as no one held back. Attacking both physically and verbally was the norm. Luoyu chuckled lightly. Swallow me? Sure, but I want the left head to do it, it's better looking. The right head roared in anger. You think he's better looking than me? Everyone says the right head is more handsome. Are you blind? Nonsense. It's universally acknowledged that the left head is uglier. The two heads began quarreling, oblivious to the countdown reaching 0. Seizing the moment, Luoyu moved swiftly and, with a single slash, cut the two-headed snake man in half. Smiling, he remarked, go back and settle it between yourselves. Whoever wins is the handsome one. KO. You defeated your opponent in 1.2 seconds and earned 2,000 silver coins. You can choose to rest for 5 minutes before proceeding to the next round. Sometimes, making money was just that easy. Through this match, Luoyu came to a realization. One head is enough. Having two just makes you look foolish. 5 minutes flew by. This time, two male elves entered the room, one tall and the other short. The taller one appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old, dashing and elegant, while the shorter one looked about 16 or 17 and cute. Luoyu frowned and asked, are one of you a beast tamer? The younger elf smiled and said, human brother, haven't you read the rules? The arena matches are based on territories. If multiple challengers from the same territory are present, they can choose to enter one at a time or all together. Luoyu furrowed his brows slightly. After thinking it through, it made sense. The Heavenly Dao world typically operated on a territory-based system. In this case, having more participants from the same territory was indeed advantageous. The younger elf drew a bow and arrow, while the elder one unsheathed a long sword, seemingly indicating one was for ranged combat and the other for melee. The younger elf grinned and said, human brother, even if we fought individually, we're both at the Black Iron level. You have no chance of winning. Why not surrender? Kiss the back of my hand to show your submission, and I'll take only half your winnings. Annoyed, Luoyu snapped, shut up, you little freak. I'd rather die than surrender. Freak? The handsome boy's smile twitched, and his eyes turned icy. The elder elf's gaze also darkened with killing intent. The younger elf said coldly, very well. You've successfully angered me, pathetic human. I will make you regret your words. 3, 2, 1, begin. Whoosh. The sound of an arrow slicing through the air came as a lightning-fast projectile shot straight toward Luoyu. Luoyu's Tian Gong blade slashed out like lightning, precisely deflecting the incoming arrows. However, the danger was far from over. A male elf wielding a long sword was already closing in, while two more arrows whistled through the air toward him. Faced with this threefold threat, Luoyu's eyes sharpened as he unleashed his Gale Blade technique. In a flurry of flashing steel, the two arrows were struck down midair, and the long sword was parried with a crisp clang. The male elf staggered back 3 steps, his sword arm trembling slightly, disbelief written all over his face. What incredible strength! The elf exclaimed, preparing to strike again. But before he could act, Luoyu's figure blurred, effortlessly dodging another incoming arrow. In an instant, his Tian Gong blade was already slashing toward the elf's face. The elf barely managed to block the attack, but before he could catch his breath, Luoyu's left hand suddenly revealed a black long sword, which he swung upward in a fierce arc. With a sharp crack, the elf's chest armor shattered, leaving a gruesome gash across his torso. What grade of weapon is this? He began to mutter, but his words trailed off as his form vanished completely. Now, only a young elf and Luoyu remained in the arena. Arrows continued to rain down, but Luoyu swatted them away with casual ease. As Luoyu advanced step by step, the young elf's expression turned to one of sheer terror. Stay back, don't come any closer. Before he could finish, Luoyu had already appeared before him, gripping his throat in one swift motion. The Tian Gong blade tapped lightly against the young elf's abdomen as Luoyu smirked. Not bad, kid. Your archery's impressive. Remember to come back for another match. I enjoy taking your silver. With that, He tightened his grip, and the young elf's neck snapped with a sickening crack. The system notified Luo Yu that he had earned 2,000 silver, bringing his total to 4,000 silver in just 10 minutes. Soon after, challengers from the Blood Wolf clan, Skydog clan, and Insect clan arrived one after another, only to be soundly defeated by Luo Yu. By the end of the night, he had amassed a total of 10,000 silver, though the system informed him he had reached his daily victory limit. These so-called height-ear black iron races can't even push me to reveal my Beastmaster identity. What a useless bunch, Luo Yu thought to himself. After cleaning up, he stretched out on his spacious bed. Though 3 small companions were already nestled there, the bed was large enough to accommodate more. He slept soundly through the night. The next morning, as he enjoyed a safe breakfast of eggs and milk, he browsed the marketplace. He considered purchasing a bow to enhance his combat abilities, but ordinary grade bows were no longer sufficient for him. Even the best bow available in the marketplace was only an iron-reinforced bow. As he hesitated, a thought suddenly struck him. This month's critical hit refresh in the store has reset. I can buy an iron bow with a critical hit. Luo Yu felt a surge of joy and immediately spent 300 units of iron ore, 100 units of silver, and 1 animal tendon. At the moment the 100-fold critical hit was triggered, a red longbow materialized out of thin air. It turned out to be a golden tier Yangyu bow. Luo Yu was overjoyed. This was the second time he had obtained golden equipment through a critical hit. It seemed that stable quality attribute was silently working its magic. He grasped the longbow, its body emitting a faint red glow. Drawing the bowstring, the perfect feel made him reluctant to let go. Taking an arrow from his storage bracelet, he tested it. The arrow shot through the air, achieving an astonishing straight-line range of 300 meters. Its power rivaled that of a modern small sniper rifle, far surpassing the usual 100-meter range of ordinary bows. Storing this long-range sniping weapon back into his bracelet, Luo Yu finished the last sip of his milk and prepared to build a workshop. Standing on the villa's balcony, he was planning the site when the system alarm suddenly sounded. A mysterious force has swept through your area. The wolf packs in the nearby mountains are in a berserk state and will attack your territory. Faced with this sudden threat, Luo Yu remained calm, even smiling confidently. Compared to tribal raids, animal attacks posed far less danger. Soon, a second alert followed. Wolves have entered your territory. There are 110 of them, including 1 black iron tier wolf king. The sheer number still surprised Luo Yu slightly. From the east, a massive wolf pack charged at the walls after a piercing howl from the wolf king. Their eyes gleamed with bloodlust. Meanwhile, the group chat erupted. Wolves. 13 of them. Oh my god. Fang Yuming exclaimed. The wolves can't jump over the walls, right? They probably can't, right? Nakoer asked worriedly. Everyone, focus on defending. Stay safe, Alice reminded everyone. As Luo Yu climbed the watchtower, Xiaojin suddenly leaped onto the wall and unleashed a thunderous tiger roar at the wolf pack. The sheer force of the roar even startled Luo Yuho. Would have thought that this delicate-looking girl could produce such a terrifying sound. System notifications flashed rapidly. Tiger Roar skill activated, causing 69 wild wolves to enter a state of fear. Intimidation skill activated, reducing the overall capability of the wolf pack by 10. The majority of the wolves immediately hesitated, cowering in fear. Xiaojin shot a smug glance at Luo Yu on the watchtower, and then, an even more shocking transformation occurred. Her body began to change rapidly. Her limbs grew thick and muscular. Her face sprouted tiger fur, and in mere moments, she transformed into a massive golden tiger as tall as an elephant. She let out another deafening tiger roar and was about to leap into the wolf pack when her enormous body suddenly began shrinking at an incredible speed. Within seconds, she vanished into thin air. A flash of golden light flickered from the watchtower, and suddenly, the bare figure of Xiaojin appeared beside Luo Yu. She immediately crossed her arms over her chest, her cheeks turning crimson as she glared at Luo Yu. Master, how could you just cancel my transformation like that? Ever since earning his Spirit Tamer certification, Luo Yu had gained greater control over his beasts. While draping his jacket over Xiaojin, he explained, your aura was too overwhelming. It suppressed the bloodthirsty presence of the Wolf King. The whole pack ran off. Do you know how much meat and fur I just lost? Then you should have told me earlier. Xiaojin grabbed the jacket, but pouted in disdain. This jacket is too small. Instinctively, she moved behind Luo Yu, trying to shield herself. Luo Yu glanced back at Xiaojin and secretly chuckled at the sight of her completely unarmored state after transforming. Keeping a straight face, he said, don't transform unnecessarily in the future. Do you know how expensive clothes are these days? With your size, you go through fabric like crazy. Oomph. Xiaojin huffed softly, retreating behind Luo Yu without another word. Shrouded by the fog of war, the wolf pack couldn't see Xiaojin on the watchtower. Though her oppressive aura still lingered, the fear it invoked had significantly diminished. The wolves launched another charge, with a few wild ones leaping onto the stone path outside the walls. Thunk! The ground spike traps activated instantly, one of them piercing through the hind leg of a wild wolf. The traps continued to spring up in succession, and within moments, 5 or 6 wolves were writhing on the ground in pain. Realizing the danger, the remaining wolves hesitated, unwilling to step onto the stone path. The catapults began bombarding the wolves at the front. Although the wild wolves managed to dodge the larger boulders, they couldn't avoid the shards of stone scattering in all directions. Several wolves were struck, rendering them immobile. As the wolves advanced into range, their true nightmare began. The arrow towers at the eastern wall's corners fired first. Silent through the fog of war, a flurry of arrows suddenly rained down, felling several unsuspecting wolves in an instant. The arrow towers fired far faster than the catapults, unleashing wave after wave of bolts that continued to decimate the pack. Yet the wolves did not retreat. Instead, they charged forward with even greater ferocity. When they reached the base of the city walls, the wall-mounted ballistae joined the fray. Arrows, bolts, and stones created a deadly zone where wolves fell in droves, but they pressed on undeterred. By the time the remaining 30 to 40 wolves closed within 50 meters, the arrow towers at the southwest and northwest corners of the base opened fire simultaneously. Arrows rained down like a storm, and the wolves collapsed one after another, unable to advance any further. Howl! The last wolf king let out a resounding cry to the heavens, its fur bristling as it leaped with all its might through the barrage of arrows, landing directly at the base of the wall. Its glowing golden eyes locked firmly onto the top of the wall, and with another powerful jump, it landed steadily atop the fortification. The fog of war gradually cleared from the Wolf King's vision, and it finally saw the human base before it. Inside the walls, the sight of cows and chickens made it instinctively lick its lips. But before it could complete this greedy motion, a heavy fist struck it squarely on the forehead. The punch came from Shao Kong, the beast woman of Xuanqiu, and the sheer force left the Wolf King seeing stars. Just as it tried to retaliate, a golden whip lashed out, slamming into its body with a fierce crack. In its dazed state, the last thing the Wolf King saw was a massive, menacing golden scorpion bearing its claws. Then it tumbled from the wall and fell unconscious. Luo Yu watched the scene unfold, not even needing to lift a finger. Xiao Jin, Xiao Dai, Shao Kong, separate the wolves and sort them alive ones in one pile, the dead in another, he ordered. The three quickly got to work, though Xiao Jin first went to the basement to change into fresh clothes before joining in. A short while later, in the base's taming grounds, Luo Yu was meticulously treating the Wolf King's injuries, carefully applying herbal remedies to each wound. This Wolf King's potential far exceeded that of Adai, and if tamed, it would become an invaluable ally. You have treated the Wolf King. Medical experience gained. Your medical level has increased to LV2. As the treatment progressed, the Wolf King slowly regained consciousness. Though its body remained weak, its gaze toward the man tending to it had lost its hostility. With the mysterious forces of the heavenly Tao world dissipated, the pack of wild wolves had reverted to neutral entities. Watching its wounds heal one by one, the Wolf King couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared. Notice, the Wolf King is grateful for your care and wishes to join your territory. Do you accept? Luo Yu readily accepted, and the Wolf King was immediately integrated into the territory system. Iron Wolf King. Level: Black Iron, Adult. Attributes: Strength 25, Constitution 28, Agility 28. Traits: Mid-level intelligent animal. Special skill: Can command wolf packs, grants 1 to taming level and 1 star to taming-related personal traits for its owner. This support skill greatly pleased Luo Yu, as his taming level rose directly to LV7, and his taming master trait advanced to 3 stars. For a wolf, these attributes were already quite remarkable. Unfortunately, unlike Shao Kong and Xiao Dai, who are humanoid and highly intelligent beast girls, the Wolf King had already reached its peak and had no room for further growth. Luo Yu gently stroked the Wolf King's forehead and said softly, "From now on, your name will be Atai. Take good care of yourself and heal well." The Wolf King let out a low growl before curling up on the pile of straw, quickly falling into a deep sleep. Looking at this new addition to their group, Luo Yu felt a trace of joy in his heart. He then turned and walked outside the walls to deal with the remaining wolves, some dead and some injured. "Master," Xiao Dai promptly reported, "we killed 36 wild wolves, and 74 are still alive. Sister Xiao Jin is treating them now." Luo Yu's gaze shifted to Xiao Jin, who was skillfully bandaging the wolves with cloth and cotton to stop their bleeding. Checking her attribute panel, he saw that Xiao Jin's medical skill had reached LV11, which meant she could now perform basic treatments without relying on herbs. Before long, all 74 surviving wild wolves received treatment and were converted into neutral units. Among them, a few were directly tamed. Xiao Jin approached Luo Yu, hesitating as she looked at him. "Xiao Jin, well done. You've worked hard. Luo Yu said with a warm smile. Ah well, as long as you know, Xiao Jin replied with feigned indifference, though a hint of joy flickered in her eyes. As a pet, the happiness of being praised by her master was impossible to hide. Xiao Jin's commanding presence was indeed impressive. Just by standing there, she made the wild wolves tremble in fear, not daring to act recklessly. Luo Yu then began dealing with the wolf carcasses. Using a minecart, he transported them to the lakeside, skinned them, and had the ox carry the wolf meat back to the base. He handed it over to Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai to store in the ice cellar. The internal organs were all fed to the creatures that enjoyed such food: the giant octopus, the serpent, and the scorpion. As he processed the wolves, Luo Yu also chatted with his companions in the group chat. Compared to the widespread devastation in the regional channel, their small group had handled the situation remarkably well. The wolf attack had instead brought them a wave of unexpected benefits. Feng Yumeng, Luo Yu, how many wild wolves have you tamed? Not started yet, still dealing with the carcasses, Luo Yu replied. Thanks for your hard work. I've already tamed 3, and 6 more are unconscious. Once they wake up, I'll tame them too. Our base's combat strength has increased a lot, hee. Feng Yumeng sounded quite excited. Nyoda asked with concern, can you afford to keep so many? Tamed animals can fetch a good price at the auction house. Have you thought about selling some? Not planning to sell for now. We still have enough meat stored, so we can manage, Feng Yumeng answered. Having more wolves makes us feel safer. What about you, Luo Yu? What's your plan? We already have a tigress at home. I'll sell any tameable wolves. If anyone in the group wants them, I'll offer them at a low price, Luo Yu said. I'll take 2. Naker immediately responded. Same here. I'll take 2 as well, Elena chimed in right after. That's right. Alice nodded in agreement, as Luo Yu and Nyoda's conversation continued in the chat channel. Nyoda, I'm running low on resources, Luo Yu said with a hint of helplessness. Don't you have a captive? The one I sold to you at half price back then. Just sell her, and you'll have money, Nyoda suggested. No way, Nyoda rejected firmly. She's been very cooperative. Oh, by the way, Luo Yu, when I mentioned you to her, she said she doesn't remember anything about your territory. Wait, you brought me up? While talking to her? Luo Yu was momentarily speechless. Feng Yumeng quickly interjected. What are you guys talking about? Alice promptly explained. That's just how the rules of the heavenly Tao work. Whether it's captives or animals, as long as they're not trial participants, once they're sold, all memories of their previous territory are automatically erased. It's a confidentiality mechanism in the heavenly Tao world. Luo Yu was already aware of this when he sold captives before. While chatting with everyone, Luo Yu didn't pause his work. Before long, he had finished processing the wild wolf carcasses. As the sun set, he headed to the open space outside the walls, preparing to tame the injured wolf pack. Considering the significant energy consumption of beast taming, Luo Yu called on Xiao Jin, Xiao Dai, and Xiao Kong, who were skilled in taming, to assist him. He even brought along the Wolf King to increase their chances of success. Xiao Jin, give me a tiger roar to put them in a weakened state, Luo Yu instructed. A woo? A woo. At first, Xiao Jin only let out a few adorable cries. Luo Yu nodded repeatedly. So cute, just like that. Let's hear a few more. What started as an attempt to tease her master turned into Xiao Jin feeling shy. She decided to get serious and unleashed a powerful, intimidating roar. The effect was immediate. The entire wolf pack trembled in fear, falling into a state of terror. Over the next 3 hours, Luo Yu and his team focused on the intense task of taming. System notifications of successful taming kept popping up, and Luo Yu's beast taming skill leveled up to LV8. In the end, all 74 wild wolves were successfully tamed. Though this pack of wild wolves wasn't as exceptional as Adai, the green wolf, their decent intelligence made them versatile after being tamed. Their market value hovered around 3,000 each. Without hesitation, Luo Yu decided to sell them. After the taming session, Luo Yu relaxed in a luxurious bath. The dizziness from prolonged taming vanished almost instantly, thanks to the bath's special restorative effects. While bathing, you received a buff. Fatigue reduced by 100. The bathhouse scenery remained as lively as ever, with the beast girls either playing in the water or blushing shyly. Luo Yu paid them no attention and sent a message to the group chat. I've tamed quite a few here. If you are looking to buy wild wolves, let's trade. Naker eagerly opened the trading interface and placed 6,000 silver coins on the table. Luo Yu, can I have a male and a female wolf, please? Luo Yu's lips curved into a smile. No need for so much between friends. 4,000 is enough. I'll pick out the most compatible pair for you. Thank you so much. Naker nodded sweetly. My sister and I both appreciate it. You're welcome. Luo Yu teased. How about letting me pinch your ears the next time we meet? Just the ears, not the tail? Naker murmured softly. Is there something special about the tail? Luo Yu chuckled as he confirmed the trade. The system notification popped up. You have received 4,000 silver. Next, He sold similarly matched pairs of wolves to Alice and Elena at the same price. Fang Yaming, seeing this, joined in the fun and purchased 2 wolves as well, making her base resemble more and more of a zoo. Although Nyoda was short on funds, Luoyu generously gifted him a slightly limping male wolf. Not wanting to take advantage for free, Nyoda reciprocated with a few broccoli seeds, adding a new option to Luoyu's vegetable garden. The remaining 65 wild wolves were all listed on the auction house with a starting price of over 3,000 each. Since most players' beast taming levels were still relatively low at this stage, the wolves were quickly snapped up. The joy of earning 200,000 silver made Luoyu unable to resist picking up Shao Kong and showering him with kisses. This income was just enough to purchase the 200,000 silver water circulation blueprint. After the purchase, the system immediately unlocked a series of structures: water storage towers, pumps, pipes, cleaning stations, drainage devices, and more. Though he needed to design the pipeline layout himself, most materials could be constructed using stone bricks. As night fell, Luoyu held Shao Kong and drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, the system notified him that he had gained a heat resistance buff. That morning, instead of rushing to breakfast, he practiced a set of Gale Blade techniques. Someone on the World Channel had mentioned last night that martial skills could be upgraded through consistent practice. Luoyu decided to dedicate 15 minutes each day to training, improving his skill level while also staying fit. After breakfast, he began working on the water circulation system. The first task was to determine the location of the water source. The solution to the water supply problem was straightforward: simply install a pipe directly connecting the underground source to the small lake. The water in this small lake was of exceptional quality. Not only was it safe for direct consumption, but with the enhancement provided by hygiene and the core of the base, its purity reached an impressive 120, significantly reducing the risk of parasites. Once the water source was confirmed, Luoyu began exploring ways to extract the water. He opened the construction menu and carefully compared the performance of several water pumps. The Thunder Electric pump was ruled out for now, and while the fire-powered pump was inexpensive and provided a steady water flow, it required a continuous supply of wood, making it costly to maintain and unsuitable for the current situation. Ultimately, his attention settled on the wind-powered water pump. The construction parameters indicated that this pump required 10,000 units of stone, 500 units of silver, and 500 units of iron ore. It operated solely on natural wind energy, capable of pumping up to 1,000 liters 1 ton of water per day during windy conditions, but ceased operation when the wind stopped. Considering the base's daily water needs of 600 liters including bathing, drinking, and toilet use, excluding irrigation, Luoyu decided to build 4 wind-powered pumps at once. He proceeded to the lake and installed 4 wind-powered pumps in the shallow water. These large stonebrick windmills were not only visually striking but also had the added benefit of not taking up any land space since they were built in the lake. With a gentle breeze blowing, each pump began drawing water at a steady rate of 100 liters per hour. Next came the construction of water storage facilities. Since ordinary buckets and water vats had limited capacity, Luoyu opted to build a water tower and an underground reservoir. To avoid contamination, he carefully selected a location in the southwestern corner of the base, far from the toilets and the animal pen. He began by removing the advanced ground tiles and digging a deep pit to accommodate the underground reservoir. This costly facility required 50,000 units of stone bricks, 2,000 units of iron ore, and 500 units of silver, with a storage capacity of 32 tons of water. Luoyu meticulously reinforced the pit walls with advanced defensive tiles, ensuring not only protection from external damage but also insulation and temperature regulation. Once construction was initiated, a large water tank equipped with a staircase appeared in the pit, supported by sturdy stone columns. Luoyu then crafted a tightly fitting stone cover, leaving only a small access door to the underground reservoir. Finally, he reinstalled the advanced ground tiles, perfectly concealing the reservoir beneath the surface. The last step was laying the water pipes. The internal piping within the base was straightforward, as the advanced defensive tiles could be easily removed and replaced, allowing him to complete the task with just a few adjustments. For the external piping, he dug trenches to lay the pipes, extending them all the way to the 4 wind-powered pumps. When he checked the reservoir's status, clear lake water had already begun flowing into it. This proves that the water circulation system he envisioned is both correct and effective. Although not formally trained in civil engineering, Luoyu has a good grasp of these fundamental concepts. After taking stock of the inventory, he found that supplies of materials like stone bricks and iron ore were sufficient, with over 10,000 units of silver remaining as well. The most pressing task now was to construct a water tower. Water towers are classified into 6 levels: small, medium, large, aesthetic, deluxe, and luxurious. While Luoyu secretly desired the luxurious type, he decided on the aesthetic type to avoid drawing too much attention to the base. Building an aesthetic water tower required 30,000 stone bricks, 1,000 units of iron ore, 1,000 units of silver, and 100 units of jade. Once the construction was confirmed, a formidable silver water tower rose from the ground, its surface adorned with intricate jade carvings. The tower was directly connected to the underground water tank, and as soon as the pipes were linked, it began filling with water. Coincidentally, the wind picked up at that moment, and the 4 wind-powered water pumps reached a daily water output of 800 liters. The base's total water storage now stands at 48 tons, sufficient for the time being. Next, Luo Yu focused on optimizing the villa's water supply system. He used 300 units of iron ore, 300 units of silver, and 10 units of gold to craft an aesthetic water outlet valve. Independent control valves were installed on the kitchen and bathroom water pipes. The main highlight, however, was the construction of the kitchen sink and cleaning station. The aesthetic kitchen sink consumed 500 units of iron ore, 500 stone bricks, 500 units of silver, and 30 units of gold. It enhances kitchen cleanliness by 20 and reduces the likelihood of food contamination. The advanced kitchen cleaning station required 2,000 stone bricks, 500 units of iron ore, 500 units of silver, 30 units of gold, and 50 units of jade, boosting cleanliness by 50. This round of construction nearly depleted the iron ore reserves and consumed most of the stone bricks, leaving only a small amount of jade. However, the gold supply remained relatively abundant. The results were remarkable. The base's overall score increased to 7,200, and the hygiene rating reached a peak value of 98. Although the hygiene level had dropped to 80 due to the wolf pack invasion the previous day, it could be restored with proper cleaning. The aesthetic water tower contributed significantly more points compared to a standard one. Then again, if the base's score weren't high enough, it wouldn't have attracted so many wolves in the first place, and without the wolves, there wouldn't have been such lucrative gains. When it comes to ratings, the more confident you are in defending against attacks, the better. After half a day of hard work, Luo Yu finally completed the installation of the water circulation system within the villa. The water outlets in the kitchen, bathroom, and shower were all in place, and the entire water supply system was functioning smoothly. However, he didn't stop there. He continued studying various design blueprints for water circulation structures. Blueprints for devices such as automatic irrigation systems for the farmland and temperature-regulating steam fans were spread out before him. Among them, one particular design caught his eye: a blueprint for a freezing condensation chamber, a device capable of producing ice. Unfortunately, constructing it required unlocking the freezing technology branch within the water circulation tech tree. Before long, it was noon, and everyone had a barbecue meal to fill their stomachs. In the afternoon, Luo Yu focused on cooking. After preparing 5 simple dishes in a row, his cooking level finally advanced to LV3. The results of Ade's taste test were delightful. None of the dishes were poisonous. This was undoubtedly due to the improved cleanliness of the kitchen. Watching Ade wagging its tail happily, Luo Yu couldn't help but smile. As they were enjoying the food, the villa suddenly became brightly illuminated. The manluo flowers had all bloomed. The flowers in every room opened one after another, making the entire building bright and cozy. The system promptly issued a notification. With the blooming of all flowers, the territory has received nature's blessing. For this quarter, plant growth speed doubles, and all plants are completely immune to natural death. The next day, while inspecting supplies, Luo Yu noticed the stockpile of 30,000 portions of wolf meat and 10,000 wolf pelts, along with the never-filled ice cellar. Summer had arrived, and the outside temperature had climbed to 34 degrees Celsius. Meanwhile, the price of meat had dropped to an all-time low of 3 silver coins. What was even more concerning was that, despite the advanced floor tiles providing insulation, the ice cellar's temperature had slowly risen above freezing. This meant that within 3 days, all the meat would spoil. Although defensive facilities needed to be built to balance the ratings impact from the water infrastructure, the immediate priority was addressing the storage problem for the meat. Luo Yu estimated that, with the current temperature, the cellar could only last another 3 or 4 days. To lower the temperature, he decided to construct a large warehouse above the cellar. This would not only block direct sunlight, but also serve as additional storage space for supplies. After browsing the building page, Luo Yu discovered that warehouses are categorized into ordinary, intermediate, advanced, luxurious, and extravagant levels. Although luxurious warehouses offer better performance, their cost is exorbitant. He decided to construct an advanced warehouse instead. This required 150,000 stone bricks, 5,000 iron ore, 10,000 silver, and 200 gold. The advanced warehouse not only automatically sorts items but also features complete anti-corrosion properties, as well as excellent insulation, temperature control, and pest-proofing. With his iron ore supply completely depleted, Luo Yu realized that mining it himself would take 4 to 5 days' time he couldn't afford to waste. Glancing at his remaining 15,000 silver, he decisively purchased the required 5,000 units of iron ore from the auction house. This transaction left his wallet completely empty. Facing the predicament of a silver shortage, Luo Yu quickly came up with a solution. He listed 10,000 units of wolf meat from his inventory on the auction house at the market price of 3 silver per unit. While he was willing to offer discounts to his companions, He wasn't about to lose even a single copper coin on the auction house. Fortunately, he still had 2 critical hit opportunities remaining and had recently gathered a significant amount of wolf pelts. Luo Yu decided to craft 2 wolfskin jackets. Heading to the elegantly decorated basement, adorned with vines and glowing flowers, he found Xiao Dai fully absorbed in making women's undergarments, with finished pieces already piling up in a nearby basket. Recalling the large stock of unsold women's undergarments, Luo Yu promptly listed them for sale at prices ranging from 2,500 to 3,000 silver. To his surprise, these items were snapped up almost instantly without any need for promotion, earning him a total of 35,000 silver. As Luo Yu prepared to continue crafting more women's undergarments, he suddenly remembered Xiao Jin's situation. Ever since the last clothing explosion incident, she had been wearing an ill-fitting, tattered outfit. While Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong both had their own clothing, Xiao Jin was clearly in need of a new jacket. After sending Xiao Dai off to fish, Luo Yu approached the sewing table. He selected a design and chanted a spell to activate the 100-fold critical hit effect. Moments later, a sleek blue wolfskin jacket emerged from the output slot. It was of silver-grade quality, offering excellent defense and insulation. Though it wasn't the highest possible quality, crafting it had elevated his tailoring skill to level 6. Just as he was about to start making pants, Xiao Kong burst in excitedly, holding an already opened box. Inside the box lay a mysterious black bracelet adorned with numerous small slots, exuding an enigmatic aura. Luo Yu carefully examined the detailed attributes of the Lord's bracelet. Golden grade quality, granting a 5 increase in all resources of the affiliated territory when worn. It also allowed embedding of various cores. Each core not only enhanced the quality of affiliated buildings and items by 5, but also provided an additional 1 increase in territorial resources. Holy crap! Luo Yu's eyes widened in shock, leaving him momentarily speechless. Although Xiao Kong had previously mentioned that her good mood could improve the odds of high-quality loot, this golden grade bracelet was far beyond his expectations. He immediately checked the base's stats. The resources and fertility rates had jumped from 120 to 125. While a 5 increase might seem minor, the actual impact was astonishing. Wall and tile durability improved significantly, and the offensive power of arrow towers, crossbows, and catapults saw a comprehensive boost. Unable to contain his excitement, Luo Yu quickly put on the bracelet and took out the auto defense core. As soon as the core touched the bracelet, it embedded itself automatically, raising the territorial resources from 125 to 126. He then consecutively embedded the water circulation, visitor, and mercenary technology cores, bringing the total resources to 129. Overjoyed, Luo Yu hugged Xiao Kong tightly and planted a kiss on her cheek. Xiao Kong let out a delighted woo-choo and naturally wrapped her arms around his neck. The bracelet was a godsend. Just when the mine's resources were down to 30, the 9 boost allowed the Scorpion King to continue working happily. Noticing that Xiao Kong's hair had grown longer, Luo Yu picked up a pair of scissors and trimmed her hair into a neat shoulder-length style. Smiling, he said, "This short hair suits you better." The system immediately prompted, "Obtain Xuanqiu Beast Girl Hair 200. Xiao Kong nestled in Luo Yu's arms, clearly enjoying her master's grooming service. After assigning Xiao Kong to go fishing, Luo Yu used his Beastmaster summoning ability to call over Xiao Jin. He handed her a prepared silver-grade outfit to try on. Xiao Jin twirled around in delight and said with a grin, "Not bad. They'll temporarily acknowledge you as my master." Luo Yu then made her a pair of basic-grade pants. Seeing Xiao Jin's happiness, he instinctively helped tidy up her long hair, which had also grown quite long. As a feline golden tiger, Xiao Jin thoroughly enjoyed this affectionate interaction. The system promptly displayed, "Obtained King Jezebel Hair 200. Comparing the 2 handfuls of hair, Luo Yu noticed that Xiao Jin's golden hair offered better defense compared to Xiao Kong's, though it was slightly inferior in terms of heat and cold resistance. These hairs were a result of the hair growth buffs they had received during bathing and sleeping, with growth progress reaching 200, the perfect time for harvesting. Luo Yu curiously asked Xiao Jin, "Do beast girls like you not produce milk? Why haven't I received any progress notifications about it?" Produce milk?" Xiao Jin's face instantly turned bright red. She stammered and jumped up. "How could I have any experience with that? You pervert. That's so indecent." "Really?" Luo Yu teased with a mischievous smile. "Judging by your size, you should have that function. You're the one with that function." Xiao Jin's face flushed even redder as she bolted upright from her seat. "You perverted master. I'm not talking to you anymore." With that, she stormed out the door in a huff. Watching Xiao Jin's flustered retreat, Luo Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. A cute pet really could bring 10 points of entertainment value. Teasing his little companion certainly lifted his spirits. After Xiao Jin left, Luo Yu summoned Xiao Dai and collected strands of her black hair. These hairs also possessed special abilities, capable of resisting ordinary mental attacks, such as the polluting cries emitted by certain special species. He gathered another 200 units, and combined with his previous stock, he now had 600 units of these unique hairs. With one final critical crafting opportunity left, Luo Yu decided to create a stylish jacket. His plan was to fully equip himself with special materials from head to toe. Since he already had Shao Kong's platinum pants, he would start with the jacket. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yu placed the 600 units of hair onto the sewing station and began working meticulously. When the critical crafting bonus triggered, the output slot lit up with a dazzling array of colors, the mark of a diamond-grade item. The finished product was a purple jacket adorned with gold accents, pink trims, and a black collar, representing the colors of Shao Jin, Shao Kong, and Shao Dai respectively. The stats of this diamond-grade jacket were astounding. 200 defense, 100 clothing comfort, a temperature adaptability range increased by 60 degrees, and 50 immunity to mental attacks. Most impressively, it doubled overall work efficiency by 100. It also came with a special ability called Purple Glow Barrier, which could generate a shield capable of blocking 3 attacks, with a recharge time of just 60 seconds. Luo Yu was left speechless by these attributes. Doubling overall work efficiency meant that all labor tasks, from mining and stone cutting to farming, milking, and sewing, would now take half the time. The moment he put on the jacket, Luo Yu felt an unprecedented level of comfort, and a faint purple glow surrounded him. According to the rules of the heavenly world, shield-type items were typically rare belts, but this jacket came with its own shield effect. Paired with a shield belt, it would provide double protection and almost invincible level of defense. At the same time, his tailoring level advanced to LV7. All these gains filled Luo Yu with overwhelming joy. The outfit's design was appealing, but Luo Yu found the purple shield glow emanating from his body too conspicuous, so he decided to temporarily deactivate it. At the moment, he preferred to keep a low profile. When he arrived at the base's stone-cutting site, he saw Shao Jin absent-mindedly operating the Tiangong blade. Upon noticing Luo Yu approaching, Shao Jin froze in place, staring at him with wide eyes. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Luo Yu asked with a smile. "Huh. Oh, Shao Jin's cheeks flushed slightly. "I just think you look even better than before. Beast girls are always so honest." Luo Yu laughed heartily, taking the Tiangong blade from her and starting to cut the stones. His movements were noticeably twice as fast as before. Shao Jin reached out to touch Luo Yu's outfit, exclaiming in surprise, "This is diamond grade. You really made diamond-grade clothes from our hair." "Just got lucky," Luo Yu replied with a grin. "By the way, Shao Jin, you look beautiful with short hair too." A flicker of happiness flashed in Shao Jin's eyes, but she pretended to be indifferent. That's just because you sheared tiger fur off me. You should thank us. Tonight, I want yesterday's dish again, and bring that milk from last time too." "Sure. There are still some milk tablets left. Take as many as you want." When Shao Jin smiled, her 2 sharp tiger fangs made her look unexpectedly adorable. That evening, everyone enjoyed Luo Yu's cooking. Notably, ever since the kitchen hygiene had been improved, there hadn't been a single case of food poisoning for 2 days. The next morning, the first thing Luo Yu did was check the system notifications. The sales of wolf meat had gone well the previous day, bringing in 30,000 silver coins. Combined with the revenue from underwear sales, the base's current funds totaled 65,000. Seeing the temperature forecast predicting over 35 degrees Celsius for the day, he skipped breakfast, quickly freshened up, and began constructing a warehouse. The advanced warehouse required 150,000 stone bricks, 5,000 iron ore, 10,000 silver coins, and 200 gold coins. Once he pressed the build button, the materials vanished, and an elegant pavilion-style structure appeared above the ice cellar. Its appearance resembled that of a wealthy family's estate, rather than a typical warehouse. The warehouse's interior had 2 empty floors, equipped only with some built-in shelves. Luo Yu immediately went to check the cellar and, as expected, saw the temperature dropping rapidly. What was originally 4 degrees Celsius quickly fell below freezing, thanks to the warehouse's shading and insulation. Seeing the mountains of meat and vegetables now safely preserved, Luo Yu breathed a sigh of relief. As he looked at the frozen wolf meat in front of him, he recalled hearing about someone obtaining a scroll for items stacking technology. That kind of space folding technique, how much material would it take to unlock? If he could acquire such technology, the existing cellar space would be more than sufficient. After leaving the cellar, Luo Yu began transporting goods. The warehouse interior is meticulously organized, with different materials stored in designated zones based on their type. The basement holds items like wolf pelts and cotton in bulk, while the metal section is neatly arranged with iron ore, silver, and jade. Tools and seized weapons are also categorized into specific areas, either placed on shelves or organized on the ground, maintaining an orderly layout. This well-thought-out arrangement is the foundation for the advanced warehouse's automatic sorting system. Unlike standard warehouses that require manual labor, the advanced warehouse features an intelligent sorting mechanism. Simply place items at the entrance, and they will automatically be transported to their respective storage zones. Retrieving items is equally convenient. Selecting the desired item on the entry panel ensures it is automatically delivered, saving significant manpower. Luo Yu deeply understands the principle that time is money. In the world of Tiandao, while each race has its unique strengths, time is a fair resource for everyone. While one person is organizing their warehouse, another could be planting trees and earning additional benefits. These small differences, when accumulated over time, can create a significant advantage. This is why Luo Yu adheres to the rule of automate whenever possible. Currently, the base's score has reached 7,600 points, signaling that the end-of-month attack will be formidable. With the freezing issue preliminarily resolved, the next focus is to strengthen defensive facilities to address the threats posed by the rising score. During the last wolf pack assault, although most of the wild wolves fell to the firepower grid, the sight of the Wolf King successfully leaping onto the perimeter wall served as a wake-up call for Luo Yu. This wasn't the first time a creature had breached the wall's defenses. After careful consideration, Luo Yu faced three options. First, installing iron spikes on top of the walls, though this would hinder daily movement. Second, raising the height of the walls, which would require massive amounts of stone and eliminate the possibility of future upgrades. And third, laying fire-resistant floor tiles and setting spike traps around the outer perimeter of the wall. Weighing the pros and cons, Luo Yu decided on the third option. Compared to the others, this plan not only requires reasonable material consumption but also enhances the base's appearance, doesn't obstruct visibility, and offers additional fireproofing benefits. He quickly calculated the resources needed. To lay 3 meter-wide precision fire-resistant tiles, each square meter would require 10 units of stone, 3 units of iron ore, and 1 unit of silver. The total demand amounts to 120,000 stone tiles, 36,000 iron ore, and 12,000 silver. This investment is entirely manageable. Luo Yu was planning to head to the mines to replenish the base's supply of stone bricks and iron ore. With summer's 12th day already here, he had set a goal to complete his tasks by the 20th day. Just then, an unexpected alert interrupted his thoughts. The Skasa tribe was launching a retaliatory attack on his territory. A quick glance at the group chat and regional channel revealed calm and silence. Clearly, this attack was solely targeting him. Luo Yu sprang into action, recalling all the scattered animals back to the base. 5 minutes later, a large contingent of tribal soldiers appeared on the eastern horizon. The system notification displayed. The Skasa tribe had deployed 51 soldiers and was employing a specific tactic. While this attack wasn't as ferocious as the end-of-month assaults, it was enough to weaken the base's defenses and pave the way for a deadly strike later. For most territories, an attack of 51 soldiers would feel like 4 or 5 times an end-of-month raid. But Luo Yu's base had a high rating, making his situation slightly different. From the watchtower, Luo Yu and 3 beast girls observed the distant scene. Xiaojin scoffed and said, "Let me charge out there. I can finish them off in half an hour." "Don't be reckless," Luo Yu frowned. "What if you're surrounded and injured by their archers? We're on defense here. There's no need to rush." Xiaojin nodded thoughtfully, realizing she had been too impulsive. Even with a combat stat of over 300, it would be difficult to fend off a coordinated assault. "Master, they're digging," Xiao Dai suddenly exclaimed. Luo Yu focused his gaze and saw 2 tribesmen rapidly excavating outside the range of the catapults. It was clear they had learned the devastating power of the base's catapults. Subterranean tunneling. Luo Yu chuckled softly. It was indeed a clever tactic. In the past, a strategy like this might have thrown him into a panic. If the enemy managed to tunnel into the base, the arrow towers and crossbows would redirect their fire inward, risking damage to buildings and animals while giving external attackers an opening. But this time was different, had already fortified the base with defensive ground tiles. In the distance, the 2 skilled miners were digging deeper, seemingly attempting to infiltrate beneath the moat's riverbed. In the world of Tiandao, subterranean tunneling had virtually no restrictions. Excavated soil would disappear automatically, leaving no debris. This made tunnel warfare a common strategy. Meanwhile, the remaining 49 soldiers stood guard at the tunnel entrance, forming a defensive formation and clearly prepared for a potential counterattack from Luo Yu. However, to their surprise, Luo Yu remained completely unbothered. He leisurely enjoyed lunch on the watchtower with the 3 beast girls, calmly observing the unfolding events. Time ticked by, second by second, until just after 4 p.m., when an unusual noise suddenly came from the eastern corner of the base wall. A system alert immediately popped up. Enemy forces are digging through your defensive tiles. Current tile durability, 99, 98, 97. They actually managed to bypass the moat. Looks like they didn't dig deep enough, Luo Yu thought to himself. The durability of the tiles continued to drop, but at this rate, it would take at least half an hour to break through. Luo Yu was well aware of this, though it seemed the attackers were not. Logically, the tiles should have been easy to break through, so the native soldiers eagerly crawled into the tunnel they had dug. Watching this unfold, Luo Yu smirked slightly and tapped on the control panel to begin repairing the tiles. Current durability, 95. Current durability, 100. The repair speed far outpaced the destruction. These tiles were specifically designed to prevent tunneling. Now, the group of attackers was effectively trapped beneath the territory. Your turn now. Go grab some stones and block off that tunnel, Luo Yu instructed Xiao Jin, who was standing nearby. Xiao Jin sprang into action, leaping down from the watchtower and grabbing 2 large stones. He ran to the tunnel entrance and sealed it tightly. Now, the 51 natives trapped underground faced the threat of suffocation. Within 2 or 3 minutes, frantic banging sounds echoed from below, but their attempts to break through were far slower than the repair efforts. After another minute or so, the noise ceased entirely. Master, they're all still down there. Do you think they've suffocated by now? Xiao Jin shouted from atop the blocked tunnel. Luo Yu chuckled to himself and brought along Xiao Dai, Xiao Kong, and the large scorpion to the tunnel entrance. Once they removed the stones, they found the tunnel packed with unconscious natives. One by one, Luo Yu pulled the incapacitated attackers out, tied them up, and loaded them onto a mining cart for transport. The system promptly sent a message. Congratulations! You have successfully repelled the Skasa tribe's retaliation. The Skasa tribe's hostility toward you has increased. Since you captured all the attackers, no territory information will be leaked. After locking the captives in the prison, another warning appeared. Due to the excessive number of prisoners and the low level of your prison, the risk of escape has significantly increased. Looking at the prisoners sprawled haphazardly in the prison, Luo Yu estimated that once they recovered, they would undoubtedly cause trouble. Despite their current weakened state, they were all physically capable. A health check revealed that everyone was in a state of dizziness and would require half a day to recover. This provided ample time to take action. The first step? Stripping them of their clothing. Not only would this allow Luo Yu to recover and sell usable materials, but it would also reduce the chances of a jailbreak. With the help of the 3 beast girls, Luo Yu swiftly got to work, and within 10 minutes, all the prisoners had been stripped of their garments. Gender distinctions truly held no significance in Luo Yu's eyes. He surveyed the scene before him. Over 50 captives stood there, completely unclothed, presenting a rather striking spectacle. Without hesitation, he swiftly pulled out his equipment, snapping photos and taking screenshots to document the moment in full. He mused that this could serve as an interesting record to show the new leader of the Skasa tribe someday. Meanwhile, 3 beast women, along with Qinglang Adai, Langwang Atai, and other highly intelligent animals, had already begun their tasks. They were methodically transporting the seized clothing, weapons, and other spoils of war. The items were tossed directly into the storage warehouse, where an automated sorting system took care of everything. Luo Yu then began inspecting the attributes of each captive one by one. After a meticulous screening process, he identified only 2 men and 2 women with unique, personal traits worth keeping. The rest were deemed suitable for immediate sale. He promptly posted an anonymous message on the global channel. Large stock of captives for sale, fully intact and in good health. Male or female, each priced at 20,000. Plenty in stock. Serious buyers only. No haggling. As soon as the message went live, it created an uproar in the global channel. While the current market price for captives did hover around 20,000, finding ones in perfect health was a rarity. Most captives bore combat injuries that hindered their productivity, and some even suffered from cognitive impairments due to head trauma. After the announcement, private messages flooded in like snowflakes. Luo Yu instructed most buyers to wait while prioritizing the earliest transaction requests. The first buyer was from the Elven race, seeking to purchase 2 male and 2 female captives from the native tribe, all under the age of 40. Although the native tribe closely resembled humans and elves in appearance, subtle differences in skin tone and physique classified them as a subrace. The transaction went remarkably smoothly. The elven buyer promptly paid 80,000 silver coins. Following this, a bearfolk buyer purchased 3 women and 1 man. Within just 10 minutes, all captives except for the 4 with special traits were sold out, bringing in a total of 940,000 silver coins. Combined with the clothing and weapons seized, the haul from this operation was substantial. With this newfound wealth, Luo Yu immediately began making investments to enhance his capabilities. First, he increased his 390-point attributes to 100 points each, as maximizing these stats would yield the most efficient returns in the long run. Although the upgrade was costly, he still had 880,000 silver coins remaining in his account. Next, he turned his focus to upgrading the base's defensive facilities. The spike traps along the stone-paved road outside the base appeared somewhat sparse. Without delay, he purchased 20 additional spike traps, each costing 5,000 silver coins, and arranged them more densely along the road. This ensured that any enemy daring to tread this path would face significantly intensified damage. The floor paths and the mine shafts are now completely secure. Luo Yu took stock of his resources. 780,000 silver coins remained. It was time to embark on a new spending plan. This time, the focus wasn't on himself, but on enhancing the attributes of Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai. This decision was based on 3 considerations. First, to strengthen the overall combat capabilities of the base. Second, to improve their work efficiency. And most importantly, as a beast tamer, Luo Yu could summon them at any time, making them his mobile combat force. Luo Yu first turned his attention to Shao Kong, the Xuanqiu beast girl. At 19 years old, her current stats were Strength 20, Constitution 19, and Agility 31. Over the past month, her constitution had naturally increased by 1 point. Without hesitation, Luo Yu invested 80,000 silver coins to raise all of her attributes to 50. Next was Xiao Dai, the 20-year-old night butterfly girl, whose initial stats were slightly lower, Strength 11, Constitution 11, and Agility 35. Luo Yu invested an additional 93,000 silver coins to similarly raise her attributes to 50. Raising their stats any further would require 2,000 points per level, a cost Luo Yu couldn't afford at the moment. Master, Xiao Dai, feeling the changes in her body, immediately threw herself into Luo Yu's arms, while Shao Kong excitedly hugged him as well. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. The system notification sounded. Night Butterfly's attributes have surged, triggering a bloodline evolution into Charm Butterfly. Xiao Dai's body began to glow, and she curled up, enveloped in a cocoon of light. Another notification followed. Xuanqiu Beast Girl's attributes have surged, triggering a bloodline evolution into Jinue Beast Girl. Unlike Xiao Dai, Shao Kong's evolution was almost instantaneous. Though her appearance remained unchanged, her attributes saw a dramatic boost. Her intelligence reached its maximum potential, her strength skyrocketed to 100, and her other stats stayed the same. More importantly, she gained special abilities such as enhanced treasure hunting, slingshot mastery, and combat mastery. She could even provide a 5 resource bonus to mountain and mineral veins within the territory. Master, would you? Shao Kong affectionately nuzzled Luo Yu's arm. Although she still made her signature sounds, she was now able to speak simple words. Luo Yu recalled reading in the descriptions of the heavenly Tao world that animals indeed had a chance to evolve, but the conditions were often both random and stringent. He hadn't expected that his 2 little companions would meet those conditions simultaneously. Moments later, Xiao Dai began to emerge from her cocoon. With a crisp pop, the white jade cocoon shattered into fragments of light that dissipated into the air. Xiao Dai fluttered her delicate wings gracefully, circling around Luo Yu before kneeling in front of him. In a soft voice, she said, "Thank you, Master, for investing so much to help me evolve. Xiao Dai will serve you wholeheartedly from now on and always stay by your side." The system immediately displayed Xiao Dai's updated attributes. Charm Butterfly, Strength, 60, Constitution, 60, Agility, 70. Special Ability, Enhanced Flight Speed. Group Enchantment, her enchanting butterfly dust affects all enemies, reducing their mobility. Radiant Beauty, increases territory aesthetics by 10, entertainment value by 10, recruitment success rate, taming success rate, and medical effectiveness by 10. Unlike Shao Kong, who is a warrior type, Xiao Dai is the perfect support companion. Her group enchantment ability is already quite powerful, but her Radiant Beauty trait is extraordinary. This trait not only enhances the base's visual appeal and entertainment value, thereby increasing the chances of acquiring positive buffs, but also boosts recruitment, taming, and medical effectiveness. With Xiao Dai present, the entire base receives a comprehensive upgrade. Luo Yu joyfully picked up Xiao Dai. Although he had spent 170,000 silver coins, the investment was undoubtedly worthwhile. After a brief interaction, he instructed them to continue their transportation tasks while he checked the remaining silver 610,000 coins, still a considerable fortune. After some thought, Luo Yu decided not to enhance his combat skills for the time being. With 3 adorable companions as his protectors and the ability to summon the giant scorpion, octopus, and python at will, improving his martial techniques wasn't an immediate priority. The Gale Blade technique could be improved gradually through daily practice. What he needed most now was to level up his Beastmaster rank. Currently, his Beastmaster rank was 2-star, with a limit of 10 grade-level animals. The base had already reached this limit. The mutated Earth Chicken, Wolf King, Red-Scaled Python, Black Demon Octopus, Silver-Armored Ladybug, Golden Beetle, Golden Scorpion King, Shao Kong, Xiao Dai, and Xiao Jin. To expand, he had to upgrade to 3-star, which would allow him to accommodate 5 more grade-level animals. The upgrade required 300,000 silver coins, a hefty price. However, compared to recruiting natives, the Beastmaster path was more suitable for Luo Yu. Ordinary humans came with numerous issues: unequal wealth distribution, emotional instability, weak resistance, and even the potential for betrayal. Moreover, Luo Yu was reluctant to let too many people know about his god-ear ability, 100-fold critical strike. In contrast, the highly intelligent beast companions were not only capable of handling various tasks, but were also loyal, resilient, and indifferent to wealth distribution. As long as their master was present, they remained perpetually content. This was precisely why the heavenly Tao world had designed them to be the ideal partners for lone adventurers. After careful consideration, Luo Yu immediately decided to upgrade his beast tamer from 2-star to 3-star, spending 300,000 silver. The system notification indicated that he could now own 15 ranked animals, with a 30 boost in all animal production. Reviewing his updated personal attribute panel, Luo Yu reflected silently. The abilities of a 3-star beast tamer were decent, but the evolved trait, Beast King, was the real highlight. It could significantly enhance the overall combat effectiveness of his animals. As for the more advanced Beast God trait, while undeniably powerful, the time required for the upgrade was simply too long. After tallying his remaining funds, including both his base savings and on-hand silver, he had a total of 365,000 silver. Luo Yu decided to proceed with his original plan. First, lay paving stones outside the perimeter walls, then set up ground spikes, and finally construct workspaces and other buildings. The prison also needed reinforcement. Earlier, the system had warned that the prisoners might riot. In response, he had immediately sold off all his captives, even though he had initially planned to have them clean up the place. Facing a shortage of stone materials, Luo Yu headed straight to the mine. With various bonuses applied, the mine's resource limit had increased to 134, allowing further extraction. He decided to try his long-and-used critical mining technique. With a silent command, he swung his pickaxe. Clang! A critical hit triggered at 100x. A white metallic chunk the size of a human face rolled out, and Scorpion King immediately lunged forward to grab it. Luo Yu reacted quickly, kicking Scorpion King aside and picking up the metal. It turned out to be 1,000 units of platinum. No wonder Scorpion King was so eager. This rare material had a slight chance of evolving gold-tier creatures into platinum tier. Although platinum could be used to upgrade his lord's bracelet, it was currently unusable due to limitations in forging level and equipment. Luo Yu stored the platinum in his bracelet and resumed mining. Working in tandem with Scorpion King, they continuously extracted resources like iron and copper ores. However, Luo Yu soon noticed an issue. His mining level had reached LV7, and combined with his miner trait, this led to a significant reduction in the output of basic stone materials. Scorpion King faced a similar problem. While they obtained more valuable minerals, the much-needed stone was in short supply. Pausing his work, Luo Yu began to think. Having low-level insects mined could be a solution, as they primarily produce stone. However, this would still deplete the mine's overall resource reserves. It was a dilemma that required careful consideration. The more stones are mined, the fewer other minerals are left. If other minerals are abundant, the stone supply decreases accordingly. From a profitability standpoint, iron, copper, and silver are clearly more valuable. After some deliberation, Luo Yu concluded that he should look for ways to gather stones outside of the mines. After thoroughly browsing the system interface, he found a solution: quarries. This type of building continuously produces various types of stones without depleting mineral veins, but its efficiency is low and it poses certain risks. Despite these limitations, it could temporarily alleviate the stone shortage until core drilling technology becomes available in the future. Since quarries significantly reduce the aesthetic appeal of the surrounding area, Luo Yu decided to build one next to the mine. The construction cost was 50,000 silver coins, not cheap, but manageable for him at this stage. Once he confirmed the construction, a small, unsightly mound appeared beside the mine, even more unattractive than the mine itself. Entering the quarry, he was greeted by a pitch-black hollow space supported by scattered pillars. A square pit on the ground marked the excavation site. Luo Yu swung his pickaxe experimentally. Even with a global work speed boost of 100, it took him 10 minutes to barely extract a single piece of black veined stone. The inefficiency was truly frustrating. As he grumbled about the poor conditions, the system suddenly issued a warning. Vibrations from the excavation had caused structural damage, leading to a collapse of the overhead materials. Luo Yu quickly fled the cave, and the sound of falling rocks echoed behind him. The constant risk of being crushed to death made him shake his head in exasperation. He immediately decided to let the insects handle the work here instead. He deployed 11 burrowing insects to the quarry. Calculating their output, each producing 1 stone per hour over a 15-hour workday, estimated a daily yield of 165 black vein stones. After being processed by Xiaojin, each stone could be cut into 15 units of stone bricks, resulting in a daily output of 2,475 stone bricks. The production rate was decent, though this was an ideal scenario, as working in such hazardous conditions always carried potential risks. With that in mind, Luo Yu sternly warned the Golden Scorpion King, any insects dug out of the mine, whether centipedes or burrowing bugs, are off limits. Capture and tame every single one of them for me. If you dare to eat them again, I'll fry you in oil. The Golden Scorpion King nodded repeatedly, showing its understanding of the threat. Satisfied, Luo Yu nodded and wrapped up the mining work before heading back to his grand villa to prepare dinner. It had been a productive day. Later that evening, he earned another sum at the arena. Holding Shao Kong in his arms, he drifted off to sleep with contentment. Morning came, marking the start of another beautiful day. Luo Yu gazed out the window at the rising sun, feeling a wave of contentment. The early summer sunlight carried a hint of heat, and he couldn't quite recall the last time it had rained. Just as he was about to get out of bed, a system notification suddenly popped up. A flying object is approaching your territory. Please take caution and evade. Potential type of flying object: airdropped supply crate. Luo Yu sprang into action, quickly signaling the animals outside to retreat to the safety zone. Sure enough, within a minute, an unidentified object appeared in the sky, descending at a speed that wasn't overly fast but still dangerous enough to cause damage. Bang! The supply crate crashed heavily into the cotton field, sending sparks flying. As the flames began to spread, a giant octopus sprayed a jet of water, extinguishing the fire in time. Luo Yu hurried over to the scene and found an iron crate resting silently in the crater. Too bad there's only one, Luo Yu muttered to himself. Airdrop supplies weren't distributed based on territory ratings, but rather pure luck. Considering the laws of the heavenly Dao world, such benefits often came with hidden misfortunes. He decided to hold onto his critical strike ability and refrained from using it recklessly. Opening the crate, he found an automatic catapult upgrade scroll inside. Not bad. Luo Yu's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he needed. Meanwhile, the world chat channel was bustling with activity. Nyoda was boasting about obtaining 2 single-humped camels. Fong Yuming had acquired a lump of platinum. Alice encountered a migrating herd of animals, and Naker discovered a silver mine worth 50,000. Players were enthusiastically discussing the progress of unlocking visitor technologies. Fong Yuming and Elena had already completed their unlocks, and Naker was about to finish as well. Luo Yu casually chimed in on the chat while walking toward the catapult to use the scroll. A flash of light enveloped the machine, and the catapult began to transform. Its size shrank, but its structure became more intricate. The upgraded catapult now had triple the firing speed, and its projectiles came with explosive effects, but it required a steady supply of stone bricks. Each shot consumed 10 stone bricks, and the catapult could automatically source them within a 5-meter radius. Thanks to the nearby quarry, the supply of stone bricks was secure. With his defense system now enhanced, Luo Yu found himself facing a resource bottleneck, preventing further construction for the time being. He turned his attention to daily chores instead. First, he transported stone bricks to the catapult for future use, then began tidying up his territory. He cleaned the villa, warehouse, and other areas, while 4 captives, shackled with handcuffs and leg irons, were tasked with cleaning the outdoor tiles and the surrounding walls. It was the perfect opportunity for a thorough cleaning to boost the hygiene score. At night, after finishing a day of cleaning, Luo Yu soaked in a warm, large bath. Just as he was about to enter the arena, a trade message suddenly popped up in the world channel. Anonymous from the Leopard clan. 2 personal trait scrolls for 1 piece of silver deer or higher armor. Luo Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately opened the trade window to inquire. What kind of armor are you looking for? Anything silver deer or higher will do, the other party quickly replied. Luo Yu directly placed a golden soft armor into the trade window. How about this gold tier one? Gold tier? The other party was clearly shocked, but quickly became suspicious. Wait, is this from a deceased person? Dude, wearing a dead person's armor brings misfortune. This thing's value is significantly reduced. Don't exaggerate, Luo Yu responded calmly, clearly prepared for this reaction. At worst, it might occasionally trigger a debuff. But in critical moments, this is life-saving gear. Besides, purifying water can solve the issue, and there should be plenty after the next airdrop. Think it over carefully. The Leopard clan member hesitated for a moment, clearly swayed. Indeed, with an impending attack, the life-saving value of a gold-tier armor far outweighed other concerns. Plus, if purifying water could be obtained, this trade might actually be worthwhile. Alright, deal. The trade confirmation popped up. You have obtained Personal Trait Transfer Scroll X2. Luo Yu smiled with satisfaction. With his diamond coat, ordinary armor was no longer essential. Instead of bothering to search for purifying water, it was much more beneficial to exchange it for the much-needed trait scrolls. He immediately opened the captive's profile page and found that 2 male captives possessed 2-star chef and 1-star brewer traits, respectively. Without hesitation, he used the scrolls. 2 flashes of light later, the new traits were successfully transferred to him. Chef 2-star, cooking speed 100, chance of food poisoning 20, food flavor 20, chance of positive buffs and attribute point acquisition 20. Brewer 1-star, alcohol brewing speed 50, success rate 50, chance of positive buffs and attribute point acquisition 10. The chef trait was especially valuable. Since Luo Yu was responsible for the base's meals, what used to take an hour for a simple dish could now be completed in just 15 minutes, thanks to the chef trait combined with the overall work speed boost. With the traits in hand, the 2 now useless male captives were immediately put up on the trade market. They were quickly sold for a total of 40,000. This brought Luo Yu's silver reserves back up to 355,000, though he was still far from meeting the prerequisites for Thunder technology, which required 20,000 copper, 20,000 gold, and 100,000 silver. Silver and copper mines were insignificant to Luo Yu, but 20,000 units of gold was no small amount. Although the Scorpion King could bring back 100 units of gold every 4 or 5 days, it would take a long time to accumulate that much. After some thought, he abandoned the idea of purchasing directly. It was too wasteful and came up with a better plan. He quickly set up a black iron arena room, exclusive to humans, and prominently displayed a bold tagline, "Life or death, bring it on. 100 gold per match, dare to challenge?" Such wagers were not uncommon. The arena often saw people gambling with their mine gold or even platinum. The room didn't attract challengers immediately. After about 10 minutes, a burly bear warrior entered. His massive frame brought to mind thunder roar from League of Legends. Swinging his thick claws, he growled in a deep voice, "First time seeing a human bold enough to gamble gold. Interesting. I've got 500 gold here, dare to raise the stakes?" Clearly, the day's special events had made some people rich overnight. With Luo Yu's current equipment and attributes, betting even 5,000 gold was no issue, but he was a master of playing weak to catch the strong. Pretending to hesitate for a moment, he finally gritted his teeth and replied, "All right, 500 it is." The system instantly updated the wager. The bet for this room has been changed to 500 gold. Such a high-stakes match quickly drew a crowd of onlookers. Seeing the imposing bear warrior on one side and the seemingly frail human on the other, the audience began murmuring. Some speculated that the human must be insane, while others recognized Luo Yu as the skilled expert known for taking down insect-like creatures. The bear warrior grinned menacingly. "Thanks for delivering me your gold. Don't worry, I'll make it quick." As the countdown 3, 2, 1 ended, Luo Yu immediately summoned a massive wolf with a wave of his hand. The spectators finally understood. Ah, he's a beast tamer. No wonder he's so confident. But doubts soon arose. Even as a beast tamer, can he rely on just one wolf? The Wolf King, a Tai, bared its fangs fiercely and charged heat-in at the roaring bear warrior. The bear's heavy fist was about to smash into a Tai. A blow from a bear's strength was no joke, and even the Wolf King's stats were far inferior to its opponent. At the critical moment, however, an arrow whizzed through the air. Almost instinctively, the bear tribe man turned sideways as soon as he heard the bowstring twang, narrowly dodging the incoming arrow. But his evasive maneuver was far from over. 2 more arrows whistled through the air, and with 2 dull thuds, they embedded themselves directly into his chest. This impressive triple arrow shot immediately revealed the identity of the human archer, drawing gasps of admiration from the crowd. Even with arrows lodged in his chest, the bear tribe man remained fiercely tenacious. Without hesitation, he yanked the arrows out and let out a thunderous roar, charging straight at Luo Yu. Just then, a Tai lunged from the side, his sharp fangs sinking deeply into the man's arm. In pain, the bear tribe warrior flung the Wolf King away with great force, but not before a Tai's teeth tore off 2 chunks of flesh from his arm. Though the arena's mechanics prevented real injuries, the intense pain still elicited a harrowing scream from the bear tribe man. As he momentarily lost focus, Luo Yu released another triple arrow shot, all 3 arrows piercing into his back. Yet, the bear warrior seemed unfazed by the pain, stubbornly continuing his charge toward Luo Yu. Watching this, Luo Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. He had intentionally held back from using his full strength. With his current stats and the Yin Yu Bao, a single arrow could have ended the fight. But that would have been too obvious. How else could he lure in more challengers? The bear tribe man's fist came hurtling toward him, but Luo Yu deftly rolled aside to evade the attack. A Tai immediately pounced again, this time knocking the opponent to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yu fired an arrow straight at his opponent's throat. The bear tribe warrior glared venomously at Luo Yu in his final moment, as if to say, "Just you wait," before disintegrating into specks of light. The system prompt followed. KO. Victory achieved in 1 minute and 21 seconds. You have earned 500 gold and 920 silver in spectator fees. The audience erupted into chatter. The human kid actually won. Beast Tamer combined with Archer, what an unbeatable combo. Brother, you is so cool. Do you remember me? I'm your biggest fan. Feigning exhaustion, Luo Yu wiped his forehead as if barely scraping through the fight. His act quickly attracted a new challenger. A snow leopard tribe woman strode into the room with a proud demeanor and declared, "Others might fear your wolf, but I don't." 500 gold, let's start. The countdown began, and the snow leopard woman demonstrated incredible speed, so fast that even a Tai struggled to keep up. However, her agility, around 60 points, seemed sluggish in Luo Yu's eyes. At the exact moment she lunged, Luo Yu unexpectedly summoned a chicken. Caught off guard by the sudden obstacle, the snow leopard woman, at full sprint, stumbled and fell. A Tai seized the moment, leaping onto her and biting her neck. Luo Yu wasted no time, plunging an arrow into her side. Before disappearing, the snow leopard woman asked in despair, "Does a chicken have a rank too?" Luo Yu replied with a grin. Of course. My chicken lays eggs like no other. To me, it's a beauty. A beauty chicken, she muttered bitterly before vanishing. The system prompt sounded again. KO. Victory achieved in 12 seconds. You have earned 500 gold and 1,650 silver in spectator fees. The astonishing results left the audience in an uproar once more. Wow, this guy actually has a high-grade hin. A collective gasp erupted from the audience. Is it the legendary chicken you are too beautiful? Good at singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball? The one above must be human, haha. You've exposed yourself. Who knew hins could be used as weapons? Learn something new today. Even if it doesn't get hurt in reality, does it still affect its ability to lay eggs? The crowd buzzed with endless chatter. This match had completely changed everyone's perception of beast tamers. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense. No one dared to step forward to challenge him anymore. Partly because the stakes were too high, and partly because the sight of that formidable hin made everyone uneasy. Luo Yu waited in the arena for over 10 minutes, but no challengers came forward. He understood why. The more arrogant races looked down on fighting humans, while races of equal strength couldn't afford the stakes. Guess that's it for today, he thought to himself. If only I could earn 1,000 gold every day. After leaving the arena, Luo Yu checked his storage and found his gold reserves had already accumulated to 3,500. Let's continue tomorrow, he murmured to himself. In the misty bathhouse, Xiao Dai blushed as she leaned closer to Luo Yu. Master, why don't you take us with you when you fight in the arena? We can protect you too. Luo Yu chuckled and shook his head. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Besides, I can't bear to let my 3 adorable companions fight others. His words made the 3 beast girls blush deeply. Suddenly, Xiao Dai recalled something and couldn't help but laugh. I still remember a certain someone shouting, Xiao Dai, save me. One day and now you can't bear to let us fight? Huh? Ha ha ha. Luo Yu laughed awkwardly, thinking to himself how sharp Xiao Dai's memory was. The next morning, Luo Yu first checked the day's buffs, frenzied movement, and increased rare item drop rate. Seeing the second buff suited for fishing, he had breakfast and headed to the lake. Sitting on a mossy stone, the glaring sunlight bore down, and the temperature had already risen to 36°C. Though Luo Yu didn't feel hot in his heat-resistant clothing, when he turned to look at Xiao Kong, he noticed beads of sweat forming on her face. Thinking about how she had been fishing under the scorching sun for days, her skin slightly tanned yet never once complaining, Luo Yu suddenly felt guilty for his carelessness. Xiao Dai also often came here to help. Both of them were so considerate anyone else likely would have given up by now. Xiao Kong, they'll fish today. You go clean up the villa, Luo Yu said gently. Chirp. Xiao Kong responded cheerfully and obediently ran off to do housework. Watching her retreating figure, Luo Yu felt even more affection for this little cutie and silently vowed to find her a more comfortable fishing spot. He opened the building menu and finally narrowed it down to 2 potential structures. A set of plans for constructing a premium fishing pier and an elegant lakeside pavilion lay before Luo Yu. These 2 structures not only complement each other perfectly but also offer combined benefits: 40 fishing efficiency, 40 rare item acquisition rate, 10 entertainment value, and an improvement in the overall aesthetics of the base. As Luo Yu scanned the material list, 20,000 stone bricks, 10,000 wood, 5,000 silver, 200 jade, and 200 gold, he frowned slightly. The cost was steep, and such non-essential buildings would significantly boost the base's overall rating. However, recalling Xiao Kong's sweat-drenched appearance earlier and considering his own plans to fish frequently in the future without wanting to get sunburned like charcoal, he decided to proceed with the construction. Fortunately, there was already a stockpile of stone bricks ready for use. As for the wood, he could simply purchase it from the market. After a series of transactions, a flash of light appeared before him, and a fishing pier stretching about 10 meters into the lake materialized out of thin air. At its end stood a classic oriental lakeside pavilion. Inside the pavilion were stone tables and benches, offering not just a cool, shaded retreat but also excellent sun protection. When Luo Yu checked the base's rating, he couldn't help but gasp. It had skyrocketed to 8,800. This combination structure alone had contributed 600 points, nearly rivaling the Grand Villa. Sitting on the stone bench in the lakeside pavilion, Luo Yu cast his fishing rod while pondering how to mitigate the risks that came with the increased base rating. The hidden spike traps beneath the floor tiles were still under construction, and now with an additional 1,200 points added to the base's rating, even with the enhanced catapults, defense measures still needed improvement. Should he consider building a watchtower? While deep in thought, the fishing rod suddenly trembled. A bite in less than a minute? The increased fishing efficiency was clearly making a difference. Reeling in the line, he was surprised to see an iron box. This must be the result of the boosted rare item acquisition rate. Seeing that no immediate disasters followed this rare find, Luo Yu decided to use the 100-fold critical hit ability. When triggered, the box revealed a blueprint for an automatic flying axe launcher. The required materials: 2,000 wood, 2,000 stone bricks, 1 tendon from a silver grade or higher animal, and 200 gold. Luckily, the golden scorpion king tendon he had acquired earlier could now be put to good use. After construction was complete, a massive stone ballista equipped with small stone axes appeared before him. This was a close-range defensive weapon, capable of lethal strikes. Thanks to the use of the golden grade tendon, its range had increased from 10 meters to 20 meters, and its killing power had also been enhanced. Gazing at the stone axes mounted on the launcher, Luo Ye's eyes lit up. This was the perfect weapon against shielded soldiers. While watchtowers and arrows struggled to penetrate shield defenses, these flying axes would come crashing down with precision and devastating impact. After some thought, Luo Yu decided to install the automatic crossbow at the center of the eastern wall. He quickly stacked the stone bricks on the wall and, after completing the installation of the crossbow, nodded in satisfaction. Not only had this strengthened the defenses, but it also resolved the issue of shielded soldiers, easing much of his concern. Although he knew deep down that the true strength of the base lay in himself and his many animal companions, he still felt it was a pity to personally engage in battles. He yearned for the life of a true lord, relaxing in a villa with a glass of fine wine, while an automated defense system effortlessly handled any threats. In the afternoon, Luo Yu sat in the lakeside pavilion fishing. The air above the lake shimmered with visible heat waves. While ordinary people might suffer heatstroke at 38°C, his special equipment allowed him to remain comfortable at 78°C and endure temperatures above 85°C. Even so, he could feel the extreme heat. It hasn't rained for 7 or 8 days, he thought, becoming alert. He immediately started a discussion in the group chat. This heat is unbearable. How are you all handling the heat wave? Fang Yiming quickly replied, don't even mention it. We're all hiding indoors, too afraid to step out and work. Alice added, our treehouse is fairly heat resistant, but we're still taking precautions against the heat. Luo Yu immediately advised, even though the system hasn't issued any warnings, something feels off. A drought might be coming. Food storage, body cooling, and garden irrigation could all become problems. I suggest everyone start digging cellars and stock up on ice for cooling. Naker agreed, pointing out that ice prices were quite reasonable due to a previous hailstorm. Nyoda, however, joked bitterly about wanting to eliminate the lake monster so he could cool off in the water. In the subsequent discussion about visitor technology, everyone in the small group except Nyoda had already unlocked the feature. When Fang Yiming mentioned that visiting Luo Ye's territory required 10,000 silver coins, Luo Yu understood that this was due to the difference in territory ratings, which affected the learning costs. He simply smiled and replied, I just like mining and probably build more stuff than most. In the end, the group agreed to prepare for 2 more days. Once the next wave of events concluded, they would first meet at Fang Yiming's territory and then visit the other bases one by one. The issue of distributing rewards after the boss battle was temporarily set aside. At this moment, following Luo Yu's suggestion, everyone began purchasing ice blocks. Despite recent hailstorms in several areas, the price of ice during the peak of summer remained steep, costing 300 silver coins per unit. With considerable financial resources, Luo Yu purchased 100 units of ice in one go, spending a total of 30,000 silver coins. He quickly transported the ice into the ice cellar, causing the temperature inside to plummet to below -5°C. Meanwhile, the others were busy digging cellars of their own. Luo Yu didn't disturb them and instead focused on his fishing endeavors. As his fishing efficiency improved, the frequency of acquiring treasure chests increased significantly. By sunset, Luo Yu managed to fish out another chest. Upon opening it, he found a palm-sized piece of gold, a stroke of good luck. Checking the base's gold reserves, he noted that they had reached 3,800, a growth rate that left him quite satisfied. Thanks to the improved cooking speed, dinner was prepared quickly, taking just over an hour. Around 7 p.m., everyone wrapped up their tasks for the day and gathered around the dining table. Xiao Dai swallowed a bite of tomato and reported to Luo Yu, Master, over the past few days, we've accumulated 12 pieces of women's lingerie. You can sell them whenever convenient. Let's sell them right now, Luo Yu said as he operated the storage interface while continuing to eat. Within just 5 minutes, the items were sold out, earning him another 36,000 silver coins. As he was enjoying the meal, the system suddenly sent a notification. Due to the improvement in territorial hygiene standards, he received a 2 bonus to his constitution attribute. This delighted Luo Yu immensely. After all, attributes above 100 could no longer be increased with silver coins, making these 2 points of constitution especially valuable. Checking the hygiene value, he saw that the maximum remained at 98, while the current value was 95. The cleaning efforts over the past few days had finally paid off. He chuckled as he placed a piece of meat on Xiao Kong's plate. Little cutie, eat more so you can grow stronger. Noticing this, Xiao Dai gave a soft cough and subtly pushed her food container toward Luo Yu, her expression clearly saying, Master, I want some too. Luo Yu burst into laughter and, to be fair, added a piece of meat to both Xiao Dai's and Xiao Jin's plates as well. After dinner, the three little ones worked together to wash the dishes, while Luo Yu went to take a bath. Once refreshed, he followed his usual routine of entering the arena to earn more money. He bet 100 gold and waited for an opponent to take the bait. Before long, a towering bear warrior entered the room with a menacing grin. "You, I've been waiting for you. Yesterday, you swindled 500 gold from my brother. Today, I'm here to make you pay double. A 1000 gold wager, though you dare to take the bet." Luo Yu was secretly thrilled but feigned hesitation. "I understand what you're saying, but I only have 1,500 gold in total. Isn't a 1000 gold bet a bit too much?" "Too much? Then let's make it even bigger." The bear warrior grinned widely. "As it happens, I also have exactly 1,500 gold." The burly bear warrior sneered. "Enough nonsense. Let's go all in today and kick you out of the Golden PK League. Teach you a lesson about gambling." The room erupted instantly. The bear clan members cheered loudly, while spectators from other races joined the uproar. Meanwhile, the humans anxiously tried to dissuade Luo Yu, urging him not to act impulsively. Luo Yu smirked inwardly. This was exactly what he had been waiting for, a chance to profit from their arrogance. Feigning anger, he shouted back, "Fine, let's see who gets kicked out of the Golden League. Bring it on." With that, he raised the stakes on the spot, and the bear warrior gladly accepted. A system notification popped up. Bet in the room has been increased to 1,500 gold. Viewers swarmed into the room like a tidal wave, and the audience fees alone were already substantial. 3, 2, 1, start. The battle began in an instant. Xiongda charged at Luo Yu with astonishing speed, far faster than Xiong Air had been before. "A tie," Luo Yu commanded sharply. The Wolf King, a tie, leapt forward in an instant. Wild impact. With a resounding bang, Xiongda's shoulder collided heavily with a tie. The sheer difference in strength sent a tie flying, while Xiongda continued charging toward Luo Yu. As Luo Yu raised his Yangyu Bao, Xiongda had already anticipated the move. A small stone axe whizzed through the air from his waist. Although Luo Yu dodged in time, he lost the advantage as Xiongda closed the distance. "Earth Chicken," Luo Yu called again. A mother hen spread her wings and flew toward Xiongda's face, aiming to claw at him. Though momentarily startled, Xiongda pressed forward instead of retreating. He opened his jaws and bit down on the chicken. Blood streaked across his face from the scratches, but the chicken was killed instantly. "Die!" Xiongda roared, swinging his fist toward Luo Yu. The Wolf King couldn't intervene in time, and close-range archery was out of the question. Just as the blow was about to land, a red flash appeared. A massive red python, as thick as a barrel, suddenly materialized. Its tail swept across and collided with Xiongda's fist. With a loud bang, Xiongda was forced to stagger back half a step, his eyes filled with shock. Bronze level. The spectators gasped. "That's a beast tamer's trump card." Realizing the dire consequences of being entangled by the enormous serpent, which was over 10 meters long, Xiongda quickly retreated. But the Wolf King was already upon him, sinking its teeth into his arm. No matter how hard Xiongda struggled, he couldn't shake it off. Meanwhile, 3 arrows had already struck his chest. Enraged, Xiongda yanked out the arrows and turned to bite a Tai's neck. Chaos ensued as man and beast grappled fiercely. But the red-scaled python coiled itself around Xiongda's waist, its venomous fangs sinking deep into his neck. Xiongda tried to push the giant python away, but his strength had completely failed him. Despair flickered in his eyes as he turned his gaze toward the human not far away, who had an arrow ready on the bowstring. Hatred and venom surged in his heart. "I've been tricked," he roared internally. This human still had such a hidden trump card, provoking him deliberately just to rob him of his gold. It was all a meticulously planned trap. Whoosh! An arrow flew straight and pierced through his brow. Xiongda struggled to open his mouth, forcing out his final words. "You? This isn't over." Before the last syllable faded, his body vanished into thin air. A system notification promptly popped up. "KO. You have defeated your opponent in 3 minutes and 29 seconds. You have gained 1,500 gold and 2,610 silver." The rewards from this battle were impressive. The total gold amount reached 5,300, and silver skyrocketed to 400,000, a truly substantial haul. The spectators in the room stared at Luo Yu with wide eyes, a chill rising in their hearts. Only now did they grasp the most terrifying aspect of a beast tamer. You could never predict the kind of creatures they might summon. This human, codenamed Yu, had even summoned a bronze-grade beast, and yet the bronze arena hadn't even opened yet. For a moment, no one dared to step forward and challenge him. Luo Yu waited for a while, but seeing no takers, it was clear that the red-scaled python's intimidation had done its job. "All right then," he chuckled softly. "I'll head back and cuddle my little cuties to sleep." The next morning, Luo Yu woke up and immediately checked his status and system notifications. The diamond grade bed has granted you an attribute boost. Strength 1. Current strength 101. The fur growth progress of Shao Kong, Shao Dai, and Shao Jin has increased by 50. Just sleeping improves my stats, and my little cutie's fur is growing nicely too. Life is good, Luo Yu thought cheerfully. Today is going to be another great day. However, after breakfast, stepping outside revealed a worrying situation. By just past 7 a.m., the temperature had already climbed to 37 degrees Celsius. The scorching sunlight made the air shimmer and distort. At exactly 8 a.m., the system issued an urgent warning. The entire world of Tiandao was being disrupted by a mysterious force. A heat wave lasting over 10 days was imminent, and summer would be extended. Everyone was advised to prepare for the extreme heat. In just 5 minutes, the temperature spiked to 40 degrees Celsius and kept climbing. Despair quickly spread across the world, flooding regional chats with cries of anguish. The intense heat posed a severe threat to warm-blood races like humans and beastfolk, not to mention water-based, ice, or snow-dwelling species, for whom such temperatures were utterly devastating. In a small group chat, chaos broke out. Nakur. Oh my god. A heat wave? We're doomed. Fong Yumeng. Good thing we built an ice cellar like Luo Yu suggested, but I'm not sure it'll hold up. Elena. It probably won't. We'll need to think of other solutions. Alice. May every living being survive this catastrophe safely. Nyoda. My thick skin can handle the sun, but I'm worried all the grass will dry up. Luo Yu checked the prices of ice blocks at the auction house and found they had skyrocketed to 20 times the usual cost. He immediately shared his insight in the group chat. Even with ice blocks, a regular cellar won't last long in this extreme heat. Building a proper storage facility is the key. The group quickly reached a consensus. A 3-layer insulation system was essential: floor insulation, warehouse insulation, and an additional insulating layer. Materials like fabric and fur were deemed ideal for heat and sun protection. Acting swiftly, members began purchasing these supplies before prices surged. Luo Yu generously offered some of the cotton he had stored after receiving a harvest blessing, selling it at the original price. He also shared wolf pelts, which proved to be excellent insulating materials when laid on rooftops. As the temperature continued to soar, Luo Yu sprang into action. While working in such weather-risked heat stroke, it posed no issue for him. He efficiently spread wolf pelts across the warehouse roof. Then, inspired, he used wooden buckets to soak the pelts with water. As expected, the dampened pelts significantly improved the insulation, and the cellar's temperature began to drop gradually. Just as he nodded in satisfaction, the system issued an urgent alert. His companion pet, Shao Dai, was showing signs of mild heat stroke. Rushing to the basement, Luo Yu found Shao Dai holding her forehead, looking faint. "How are you?" he asked, quickly supporting the swaying Shao Dai. "I'm fine, master. Just feeling a bit dizzy," Shao Dai replied weakly. It turned out that while she had a strong tolerance for cold, she was highly sensitive to heat, with a maximum tolerance of 36 C. The outside temperature had already climbed to 42 C, and even the well-insulated mansion had reached 36 C inside, making her heat stroke unsurprising. In this situation, herbs were ineffective. It was imperative to lower the temperature immediately. Without hesitation, Luo Yu scooped Shao Dai into his arms and headed straight for the warehouse. Thanks to the advanced warehouse's insulation, the cooling effect of the damp wolf pelts, and the cool air seeping from the cellar, the warehouse maintained a pleasant temperature of 25 C. Before long, Shao Dai's condition began to improve. "Master, it's just too hot outside. I'll lay down here in the warehouse to rest," Shao Dai said as she found a comfortable spot and lay down. Luo Yu then checked on the other animals. Shao Jin could handle temperatures up to 300 C with ease, even swimming in boiling water. Shao Kong had a heat tolerance of 65 C and was leisurely fishing in the gazebo, unaffected. These two were fine, though Luo Yu lamented that his diamond armor and platinum pants were bound to him. Otherwise, they would have been perfect for lending to them. However, the other animals weren't as fortunate. While the giant octopus and the big snake were safe in the water, the bulls, cows, 2 dumb wolves, chickens, and a swarm of insects couldn't withstand such intense heat. Acting swiftly, Luo Yu relocated all the heat-sensitive animals to the warehouse before they succumbed to heat stroke. The animals gathered in the warehouse seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, but a new crisis quickly emerged. Dense groups of animals generated an enormous amount of heat, causing the warehouse temperature to rapidly climb to 30 C. Worse still, the outside temperature had already soared to 45 C, and it was only 10 a.m. The world and regional channels were filled with cries of despair. Many players were succumbing to heat stroke, and some fragile species even faced the threat of extinction. Fortunately, smaller groups managed to hold on by relying on their ice cellars. Fong Yumeng proposed in the group chat, "Is everyone here? It's already 45 C outside, and this can't go on. I just checked the building list and found that the recreation room has an indoor pool that could help with cooling and heat prevention. Both people and animals could take refuge there. Plus, We'll need to build the recreation room sooner or later. Right now, timber prices haven't gone up yet, so I think it's worth considering. Luo Yu immediately opened the building page to check the details. The recreation room had multiple levels, with the advanced recreation room including a pool, but it required a water circulation system. Even without the circulation system, the pool could still be used, though it would need to be manually filled with water. However, stagnant water would lower hygiene standards, and long-term use could lead to risks like water contamination. Building an advanced recreation room required. Building materials 100,000, timber 20,000, silver 5,000, gold 200, jade 200. The cost was extraordinarily high, and it would significantly increase the base's rating, potentially attracting more attacks. The group fell into silence as everyone weighed the pros and cons. Elena was the first to break the silence. Luo Yu, what do you think? Yeah, Luo Yu, you decide. Alice chimed in. After careful consideration, Luo Yu replied. Building a recreation room is indeed a viable solution to the heat wave. If we can fill the pool with water, its special layout could make it a large-scale evaporative cooling system, effectively bringing down the temperature. We can hold off on the water circulation system for now, and figure out a way to fill it manually. But there are two issues. First, do we have enough materials? Second, this kind of luxury building will increase our rating by about 800 points, which, based on last month's experience, could mean 40 additional attacking units. Can we handle that? After a brief silence, Alice said, the heavenly Dow notes indicate that summer will be extended, and end-of-month attacks will be delayed. If we can survive this heat wave, it might even turn into an opportunity. Exactly. Fang Yuming said firmly. We can't guarantee we'll survive the attacks, but the heat wave is an immediate threat. If we can't protect our base members and animals, there's no hope at all. We have no other choice. Everyone expressed their agreement, concluding that they couldn't let fear of attacks hold them back. The critical issue now was the availability of building materials. Luo Yu added, stone bricks can't be purchased directly from the auction house, but they can be traded. Timber can be bought outright. The real problem is the gold and jade. Can you gather those? Luo Yu had secretly planned to lend out some of his gold, but to his surprise, everyone already had quite a stockpile. Especially Nyo Da, who followed Luo Yu's advice to mine daily. Not only had his level increased significantly, but he had also accumulated a large amount of rare metals. Since he had no immediate need for construction, these materials were all stored in his warehouse. Looks like everyone here is quite wealthy, Luo Yu said with a smile. If we're short on silver, I've got an idea. Let's take advantage of the cooler night weather and head to the lake to hunt monsters. We can use the materials they dropped to build the recreation room. Let's start with Fang Yuming's territory tonight. What do you think? Everyone readily agreed to the plan. With some time left before nightfall, Luo Yu, though unbothered by the heat, found the glaring sunlight hard to bear. Thinking quickly, he went to the sewing station and wove a bamboo hat, which finally allowed him to move about under the scorching sun with ease. As Fang Yuming had mentioned, building a recreation room was indeed necessary. Luo Yu decided to construct it next to the large villa. He checked the building requirements. An advanced recreation room would need 100,000 construction materials, 20,000 wood, 5,000 silver, 200 gold, and 200 jade. Currently, there was a shortage of stone bricks. To plan ahead, Luo Yu spent 40,000 silver at the auction house to purchase 20,000 wood, which he stored in the warehouse. Then he headed to the mine with Xiao Kong, while Xiao Jin stayed behind to continue cutting stone blocks. After a full day of mining, the results were impressive. Due to Xiao Kong's lower level, most of what he mined were stone blocks. Luo Yu, however, was highly efficient, harvesting a significant amount of iron and copper ores while also raising his mining skill to level 8. During this time, he even tamed 2 burrowing worms, gaining an additional 1-point strength bonus. Xiao Jin completed all the stone cutting, and upon counting, they had accumulated 80,000 stone blocks. By tomorrow, they would have enough materials to build the recreation room. Although the mine's resources were now down to 18, the earlier resource replenishment ensured it hadn't been completely depleted. By evening, the outside temperature was still 42 degrees, but inside the villa, it had cooled to 33 degrees, providing some relief. After everyone washed up, Xiao Dai went to rest early. Just as Luo Yu was about to activate the visitor function, a system prompt appeared. Fang Yuming had invited him to her territory, and no fee was required for this visit. After confirming, the system prompted him to assign a temporary manager. Xiao Jin, he'll be back soon. I'm leaving things here in your hands, Luo Yu said. Got it, Xiao Jin replied. If there's any danger, just summon me. But in this heat wave, it's unlikely anyone would attack. Luo Yu gave a slight smile and stepped into the glowing portal that appeared before him. After a brief wave of dizziness, he found himself standing in an unfamiliar base. Luo Yu, a melodious female voice called out. He looked up to see a group of girls, each with her own unique charm, standing before him. Although it was their first meeting, Luo Yu recognized every one of them at a glance. Standing in the center was Fang Yuming, who appeared to be around 20 years old. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her pure, sweet demeanor was captivating. Beside her stood a woman who looked about 25, likely the HR manager who had been mentioned earlier. To their side was a ponytailed girl who seemed the youngest, around 15 or 16, another member of their territory. The others were even more distinctive. Naker had adorable cat ears atop her head and a lively cat tail swishing behind her. Alice, with her flowing white hair and porcelain-like skin, resembled a goddess stepping out of a painting, and Elena, a short-haired elf girl with bronzed skin, exuded a confident and heroic aura. Everyone's here, Luoyu said with a smile. You're all just as beautiful as I imagined. That sincere compliment brought a faint blush to the girls' faces. Fang Yuming chuckled lightly and said, we were just guessing earlier would a man who loves mining turn out to be a burly muscle man? But you're so refined instead. Is that so? Sorry to disappoint you with my delicate appearance, Luoyu teased. Huh, disappoint? Fang Yuming stammered, realizing she had misspoken. She quickly tried to explain, no, that's nonsense. I never said I liked musclemen. Her flustered reaction made everyone laugh, instantly breaking the ice and bringing them closer together. Looking at this group of smiling girls, Luoyu felt they were as dazzling as fireworks blooming in the night sky. By now, it was past 7 p.m., and the thermometer still read a scorching 39 degrees Celsius. Luoyu glanced at the sky and said, let's get started. With that, he took the lead and began walking forward. The girls followed behind him, each lost in her own thoughts while looking at his profile. Alice's eyes softened with warmth. Naker's cheeks were faintly flushed. Fang Yuming's gaze carried a hint of amusement, and Elena's expression held a trace of surprise. Is it just that he looks good? Alice murmured softly to Elena as she watched Luoyu back. Seeing him in person, I feel at ease somehow. At ease? That's... Elena let out a small scoff. Noticing that the others had already caught up with Luoyu, she joined Alice, and the two walked forward together. As they walked, Luoyu took in the sights of Fang Yuming's base. In front of a small multi-story building with an attic was a meticulously maintained garden, its ground paved with ordinary stone bricks. Surrounding the area was a mid-level wall, 50 meters on each side, equipped with 6 automatic crossbows. The animals in the taming pen sprawled lazily in the oppressive heat. Outside the walls was a vegetable garden, and in the distance, a sprawling orchard stood out impressively. To have built such a comfortable base in just 2 months was truly remarkable. Naker wiped the sweat from her forehead and sighed slightly. Yumeng, your home is so beautiful. What's the score? 1,600 points. Fang Yumeng replied with a faint smile at the corner of her lips. My home is only 1,000 points. Naker's eyes flashed with a hint of envy. Looking at the regional chat, most people are hovering around 600 points. You're really a little rich lady. Yuming's territory has developed very well, Alice said in her signature gentle voice. Elena and I only have 1,200 points each. Luoyu couldn't help but glance a few more times at this white-haired elf. In his heart, Fang Yumeng was already an extraordinary beauty, with her natural, healthy charm surpassing even the celebrities on television. However, compared to Alice, she still fell slightly short. What amazed him even more was how, despite everyone coming from different races, they could communicate seamlessly, a testament to the wonders of the heavenly Tao world. Luoyu, what's your territory's score? Fang Yumeng suddenly asked. I wanted to visit your territory, but it prompts me to pay the highest tier visitor fee. Feeling all the ladies' eyes on him, Luoyu gave a calm smile. A difference of 1,000 points requires a maximum fee of 10,000 silver. What? That means your score is close to 3,000. Naker exclaimed, and the others looked at him with admiration. Even Elena, who usually showed little interest in Luoyu, had a rare glimmer of respect in her eyes. Luoyu chuckled inwardly, choosing not to reveal his actual score of 8,800 to avoid startling the group of ladies. Instead, he turned to Naker. Kurer, remember you promised to let me touch your ears? Meow. Naker instantly turned bright red. Here? Now? I'm all sweaty. Fang Yumeng quickly pulled Naker behind her, looking at Luoyu with a playful expression. Oh? What kind of deal did you make with Kurer? Care to share? For a moment, not only Fang Yumeng but also Alice and Elena gave Luoyu scrutinizing looks. Feeling the invisible pressure, Luoyu paused before smiling. Why are you all staring at me? Don't you all want to touch Kurer's fluffy ears too? As soon as he said this, the girls' gazes instinctively shifted to Naker's ears, their eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. Meow. What are you planning to do? Feeling threatened, Naker quickly hid behind Luoyu, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Though it was their first meeting, the group felt like old friends, their laughter and chatter even making the heat seem less oppressive. However, when they reached the edge of a small lake, Luoyu's expression suddenly turned serious. We can't go any closer. The group instinctively stopped in their tracks. Alice gracefully stepped to Luo Yu's side and said softly, Luo Yu, you take the lead. Seeing the others nod in agreement, Luo Yu said solemnly, all right, but before that, we need to form a team first. After opening the team interface, the system quickly sent a notification. You have successfully teamed up with Fang Yuming, Nakower, Alice, and Elena. The team limit is 10 members, and there are currently 5 in the group. 2 other girls from Fang Yuming's territory, due to their weaker constitutions, had allocated related attributes but lacked combat capability, so they stayed indoors to avoid the summer heat. The system interface displayed a brief description of each team member. Luo Yu and Fang Yuming were both beast tamers, Nakower was an agile warrior, and the 2 elves were labeled as precise archers. The descriptions only highlighted their specialties, with no detailed attribute points or equipment information provided. My strength and agility are both at 35 points, so I'm a close combat warrior, Fang Yuming said, adding, don't treat me like a girl. All right, they'll treat you like a man then, Luo Yu replied with a nod, earning an eye roll from Fang Yuming. Staring at the calm lake, Luo Yu began outlining the plan. First, we need to lure the giant blackfish out. Elena immediately took out a herb. This is a mutated beast luring grass. I've tested it. It can attract the blackfish monster to the shallow waters. Hearing this good news, everyone's faces lit up with joy. Luo Yu, who had initially planned to use special milk, realized it was no longer necessary. Great, Luo Yu continued. The next step is to tether the giant blackfish to the shore to prevent it from escaping back into the deep water. I'll handle this part. Yumeng, I need you to build a simple watchtower here to secure the blackfish. It can be dismantled afterward with minimal resource loss. Fang Yumeng quickly constructed the watchtower, while Luo Yu retrieved a coil of prepared wisteria vine, something he had tested extensively in his own territory. He also brought out a modified grappling spear, securing it to the watchtower using the wisteria. Turning to the 2 elves, Luo Yu assigned their roles. Alice, Elena. Once the blackfish appears, take positions on either side and aim for its eyes. You 2 are the primary damage dealers. Alice nodded earnestly, while Elena stretched her arms, revealing the battle-hardened nature unique to dark elves. Let the slaughter begin, she said with anticipation. Nakower, Luo Yu addressed the catgirl. Once the blackfish is restrained, they'll have Yumeng build a floating platform on the water. Are you ready to join me in slashing the monster? My agility is nearing 50 points. Shouldn't I be the one asking if you're ready? Nakower replied with a grin. I'm joining too. Fang Yumeng raised her hand enthusiastically. Luo Yu looked at the courageous girl and readily agreed. All right, together. With the tasks assigned, Luo Yu turned to Elena. Hand me the beast luring grass. Elena nodded solemnly and carefully took the precious beast lure grass from the elf girl's hands. Without hesitation, Luo Yu stepped into the lake, only to flinch as the water's scorching heat startled him. It was a result of the intense, sweltering weather. Quickly, he placed the beast lure grass on a protruding green rock by the shore, then returned to order everyone to hide. He climbed up the watchtower himself to keep watch. The lakeside fell into a tense silence. The effect of the beast lure grass soon became evident. A massive shadow appeared in the center of the lake, its outline strikingly similar to the giant black fish that resided in his territory. However, Luo Yu's sharp eyes noticed something different. This black fish moved sluggishly, and its scales were no longer pure black, but had taken on a dull, grayish hue. The water temperature. Luo Yu suddenly understood. The high temperatures had heated the lake water, weakening the black fish's strength. In that instant, he realized that amidst this terrifying heat wave crisis lay a golden opportunity, the perfect chance to eliminate the water monster. The elf girls below held their breath anxiously, knowing full well that the success of their operation depended on subduing the water monster in the first moments of the attack. All eyes instinctively turned toward the watchtower, where Luo Yu stood, gripping a barbed spear in his hands. As the shadow neared the shore and finally broke the surface of the water, Luo Yu's mind flashed back to the skeletal structure he observed when dissecting the black fish. Seizing the perfect moment, he utilized his mastery of javelin throwing, bolstered by his 102 strength points, and hurled the spear with all his might. The spear spun rapidly through the air and pierced deep into the black fish's back, sending a spray of blood into the air. Although it didn't trigger a critical hit, the combined force of his enhanced strength and the fish's softened scales worn down by the hot water allowed the spear to sink deeply into its flesh, with the barbs hooking securely onto its bones. The severely injured black fish thrashed wildly, blood gushing from its mouth. The sight left the elf girls below stunned, both terrified by the beast's ferocity and awestruck by Luo Yu's display of strength. Don't just stand there, Luo Yu shouted, snapping them out of their daze. Alice, Elena, shoot your arrows. Yuma, repair the watchtower immediately. Fang Yuma quickly opened the construction interface and began repairing the tower, breathing a sigh of relief as its durability started to recover. At the same time, the 2 elves acted in perfect sync. firing arrows that struck the black fish's eyes with precision. Fresh blood erupted as the now blinded fish let out an ear-piercing scream, thrashing violently. Despite its frenzied movements, it couldn't free itself from the barbed spear lodged in its body. Steadying the swaying watchtower, Luoyu, armed with his anatomical knowledge of the black fish's weak points, raised his spear once more, preparing for another decisive strike. The javelin struck the side of the giant blackfish with precision, hitting its vital spot dead. The blow landed right on its weakness. The enormous blackfish let out an earth-shaking roar, blood spurting from its mouth. It thrashed about wildly, and the sheer force of its struggle caused the durability of the watchtower to plummet rapidly. Luoyu, we can't repair it as fast as it's destroying it, Fang Yumeng shouted anxiously. Luoyu swiftly slid down from the watchtower and shouted back. It's completely blind now and has no clear target. Yumeng, quickly build a makeshift floating platform. We'll take it down up close. Just make sure not to get hit by its tail. Fang Yumeng immediately opened the construction interface and began setting up the floating platforms. These makeshift platforms were more stable than ordinary rafts and inexpensive to construct. In no time, a ring of attack platforms surrounded the giant blackfish. Meanwhile, Elena and Alice kept firing arrows with precision, targeting the blackfish's weak spots, its gills, and the scaleless areas around its eyes. Though each arrow dealt only minor damage, it created ideal openings for close combat. Nakal was the first to launch an attack. She darted nimbly between the floating platforms, her short sword slicing across the blackfish's side and leaving a gruesome wound. Following the tactical plan, she immediately retreated to a safe position, her face alight with excitement. Close behind her, Fang Yumeng demonstrated her own impressive combat skills. She moved swiftly across the platforms, delivering a powerful slash to the blackfish's head, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound. The blackfish instinctively opened its mouth to counterattack, but Fang Yumeng effortlessly dodged its strike. Finally, Luoyu charged forward, wielding the Tiangong blade. With a flash of cold light, the blade sliced through the air, severing half of the blackfish's head in an instant. With a swift upward slash, he finished the job, completely decapitating the creature. The massive body of the blackfish went rigid and lifeless. A stunned silence fell over the scene as everyone processed the sheer power Luoyu had just displayed. Fang Yumeng was the first to break the silence. Luoyu, just how much strength do you have? Luoyu casually swung the Tiangong blade and smiled faintly. Just a little higher than yours, that's all. A little higher? Nakal's mouth twitched. It has to be at least 50, right? Probably double ours at this point. Luoyu gave a faint smile and didn't say much. Moments later, the system notification sounded, announcing the rewards for slaying the lake blackfish water monster. 40,000 silver coins, 2 beast soul cores, 1 Qingfeng sword technique, 1 silver-level squad technology sharing scroll, 2 silver-level equipment treasure chests, and 1 personal trait scroll. As the notification ended, the floating platform where Luoyu and Fang Yumeng stood lit up with dazzling brilliance, and the various items appeared one by one. Although Luoyu had anticipated that team hunting would yield better rewards than solo action, the generosity of this reward still exceeded his expectations. Of course, team rewards needed to be distributed, so the overall gain for an individual was still slightly less than going solo. Victory! We did it! Naker cheered enthusiastically on the platform, her excitement contagious as smiles blossomed on everyone's faces. After dragging the massive blackfish corpse ashore together, Luoyu suggested that Fang Yumeng temporarily hold onto the spoils while they prioritized processing the enormous body. The weather is too hot. ITLL start rotting in 2 hours. We need to act fast. Everyone agreed with the plan and immediately divided the tasks. While most of them had gained some experience in handling prey through independent living, Luoyu's speed and skill were clearly on another level. With his 100 work efficiency boost and exceptional cooking proficiency, his butchering efficiency left the girls in awe. Luoyu, what did you do before all this? How do you know so much? Naker asked curiously. And you're so good at it, Fang Yumeng added. It's nothing impressive. I just picked up a bit of everything, Luoyu replied with a smile as he worked. You're being modest, Fang Yumeng and Naker said in unison. Even if you call me impressive, it won't earn you any extra benefits, Luoyu teased. The girls burst into laughter. Amid the cheerful atmosphere, they managed to finish processing the entire body in just 15 minutes. Although Fang Yumeng's base didn't have as good a cellar for preservation as Luoyu's, it was sufficient for short-term storage. Later, everyone gathered in the living room, sitting around a table with the spoils laid out before them. Seeing the anticipation in the girls' eyes, Fang Yumeng smiled and asked, "Shall we come up with a plan for how to divide these?" All eyes instinctively turned to Luoyu. After a moment of thought, he suggested, every territory has its own giant beast, so items like silver coins, beast soul cores, and martial techniques are likely fixed drops. How about this? These 3 items go to each territory's leader, and the remaining chests and scrolls are distributed among those who helped out. How does that sound? Naker was the first to raise her hand in agreement, followed closely by Fong Yumeng. Alice and Elena also expressed no objections, and the proposal was finalized. I only need one beast soul core. You can divide the other among yourselves, Fong Yumeng offered. Everyone nodded in agreement since beast soul cores could be used to unlock automated core technologies, enhance buildings and equipment, or, for beast tamers, significantly boost trade experience. Luo, you contributed the most this time. You should pick first, Alice suggested. No rush, Luo, you said with a smile. Let's open the scrolls and chests first to see what we've got, then decide. Yumeng, why don't you do the honors? Fong Yumeng nodded slightly and said softly, You're getting more and more natural calling me Yumeng. As she spoke, she skillfully unfolded a technological scroll. A flash of light revealed an exciting shared technology sealed meat creation scroll. This was a rare find. According to the description in the Heavenly Tao world, these shared technology scrolls only had an extremely low drop rate during team battles, and while they usually contained only basic technology, their value was undeniable. Fong Yumeng immediately clicked to learn it. In an instant, all team members gained the ability to produce sealed meat blocks. Essentially, it was a type of canned meat made from meat and iron ore, which could either be crafted by hand or prepared at a cooking station. Luo Yu's eyes lit up as he smiled and analyzed. This technology couldn't have come at a better time. With the weather being so hot, it's hard to preserve meat. If this heat wave lasts a few more days, it will inevitably lead to a food shortage. When that happens, these long-lasting canned meats will definitely become a hot commodity in the market. Hearing this, the girl's eyes sparkled. Naker clapped her hands excitedly, while the other three shared knowing smiles. Fong Yumeng chuckled and said, What a great business opportunity. No wonder your base has such a high rating with that clear thinking of yours. Looks like we'll be busy making canned meat for the next few days. For her, it was no big deal. Her territory was full of skilled workers, and assigning the task to someone with high cooking skills would be easy. The two treasure chests revealed unexpected items, a pair of silver daggers and a pair of silver-grade white stockings. The stockings, in particular, intrigued Naker, Alice, and Elena, as it seemed to be the first time they had encountered such gear. Additionally, a personal trait scroll for the minor trait was also among the rewards. When all the items were displayed, everyone's gaze turned to Luo Yu. He smiled and said, You can have the equipment. I just want the beast soul core. This statement left everyone momentarily stunned. Alice asked curiously, Luo Yu, don't you like mining? Why not choose the minor trait? Elena frowned and added, Even if I can't match you for now, I'm not the type of woman who needs you to hold back for me. Luo Yu explained, I already have the minor trait, and these silver-grade items aren't suitable for me. In truth, he chose the Beast Soul Core to unlock the deluxe Beast Taming Arena, aiming to acquire the Beast Taming Technology Core to embed it into his Lord's Bracelet. In the end, the equipment found their rightful owners. Naker took the daggers, Alice chose the white stockings, and the minor trait was given to Elena. As Luo Yu glanced at Alice, who was wearing pants, he couldn't help but imagine how stunning the beautiful elf would look in a short skirt paired with stockings. The thought made him quietly anticipate that sight. At this point, Nyoda couldn't hold back and spoke in the group chat. Luo Yu, what are you all up to? Still alive? Why did I randomly get a piece of technology? Everyone in the room exchanged amused glances. It was already 9 p.m., and although the daytime heat had slightly subsided, the temperature was still a sweltering 39 degrees. Beads of sweat trickled slowly down everyone's faces. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Luo Yu said, It's impossible to do anything during the day. The only time we can move around is at night. Do you guys still have energy? How about we head to Nyoda's place? Despite being drenched in sweat, the group decided to push on for the night in hopes of hunting a few more giant blackfish. Since Nyoda didn't have the visitor technology to actively invite others, the group chose to visit his territory instead. After a brief wait for Nyoda's approval, a flash of light enveloped them, and they found themselves standing in his domain. As a classic minotaur, Nyoda's hulking frame and bull's head made him quite the sight. He stood there, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, staring at the beautiful women who had suddenly appeared before him. Old Nyo, I know they're gorgeous, but you don't have to wear it all over your face, Luo Yu teased. Ha, brother, it's so good to see you. Nyoda laughed heartily, pulling Luo Yu into a warm hug. The group is full of beauties, we really lucky. Fong Yumeng and Elena rolled their eyes at the straightforward minotaur, while Naker let out a soft tisk. Only Alice maintained her usual gentle smile. Nyoda's territory was rather simple. A stone hut, a small vegetable garden, and nothing else besides the female member Luo Yu had previously sent over, who had lost all memories of her past life. The group quickly got to work setting up near the lake. Luckily, Nyoda had stored some minerals, which they used to build arrow towers and floating platforms. Before long, giant blackfish emerged on the lake surface. Luo Yu demonstrated his skill, hurling a spear with pinpoint accuracy. Working seamlessly as a team, they subdued the struggling fish with ease. Only then did everyone notice Neo Da's impressive strength. It seemed he had funneled all his resources into personal attributes. With a physique stat of 50 and considerable strength, he was practically a walking tank. It was a smart strategy since individual stats didn't factor into base ratings. His low territory rating meant weaker attacks from enemies. For now, he could easily handle attacks from groups of under 10 natives. However, during the loot division, they realized that the rewards were rather meager, likely due to Neo Da's low territory rating. Aside from the essential Beast Soul core, there were no skill manuals, shared technologies, or trait scrolls, only 2 crystal stones. Since both Luo Yu and Fang Yuming were beast tamers, the crystal stones, which could be used to upgrade the beast taming facilities, were given to them. The remaining miscellaneous items were distributed casually among the group. The girls could no longer tolerate the unsanitary conditions of Neo Da's territory, fearing that staying any longer might make them sick. Luo Yu reassured Neo Da with a promise of construction support, and the group decided to move on to Naker's territory. At 11 p.m., they arrived at Kerr's domain. The layout was similar to Fang Yuming's territory, but instead of vegetable plots and orchards, there were several fish ponds, quite fitting for a cat's taste. Following their usual routine, they quickly set up a watchtower and scattered beast-attracting grass. 10 minutes later, a giant black fish appeared as expected, and it was swiftly taken down by the now well-coordinated team. Among the spoils was a martial arts manual titled Hidden Blade Sword Technique, which perfectly suited Kier's combat style. Gradually, they noticed that the martial arts techniques dropped by the black fish seemed to align with the attributes of the territory's lord. In a way, these dangerous creatures had become an unexpected aid in territorial development. When it came time to distribute the loot, Luo Yu and Fang Yuming voluntarily gave up their share of the treasure chest, considering they had already acquired the rare crystal essence stone at Neo Da's territory. In the end, Alice received the silver grade equipment, a cooking station blueprint, and a chef trait scroll. By the time the clock struck past 1 a.m., the girls were visibly exhausted after 5 to 6 hours of intense combat under the sweltering heat. Their sweat-drenched appearances caught Luo Yu's gaze, particularly Alice's, for a moment longer than he intended. Clearing his throat, he called it a night. Let's wrap it up here. Everyone, get some rest and regroup tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. Despite their weariness, the girls' eyes sparkled with excitement. The night's haul was substantial. Nearly everyone had a piece of silver-grade equipment, and new technologies had been unlocked. Fang Yuming, Naker, and Neo Da each obtained a beast soul core, along with a significant amount of silver, making this a highly rewarding endeavor. After a dizzying moment, Luo Yu returned to the tranquility of his own territory. A quick inspection confirmed that none of the animals had suffered from heat stroke. Satisfied, he headed straight to the bathroom. Shedding his clothes, he sank into the warm, luxurious bath, feeling much of his fatigue melt away. However, he noted an odd phenomenon. He hadn't felt the heat while clothed, yet now, without clothes, the heat wave's intensity was palpable. This heavenly Tao world truly had its quirks. Glancing at the world and regional chat channels, he saw numerous complaints, mostly about heat-related issues. Luo Yu mused to himself that those who hadn't invested in physical attributes early on or found effective cooling methods would likely struggle to survive this wave of extreme heat. The girls in their group, though appearing delicate and beautiful, each possessed surprisingly strong constitutions. Even the weakest among them had a physical strength of 20 points, while the strongest reached over 30 points. Such resilience was necessary to endure the intense heat of the night while continuing to fight. Ordinary people, with less than 10 points of physical strength, wouldn't last long under such conditions. Luo Yu took stock of the evening's spoils: a beast soul core, a crystal essence stone, and a canned meat technology blueprint. The beast soul core was worth 50,000, the crystal essence stone 80,000, and the canned meat technology was practically a money printing machine at this stage, its value immeasurable. What a haul, he thought with satisfaction. Taking down bosses is definitely the fastest way to progress. When Luo Yu returned to his room, he noticed that Xiao Dai wasn't there. Checking her status, he realized she was sleeping in the warehouse. The temperature inside the villa was still around 30 degrees Celsius at night, which must have been uncomfortable for her. As he lay down with Xiao Kong, he resolved to make Xiao Dai some heat-resistant gear the next day. As the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, Luo Yu woke up feeling refreshed. The system notification informed him that he had gained the efficient sleep buff, increasing his sleep efficiency by 50. Combined with the fatigue-relieving effects of the luxurious bed and bathtub, he had fully recovered his energy after just 4 hours of sleep. While washing up, he noticed the early morning temperature had already reached 41 degrees Celsius, with the indoor temperature at 37 degrees. Sweating profusely, he realized he hadn't put on his heat-resistant jacket and pants. Once he quickly dressed in them, he felt much more comfortable. Just then, a groggy Xiao Kong came to wash up. Her heat-resistant hair, though cut short a few days ago, had already grown past her shoulders, thanks to her accelerated hair growth trait. Taking advantage of her half-awake state, Luo Yu swiftly gave her a neat short haircut. The system notification chimed. You have obtained 58 strands of Zhun Yu Beast Girl hair. Xiao Kong affectionately rubbed her short hair against his arm, seemingly enjoying the cooler sensation. With the Beast Girl's hair in hand, Luo Yu knew he could create clothing with heat-resistant properties by incorporating just a small amount. Heading to the basement, he began working on the sewing machine. With a stroke of luck and a critical success, he produced a silver-grade women's undergarment tailored to Xiao Dai's size. Not only did this garment enhance comfort, but it also increased the wearer's maximum comfort temperature by 10 degrees, lowered the minimum comfort temperature by 10 degrees, and had a shaping effect. He immediately went to the warehouse to wake up Xiao Dai, who was still sleeping on the floor. Seeing her groggy state, Luo Yu got straight to the point and said, Xiao Dai, take off your clothes. What? Xiao Dai jolted awake, instinctively covering her chest, her face turning bright red. Master, not here. At least in the room. What are you thinking? I'm telling you to put this undergarment on, Luo Yu clarified. Oh. Xiao Dai realized her misunderstanding. Her master had made her heat-resistant underwear. Without hesitation, and already accustomed to their shared bathing routines, she turned her back and quickly changed into the new garment. The heat-resistant effect was immediate, and Xiao Dai let out a sigh of relief. Smiling brightly, she said, Thank you, master. I feel so much better now. I can sleep on the big bed again tonight. All right. Luo Yu nodded in agreement. Luo Yu nodded, his gaze briefly sweeping over Xiao Dai's lower abdomen. You've got a bit of belly fat there. Make sure to exercise. Got it. Xiao Dai's cheeks turned red as she lowered her head to glance at her stomach, silently admitting she'd been eating too much lately. Back to the point, Luo Yu said seriously. Xiao Dai, since we don't have to worry about the heat anymore, you should continue making clothes. With the weather being so hot lately, short skirts and tank tops should sell really well. Keep it up. Got it. Xiao Dai's eyes sparkled with determination as she clenched her small fists. I'll make lots of beautiful clothes and let the master sell them for money. Seeing her enthusiasm, Luo Yu nodded to himself. Beast girls were great, they never seemed to have many negative emotions. Whatever you asked them to do, they do it with boundless energy. The temperature today was even hotter than yesterday. After finishing his routine morning tasks and eating breakfast around 8 a.m., Luo Yu checked the thermometer. It was already 44 degrees Celsius. And this was just the morning. It was unbearable. The animals had all retreated to the warehouse, lying motionless. Knowing the temperature would only keep rising, Luo Yu realized he needed to build a recreation room as soon as possible. Once the animals were relocated there, the warehouse would cool down without their body heat, ensuring the safety of the ice cellar. In the morning, Luo Yu and Xiao Kong headed to the mine to gather materials. Luo Yu personally pushed carts loaded with heavy stones back to the base. By the afternoon, their stockpile of stone bricks had finally surpassed 100,000. Standing on an open plot of land not far from the large villa, Luo Yu decided this would be the site for the recreation room. He reviewed the materials required for construction. A height-ear recreation room needed 100,000 units of building materials, 20,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of silver, 200 units of gold, and 200 units of jade. After selecting the recreation room from the construction interface and positioning its virtual outline, the necessary materials vanished from the warehouse in an instant. With a flash of light, a 3-story blue-black building rose from the ground, its size comparable to the Grand Villa. Luo Yu pushed open the door and stepped inside. The first floor featured an indoor swimming pool, with reinforced defensive tiles from earlier projects covering the ground. Beyond that, the space was completely empty, not even a single chair. The pool was dry, and would require a water circulation system to be installed. The second and third floors were in a bare, unfinished state. Luo Yu already had plans in mind. The second floor would be equipped with a pool table, card tables, and chessboards to foster strategic thinking, along with a dartboard for practicing accuracy, and some bookshelves. The third floor would primarily focus on strength and combat training, with punching bags and various fitness equipment. The immediate priority was to smooth out the floors and lay down carpets, though carpet technology hadn't been developed yet, so that would have to wait. For now, the most pressing issue was solving the swimming pool's water supply. While he could connect a water pipe from the villa, he also needed a drainage pipe. This drainage couldn't be linked to the existing sewage system, as it would discharge water outside the territory. Nor could it connect to the drinking water system, as that would risk contamination. Since the pool water would come from the lake, Luo Yu was also cautious about depleting the lake's resources too quickly. In the end, Luo Yu decided to redirect the pipeline back to the lake, which only required the installation of a one-way valve. He went outside and began constructing the water circulation system. The entire process demanded meticulous planning, laying out the pipes, determining the slopes and elevations, and selecting the precise location for the valve. Each step had to be executed flawlessly, as any mistake could render the system inoperable. During the hour Luo Yu focused on his work, The temperature in his area had already soared to 46 degrees Celsius. The global chat channel was in an uproar. Some regions had even hit 50 degrees. In such extreme weather, many species found it increasingly difficult to carry out normal activities. Those unable to regulate their body temperature were particularly vulnerable, and individuals without sufficient physical attributes were already showing signs of heatstroke. The Snow Clan adopted the most extreme countermeasure. They entered a state of summer hibernation. They dug deep holes and buried themselves underground where it was relatively cooler, temporarily abandoning any efforts to develop their territories. This sudden heat wave had indeed dealt a severe blow to the entire Tiandao world, causing development in most territories to grind to a halt. In the midst of this crisis, humans demonstrated a unique advantage. Although physically weaker than many other species, their ability to maintain a stable body temperature and their resourceful survival skills proved invaluable. Simple measures like digging cellars for cooling, which other species regarded as innovative, were basic knowledge for humans. Some human residents even utilized the principle of evaporative cooling to create makeshift cooling fans. While cases of heat stroke did occur among humans, their overall resilience was impressive, earning them newfound recognition. This elevated their status among the myriad species, raising them slightly above the lowest-ranked groups. At this moment, Luo Yu stood by the swimming pool, watching as clear water gushed from 4 outlets to quickly fill the pool. He finally let out a sigh of relief. Although the pool in the advanced entertainment room was modest in size, it filled up swiftly. The pool was equipped with water-level control outlets to prevent overflow. The entire water supply system was powered by a wind-driven pump drawing from the nearby lake, creating a perfect circulation system. While there was no disinfection process, the running water was actually cleaner than most swimming pools on Earth. As described in the manual, the advanced entertainment room's special design allowed the pool to function as a large-scale evaporative cooling system. The indoor temperature was maintained at a comfortable 27 degrees Celsius, a stark contrast to the 46-degree outdoor heat, providing significant cooling relief. After confirming the water temperature was suitable, Luo Yu called the animals into the entertainment room to escape the heat. The insects, uninterested in water, temporarily relocated to the second floor, while the Wolf King, Adai, the bull, and the cow eagerly plunged into the pool to swim. The large bull, in particular, displayed an astonishing talent for diving, causing Luo Yu to wonder if it had some water buffalo ancestry. Meanwhile, Xiao Dai and her 2 companions joined in the fun, jumping into the pool in simple underwear and shorts since they hadn't prepared proper swimsuits. Xiao Jin, the tiger, loves spending time in the water. At this moment, she is happily splashing around in the swimming pool, creating waves of water. Luo Yu stands by the poolside, observing her. He notices that, apart from cutting stones and sleeping, this tiger spends nearly all her time soaking in the water. Without swim trunks, Luo Yu can only remain on the shore. However, this sparks a business idea in his mind. During this sweltering heat wave, various species would surely seek relief in the water. The market potential for swimwear is undoubtedly promising. Just then, a system notification sounds. The base's score has surpassed an impressive 10,000 points. The advanced entertainment room alone contributed a staggering 1,200 points. Shortly after, another notification follows. As the first lord in the region to achieve a score of 10,000, he has earned an additional reward. 1 random scroll. A flash of light appears, and a scroll materializes in front of Luo Yu. Eagerly, he clicks to view it and discovers it's a blueprint for a medicine production station. According to the description, this equipment can produce basic medical kits and other simple medicines. Building it requires 5,000 units of sterile materials, 50,000 silver, and 200 gold. Sterile materials? Luo Yu examines further and learns that this is a special item made by combining silver with basic materials. For example, silver and stone bricks can be used to create sterile stone bricks, while silver and iron ore can be combined to produce sterile iron blocks. These materials significantly enhance hygiene, slightly improve quality, and are mainly used for constructing sterile hospital beds, floors, and other facilities in medical rooms. Such enhancements can improve recovery rates and surgery success rates. However, unlocking the technology to create these materials requires a rare item known as purified water. After storing the scroll, Luo Yu smiles as he watches the animals enjoying themselves in the pool. The pool uses a flowing water system, so there's no need to worry about water quality. Once the heat wave subsides, it will be time for them to get back to work. He turns and heads to the warehouse, where the temperature has dropped below 28°C since the animals are all at the pool. Confirming the ice cellar is temporarily safe, he takes out some wolf meat and seafood, placing them into his storage bracelet before heading directly to the kitchen. He checks the recipe for sealed meat cans, basic meat 10, vegetables 5, iron ore 2. Although the nutritional value is low tier, with a 20 chance of food poisoning and 0 attribute gain rate, its 300 spoilage rate and 1-year shelf life make it a perfect solution for food storage during the summer. Luo Yu immediately begins crafting at the cooking station. With his LV4 cooking skill, the global work speed bonus of 100 from his diamond clothing, and the additional 100 cooking speed from his chef trait, the time to prepare one meat can is reduced from 30 minutes to just 7.5 minutes. Even more fortuitously, he gains a temporary 3-day action frenzy buff, further boosting his work speed by an additional 50. Combined with minor cooking speed bonuses from the kitchen sink and cleaning station, it takes less than 4 minutes to make a can of meat. Luo Yu pulled up a stool and skillfully got to work. Before long, the first freshly made can of meat, emanating an enticing aroma, was ready. He carefully tasted a bite, his eyes lighting up indeed. With his chef traits, the flavor and texture were exceptionally good. To keep customers coming back, the taste is key. Luo Yu chuckled softly and continued his work. By dinner time, he had already produced 105 cans of meat in succession, and his cooking skills had leveled up to LV5. He decided to pause for now, waiting for the heat wave to persist for another day or two. Once others' food began to spoil, he would release his stock onto the market, when the prices would naturally surge. At the dinner table, Luo Yu chatted and laughed with the three little companions, while keeping a close eye on the updates in the world and regional channels. Today's temperature had soared to a deadly 47°C, casting a pall of gloom over the entire heavenly Tao world. Some had already realized the severity of the situation under such extreme heat. There would be no rain, and the sun-scorched ground was beginning to crack, foretelling an impending drought. Even worse, this was the critical growing season for crops. Missing the summer growth period would mean no harvest in the fall. This pointed directly to a harsh winter ahead without reserves. The cold season would be exceptionally difficult. People began to grasp the urgency of stockpiling food and started taking action. Luo Yu keenly noticed that someone in the World Channel was deliberately stirring up panic to drive up food prices. While a food crisis was indeed looming, the immediate priority should be addressing the heat wave. Besides, even if food shortages were a concern, that was a problem for winter. The heavenly Tao world often brought unexpected surprises, such as migration opportunities for hunting. There would always be a way out. Whether the panic was intentionally induced or a chain reaction from the heat wave, it worked to Luo Yu's advantage. It laid the foundation for the market demand his canned meat business would soon tap into. Just then, a system notification popped up. Elena has invited you to visit her territory. Do you accept? The meeting time had arrived. Luo Yu gave a few simple instructions to Xiao Jin and the others, then teleported to Elena's territory. What greeted him was a setting reminiscent of Fang Yuming's domain, ordinary stone tiles and walls, but the centerpiece was a uniquely styled treehouse. To be precise, it was a massive tree generated by the construction system, seamlessly integrated with living quarters. As the group strolled along the path to the lakeside, Fang Yuming glanced at the cracked ground and sighed softly. It's so hot, and now there's a drought. I wonder how many people will sigh. Alice lowered her head and made a prayer gesture. May the goddess of light bless every living being. Luo Yu's attention, however, was drawn to Elena's vegetable garden. Though the entire garden showed signs of drought, one patch of soil stood out with its strikingly dark color. Elena, this black soil looks quite unusual, doesn't it? He asked. That's cursed black soil, Elena explained. It can't sustain ordinary crops. Any plants that grow on it will mutate. My beast-attracting grass actually mutated from this soil. Luo Yu grew interested and followed the group to the cursed black soil. A neat row of black grass was growing on the ground, giving off an eerie vibe at first glance. Why does it look like poison? Luo Yu asked, staring at the grass. They are poisonous, Elena shrugged. These are called duanchang grass. I'm not exactly sure what they mutated from, but their toxicity is extremely potent. Visitors can't see the detailed description. Can you send it to me? Luo Yu asked. Elena shared the information with everyone. Duanchang grass, highly toxic, can be made into poison, venom, or toxic pills. A single plant can instantly kill any creature with a constitution below 30. Wow, this is seriously deadly. Luo Yu chuckled. This would be great for self-defense. How about giving me one to take back and plant? If you need one, each of you can dig up a plant, Elena nodded. Just be careful not to poison yourselves. There were about 30 to 40 duanchang grass plants growing in this patch of land. Luo Yu carefully used a crafted blade to dig up a few, wrapped them in cloth, and distributed them to Fang Yuming, Naker, and Alice. Surprisingly, even the kind-hearted Alice accepted the gift with a smile. In her view, whether it was a bow and arrow or poisonous grass, they were merely tools for self-defense, neither inherently good nor evil. At that moment, a sharp scream from a woman suddenly echoed from inside the walls, startling everyone. Elena sighed and explained. It's one of the new recruits. She accidentally got addicted to spirit leaves from the black soil. Now that the leaves are gone, she has occasional withdrawal episodes. Everyone frowned upon hearing this. Spirit leaves were a type of pain-relieving herb in the heavenly Tao world, but consuming them alone could lead to addiction. I read in the description that spirit leaf addiction can be treated, Fang Yuming said. We should find a way to help her through the withdrawal period. How to get her through it? Elena said helplessly. I tried tying her up, but it didn't work. When she has an episode, she runs around smashing things. She does calm down a bit after venting, though. Everyone looked troubled and instinctively turned to Luoyu for a solution. Luoyu glanced at the woman screaming on top of the wall in the distance and said seriously, it's actually pretty simple. Cut off her legs, and she won't be able to run around. She can stay in bed until she gets through the withdrawal period. Later, we can fit her with a wooden leg or crutches to manage, and once advanced medical procedures are unlocked, we could try limb regeneration. The girls widened their eyes in shock. The suggestion made logical sense, but something about it felt unsettling. Elena, Luoyu pointed to the small spirit leaf seedlings. Can I have some of the spirit leaf seeds? Take as many as you want. Elena nodded, then asked, Luoyu, if we cut off her legs, won't she bleed to death? While digging up the spirit leaf seeds, Luoyu replied, just use medicinal herbs to stop the bleeding. But since it's hot right now, the wounds might get infected. It's better to wait until it's cooler. All right. Elena was about to continue the discussion on medical procedures when Fang Yumin quickly interrupted. Stop, stop, stop. Let's stop discussing this issue. It's so hot, yet I feel a chill down my spine. We're at the lake, no, let's get started. Fang Yuming's words shifted everyone's attention to the calm surface of the lake. 15 minutes later, the scene before them revealed the corpse of a massive black fish and scattered crates. Luoyu and the others couldn't hide their excitement. A system notification followed. The team triggered a rare 1 probability reward, earning a substantial haul, including 100,000 silver coins, 4 beast soul cores, the moon-chasing archery skill, and various silverdeer techniques and items. Just as the group was celebrating, the lake's surface suddenly churned violently. A system warning blared. Due to the continuous hunting of lake creatures, the king crab has been enraged and seeks revenge for the black fish. With a thunderous crash, a colossal blue crab emerged from the lake, its size rivaling 2 houses. Its enormous claws glinted with a menacing chill. The system identified it as a mid-tier golden-level intelligent creature, the king crab. Quick, Elena, grab the loot. Everyone, fall back. Luoyu decisively commanded. The group swiftly retreated while Alice knocked her bow and fired 2 arrows at the king crab's eyes. However, the arrows merely bounced off its retracted eye shells, leaving no mark. Alice and Elena, split up and take high positions. Target its eyes to disrupt its movements. Yumming and Kuer, stay with me. Luoyu quickly devised a strategy. The 2 elven girls sprang into action, one leaping onto a wall and the other climbing a tree, continuously firing at the boss's eyes. Yumming and I will distract it, Hedon. Kuer, circle around to the back and aim for its joints. Luoyu instructed in a low voice. Taking advantage of the distraction, Nakuer stealthily moved behind the king crab, while Luoyu charged forward with his heavenly craft blade. Suddenly, the king crab unleashed a powerful jet of water. Luoyu, watch out! Fang Yumin cried out in alarm. At the critical moment, a purple barrier appeared around Luoyu, deflecting the water jet before vanishing without a trace. The purple barrier had withstood external attacks, but only 2 uses remained. The battle raged on as Luoyu's Tiangong blade struck precisely at the joint of the blue crab king's claw. A crisp metallic clang echoed as the blade sliced through the tough exoskeleton, revealing the white crab meat inside, but the strike had little effect. Enraged, the blue crab king swung its iron claw in a fierce attack. Relying on his exceptional agility, Luoyu dodged effortlessly and launched into a flurry of strikes using the Gale Blade technique. The flashing blade forced the massive creature to retreat repeatedly, leaving everyone present stunned. Luoyu's display of strength far exceeded their expectations. However, Luoyu knew all too well that the Tiangong blade couldn't effectively break through the creature's defenses. Despite its limited attack methods and sluggish movements, the blue crab king possessed astonishingly high defense. His trump card, the Moon Sun twin blades, could penetrate its armor, but as golden tier weapons, their repair costs would be exorbitant if damaged. At this moment, Nakel joined the fray. Her silver twin swords struck the blue crab king's leg, but were deflected effortlessly. As an assassin still in training, her attacks were barely a nuisance to the boss. While avoiding the blue crab king's attacks, Luoyu shouted, "We can't fight it, Hedon. Kuer, fall back." He grabbed Fang Yumming and quickly retreated. The sudden withdrawal confused the blue crab king, leaving it flailing its massive claws in place. Elena, get people to gather some wood. We'll roast this crab alive. Luoyu yelled while retreating. Elena immediately directed the regular members of their territory to bring wood and start a fire. Just then, the blue crab king suddenly locked onto Elena and began relentlessly pursuing her, ignoring the members who were building the fire. Luoyu keenly sensed something was wrong and quickly realized the issue. It must be the beast lure grass. The beast lure grass on Elena is attracting it. Releasing Fang Yuming's hand, Luoyu dashed toward the vegetable garden, shouting, "Elena, hang in there." Alice, cover her. I have a plan to deal with this boss. Elena nodded silently, using her agility and Alice's arrows for cover to keep a safe distance from the Blue Crab King. Reaching the garden, Luo Yu wrapped his hands in cloth and began digging up gut sever grass. Fang Yuming arrived shortly after, immediately understanding his intent. She took out her handkerchief and joined in. Before long, the two had unearthed 10 stalks of gut sever grass. Yumeng, give them all to me. Sweat covered Fang Yuming's delicate face as she carefully handed the Duanchang grass to Luo Yu, her voice filled with concern. Be extra careful. Don't worry, Luo Yu replied with a faint smile, striding quickly toward the corpse of the large black fish by the lake. Huh. A flicker of surprise flashed through Fang Yuming's eyes before a knowing smile spread across her face. I thought you'd feed it directly to the boss. You've got some brains after all. Luo Yu crouched beside the massive black fish without hesitation and stuffed 10 stalks of Duanchang grass into its mouth. He knew that crabs had an incredible resistance to toxins when consuming carrion, so to ensure success, he silently recited a quick thought in his mind. A system notification popped up. You used Duanchang grass on the corpse. A critical effect with 100x potency has been triggered, increasing the toxicity of the Duanchang grass by 100 times. In mere seconds, the enormous body of the black fish turned an even darker shade, almost imperceptibly blackened to a deep purple hue, now brimming with lethal poison. With that done, Luo Yu immediately dashed over to Elena, shouting, Give me the beast lure grass. I know what to dowitch me. However, the stubborn Elena acted first. She rushed to the black fish's corpse and precisely tossed the beast lure grass into its mouth. The frenzied king blue crab, which had been chasing them relentlessly, was instantly drawn to the lure. It reached its massive claw into the fish's mouth to feed. As the toxic flesh and beast lure grass were swallowed together, the king blue crab's body suddenly froze. Its bulging eyes widened, and in the next moment, it collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud, completely motionless. The system notification chimed in. Your team has slain the king blue crab. Thud. From the king blue crab's corpse, a single scroll dropped to the ground. Another drop. The group gathered around the fallen crab. Fang Yuming stared at the rapidly blackening crab shell and murmured, This Duanchang grass. It's unbelievably toxic. Terrifying. It killed it instantly. I never expected that. Naker and the other girls looked visibly shaken. Luo Yu picked up the scroll and smiled. Maybe it's the idea of fighting fire with fire. Both of these corpses are toxic. We need to burn them quickly. The girls nodded and went to fetch torches. Soon, flames rose high, and the smell of roasting meat filled the air. Burning such enormous corpses to ash was clearly going to take a considerable amount of time. The group then reconvened within the walls of Elena's territory to divide the spoils. While the massive black fish had dropped several items, the king blue crab had only yielded this one scroll. Luo Yu unfurled it to reveal an energy-related shared technology scroll, specifically a thermal energy supply technology unlock scroll. It was common knowledge that unlocking energy-related technologies came at a steep price. For example, a lightning collection box required tens of thousands of gold units. Without hesitation, Luo Yu chose to use it. The team received a simultaneous notification. Thermal energy supply technology unlocked. Wow! Naker exclaimed with excitement, while Fang Yumeng and the others shared her enthusiasm. A quick review of the technology tree revealed that the first constructible building was the thermal energy collection panel, which could harvest heat and convert it into energy. This would serve as a replacement for burning wood to generate kinetic power. The practicality of thermal energy collection technology left everyone in awe. Facilities within the base, such as cooking stations, forging tables, sewing stations, and hot water tanks in the bathrooms, all required wood to keep functioning. The advent of this new technology would undoubtedly save a significant amount of wood resources. Thermal energy collection panels could not only be installed on rooftops like solar panels, but could also be flexibly placed anywhere heat was present. Although the efficiency of collection varied by location, the usage options were incredibly versatile. Naker's eyes lit up as she smiled and suggested, Aren't we dealing with the corpses of those attackers? Why not build an incinerator and equip it with thermal energy collection panels? That way, we can make full use of everything. The suggestion was immediately met with unanimous approval. When it came to these invading natives, the group had long abandoned unnecessary moral concerns, focusing solely on practical benefits. Although the king crab only provided one item, the value of the advanced technology unlock scroll it offered was equivalent to 20 ordinary items. Following this, the group began distributing the spoils dropped by the giant black fish. Elena received 50,000 silver coins, while Luo Yu, Fang Yuming, Alice, Naker, and Nyoda each received 10,000. Despite not participating in the battle, Nyoda was still given a share at Luo Yu's suggestion, which earned him immense gratitude as he repeatedly thanked everyone in the group. The 4 beast soul cores were distributed among the 4 girls, as Luo Yu had already obtained one previously and was more interested in other items. The Chasing Moon archery skill went to Elena, and as compensation, Luo Yu received the Mindstorm Orba device capable of inducing berserk attacks from creatures. He was already scheming how to leverage it for a substantial profit. Two team technology scrolls were immediately utilized, unlocking the practical technologies of carpet laying and wall construction. Although wall construction was categorized as a low-level technology, it originally required the construction of over 1,000 meters of advanced walls to unlock. Now, that step could be skipped entirely. Finally, the 4 silver treasure chests and 2 trait scrolls were evenly distributed. Luo Yu's trait scroll turned out to be a level-up scroll for traits below LV3. Without hesitation, he used it to upgrade his chef trait, raising it directly to 3 stars, which increased his cooking speed by 150. He understood well that efficiency was everything in the heavenly Dao world, though he couldn't help but chuckle at how he had unknowingly become a versatile and skilled chef. The rewards from this boss fight filled everyone with joy. Although the girls were drenched in sweat, their excitement painted their faces with a rosy glow, radiating happiness. It's only 10 p.m. Should we keep going? Naker suggested eagerly. All eyes turned to Luo Yu. He glanced at the thermometer, which read 40 degrees Celsius. It might get even hotter tomorrow. If we can finish sooner, we should, Luo Yu said after a moment of thought. Let's move on. The group soon arrived at the territory of the light elf, Alice. Unlike Elena's somewhat shadowy domain, this place was brimming with warmth and a welcoming atmosphere. Without any beast-luring grass left, Luo Yu took out some specially made milk tablets, continuing with the previously successful tactic. Sure enough, the milk tablets worked instantly. The large black fish was drawn in by the aroma and quickly approached. The group worked in perfect harmony and soon defeated it. Although the loot wasn't extraordinary this time, it was on par with what they had gained in Fang Yuming's territory. Just as they were about to distribute the resources, a sudden system alert rang out. The scent of the special milk and the rich loot had attracted 62 greedy badger beasts. In the blink of an eye, a pack of badger beasts, each the size of a small dog, charged in from the east. Look at those claws, Luo Yu said, standing on the wall and pointing at the approaching badger beasts. They seem to be excellent diggers. If we can tame them, they'd be perfect for digging moats or mining. What's your plan? Fang Yuming asked curiously. Open a small gap in the gate and take them down one by one, Luo Yu said confidently. With our numbers, there's nothing to worry about. The plan was set into motion. The first badger beast darted through the gap and was immediately knocked unconscious by Luo Yu with a single strike. Kuer and Fang Yuming quickly dragged it aside. The second one was taken down by Elena, while the third was knocked out within a second by a flurry of strikes. Despite their sturdy builds and strength comparable to green wolves, the badger beasts stood no chance against the well-coordinated team. 10 minutes later, all 62 badger beasts were subdued. Luo Yu and Fang Yuming, as beast tamers, began the task of taming them, while Elena and the others divided the loot from the large black fish. Luo Yu received a silver ear treasure chest, which he opened to reveal a pair of shoes. The silver flat shoes felt delightful on his feet, automatically adjusting to the perfect size. They enhanced movement speed, increased comfort, prevented foot ailments, reduced knee wear, and even came with an agility boost. Luo Yu, satisfied, rotated his ankles, feeling accomplished now that his gear was complete from head to toe. After 2 hours of effort, all 62 ground badgers were tamed and submitted to him. Luo Yu's beast taming level rose to LV8, and the productivity of these new subordinates promised to be considerable. During distribution, Luo Yu, Fang Yuming, Elena, Alice, and Naker each received 12 badgers, with the remaining 2 gifted to Nyoda. Despite their unattractive appearance, these medium intelligence ground badgers had impressive stats: strength 14, constitution 9, agility 15, along with special abilities in digging and mining. Their heat resistance made them ideal for the current scenario. The scorching heat had slowed the insects, making the quarry work perfect for these agile new companions, with no worry about falling rocks from above. With that, the group's territory was completely cleared of the large blackfish, and everyone gained a substantial amount of silver and other treasures, truly deserving the term a profitable haul. Before parting ways, they all agreed to prioritize building a recreation room to combat the heat and pledge to help each other in times of need. At around 2 a.m., Luo Yu returned home, settled the 12 ground badgers, and indulged in a fatigue-relieving bath in his luxurious bathroom, during which his agility unexpectedly increased by 1 point. By the time he returned to his room, Xiao Kong and Xiao Jian were already asleep, while Xiao Dai rested in the recreation room. At 6 a.m., Luo Yu was jolted awake by scorching heat waves, with the thermometer showing a blistering 45 degrees. Hastily donning heat-resistant clothing, he planned his next steps while washing up. Although the advanced recreation room had significantly boosted the base's rating, the construction of defensive facilities had been delayed due to a shortage of raw materials. He decided to wait for the ground badgers to mine new stone and purchase a batch of wood as a backup. As for the idle insects lounging in the recreation room, he planned to assign them tasks when the cooler evening arrived. Standing on the balcony, Luo Yu gazed at the vegetable garden as the sweltering air distorted his vision. Despite Shao Kong's diligent watering, the leaves were yellowing under the relentless sun. The water evaporated too quickly. Watering every 10 minutes wasn't feasible. He opened his tech tree and found the blueprint for an automatic irrigation system under the water circulation branch, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. The introduction of the automatic irrigation system unfolded clearly before Luo Yu. This device could monitor soil moisture levels in real time and automatically activate the irrigation system when the moisture dropped below 30. Not only could it water the land, but it also enhanced soil fertility. The materials required for its construction included 500 units of iron ore, 500 units of silver, and 1 beast soul core, with a coverage area of 200 square meters. Luo Yu pondered carefully. The beast soul core, as a key component in many automated devices, proved to be highly versatile. A coverage area of 200 square meters was more than sufficient to significantly reduce manual labor, making it perfect for his vegetable garden. After some calculations, he realized his garden had a total area of 2,000 square meters, with 800 square meters currently under cultivation. To fully cover the area, he would need 4 beast soul cores. He already had one on hand, so he needed to purchase 3 more. Checking his warehouse, he found the base currently had 455,000 units of silver, leaving him financially secure. Opening the auction house, he noticed that many people, recognizing the importance of water resources in combating the heat wave, were teaming up to defeat bosses and claim ownership of small lakes. This had resulted in a steady supply of beast soul cores, with the current average price holding at 50,000 silver per core. Without hesitation, Luo Yu purchased 3 cores, spending 150,000 silver. A flash of light later, 3 cores appeared in his hand. Skipping breakfast, he put on his straw hat and got to work. He first installed 4 elegantly designed automatic irrigation devices, each adorned with intricate beast soul patterns that hinted at their superior quality. He placed the irrigation devices strategically throughout the garden to ensure full coverage of all crops. Next came the pipeline installation. According to the structural requirements, the irrigation devices needed to be connected to a water storage system to function and could not directly draw water from the lake. Luo Yu immediately laid pipes to connect the devices to the water tower, instantly activating the automatic irrigation system. The sprinklers roared to life, shooting water jets 4 to 5 meters high, evenly dispersing it to moisten every thirsty inch of soil. Amid the sparkling droplets, a faint rainbow shimmered, creating a breathtaking scene. Watching this, Luo Yu smiled with satisfaction. Although the cost had been significant, he had successfully secured the safety of his crops. He silently celebrated his earlier decision to spend 200,000 silver on the blueprint for water recycling technology. Now, that blueprint was highly sought after, with bids reaching up to 300,000 silver and still in high demand. In the current environment, it was easily worth 500,000. A system notification followed. Thanks to the significant improvement in the garden's rating, a mysterious blessing had been received, increasing the growth rate of all crops within the territory by 200 for 15 days. This double growth rate buff, combined with previous bonuses, brought Luo Yu even more joy. Luo Yu was pleasantly surprised when he checked the growth progress of his crops and discovered that the improved soil fertility had boosted the overall growth rate to an astonishing 3,293.3 times the normal speed. Typically, ordinary crops grow only 5 per day with sufficient sunlight, and herbs just 1. But now, his vegetables were growing at a rate of 16.5 per day, reaching full maturity in just 6 days. The current batch of crops was already nearing maturity, and they would be ready for harvest in 2 days. This discovery lifted Luo Yu's spirits, and he silently celebrated the exceptional return on his earlier investments. Recalling the system notification from moments ago, he quickly opened the base panel. ID: Earthsia Country 2, 3333. Base score: 12,000 points. Hygiene: Max 100, current 83. Entertainment: 80. Strength: 102. Constitution: 102. Agility: 101. The changes in the panel data were significant, especially the entertainment value, which had skyrocketed from an initial 30 points to 80 points after upgrades such as Shao Dai's evolution, the construction of the pier and lakeside pavilion, and the completion of the advanced entertainment room. This value had now reached the threshold for attribute buffs, leaving the next step up to luck. However, the hygiene score had slightly decreased. The reason was simple. Ever since the animals had been moved from the taming area to the entertainment room, the hygiene score would have dropped even further if not for Shao Dai cleaning up every night. But these were minor issues. What truly caught Luo Yu's attention was that the base score had surpassed the 12,000 point milestone. Although it was the peak of the heatwave season, reducing the likelihood of attacks, Luo Yu still felt the need to strengthen defenses. He immediately assigned 12 groundhog beasts to work at the quarry while heading to the mines himself for excavation. The morning's mining efforts were fruitful, yielding a steady supply of iron and copper ore. When he inspected the quarry, he found that the efficiency of the groundhog beasts was impressive, 4 times higher than that of the digger worms. They could produce 660 blocks of stone daily, which Xiaojin could process into 9,900 stone bricks. A production rate Luo you found very satisfying. However, a new issue arose. The ox, seeking shelter from the heat, was unable to transport the mined ore. Fortunately, Xiaojin willingly took on this task. Her single-handed operation of the minecart was far more efficient than the ox could complete a trip in just 1 minute. As a beast girl, she naturally considered serving her master her mission, and she even seemed delighted to help out more. By the afternoon, the temperature had soared to 50 C, leaving the world and regional channels unusually quiet. It was then that Feng Yuming sent a message. I've finally converted all my silver into resources and finished building the entertainment room. The pool's water level is only 20 centimeters, but the temperature has dropped to 30 C, so at least we can escape the heat. She attached a screenshot. The entertainment room in the image looked identical to Luo Yu's, though the pool water was shallower. Despite lacking a water circulation system, she had managed to fill it bit by bit with the help of hired laborers. In the picture, she and 2 base members were cooling off in the pool, while others, including animals, lounged by the poolside to escape the heat. The moment the conversation shifted to swimming pools, the group chat became lively. Feng Yuming, Alice, and others eagerly shared screenshots of their luxurious entertainment rooms, while Nyoda hadn't started construction yet. Do you guys just soak in the water without swimsuits? Feng Yuming asked curiously. You ask too many questions. No more asking. What's a swimsuit? Nakir innocently chimed in. Kier, don't ask him. He's just teasing us, humph. Feng Yuming said indignantly. What do you mean teasing? I'm just concerned about you all, Luo Yu said with a grin. Kier, how about I design a Band-Aid swimsuit for you? What's a Band-Aid swimsuit? Will it fit all of us since we're about the same size? Elena asked with interest. Luo Yu, what on earth are you talking about? Feng Yuming exclaimed anxiously. Sounds great. Luo Yu is giving me clothes to wear? I'm looking forward to it. Nakir cheered. Luo Yu could already imagine Feng Yuming's face turning red as she struggled to explain. All right, they'll make one for each of you, he teased. Luo Yu, if you dare send me a Band-Aid swimsuit, they'll beat you up. Ha ha ha. Luo Yu reclined in the pool, relishing the fun of teasing the girls. In the afternoon, he continued making canned meat in the kitchen. Through the World Channel, he noticed that some players' crops were withering due to drought. He decided to wait until the drought worsened before selling his canned meat. By the end of the afternoon, he had made 120 cans, and his cooking skill level was about to increase. That evening, while soaking in the bath, Luo Yu entered the arena to try earning some gold. However, due to the heat wave, there wasn't a single challenger for a PK match. After waiting for over 10 minutes without any opponents, he left the arena. A system notification popped up. You relaxed in the bath and gained 2 strength. Luo Yu opened the auction house to purchase wood, preparing to build defensive structures. He carefully analyzed the base's defense layout. The east side had automatic axe throwers, sufficient for protection. The north side had a small lake with giant octopuses and snakes as natural barriers. The west side was the rear, and enemies would have to loop around from the south or north, with the north being nearly impassable. Strengthening the southern defenses was the key to solving multiple challenges at once. To completely secure the south, the simplest method was to build a wall extending from the base to the edge of the territory, equipped with defensive devices. However, with the current 29 territory expansion, the distance from the base to the southern edge was 3.87 kilometers, while the existing base wall was only about 600 meters long, making the resource consumption enormous. Sitting in the bath, Luo Yu pondered deeply. How could he achieve perfect defense while conserving materials? Gradually, a plan began to take shape in his mind. Luo Yu fell into deep thought. Although the bunker technology had yet to be unlocked, he came up with an alternative solution using walls and automatic crossbows to create a simple bunker system. He carefully analyzed the defensive layout. The southern arrow towers and automatic crossbows had an effective range of 150 meters. Walls could be set up every 100 meters, with automatic crossbows mounted on them. This design would force enemies into a dilemma. Either charge through the crossbow range or attempt to dismantle the crossbows, only to be attacked by the adjacent ones. Calculations showed that implementing this defense system along the 3.87 kilometer southern border would require 38 automatic crossbows. Each crossbow would need 500 arrows, with material requirements as follows: 5,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of iron ore, and 500 units of silver per crossbow. In total, it would require 190,000 units of wood, 38,000 units of iron ore, and 19,000 units of silver. Currently, the territory had reserves of 305,000 units of silver and 23,000 units of iron ore. While there was a shortfall in materials, this was intended to be a gradual project. This defensive system would not only secure the southern border but, combined with the natural lake barrier in the north, would also ensure the safety of the entire western side. The defenses in the west could be simplified, freeing up vast areas for farming and grazing, potentially even without needing walls. The night passed quickly. When Luo Yu woke up in the morning, he was drenched in sweat, and the thermometer showed an alarming 49 degrees Celsius. While wearing protective gear helped to some extent, the world channel was filled with the wails of players. Some took the opportunity to confess their feelings. Others cursed the heavens, and still others lamented life. However, these voices were soon drowned out by a flood of trade messages for high-temperature survival items. In group chat, the girls shared updates on their preparations. Naker and Feng Yuming had already finished making canned meat. Elena analyzed that the extreme heat had caused large-scale crop failures and meat spoilage, ensuring that their stockpile of canned meat would be highly sought after. This small group had also managed to preserve a significant amount of food, particularly the prized black fish meat they had acquired earlier, thanks to their foresight in preparing ice and building the advanced entertainment room above the ice cellar. Finally, Alice asked in the group chat, "Luo Yu, are you there? You should decide when to start selling." "I think it's the perfect time to start making money," Luo Yu said bluntly. "First, we need to set a standard price. Considering the current heat wave, the shelf life of food has dropped from 10 days at room temperature to just 2 days. Those simple meals that can only last 2 days are now being sold for 1,000 silver coins each, and even then, they're hard to come by." "Exactly," Feng Yuming sighed softly. "This drought has caused a terrifying food crisis. Prices have already surged back to the levels we saw when we first entered the heavenly Dao world." She paused before asking, "Luo Yu, how much should we price our canned meat at?" "Double it, 2,500 silver coins per can," Luo Yu declared decisively. The group chat fell silent for a moment. Naker hesitantly spoke up, "Luo Yu, isn't that price a bit too ruthless? Just thinking about it makes my hands tremble. Can you elaborate on your thoughts?" Alice asked. Luo Yu explained, "Our canned meat has nutritional value comparable to those simple meals, and it can sustain someone for an entire day. Right now, hunger is sweeping across the heavenly Dao world. For someone on the brink of starvation, 2,500 silver coins for a chance at survival isn't unreasonable. In a way, we're saving lives." His reasoning earned nods of agreement from the group. "Let's put them up for sale." With 235 cans of meat in stock, Luo Yu decided to start by listing 100 as a trial run. Once everyone was ready, Feng Yuming sent out a world message. "Human race anonymous. Freshly made canned meat, guaranteed to last at least 15 days even in this heat wave, is now available on the auction house. If you want to survive, act fast." The announcement instantly caused an uproar in the world chat. Some rejoiced, finally, someone selling canned meat. Others complained about the price. 2,500 silver coins? Is it made of gold? And some were indignant. "That's outrageous. I'd rather starve than buy it." But none of the chatter mattered, as all the listed canned meat sold out in just 10 seconds. Latecomers could only desperately ask in the world chat if more would be restocked. The system notification chimed, and Luo Yu glanced at the 250,000 silver coins now in his account, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. The girls in the group were equally delighted. 25,000 silver coins earned. This is amazing. Naker cheered. "Finally, we can afford to build arrow towers," Feng Yuming said. Elena reminded them, "Arrow towers are important, but our priority should be producing more canned meat. I made 2 cans myself and earned 5,000 silver coins. This is the richest I've ever been." Nyoda laughed. Alice suggested, "Now that we have some income, we should also focus on improving our personal attributes. Strengthening ourselves is crucial." Luo Yu watched the lively discussion in the group chat with a satisfied smile. Alice's suggestion had gained unanimous approval in the world of Tiandao. Individual strength was indeed crucial, and balanced development was the wisest choice. The group members had reached a consensus to dedicate themselves entirely to the production of canned meat. Even in the sweltering heat, they remained unfazed. The advanced entertainment room's temperature control system ensured they could work comfortably during the day. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Luo Yu felt deeply gratified. In this unpredictable Tiandao world, the importance of small, tight-knit groups was undeniable. Whether it was dealing with sudden emergencies, teaming up to defeat bosses, or running a business together, the power of unity always led to greater efficiency and survival. When the group members sold out their canned meat supply, Luo Yu glanced at his own stockpile of 135 units and then checked the auction house. As expected, others had already started listing canned meat as well. This was no surprise after all. The technology to produce sealed meat chunks wasn't exclusive to them. Other players who had defeated the Black Fish boss could potentially acquire it too. The key difference lay in whether others had the same sustainable storage and production capabilities as Luo Yu. On the market, opportunistic sellers had immediately priced canned meat at 3,000 silver coins. Despite the wave of complaints flooding the world channel, demand persisted, and there were still buyers willing to pay. Luo Yu, understanding the dynamics of the market, knew that simply following the price hike would only lead to worse inflation and ultimately backfire. After careful consideration, Luo Yu adopted a strategic pricing approach. He first listed 20 fairly priced canned meats at 2,500 silver coins each. This batch sold out instantly. Next, he put up 30 more cans at 3,000 silver coins. As expected, this sparked strong backlash from buyers, who began calling for a boycott of greedy merchants and clamored for the return of the fair price. While continuing to produce in the kitchen, Luo Yu patiently waited for the high-priced stock to sell out. Over an hour later, the 3,000 silver batch was finally cleared, and by then, others had raised their prices to 3,500 silver coins. The world channel erupted with furious complaints, even dragging the entire galaxy into the fray. Seeing the barrage of insults, Luo Yu's veins throbbed in frustration. He quickly listed 30 more cans at 2,500 silver coins and added a special note in the product description. Selling canned meat at a discount for you. I am from the galaxy. Please refrain from insulting our kind and lovable galactic beings. The conscience merchant of the Milky Way has restocked. The world channel erupted in excitement. Players who had been cursing the Milky Way quickly changed their attitudes, shouting, "Long live the Milky Way," and redirecting their anger toward Taurus. The channel was filled with praise for the Milky Way's charming brothers and sisters, with some even publicly seeking partners. Amidst the waves of compliments, Luo Yu leisurely collected money and then released another 3,000 units of canned meat. After several rounds of price fluctuations, he sold all 135 cans at an average price of 2,800 silver each, earning a net profit of 378,000 silver. Combined with his previous 250,000 profit, this round brought his total earnings to 628,000 silver, boosting the base's account balance to 933,000 silver. Seeing the account's glowing numbers, Luo Yu felt a surge of satisfaction and immediately began executing his earlier defense plan. He prioritized purchasing 200,000 units of wood at the market price of 2.5 silver per unit, spending 500,000 silver in one go. He then acquired an additional 20,000 units of iron, ore at 2 silver per unit, costing 40,000 silver. These materials were designated for constructing 38 automatic crossbows. With the materials ready, Luo Yu donned a sun hat and set out from the southern gate to begin construction. Every 100 meters, he erected a 5-meter-tall stone pillar, resembling square columns rather than traditional walls. These pillars stretched all the way to the southern border of his territory, totaling 38 in number, each topped with an automatic crossbow, forming a tightly knit defensive line. This defense system added 1,900 points to his score. While each crossbow was worth only 50 points, their defensive effectiveness could offset the 300-point risk associated with luxury items, making it the safest way to earn points. As night fell, Luo Yu stood atop the watchtower, gazing at the neatly arranged stone pillars to the south. A sense of security washed over him. He even found himself wishing for an immediate attack to test the effectiveness of the defense system. After all, the crossbows could be dismantled and redeployed on the walls if the results were unsatisfactory. After dinner, the three little ones went off to play in the water, while Luo Yu resumed the production of canned meat. Other players in the group were also working tirelessly through the night, unwilling to miss this rare opportunity to profit. By midnight, Luo Yu had produced another 150 cans of meat, preparing for the next round of lucrative trade. After taking a refreshing shower to wash away his exhaustion, Luo Yu lay down on the luxurious diamond bed. A system notification immediately popped up. You have gained 1 constitution. The soft and comfortable bed quickly lulled him into a peaceful sleep. When he woke up the next morning, a new notification appeared. You have obtained the Action Frenzy buff, 50 overall work speed, 5 agility, lasting for 3 days. Checking his status panel, Luo Yu noticed that this buff stacked with the previous one, raising his overall work speed to an astonishing 200, with his cooking efficiency reaching an incredible 300. The first task of the day was to handle the 150 meat cans he had rushed to produce overnight. Sticking to his strategy of pricing them at an average of 2,800 each, the product sold out in no time, earning him 420,000 silver coins. Adding that to his previous balance, he now had 820,000 silver coins. It seemed that there were indeed plenty of wealthy races and beings across the multiverse. After breakfast, Luo Yu immediately dove into meat can production. Meanwhile, the girls in the group had also started their busy day. Despite having at least 3 people in each of their territories, manually crafting 1 meat can took nearly 2 hours. Even with more hands, their efficiency remained low. As their proficiency improved, the speed would likely increase. As for the risk of food poisoning, in times like these, ethics had to be temporarily set aside. After all, they weren't eating the food themselves, and poisoning others might even reduce calorie consumption. Luo Yu's efficiency was astonishing. 3 minutes per can, producing 20 cans per hour, like a highly efficient assembly line. He didn't even need help from the adorable companions. Xiao Jin was outside hauling mining carts and cutting stones, while the heat-averse Xiao Dai stayed cool by lounging in the pool. Xiao Kong took on the task of running back and forth between the kitchen and the storage room, preparing ingredients for Luoyu. The outside temperature had soared to a blistering 52 degrees Celsius, with the heat distorting the air. Luoyu kept a close eye on the temperatures in the warehouse, cellar, and entertainment room. Fortunately, all these areas remained within safe limits, especially the entertainment room, which maintained a temperature below 30 degrees even in such extreme weather. As Luoyu habitually reached out to take the ingredients Shao Kong handed him, his hand touched something hard. A system notification immediately sounded. You have obtained Shao Kong's treasure chest 1. Shao Kong excitedly rubbed her head against Luoyu's hand, chirping as she explained how she had stumbled upon the treasure chest on her way. With a gentle smile, Luoyu picked up Shao Kong and gave her a kiss, only to realize she was drenched in sweat. Although Shao Kong's heat tolerance capped at 60 degrees, running back and forth under the 52-degree sun had left her completely soaked. Tenderly, Luoyu wiped the sweat from her face and suggested she join Shao Dai in the pool. However, Shao Kong clung tightly to his arm, insisting on staying by her master's side. Moved by her thoughtfulness, Luoyu felt a surge of affection for Shao Kong. He decided to open the unexpected treasure chest first. With 3 critical hits remaining, perhaps there was a surprise waiting inside. A 100-fold critical hit was triggered, and Luoyu obtained a golden grade animal attack summoner. Glancing at the one-time use item in his hand, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Recently, the consumption of meat had been massive due to the production of canned goods, so this summoner would prove exceptionally useful. It was the hottest part of the afternoon, with the sun scorching the earth. Luoyu was secretly delighted. In such high temperatures, most animals would lose the strength to charge, making it the perfect time to use the summoner. He gently patted Shao Kong's head, signaling her to go play by the pool, while he himself climbed up the watchtower with the summoner in hand. He began adjusting the defensive setup, relocating some of the automatic crossbows from the southern side to the front wall. After all, wild animals, unlike tribal warriors, only attacked heathen. The summoner offered 6 difficulty levels: easy, normal, hard, extreme, king, and hell. After a moment of thought, Luoyu chose the extreme difficulty. This decision wasn't just because the base was well equipped with defensive measures and had Xiao Jin, a boss-level combatant, but also because only on extreme difficulty or higher would multi-ecosystem animal groups appear, bringing the chance of encountering rare beast folk. The system immediately provided a prompt. 278 animals of various types were about to attack. This number was calculated based on the base's score of 13,900, with the attack intensity being 4 times that of normal mode in extreme difficulty. Luoyu quickly used his Beast Tamer ability to summon Xiao Jin. She had just come out of the pool, water still dripping from her body, looking a little embarrassed. Master, why did you call me so suddenly? I haven't even dried off yet. Examining Xiao Jin closely, Luoyu teased. Haven't paid attention for a few days, Xiao Jin. Has your physique improved again? Your chest defense seems to have gotten stronger, hasn't it? Chest defense? Xiao Jin froze for a moment, then blushed and crossed her arms over her chest. Ugh, you're so annoying, Master. You're such a perv. While the two were joking around, a massive horde of wild animals appeared at the edge of the territory. Tigers, leopards, jackals, wolves, rhinos, elephants, zebras, giraffes, and even centipedes and scorpions surged forward in dense numbers. Among them were black orangrade elephants and rhinos. Xiao Jin was about to unleash a tiger's roar, but Luoyu raised his hand to stop her. No rush. Let's observe the situation first. The abrupt interruption nearly made Xiao Jin choke. The animal horde advanced with a deafening rumble, shaking the ground beneath them. However, after only 200 or 300 meters, under the blazing sun, many animals began to falter, collapsing unconscious one after another. It's too hot. I'm getting heat stroke. Luoyu couldn't help but chuckle at the scene before him. It was the hottest time of the afternoon, with temperatures soaring close to 54 degrees Celsius. Under such extreme heat, only a handful of uniquely adapted creatures could endure, while ordinary animals stood no chance. With every 200,300 meters the beast horde advanced, a group would collapse from exhaustion. By the time they reached the range of the catapults, only about 100 remained. The upgraded catapults roared deafeningly, launching a double volley of explosive projectiles that struck the leading desert centipede, blasting it into several pieces. Such power? Luoyu was thrilled by the performance of the improved catapults. With 2 more thunderous blasts, the explosive stones hit the desert scorpions, known for their heat resistance, flipping them onto their backs. Moments later, a black iron-level rhino from the rear crushed them underfoot. The beast horde soon entered the range of the arrow towers and automated crossbows. A dense rain of arrows poured down like a waterfall, felling dozens of wild beasts in quick succession. As the horde pushed forward to within 50 meters, the barrage of arrows became so thick that most of the animals collapsed along the charge, leaving only the black iron-level rhinos and elephants still struggling forward, though their bodies were riddled with arrows, resembling giant porcupines. As for the massive tiger Luo you had initially deemed the greatest threat, its thick fur betrayed it as a creature from colder climates. Overcome by the intense heat, it had collapsed long ago and was likely already dead. Suddenly, the automatic axe launcher fired with a dull thud. A spinning stone axe struck a rhino squarely on the head. Though the axe shattered on impact, the blow caused the rhino to let out a pained cry and collapse. However, as a tough-skinned black iron-level beast, the rhino quickly got back on its feet, leaped over the moat, and was struck down again by a second flying axe. Capture the rhino and the elephant alive, Luo Yu commanded Xiao Jin, worried they might be killed by the bombardment. Xiao Jin leaped down and appeared directly in front of the black iron rhino. Confronted with the legendary king Garsabiru in the midst of the fog of war, the rhino trembled uncontrollably. With a single punch, Xiao Jin knocked it unconscious, then subdued the black iron elephant in the same manner, dragging them both inside the walls. Congratulations on successfully fending off the beast horde's attack. Is that it? Luo Yu mused with a smile. Over 200 wild beasts had been annihilated without even touching the city walls. It felt almost too easy. He regretted not selecting the Hell mode with a 100-fold critical strike and lamented the absence of beast girls in this wave. The summoning orb in his hand had already shattered. Luo Yu descended from the watchtower and began handling the aftermath. The first priority was taming the 2 black iron-level creatures. With a 3-star beast tamer, level 9 taming skills, a reinforced taming ground, and the fear status inflicted by Xiao Jin, the task was completed effortlessly. After treating the 2 surviving animals with medicinal herbs, Luo Yu carefully examined their attributes. The barbaric double-horned white rhino was a male adult of black iron grade, with strength 41, constitution 49, and agility 23. Similarly, the floppy-eared giant elephant was also a male adult of black iron grade, boasting strength 50, constitution 56, and agility 21. Both animals had impressive attributes, and more importantly, they were herbivores, requiring only the readily available wild grass to survive. Their thick hides and robust bodies offered some resistance to extreme heat, making them ideal for use as laborers during heat waves. Most crucially, they could settle by the lake, avoiding any sanitation issues for the base. While inspecting the other animals, Luo Yu found that the majority had already perished, and the few still breathing were too weak or of no particular grade to be saved. Facing over 200 rapidly decaying animal carcasses, Luo Yu quickly summoned Xiao Jin and Xiao Kong, who also had butchering skills and could endure high temperatures, to assist. He assigned the recently recovered rhino and elephant to transport the bodies to a temporary slaughter site by the lake, racing against time. With a 300 butchering efficiency, a strength stat exceeding 100, and the sharp heavenly craft blade, Luo Yu demonstrated an astonishing speed in processing the carcasses. Soon, a systematic workflow emerged. Xiao Kong focused on delivering processed meat to the ice cellar. Xiao Jin continued transporting fresh carcasses, and Luo Yu concentrated on high-speed butchering. After 2 hours, the unprocessed bodies began to rot, forcing Luo Yu to halt operations. The remaining insect carcasses were directly thrown into an incineration pit for burning. The effort yielded a total of 300,000 units of meat, overwhelming the storage capacity of the warehouse. At least they no longer had to worry about raw materials for canned meat production. After wrapping up everything, Luo Yu wanted to cool off in the small lake, but discovered the water temperature was unusually high, even driving the giant octopus and snake into the deeper areas. He managed to wash off the stench of blood, but couldn't help wishing for an automatic slaughtering station. Unfortunately, he had no design plans for one. After dinner, Luo Yu immediately began producing canned meat. By midnight, he successfully stocked 100 cans of meat, each priced at 2,800 silver coins, netting him a total of 280,000 silver coins. His total assets now reached 1.1 million silver coins. Lying in bed, Luo Yu fought off sleepiness as he began allocating attribute points for Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai. Although Xiao Jin could no longer be upgraded with silver coins, the other 2 beast girls still could. Currently, their stats were as follows. The mountain taming beast girl had strength 100, constitution 50, and agility 50. The charming butterfly had strength 60, constitution 60, and agility 70. Each attribute upgrade required 2,000 silver coins. To raise both girls' stats to 100 across the board, he would need to allocate points 210 times. After a quick round of upgrades, Luo Yu spent 420,000 silver coins, leaving 680,000 silver coins in the base's reserves. The 3 basic attributes of Jinyu Beast Girl and Mei Dai strength, constitution, and agility were all raised to 100 points, reaching the current limit. From now on, they could only improve their attributes through randomly obtained buffs, just like Luo Yu. However, unlike Luo Yu, most of their buffs were focused on aspects such as fur growth or milk production, with very few directly enhancing attribute points. It's worth noting that improving constitution does indeed enhance a creature's ability to adapt to extreme temperatures. Although the effect wasn't particularly significant, in the current heatwave environment, even a small improvement was invaluable. After finishing the upgrades, the exhausted Luo Yu quickly fell asleep. Upon waking the next day, the system notified him that he had earned a 1 boost to Constitution as a sleep benefit. After getting dressed, he practiced a set of Gale Blade techniques and received a notification that the skill had leveled up. Gale Blade had advanced to the 2nd tier, increasing its power. Finally leveled up, Luo Yu exclaimed with delight, feeling motivated as he began preparing for the day's work. The temperature for the day remained at 51°C, the same as the previous day. This news brought a sense of relief to everyone, as it seemed the heat wave had reached its peak and was now entering a stable period before eventually declining. Nevertheless, the current high temperatures were still unbearable. Luo Yu continued to focus all his efforts on producing canned meat. The group chat was buzzing with activity, as everyone excitedly calculated their substantial profits and worked with great enthusiasm. Just then, a mission notification appeared in the Mercenary Plaza. Someone was offering 5,000 silver coins to hire him to eliminate a large black fish within their territory. You've got to be kidding. I'm making millions per minute right now. Who has the time to deal with some big black fish? Luo Yu scoffed, declining the offer outright and updating his status to not accepting orders during the heat wave. Just as he was about to return to work, the system suddenly warned him of insufficient water reserves, causing the kitchen equipment to stop functioning. Upon inspection, he found that all the water tanks and towers were completely empty. The wind-powered water pump, due to the lack of wind, was now producing only 40 liters of water per day. This was a serious problem. Ever since the automatic sprinklers were installed, water consumption at the base had skyrocketed. Luo Yu quickly checked the water cycle technology options and found that the only viable solution was to install a fire-powered water pump. The specifications for the fire-powered water pump appeared on the screen. It could pump 500 liters of water per day, consumed 100 energy points, and required 2,000 stone, 300 silver, and 300 iron ore to build. While it was cheaper than the wind-powered pump and provided a steady water supply, it would consume worth 250 silver coins daily. Luo Yu began calculating the base's daily water needs. The 4 sprinklers required 8 tons of water per day, pool maintenance needed 2 tons, and cooking and cleaning facilities used approximately 1 ton. Luo Yu quickly calculated the daily water consumption. Besides the 11 tons needed for irrigating the farmland, there was an additional 0.5 tons for the bathhouse, toilets, and daily drinking water, totaling approximately 12 tons. No wonder the water stored in the tower was being used up so quickly. Under the current windless weather conditions, the wind-powered water pump was practically useless. To maintain the proper functioning of the automated water supply system, 24 thermal water pumps would need to be built. Checking the inventory, the 37,000 stone bricks available were enough to construct 18 thermal water pumps, but the daily wood consumption would amount to a cost equivalent to 4,500 silver coins, an exorbitant expense. As he was worrying about this predicament, a crucial thought suddenly came to him. Wait, hasn't our small community already unlocked thermal energy technology? Instead of burning wood, why not invest in constructing thermal energy collection panels? He immediately opened the tech tree to review the details of the thermal energy collection panels. Material requirements: stone bricks 1,000, silver 1,000, copper or 1,000, beast soul core 1. Performance parameters: converts 0.1000 energy units per day. 1 unit equals the energy produced by burning 1 piece of wood. Although the cost seemed reasonable, the requirement for a beast soul core made Luo Yu frown. However, on second thought, it made sense for such a sustainable, high-tech device to require something as rare as a beast soul core. He promptly updated his personal description at the Mercenary Plaza. Human, anonymous black iron rank, offering free assistance in eliminating the giant black fish. Upon contract completion, the beast soul core will belong to me. Considering the current situation, he decided to purchase directly from the auction house. Spending 100,000 silver coins, he acquired 2 beast soul cores and headed to the villa rooftop, preparing to install the thermal energy panels like solar panels. Before starting the construction, he silently chanted to activate a 100-fold critical hit. It worked. The thermal energy collection panel was classified as furniture, and with the critical hit, it upgraded to a powerful thermal energy absorption platform. Before him appeared a massive stone bowl engraved with mysterious runes, radiating an extraordinary aura. He checked the attributes. Powerful thermal energy absorption platform. Daily energy conversion: 500,10,000 units. Current status: stable output of 3,000 units day under heatwave conditions, sufficient to power 30 thermal water pumps simultaneously. Seeing the unexpectedly high conversion efficiency, Luo Yu was overjoyed. Realizing he still had 1 more beast soul core, he prepared to attempt another 100-fold critical hit. The fact that energy-related furniture can only trigger a critical hit once per year left Luo Yu feeling a bit regretful. However, on second thought, he found the limitation quite reasonable. If energy facilities could produce unlimited critical hits, An energy surplus in the base would undoubtedly attract the covetous attention of powerful entities. What seemed like a restriction was, in reality, a protective mechanism. In that case, he decided to stick to crafting ordinary energy collection panels. With a light tap of his finger, a simple black energy panel took shape. The rectangular stone slab was adorned with intricate patterns. Despite its unassuming appearance, it boasted an impressive thermal energy output of 500 units. When checking his territory score, Luo Ye's eyes lit up. The score had skyrocketed by 2,400 points. Among this, the ordinary thermal energy collection panel contributed 400 points, while the powerful absorption platform accounted for an astonishing 2,000 points. This number made his heart skip a beat, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. Although the intensity of attacks would increase as a result, if he could withstand them, he'd earn an additional 20,000 silver coins at the end-of-month settlement. It was certainly worth it. The immediate priority was to make use of the thermal energy as soon as possible. Considering the protection of the fire-powered water pumps, Luo Yu decided to build a pump house near the water tower to centralize the management of water facilities. Browsing through the construction menu, he quickly found a suitable building, the heat-resistant chamber. While its interior was rather rough, it effectively prevented heat leakage, avoiding wall melting and structural collapse. The materials required weren't overly demanding. 5,000 units of stone bricks, 500 silver coins, and 500 units of heat-resistant materials such as copper or iron. Luo Yu immediately began construction, and before long, a simple stone house stood before him. Although the interior was still unfinished, aesthetic improvements could wait. Luo Yu got straight to work installing the fire-powered water pumps, constructing 16 small boiler-like devices and neatly arranging them inside. Each pump had a daily water extraction capacity of 500 liters, though their current power output remained at zero due to the lack of an energy connection. Next came the pipeline installation. Luo Yu first laid an independent water pipe from the pump house directly to the small lake. While this consumed additional stone materials, it ensured the entire territory wouldn't lose water if a single pipe was damaged. He then connected another pipe between the pump house, the water tank, and the water tower, completing the water supply system. The final step was installing the energy pipelines. Though the cost per meter was steep, requiring 10 silver coins, 10 units of iron ore, and 10 units of copper ore, it was the only option for energy transmission. Luo Yu ran the energy pipeline from the villa's rooftop down along the walls, through the underground, and directly into the pump house, eventually connecting it to each fire-powered water pump. The moment the final connection of the energy pipeline was completed, all the fire-powered water pumps roared to life. Each fire-powered water pump operated at maximum efficiency, pumping 500 liters per unit. The sound of water gushing from the neighboring water tower was distinctly audible. Luo Yu stood by the pumps, observing for a moment. Although the current water output was still insufficient to meet the base's demands, the root cause lay in the shortage of stone bricks, preventing the construction of additional pumps. At the quarry, groundhog beasts tirelessly excavated during the day, while insects took over the shift at night. Coupled with Xiao Jin's continuous cutting, the quarry produced approximately 15,000 units of stone bricks daily. At this rate, the water output issue could be resolved by tomorrow. Taking advantage of the downtime from canned meat production, Luo Yu headed to the vegetable fields. With ample water supply, the growth of crops had significantly accelerated, and it was now the perfect time for harvesting. Despite the sweltering heat that could easily cause heat stroke for most, Luo Yu moved effortlessly through the fields, picking fruits and harvesting rice. He worked tirelessly until dusk to complete the day's farm tasks. This bountiful harvest yielded a variety of produce, including apples, bananas, berries, rice, corn, potatoes, leafy greens, cabbages, and tomatoes, totaling 40,000 units of vegetarian food, nearly reaching the garden's maximum capacity. After transporting the harvested crops to the ice cellar, Luo Yu noticed that the storage space was nearing its limit. As the stored items increased, so did the heat they generated, causing a slight rise in the ice cellar's overall temperature. Fortunately, the temperature remained within the safe range, and the stored ice blocks were not at risk of melting for now. Luo Yu had considered producing new ice blocks in the ice cellar, but the current temperature conditions made it impossible. According to his calculations, water would need to reach below 8°C to freeze, which was unachievable with the current technology, as freezing technology had yet to be unlocked. While carefully inspecting the ice cellar, Luo Yu realized that another significant reason for the temperature increase was the frequent entry and exit, which caused cold air to escape. This reminded him of the common issue with household refrigerators being opened too often. After some thought, he came up with a clever solution. Since the ice cellar was located beneath the warehouse, linking the two would allow the warehouse's automated storage system to handle operations remotely, eliminating the need for frequent access. Opening the construction interface, Luo Yu quickly found the option to link buildings. For a cost of 10,000 silver coins, system-built structures could be seamlessly integrated with self-constructed ones. With a single tap, the connection was established. From now on, whenever Shao Kong transported supplies, Meat could simply be placed in the warehouse and automatically transferred to the ice cellar, showcasing the convenience of an advanced warehouse. After operating the control panel on the warehouse's nameplate, Luo Yu saw that the ice cellar's total capacity was 300,000 food units, with 290,000 currently stored. Of these, 240,000 were meat and 50,000 were vegetarian items, nearly reaching the breaking point. The meat, in particular, posed a challenge, as ordinary meat couldn't be preserved for long. Its price had skyrocketed from 2 silver coins to 10 silver coins, though it still remained far cheaper than canned meat. Looking at the time, it was the peak trading hour at 7 p.m. Luo Yu quickly calculated and realized that it was impossible to turn all the meat into canned goods before the heat wave ended. He decided to test the waters by listing 40,000 portions of meat at market price. After setting up the trades, he indulged in a relaxing bath. An hour later, the system notified him that all the meat had been sold, earning him a substantial income of 400,000 silver coins. What was a disaster for others became a windfall of wealth for him. In the luxurious bath, the warm water gently lapped against his body. Luo Yu leaned comfortably against the edge of the pool, watching the 2 beast girls playing in the water. He spoke softly, "Xiao Jin, Xiao Kong, come over and give your young master a massage." Chirp. Xiao Kong cheerfully ran over, while Xiao Jin blushed and muttered, "Perverted master." As he enjoyed their massage service, a system notification suddenly popped up. You engaged in recreational activities. Due to the high entertainment value of your territory, your strength has increased by 2. Current strength, 106. I see. Luo Yu nodded to himself. The entertainment value brought by the Beast Girls is really effective. Even a massage can boost attribute points. It seems I should further enhance my territory's entertainment value. Just then, Fang Yuming sent a message in the group chat. I just got a chest while fishing and found a blank technology sharing scroll. She attached a screenshot. Team technology sharing scroll blank. Team members can copy unlocked technologies onto the scroll. Once used, all team members will gain access to the technology. The individual sharing the technology has a 10 chance to inherit attributes, life skills, and personal traits from other team trial members. The group chat instantly became lively. This is a win-win treasure. Luo Yu's eyes lit up. It could sell for a high price at the auction house, Alice analyzed. Most of the automatic defense technologies are unlocked already. I don't think I have anything to share, Fang Yuming said somewhat helplessly. Luo Yu definitely has something's the best, Naker said confidently. Without hesitation, Fang Yuming initiated a trade and put the scroll, worth at least 300,000 silver coins, up for exchange. Luo Yu watched as she decisively clicked confirm, feeling a warmth in his heart. This girl really trusts me. The discussion in the group continued. Luo Yu, do you have mercenary technology? Elena asked. Glowplant's technology is pretty useful right now, Alice suggested. I love visitor technology. Nyodo expressed his wish. Luo Yu smirked. Since he had this opportunity, he decided to share the most practical technology, especially since there was a chance for additional rewards. He'll copy a technology. It's very useful, but a bit expensive, Luo Yu typed. Now I'm even more curious. Fang Yuming replied. Without further teasing, Luo Yu selected the hydraulic circulation technology, copied it onto the scroll, and activated it. When the system announced that all team members had acquired the hydraulic circulation technology, the group chat fell silent for a moment before erupting. Oh my god! Fang Yuming exclaimed in shock. Hydraulic circulation technology. A technology worth more than 500,000 silver coins and impossible to find in the market. After sharing the hydraulic technology, Luo Yu's chat group immediately became lively. Luo Yu, thank you. The goddess of light will always bless you, Alice said sincerely. Elena, slightly shy, muttered, Ah well, I admit you're quite an outstanding man. No wonder my sister likes you. She absolutely adores you. Naker exclaimed excitedly. Brother, no words can express my gratitude, Nyoda said with heartfelt emotion. Facing everyone's enthusiasm, Luo Yu merely gave a faint smile. What's the big deal? It's just some water technology. No need to get so worked up, it's nothing special. He managed to act all cool again. Fang Yuming couldn't help but grumble. Luo Yu felt secretly pleased, imagining the girl's excitement at that moment. Now, it was time to reap the rewards. Suddenly, system notifications began to pop up in succession. You have shared technology, initiating random inheritance of abilities from team members. 100-fold critical hit triggered, increasing inheritance success rate by 100 times. Then came a series of skill enhancement notifications. Gained a 4-star beast tamer trait from Fang Yuming, allowing the taming of 20 high-grade animals. Acquired shooting and sewing experience from Alice, raising them to levels 12 and 10, respectively. Inherited a 1-star fighter trait from Elena. Received an agility boost from Naker, increasing it to 111 points. Obtained a physique boost from Nyoda, raising it to 108 points. This unexpected windfall left Luo Yu both surprised and delighted, especially since the fighter trait could increase combat skill power by 10, an incredible gain. Luo Yu, how much experience did you get from us? Any upgrades in life skills? Fang Yuming asked curiously. Not much, just a little boost, Luo Yu replied nonchalantly. The ensuing conversation was filled with laughter, ranging from Naker Sister to the Midnight Speedster, leaving Luo Yu in an exceptionally good mood. As night deepened, the wind grew stronger, and the once sluggish wind-powered water pump finally began to spin rapidly. By the next morning, although there was no buff effect, the temperature had dropped to 48, slightly cooler than before. After 2 days of peak temperatures, the heat wave finally showed signs of fading. The slight coolness brought a glimmer of hope to everyone in the base, and with it, a surge in purchasing enthusiasm. The sales of canned meat saw a noticeable increase. Over the course of one morning, Luo Yu sold a large quantity of canned meat, increasing the base's silver reserves to 1.3 million. Remembering his plan from the previous day to enhance the entertainment facilities, he headed straight to the recreation room. At this point, the recreation room resembled more of an animal pen. Animals were either playing in the water or resting, filling the entire space. Luo Yu first herded the insects down to the first floor, and then, together with Xiao Dai, meticulously cleaned the second floor in preparation for laying down carpets. Although carpets themselves do not directly increase entertainment value, they do enhance the base's aesthetics and comfort. These two metrics were currently in a hidden state, and required unlocking specific technologies to activate. Aesthetics required 100,000 silver and 1 sapphire, while comfort required 100,000 silver and 1 ruby. These gems could only be obtained through mining or random loot boxes. Even though these metrics were not yet activated, the infrastructure needed to be prepared in advance. After finishing the cleanup on the second floor, Luo Yu instructed Xiao Dai to tidy up the third floor while he opened the furniture menu to study the carpet options. He decided on high-grade carpets that could improve both aesthetics and comfort. The high-grade carpets had strict material requirements. Each square meter required 90 units of various animal hides, 30 units of cotton fabric, 30 units of silver, and 3 units of gold. With the second floor of the recreation room spanning 300 square meters, the total needed was 27,000 units of hides, 9,000 units of fabric, 9,000 units of silver, and 900 units of gold. The previous animal attacks had provided an ample supply of hides, especially from large animals like giraffes. The reserves of silver and gold were also sufficient, but there was a shortage of fabric. Fortunately, the cotton planted along the shore had matured, and Luo Yu, along with Xiao Kong, immediately began harvesting and replanting. Within half a day, they completed all the work, and their planting level increased to LV8. They harvested 30,000 units of fabric, just enough for the project. Considering that cotton would not be ready for harvest again until autumn, this batch of fabric was particularly valuable. Now that all the materials were ready, it was time to start laying the carpets. After returning to the recreation room, Luo Yu began laying down the carpet piece by piece. Considering that critical hits held little significance for items like carpets that needed to be installed square by square, he opted for a conventional installation method. As the final piece of carpet was set in place, the entire second floor took on a fresh new look. The blue carpet added a touch of warmth to the space. However, the beautiful carpet only made the surrounding unfinished walls appear even more out of place. Since he had already started renovating, Luo Yu decided to decorate the walls as well. He opened the furniture menu and selected premium wall interiors. The materials required for this type of decoration were relatively simple. 10 stone bricks, 10 silver, 3 jade, and 1 gold per square meter, significantly cheaper than the carpet. Once the renovation was complete, the walls on the second floor were transformed. Exquisite patterns adorned the surfaces, perfectly complementing the carpet, and the room finally resembled a proper recreation area. The base's score increased by 1,700 points due to this renovation, bringing the total score to 19,000. In comparison, Fang Yuming and her group's base only scored around 2,000, while the universal average was merely 1,000. This stark contrast left Luo Yu feeling quite proud. Luo Yu and his 3 pets Xiao Kong, Xiao Jin, and Xiao Dai took off their shoes and walked barefoot on the soft carpet. As he watched the 3 little creatures happily wandering around on the carpet, Luo Yu couldn't help but smile. As highly intelligent beings, they too could gain attribute bonuses from the improvement in the territory's score, making their joy genuinely heartfelt. Nonetheless, the beautifully renovated second floor still felt a bit empty and needed some entertainment facilities. Luo Yu first chose a dartboard, using jade as the primary building material. Before long, a finely crafted dartboard was mounted on the wall, with darts neatly arranged on a small table beside it. The 3 little ones immediately started playing with great enthusiasm. Next, Luo Yu added a series of items, including a horseshoe game, a chess table, a card table, and a mahjong table. Although he currently had no companions to play with, these additions provided entertainment value and aesthetic boosts. He thought to himself that if Fang Yuming and her friends ever visited, they could enjoy these games together. Finally, Luo Yu placed a jade-crafted billiard table in the center of the recreation room. Although it was quite costly, the 10 entertainment value it provided made it well worth the investment. He glanced at the panel, and the changes in the data made him raise an eyebrow slightly. The base score had reached 20,000 points, with significant improvements across various attributes. Hygiene was near max at 95-98. Entertainment had reached 115 points. As for his personal stats, strength stood at 106, constitution at 108, and agility at 111. In life skills, shooting had reached level 12, and beast taming was at level 9. His combat techniques remained at Windblade Technique level 2 and Stealth level 1. Under the personal traits section, it displayed Zerg Nemesis, Miner, Beast Tamer, Chef, Brewer, and Fighter. As he reviewed these details, the system suddenly popped up a notification. As the first trial participant in the region to achieve a score of 20,000, you have earned an additional reward 1 upgrade scroll for personal traits rated below 3 stars. Without hesitation, Luo Yu used it on his Miner trait, upgrading it to 2 stars to increase the probability of rare mineral extraction. While he was pondering these changes, Xiao Dai came bounding over, energetically grabbing his arm. Her voice carried a playful tone as she spoke. Master, master, how about we move the big bed here? It's so pretty and cool here. Sister Xiao Jin, little sister Xiao Kong, and I all love it. Luo Yu replied gently, since you all like it here, I'll make some soft animal cushions for you later so you can sleep here tonight. No. Xiao Dai's cheeks turned red, and her voice became as soft as a whisper. We want to sleep with you. Seeing her shy yet earnest expression, Luo Yu couldn't help but pull her into his arms. How about I give you a kiss? Without waiting for a response, he lightly pecked her on the cheek, causing Xiao Dai to giggle uncontrollably as her face grew even redder. The system promptly displayed another notification. Entertainment activity triggered, Agility 1. This unexpected bonus nearly made Luo Yu laugh out loud. High entertainment value truly came with plenty of perks. Letting go of the still flustered Xiao Dai, he headed toward the kitchen. While interacting with the beast girls was heartwarming, making money remained his top priority. As he skillfully prepared canned meat, he checked the water tank status and noticed the water level had dropped to 28, nearing the safety threshold. For now, however, there was no immediate need to install additional pumps. With his growing proficiency, making canned meat no longer required his full attention, allowing him to think about other matters. Xiao Dai's earlier words reminded him of something. While the entertainment room was exquisitely designed, the interior of the main villa was quite bare, lacking even basic furnishings like nightstands. It was indeed time to improve the decor. At the same time, the issue of base defense lingered in his mind. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was overlooking a critical detail, though it eluded him for now. Time flew as he worked. After lunch, he put the 80 canned meats he had made earlier up for sale, and they were quickly snapped up. A total of 224,000 silver coins were added to his balance, bringing it to a hefty 1.524 million. While this fortune was certainly pleasing, Luo Yu knew that the current bottleneck in the base's development wasn't funding but the unavailability of stone bricks, which couldn't be directly bought with silver. Although bartering with other trial participants was an option, this method came with numerous limitations. The restriction on stone bricks in the world of Tiandao indeed carried a deeper purpose clearly designed to prevent powerful entities from growing too quickly and disrupting the natural order. Just as Luo Yu was pondering how to increase his supply of stone bricks, a system notification suddenly appeared. A contract from a female member of the Snow Leopard tribe requesting the elimination of a massive black fish awaited his confirmation. With his powerful thermal bowl, Luo Yu didn't even consider accepting after all. He was making millions in just a minute. Why waste time dealing with some blackfish? But the second notification caught him off guard. It revealed that the client had added sapphire crystals as a reward. These rare materials could unlock aesthetic upgrades. Luo Yu quickly pieced together the situation. In this scorching heat, there were only a handful of mercenaries capable of operating freely. The other party must have been desperate to offer such generous terms. With sapphires on the table, the deal became worthwhile. Luo Yu accepted the task, and a portal of light appeared in his kitchen. However, he didn't rush in unprepared. He placed 2 small ice cubes in his storage bracelet to combat the heat and packed 4 automated crossbows just in case. Stepping through the portal, he found himself in an unfamiliar territory. 2 incomplete residential houses, an unfinished perimeter wall, and a few modest vegetable patches. While it wasn't destitute, it was far less developed compared to Feng Yuming and her territory. Covered by a 5-second invincibility aura, Luo Yu spotted a white-furred leopard-headed woman. Contrary to his mental image of a beast-eared girl, this Snow Leopard tribeswoman was a full-fledged beast man, much like Nyoda. Though her physique was impressive, she wasn't Luo Yu's type. He preferred beastwomen like Naker. What really made him frown, however, was the presence of 2 red-haired men alongside the Snow Leopard woman. Though their features resembled humans, it was evident they were from the Firestar race and mercenaries as well. The 2 sides exchanged glances, their eyes briefly flashing with hostility. Mother Leopard, do you even realize the consequences of hiring two groups of mercenaries at the same time? The younger Firestar man with long hair asked grimly. The Snow Leopard woman hurriedly explained, esteemed brothers of the human and Firestar races, my younger brother has suffered heat stroke and needs cold water from the lake to cool down. I beg you, please eliminate the water monster quickly. My brother can't hold on much longer. Through the window, Luo Yu did see a young Snow Leopard boy lying on a bed, confirming her words. However, hiring two groups of mercenaries was undeniably a serious issue. While mercenaries were prohibited from attacking their employers, doing so would result in the mission being declared an instant failure and the offender being teleported away. It would also leave a permanent mark on their record in the mercenary plaza, branding them as outlaws. For mercenaries, reputation was everything. Who would ever hire a red-listed mercenary who attacked their client? There are indeed no restrictions among mercenaries. They can attack each other at any time. Defeating another mercenary within the employer's territory won't result in real death, but it will cause the opponent to fail their mission and may even yield the items they are carrying. It is precisely because of this temptation to kill and loot that conflicts are almost inevitable when mercenaries encounter one another. If an employer hires multiple mercenary teams simultaneously, this act is recorded by the mercenary square. Such deliberate incitement of internal strife severely damages the employer's reputation, making it difficult to hire mercenaries in the future. The Snow Leopard girl in front of them was clearly driven to desperation, willing to risk everything to complete her mission. Luo Yu withdrew his assessing gaze and calmly focused on the two Flame Star men. The long-haired man exchanged a glance with his short-haired companion before flashing a friendly smile. Since we're all here, why not work together? I have a pearl that can lure the big black fish. Let's start now. He took out a red pearl, and upon seeing it, the Snow Leopard girl visibly sighed in relief. Thank you so much, brothers. I'm deeply grateful. Let's begin quickly. Luo Yu's gaze fell on the red pearl, a trace of doubt flickering in his eyes. The four of them approached the lake, and the long-haired man placed the pearl on a piece of green stone. Turning around with a cheerful grin, he asked, Friend, since we're all black iron-level mercenaries, why not exchange some tips? What's your plan? Simple. Let me demonstrate. Luo Yu smiled faintly before suddenly launching an attack. With a flash of cold light from his Heavencraft knife, the two Flame Star men collapsed to the ground. Human Yu. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Luo Yu sneered. Pretending to be friendly? Planning to ambush me? Flame Star ants dare to compete with me for business? If you've got guts, come find me in room 9527 of the Black Iron Arena. The Heavencraft knife slashed again, finishing the two of them. Their bodies vanished, leaving behind a few items. A system notification popped up, warning Luo Yu that he would be banned from accepting mercenary missions for 10 days due to killing and looting. Unbothered, Luo Yu began inspecting the spoils. The short-haired man only dropped a standard black iron dagger, but the long-haired man left behind something that made Luo Yu's eyes light: UPA territory core capable of increasing territorial resources. He quickly walked over to the red pearl, picking it up to discover that it was an even rarer treasure. A gold-level random raid summoner, usable in any territory, with 2 out of 3 uses remaining. The bead was strikingly similar to the one from before, which immediately put Luo Yu on high alert. Without hesitation, he acted decisively, subduing the two Flame Star people. This type of bead, when used in someone else's territory, would trigger a random assault. If the assault wasn't strong enough, it might benefit the opponent instead, but if it was powerful, it could destroy the entire base, leaving all resources in a neutral state for anyone to claim. It was evident that these two Flame Star individuals had used this method to destroy a base, which was how Luo Yu had obtained that territory core. Now, posing as mercenaries in the Snow Leopard woman's territory, their actions likely wouldn't trigger the system's punishment mechanism. Good stuff, Luo Yu remarked with satisfaction as he stored the bead in his bracelet. He then turned to the Snow Leopard woman, who stood frozen nearby. You see now? You hired 2 groups of people, and this is the result, Luo Yu said calmly. But don't worry. Since I'm here, they'll help you complete the task. Thank you. Big brother, the Snow Leopard woman stammered, her voice trembling. Luo Yu noticed her fear and took out a piece of ice from his bracelet, handing it to her. I don't need your help. Go back to your territory and take care of your brother. Ice. Thank you. Thank you so much, she exclaimed, dropping to her knees in gratitude. After Luo Yu nodded in acknowledgement, she quickly ran back to the small house. Luo Yu turned his attention to the tranquil lake. Instead of using special milk to lure monsters, he directly summoned a giant octopus and a giant snake. Go. Kill the lake monster. The 2 summoned beasts immediately charged toward the center of the lake. The massive black fish in the lake sensed the threat and rushed forward to confront them. Though the battle was fierce, the outcome was decided quickly. The diamond-level giant octopus, combined with the giant snake, easily subdued the silver-level black fish. The giant octopus tossed the black fish's corpse onto the shore, and with a wave of his hand, Luo Yu sent the two summoned beasts back to his territory. This was the convenience of being a beast master could summon and recall his pets at will. Returning to the small house, Luo Yu placed the items dropped by the black fish onto the table. The system immediately notified him. You have completed the mercenary task. Rewards: Beast Soul Core 1, Sapphire Crystal 1. Meanwhile, the snow leopard woman was using lake water and the ice to bring down her feverish brother's temperature. The boy's condition was visibly improving. Thank you, human big brother, she said earnestly. The snow leopard woman's eyes were filled with gratitude. While Luo Yu asked with interest, where did you get this sapphire? It came from a special event right before the heat wave, the snow leopard woman explained. A geological uplift occurred in my territory, and we found this sapphire in a small hill of black spot rock. A geological uplift? Luo Yu's eyes lit up. Then you must have quite a bit of stone brick reserves, right? The snow leopard woman nodded gently, her tone tinged with a bit of heartache. My brother and I did cut a lot of stone bricks. He was in such a rush to build the perimeter wall that he worked under the scorching sun and ended up with heat stroke. As of now, we've stored 180,000 stone bricks. If you need some, I can give you a portion as thanks. No need to give them away, Luo Yu replied with a slight smile. Building the wall will only take 100,000 stone bricks. He'll purchase the remaining 80,000. Don't forget, while stone bricks can't be listed in the auction house, visitors and mercenaries can still trade directly with lords. Faced with this benefactor who inspired both gratitude and a touch of fear, the snow leopard woman didn't dare to refuse and nodded in agreement. Luo Yu continued, I see you're not short on silver at the moment, and since you've already handed me your Beast Soul Core, it'll be a while before you can unlock the automatic defense core. How about this? I'll trade you 4 automatic crossbows for your 80,000 stone bricks. It's a fair deal, and you won't lose out. Hearing this proposal, a spark of joy flashed in the snow leopard woman's eyes. Indeed, compared to silver, having immediate combat power like automatic crossbows provided a much greater sense of security. These crossbows were originally something Luo Yu had brought along as a precaution, and he hadn't expected them to come in handy like this. All right, I should get going, Luo Yu said, standing up. Oh, and if next year your brother gets heat stroke again, and you happen to find something like a ruby, feel free to come find me. Bye. The snow leopard woman was momentarily speechless. Watching as a shimmering portal appeared before her, she bowed deeply. Goodbye, benefactor. If my brother and I are still alive next year, we'll surely come to see you again. Luo Yu stepped into the portal with a smile, instantly returning to the kitchen of his own territory. A system notification promptly appeared. You have completed a mercenary mission. Current completion count, 2. Success rate, 100. Back in his territory, Luo Yu's first thought was to take a bath. Considering the less than ideal hygiene conditions in the snow leopard siblings' territory, he decided to install a shower first. While setting up a simple shower system, he silently triggered a critical hit. The system notification popped up. Your constructed shower has been upgraded to Rainbow Showerhead Diamond Grade. This enhanced showerhead not only thoroughly cleansed the body, but also reduced the likelihood of illness, relieved fatigue, and improved aesthetics, comfort, and hygiene levels. Satisfied with the diamond grade equipment that only cost him 500 points, Luo Yu enjoyed a refreshing shower. Afterward, he soaked in the bath, opened the system interface, and prepared to use his territory core. The system notification popped up immediately. The base core's effect was instantaneous. Territory size increased by 10, land fertility improved by 10, and aquatic resources rose by 10. Luo Yu looked at the panel data with satisfaction. The territory's resource capacity had reached 139, and the mineral resources had climbed to an impressive 144. This base core is really something, Luo Yu thought to himself, recalling that he still had a random raid summoner. Next time I run into an annoying lord during a mercenary mission, I'll put it to good use. He then opened the technology interface and used 100,000 silver coins and 1 sapphire crystal to unlock the aesthetic score. Once unlocked, the score displayed a staggering 188 points. Upon reviewing the details, Luo Yu discovered that this high score came from several factors. The high-grade tiles laid throughout the base contributed significantly, and the Amaro flowers added a notable boost as well. Although points were deducted due to the fire pump room, the makeshift prison, the quarry, the mines, and the bugs crawling everywhere, the presence of the 3 beast girls more than compensated for these losses. Xiao Kong and Xiao Jin each contributed 20 points, while Xiao Dai provided 25 points, adding up to a total of 65 points to the territory's aesthetics. The system promptly issued another notification. Due to the territory's outstanding aesthetics, a mysterious blessing was granted, raising shooting proficiency by 1 level to LV13 and increasing strength by 2 points to 108. Aesthetics actually affect shooting? Luo Yu chuckled. I'd rather they boost my cooking level. This made him reflect on how beast girls were indeed the perfect companions. They didn't take up scoring space, had no emotional issues, and could enhance both entertainment value and aesthetics. He even speculated that once the comfort score was unlocked, beast girls might bring additional bonuses. Thinking about this, he regretted not choosing the hell difficulty beast tide earlier, might have acquired more beast girls that way. After taking a bath, Luo Yu resumed his canned meat production. The next morning, he woke up to a rare carving inspiration buff. Unfortunately, without the art technology tree unlocked, this buff couldn't be utilized for the time being. The thermometer showed the morning temperature had dropped to 46 degrees. The heat wave was finally subsiding. The world channel was abuzz with excitement, and regional chats became unusually lively. After 7 or 8 days of relentless heat, this much-awaited cooldown brought a collective sigh of relief. Luo Yu realized that the golden era of canned meat profits was coming to an end. As usual, he listed 100 cans of meat at a price of 2,800 each in the morning. But this time, the sales noticeably slowed down. Everyone knew the heat wave was about to subside, and enduring hunger would only last for a day or two. Once the temperature dropped below 40 C, meat could be preserved longer, and food wouldn't be as scarce as it was now. That afternoon, Luo Yu listed 100 newly made canned meats at an average price of 2,500. However, the market response was lukewarm, and sales were noticeably slower than usual. During dinner time, the small group held an online meeting. Fang Yuming was the first to speak. Recently, canned meat has been highly profitable, and there are many sellers. But with today's sharp price drop, anything above 2,000 might not hold up. Exactly, it was tough to sell today, but at least there's still some profit. Naker agreed. Alice turned to Luo Yu and asked, "What's your take on this?" Luo Yu's expression was serious. "I agree with Yuming's assessment. Once prices collapse, those stockpiling will rush to sell, triggering a chain reaction like an avalanche. Prices could very well drop below 1,000, or even as low as 500. I suggest we liquidate everything while prices are still high." "I support that. Luo Yu is right." Nyoda responded immediately. The others also voiced their agreement. After some discussion, they decided to list all their inventory at 2,400. However, after some time, there were no buyers, and the group began to grow anxious. "Is the price too high? Should we try lowering it to 2,000? Fang Yuming suggested, her concern mirrored by the other women. But Luo Yu remained confident. "Don't worry. Greed is human nature. Not all buyers right now genuinely need the product." Fang Yuming seemed to catch on. "You mean there are opportunistic traders stockpiling to make one last big profit?" "Exactly. That's a hard lesson from history," Luo Yu explained. "The greater the food shortage, the fuller the warehouses of grain merchants. In the Tian Dao world, food is one of the rare items that can be traded multiple times. Who wouldn't want to make more money? Learning to make trade-offs is the key to going further." As if to confirm his words, all the canned meats they listed at 2,400 were suddenly bought up in one go, and the market's lowest price immediately rose to 2,500. Clearly, a powerful player was manipulating prices to prevent them from falling further. This final wave of sales brought Luo Yu's total silver to 2.026 million, officially making him a millionaire. That night, under the luxurious spray of a diamond-grade showerhead, the hygiene of the three little cuties improved significantly. Beast girls may look adorable, but their long hair, fluffy ears, and tails are perfect breeding grounds for bacteria, Luo Yu thought to himself. Glancing at the peacefully sleeping Shao Kong in his arms, he couldn't help but feel satisfied as he caught the faint, pleasant fragrance emanating from her. Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder shattered the silence of the night. Luo Yu jolted awake, carefully maneuvering around the three sleeping beast girls beside him. He quietly tiptoed to the balcony. The sight before him was astonishing. What had been a cloudless sky during the sweltering heat was now blanketed with dark, heavy clouds. A cool night breeze carrying a hint of moisture brushed against his face. In the distance, the wind-powered water pump by the small lake had started spinning rapidly. All signs pointed to one thing. Rain was coming. Another thunderclap roared, and the first drop of rain fell onto the parched earth, disappearing instantly. Then came more, as large raindrops began pelting down one after another. In no time, the light drizzle turned into a torrential downpour, drenching the ground. Steam rose as the cold rainwater met the scorching earth, creating a hazy mist. Luo Yu's first thought was relief. Thank goodness he'd managed to sell off all the stockpiled canned meat during dinner. The greedy merchants who hoarded supplies at high prices were bound to regret it now. The global chat channel erupted with excitement. Many people rushed out into the rain, reveling in the rare blessing of this life-giving downpour. In the group chat, Naker was the first to comment on her good fortune, having sold her canned meat in time. Fang Yuming teasingly asked if Luo Yu could predict the future, prompting him to jokingly claim he could read the heavens, and urged everyone to protect their vegetable gardens. The chat buzzed with lively banter. Fang Yuming and Alina lamented their withered gardens, while Alice expressed her relief at having followed advice to build an ice cellar for vegetable storage. When Naker innocently asked about the meaning of driving, it triggered a wave of good-natured teasing. Amid the laughter and chatter, Luo Yu had a sudden spark of inspiration. If canned meat was doable, why not try making canned vegetables and fruit juice? With vegetables scarce and withering everywhere, it could be a lucrative opportunity. The joyous celebration lasted through the night, with no one suspecting the potential danger lurking behind this timely rain. By the next morning, the rain continued to pour unabated. Suddenly, the system issued a warning. The heavenly Tao world had entered a special weather phase, the rainstorm period. While the threat of torrential rain was far less severe than the previous heat wave, the parched land and the low water levels of the small lake would inevitably temper the benefits brought by this downpour. At present, there won't be two major threats occurring simultaneously. Luo Yu stood on the balcony, his gaze sweeping across his territory. The sky remained overcast. Although it wasn't pouring like the previous night, the rain continued to fall steadily. The temperature had plummeted to 27°C, a drastic drop from the previous 50°C, returning to the normal summer ranhe, a truly unexpected turn of events. In the auction house, the price of canned meat plummeted to 100 silver coins, yet no one seemed interested. As temperatures dropped, many had already banded together during the heat wave to catch large blackfish, leading to a gradual recovery in aquatic supply and a subsequent collapse in meat prices. The global chat was flooded with mockery toward hoarding profiteers. Luo Yu watched this unfold with quiet satisfaction. Those greedy merchant groups were likely to suffer losses of tens or even hundreds of thousands of silver coins. This was the price of greed. After closing the global chat, Luo Yu turned his attention to the vegetable fields. Thanks to the rain shelters and a well-designed drainage system built earlier, the fields remained intact. While inspecting the water storage situation in the territory, he found that the 4 wind-powered water pumps were operating at full capacity, filling the water tanks completely, with the water tower already half full. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yu decided to construct another water tower. This aesthetically pleasing water tower required 30,000 stone bricks, 1,000 iron ore, 1,000 silver coins, and 100 jade, with a storage capacity of 16 tons. Having stockpiled enough stone bricks in advance, he immediately confirmed the construction. The moment the new water tower was completed, it started storing water. Despite its high cost, the territory's aesthetic value increased by 2 points. With the drop in temperature, all the animals, except for the beast girls, returned to their respective tasks. The cattle and hens went back to the taming grounds, the insects and badger beasts resumed work at the quarry, and the giant scorpions continued mining the newly added tin ore veins in the cave. The heavy rain had little impact on these animals, and the base gradually returned to normal operations. Suddenly, the system issued a warning. The water level of the small lake in the territory had reached 90 of the danger threshold. Luo Yu quickly checked and saw the wind-powered water pumps running at high speed while the lake's water level continued to rise. For an ordinary territory, a rising water level might not pose a significant problem. However, his cotton fields were right by the lake, and a flood would have devastating consequences. The system offered 3 solutions. First, dig a drainage channel to redirect water out of the territory. Second, expand or deepen the small lake. Third, build a dam. While the drainage option was reliable, it would lead to the loss of aquatic resources. The small lake housed giant octopuses, large snakes, and numerous turtles, with plans to introduce more species in the future. Expanding the lake, on the other hand, would consume too much land and require massive engineering efforts. As for deepening the small lake, the giant octopus informed Luo Yu that it was impossible due to the presence of an airwall-like barrier at the lake bed. Faced with this reality, building a dam became the only viable solution. This plan came with an added benefit. Enclosing the lake would effectively reduce soil erosion and maintain the fertility of the territory's land. Luo Yu immediately opened the construction interface and selected the wall building option. He planned to construct a 20-centimeter high mini wall. Since it was meant to block water rather than people, this height seemed appropriate, with the option to increase it later if necessary. For materials, he chose a combination of stone bricks and iron ore, ensuring the mini dam could withstand the impact of the lake's water. Once the construction command was issued, the mini wall extended rapidly along the lake's edge, resembling a winding serpent. Although the unit cost was low, the considerable total length consumed 30,000 stone bricks and 10,000 iron ore. The massive resource usage made Luo Yu marvel at how quickly stone bricks were depleted, but the completion of the small waterproof dam finally resolved the risk of water overflow. Checking the base's score, the new mini dam, combined with the previously built aesthetic water tower, contributed an additional 1,000 points, bringing the total score to 21,500. While contemplating whether additional defensive facilities were necessary, Luo Yu's gaze instinctively turned southward. The rain-drenched makeshift fortress stood tall, with automated crossbows perched silently atop its stone pillars. However, he quickly noticed an issue due to the territory's expansion. The outermost areas were now beyond the crossbow's range. This realization made him frown slightly, as extending the costly crossbow defense line further didn't seem like a wise choice. This method of fortress defense appeared somewhat inefficient. As he pondered the situation, Xiaojin came to the balcony to remind him it was time to eat. Breakfast was simple eggs, milk, and tomatoes. all of which required no cooking and were now prepared by Xiaojin. Luo Yu gently patted her head before turning to wash up and eat. The rain persisted into the morning. Suddenly, Luo Yu received a notification that the powerful thermal absorption station had ceased operation. Rushing to the rooftop, he found the stone bowl filled with rainwater. Smiling, he adjusted the bowl to a 60-degree angle, allowing most of the water to flow out. Only then did the thermal supply return to normal. However, he noticed that the thermal output had dropped from 1,000 to 100, causing some of the fire-powered water pumps to stop functioning. This discovery alerted Luo Yu to a potential crisis. The daily water consumption of the territory had been precisely calculated. While the current strong winds ensured there were no immediate issues, a cold, windless day could lead to another water shortage. The thermal absorption device's characteristic excessive output in hot weather and insufficient output in cold weather had become an urgent problem that needed a solution. Luo Yu opened the thermal energy technology interface, his eyes quickly scanning through rows of options. It didn't take long for him to find a solution: the thermal energy storage box. He checked the required materials: 1 blueprint, 10,000 units of copper ore, 5,000 units of gold, and 100,000 units of silver. Although it was cheaper than the Lightning Collection box, it was still quite expensive. He swiftly assessed his territory's resources: 20,000 units of copper ore and 7,000 units of gold. Most of the gold came from the regular deliveries of gold bricks by the Golden Scorpion King, along with Luo Yu's occasional mining efforts. Now, all he needed was a blueprint. After searching the auction house without success, Luo Yu decided to try his luck by posting a message in the World Channel. Human Race Anonymous, looking for a thermal energy storage box blueprint. Willing to negotiate terms. Not long after the message was sent, a trade window popped up. Blackwater Race Anonymous, you're looking for a blueprint, right? I have one. What are you offering in exchange? The other party directly placed the blueprint into the trading interface. I'll trade silver. Name your price, Luo Yu replied. I don't want silver. I want plant-based food. 3,000 units of it. You'd be making a profit either way, the Blackwater Race responded. Luo Yu smirked and typed. The price of plant-based food has already skyrocketed. 3,000 units can sell for 300,000 units of silver. At this point, how many people do you think can afford that much food? The other party hesitated. Well, then what do you propose? Luo Yu placed 1,500 units of plant-based food into the trade window and said, I can give you 1,500 units of plant-based food. That's all I have in stock, plus 50,000 units of silver. The food includes a variety of types, rich in vitamins, and can be resold. You should understand the value of this batch. If you process it further. After a moment of silence, the Blackwater Race replied, Deal. The variety won me over. But just a heads up, you're giving me all your food. Be careful. The trade confirmation popped up, and Luo Yu grinned. The transaction went smoothly, and the blueprint was now his. Plus, once a blueprint is used, he could craft similar items in the future without needing another one. Definitely worth it. Without delay, he started construction. A flash of light later, a human-sized red cubic box appeared before him. The system notification displayed. Stores up to 50,000 units of thermal energy. Daily energy loss. 1. In a sealed environment, energy loss can be significantly reduced. Like batteries losing charge over time, this storage box would experience energy leakage, but the rate was low, and there were ways to minimize the loss. Faced with such a large box, Luo Yu decided to construct a temperature-resistant storage room specifically for storing energy. He chose to build it next to the pump house, as this area was already designated as part of his energy zone. The design of the storage room was simple and practical. While it might not look aesthetically pleasing, its rough interior and specially designed walls were highly effective at containing heat and preventing the structure from melting or collapsing. After placing the thermal energy storage box inside the room and connecting it to the energy pipelines, the building was officially completed. However, due to the current energy supply being insufficient to even power the pump, this storage facility was, for the time being, just a decorative addition. Luo Yu opened the auction house to check the market trends and discovered that within a single day, vegetable prices had soared to 80 silver per unit, comparable to the rates when he first entered the world of Tiandao. He predicted that the price would continue to rise after all. How many people, during that terrifying heat wave, had automatic sprinklers like he did to protect their crops? At this point, he had 50,000 units of vegetables in his possession, which could sell for an astronomical 4 million silver at the current price. However, Luo Yu was in no rush to sell. He understood that vegetables took time to grow, unlike meat, which could quickly replenish after the heat wave subsided. He planned to process the vegetables into canned goods and juices, leveraging the newly unlocked sealing technology to maximize profits. Entering the kitchen, Luo Yu, now at LV6 and cooking, began making vegetable cans. By sunset, he had used up 2,000 units of vegetables and produced 200 cans. Checking the auction house again, he saw that the vegetable price had risen further to 90 silver, with demand continuing to climb. Although there were already vegetable cans available on the market, Priced steadily at around 1,300 silver, Luo Yu's product stood out. He set his price at 1,500 silver per can and specifically highlighted mixed vegetables with high nutritional value. This differentiation strategy proved effective, and the 200 mixed vegetable cans sold out quickly, earning him 300,000 silver. While preparing dinner, Luo Yu contemplated whether to start experimenting with juice production the next day. After finishing his meal, he noticed that the rain outside had lessened, though it seemed it would continue for another day or two. The small lake's water level had reached 96 of the warning threshold, but with the protection of the mini dike, Luo Yu wasn't worried. Night had completely fallen, and Luo Yu was soaking in the bath as he usually did. The warm water enveloped his body, reminding him of an old saying from his hometown. People born in the year of the tiger feel particularly comfortable during massages. Thinking of this, he spoke up, "Xiao Jin, come over and give my shoulders a rub." Xiao Jin, wrapped in a towel, walked over behind him and began massaging gently. A system prompt immediately appeared. Strength 1 during recreational activities. Xiao Jin, why are you wearing a towel while bathing? That feels too formal, doesn't it? Luo Yu teased with a grin. It's not formality, it's master, you're such a pervert. Xiao Jin stammered, her cheeks turning red with embarrassment. Luo Yu burst out laughing. Despite the drizzling rain outside, his mood was exceptionally cheerful. At that moment, the group chat suddenly became lively. Naker, what are you all planning to do with the silver you earned during the heat wave? Elena, I used all of mine to boost my stats. All 3 of my attributes are maxed out at 100. Fang Yumeng, I bow to you, the true master of efficiency. Alice and Yoda also chimed in, saying they spent their silver on boosting attributes, with Yoda focusing entirely on physique. Their discussion piqued Fang Yumeng's curiosity. What about you, Luo Yu? I used mine to boost the stats of my little pets at home, Luo Yu replied. Oh, right, you're a beast master. The strength of your ranked animals is definitely important, Naker remarked in agreement. Fang Yumeng suggested he should invest in his personal stats as well, but Luo Yu explained that his attributes had already been maxed out for a while, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to find ways to spend silver on himself. His statement left the group speechless for a moment. During this heat wave, everyone had earned around 400,000 to 500,000 silver each, spending it all to max out their stats at 100, which significantly boosted their combat power. However, the downside was that they were all back to being broke again. The group chat continued buzzing with chatter. Naker expressed how powerful she felt, prompting Luo Yu to joke that she had evolved from a bathhouse attendant to a professional scraping therapist. Annoyed, Naker declared she would settle the score with him in the arena. Luo Yu politely declined, citing his low rank in the Black Iron division, but instead invited her to come challenge him there. With their newly enhanced stats, everyone became more interested in the arena. Luo Yu entered the Black Iron arena and set up a 500 gold wager. To his surprise, he immediately encountered the fiery twin stars, who he had defeated in the past. Room 9527. The despicable human is really here. We've been waiting for you. The long-haired man growled through clenched teeth. Oh, you two actually dared to show up? Luo Yu replied, raising an eyebrow. Of course. The fiery twin stars fear neither heaven nor earth. The short-haired man said coldly. Listen up, we've maxed out our strength. Today will be your end. Luo Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery upon hearing this. Indeed, this wave of fervor had allowed some uniquely gifted races and quick-witted individuals to make a fortune, with many reaching an attribute value of 100. However, in his view, 100 was merely the starting line. Breaking past this number and advancing further would become exponentially more difficult. Enough talk. 500 gold. Let's begin, Luo Yu said calmly. The 2 members of the blazing twin stars immediately drew their long blades. As the countdown of 3, 2, 1 ended, they lunged at Luo Yu from both sides, their blades slashing down with full force. Clang! Clang! 2 crisp metallic clashes rang out as Luo Yu's Tiangong blade swung swiftly, forcing the duo to retreat a step. The brothers widened their eyes in disbelief. Their strike had carried the full power of 100 strength points, yet not only had this human blocked it, but he had also pushed them back. This could only mean his strength exceeded 100 and by a significant margin. How is such overwhelming power possible? The long-haired man exclaimed. The spectators were equally stunned, whispering amongst themselves. For most beings, except for those from fearsome races, 100 strength was the current limit. What extraordinary experiences had this person undergone? What's wrong? Is that all the blazing twin stars are capable of? Luo Yu smirked, a taunting curve on his lips. Infuriated, the brothers launched another fierce assault, their blades flashing like a torrential current. But Luo Yu countered with his dual gale blade technique. Not only did he hold his ground, but he also began to suppress his opponents. The onlookers could clearly see that this room 9527 owner possessed not only overwhelming strength but also agility that surpassed 100, combined with masterful combat skills, allowing him to dominate the fight even while outnumbered. Suddenly, with a sharp slash, Luo Yu's Tiangong blade seemed to merely graze the long-haired man's shoulder. In reality, it had severed his entire arm. The dual gale blade technique, paired with the traits of a martial artist, unleashed power far beyond its appearance. The long-haired man staggered backward, clutching his injury but refusing to fall. "No more holding back, do it," he shouted fiercely. Responding to the command, the short-haired man sprang into action. In a flash of light, 3 massive black serpents materialized from thin air. It turned out he was a beast tamer. The serpents moved with astonishing speed, swiftly encircling Luo Yu from 3 directions to strike. Luo Yu prepared to dodge forward, only to discover a green venomous snake lying in ambush on the ground. At this critical moment, with danger closing in from all sides, a sudden flash of insight burst through Luo Yu's mind, unraveling a long-standing puzzle within him. Luo Yu suddenly realized how foolish his previous defensive strategy had been. The attack could only come from one direction, yet I wasted so much effort on the south side. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. In that instant, he spun around sharply, his Tiangong blade slicing through the air in a deadly arc, cutting the black serpent behind him into 2. However, 2 more black serpents were already lunging at him from both sides, their fangs poised to strike. The Flame Star brothers' eyes gleamed with excitement, and the crowd of onlookers assumed Luo Yu was out of options. But just as the black serpents were about to reach him, a sudden burst of purple light erupted around Luo Yu. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled crashes sounded as the black serpents collided heavily with the glowing shield, getting flung away. Seizing the moment, Luo Yu swung his Tiangong blade twice, decisively finishing them off. A light shield? The spectators stared in shock. This kid already has a shield belt? The Flame Star brothers exchanged uneasy glances, the long-haired man's remaining arm trembling slightly. With the shield protecting him, their attacks were rendered useless. "Playing with snakes in front of me?" Luo Yu sneered, tapping his finger. A massive red-scaled python materialized with a thunderous roar, its tail sweeping across the battlefield. The long-haired man failed to dodge in time, taking a heavy blow to his severed arm and dying instantly. The short-haired man tried to flee, but the ground began to tremble beneath him. He looked up to see a white rhinoceros and an elephant charging straight at him. "You've got to be kidding me!" Before he could finish, the rhino gored him into the air, and the elephant's trunk swung, smashing his head into pieces. A system notification echoed. "KO? You have defeated your opponents in 6 minutes and 27 seconds. Rewards: 500 gold, 1080 silver." Minutes passed, and no one dared to challenge him. Luo Yu was about to leave the room when he noticed an old rival, Zerg 4444, hosting a 200 gold match in the Golden Arena. Without hesitation, he joined. The mantis-like man froze upon seeing Luo Yu, then burst into laughter. "Perfect, you. This time, I've maxed out my agility. You're doomed to lose." Luo Yu remained silent, his gaze calm and predatory. After a grueling 10-minute battle, Luo Yu finally emerged victorious, earning 200 gold. The mantis man immediately started another match, this time even more intense. Luo Yu narrowly won again, claiming another 200 gold. "I found your weakness," the mantis man snarled through clenched teeth. "With this final 500 gold, I'll win it all back." The battle began in an instant, but this time, Luo Yu ended it with a single strike, cutting the mantis man down effortlessly. Luo Yu glanced at the stunned mantis man, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his lips. "Out of money already? Well, let's call it a day then. Next time, bring more gold, and he'll play with you a bit longer." With that, he turned and left the room. Calculating the 1,400 gold he earned that night, Luo Yu left the arena in high spirits. The next morning, the rain had eased considerably, and the temperature had dropped to a pleasant 21 degrees, bringing a rare coolness. A system notification popped up, indicating Luo Yu had gained a mining efficiency buff. The heat wave had officially ended, though it had caused summer to extend by 5 extra days, leaving 9 days until the end of the month. These additional 5 days were invaluable to the survivors, providing a crucial opportunity to strengthen their defensive structures. Last night's experience in the PK arena had made Luo Yu keenly aware that those who endured the heat wave had grown significantly stronger. He realized he needed to enhance his own abilities as well. The quickest way to achieve this was by upgrading the elite creatures within his territory. The Wolf King, Golden Scorpion King, Earth Chicken, Elephant, Rhino, Golden Beetle, Silver Ladybug, and Red-Scaled Python. Elevating all their attributes to 100 would cost 610,000 silver. With a glance at the 2.326 million silver stored in his territory, Luo Yu didn't hesitate and proceeded with the upgrades. After a flurry of clicks, the silver reserves dropped to 1.716 million, but all the elite creature stats had reached 100. This meant the elephants and rhinos could transport resources more efficiently, the golden scorpion king's mining speed had drastically improved, and even the hen's egg production had increased. Given the golden scorpion king's now formidable defense, Luo Yu decided to send it to the quarry. Such a powerful creature was unlikely to be crushed by falling rocks, and its mining speed surpassed the combined efforts of the burrowing beasts and digging insects. As he busily prepared vegetable cans, Luo Yu began researching thermal defense technology. Unlocking the thermal collection box technology earlier had partially opened the thermal defense tech tree, but fully unlocking it required 200,000 silver and 20,000 gold. While his current gold production was decent, it still fell short of demand. Luo Yu opened the auction house and started checking the latest gold price trends. Gold has become increasingly precious, with its ratio to silver now reaching 1 to 130. Luo Yu quickly calculated that purchasing 20,000 gold would require 2.6 million silver, a figure that made even him silently gasp. The entire day was spent in the kitchen. After relentless effort, today's vegetable can sales reached 400,000, bringing the silver reserves back up to 2.116 million. In the evening, while checking the inventory, Luo Yu found that the total number of stone bricks, including those cut today, had reached 70,000. However, this amount still fell short of expectations and required another day of stockpiling. An accident occurred at the quarry today. Although the falling rocks did not injure the golden scorpion king, they crushed 2 burrowing worms. Combined with the previous loss of 1, mining efficiency was affected. Luo Yu immediately decided to replenish the workforce. After searching the auction house, he found that ordinary burrowing worms were priced at 1,500 each. He purchased 20 in one go and divided them into 2 shifts to ensure the quarry operated 247. That evening, while soaking in the bath, Luo Yu received a 1 strength reward. The chat group was unusually quiet. It turned out everyone was busy battling in the arena. Luo Yu joined in and, after 2 hours, successfully earned 1,000 gold, completing his daily task. Although he was invincible in the Iron Arena, he had yet to advance to the Bronze tier, where some higher-level races had already taken the lead. However, since the Bronze Arena had not yet opened, the difference was negligible, though it did impose some restrictions on taking mercenary tasks. The next morning, Luo Yu looked out the window to see a clear sky after the rain. The pleasant temperature of 24 degrees lifted his spirits. On the bed, Xiao Dai was still sound asleep, her small foot unintentionally resting on his leg. Luo Yu gently tickled her soul, causing her to frown and wake up. When she noticed her position, her face turned red, and she softly called, "Master, you're awake?" This scene earned Luo Yu a 2 agility reward. During breakfast, he handed Xiao Dai the swimsuit design sketches, instructing her to create 10 prototypes. Xiao Kong cheerfully went fishing, while Xiao Jin continued cutting stone bricks. However, upon stepping out of the mansion, Luo Yu noticed a serious problem. Continuous rain had caused a massive increase in mosquitoes both inside and outside the base, and the ground was muddy and waterlogged. While the interior of the base remained relatively clean due to the stone-paved paths and drainage ditches, the surrounding area was in disarray, with puddles and flies everywhere. The system issued a timely warning. The prolonged rain has triggered a disease crisis in the heavenly Dao world. A virus is beginning to spread, with lower constitution individuals being at higher risk of infection. Worse still, your territory has been invaded by the Axa virus. 6 animals, including burrowing worms and badger beasts, have contracted Axa muscle syndrome. If not treated promptly, the virus will continue to spread. Upon noticing the alert, Luo Yu quickly checked the status panels of several animals. As expected, they were all infected with Axa muscle syndrome. Mobility reduced by 50, blood filtration capacity down by 20, consciousness weakened by 20, and cardiopulmonary function decreased by 10. While the symptoms seemed alarming, they weren't fatal but significantly hindered productivity and were contagious. Luo Yu gathered the 6 sickly animals together and carefully reviewed the treatment plan. It required long-term bed rest, at least 2 months depending on their physical condition, and the consumption of 3 medicinal herbs daily. Looking at the feeble insects and animals in front of him, he softly reassured them, "Don't worry, you'll be fine soon." But before the words had fully left his mouth, he decisively dealt with all of them. Wasting 3 herbs daily and risking further contagion simply wasn't worth it. After disposing of the carcasses, Luo Yu checked the territory's hygiene level. The maximum value was 103, but it had now dropped to a mere 28. Such a low hygiene level meant that even common mosquitoes could become virus carriers, posing a risk even to those with strong constitutions. The world and regional channels immediately erupted with discussions, and members of small groups began to voice their complaints. Fang Yuming grumbled, "My 2 wolves and little kitten caught the flu. The hygiene level is way too low." Naker appeared even more distressed. "The new member I just recruited to the base has Axa muscle syndrome." Elena was blunt. "This disease is contagious. Just get rid of them." Naker hesitated. "But her stats are really good." Luo Yu offered advice. You could build a quarantine house, but there's still a risk of contagion. Naker, there's an attack coming at the end of the month. You'll have other opportunities to recruit members with good stats later. Ultimately, Naker and Yoda chose Exilia method of removing members from the territory, applicable only to regular members and not trial participants. While exiling the infected wasn't the best solution as it could potentially spread the disease further, their compassion got the better of them. Alice and Feng Yuming both expressed concerns about the outbreak. Luo Yu immediately pointed out, now isn't the time for lamenting. Mosquitoes are a major vector for disease transmission. We need to raise the hygiene level to at least 60 as soon as possible to ensure the safety of other members. The team members all agreed. Thanks to their previous focus on improving physical resilience, none of the trial participants had been infected so far, which was a small relief. However, numerous trial participants had already reported infections in the World Channel. At this moment, Noda suggested, I saw Zhu Lai in the regional channel with a pest control tech scroll. Should we buy it? Although Luo Yu himself had the Zerg nemesis trait, making him immune to insects, the pest control technology seemed necessary for ensuring the safety of the other members in the territory. If we can buy it, that's great. Get in touch with him. Luo Yu quickly received a response from the team. Soon, Nyoda brought back some crucial news. Zhu Lai's small group was also eyeing the technology scroll, but they lacked sufficient funds. If the team was willing to pay 500,000 silver coins, they could secure the scroll. Goodness, 500,000 silver coins? They might as well rob us. Feng Yuming exclaimed in disbelief. They're actually giving us a discount because of our good relationship. They originally planned to sell it for 600,000 on the market, Nyoda explained. Alice reminded the group, after buying the insect repellent scroll, we still need to figure out how to get a shared technology scroll. Elena frowned and said, I've made some money in the arena over the past few days, but the combined cost of these two items is going to be astronomical. Luo Yu quickly checked the auction house and found that the shared technology scroll was priced at 800,000 silver coins. Adding the insect repellent scroll, the total came to 1.4 million silver coins. Luo Yu, what do you think? Alice asked. After a moment of silence, Luo Yu replied decisively, spending 1.4 million on this just to improve hygiene and unlock shared insect repellent technology is not worth it. That amount of money would be far more valuable if invested in base construction or enhancing personal attributes. I suggest we focus on improving the physical fitness of our base members first. With better health, the risk of infection will naturally decrease. If anyone does get infected, well, deal with it as needed. He'll come up with another solution. As the team leader, Luo Yu's suggestion was unanimously supported. The girls all expressed their agreement, and Yoda, as always, trusted Luo Yu's judgment completely. Standing on the villa's balcony, Luo Yu watched the swarms of insects flying chaotically and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Knowledge comes from practice, Luo Yu muttered to himself before heading to the edge of the territory. He used his Tiangong knife to dig a square pit, lined it with stone tiles, and poured clean water into it. Then, he dropped in a special milk tablet. As the milk tablet dissolved, it emitted a unique aroma. At first, no insects approached, but as Luo Yu stepped back slightly, a group of thumb-sized flies gathered nearby. These insects were clearly carriers of pathogens, but due to Luo Yu's insect repellent trait, they didn't dare come close to him. When Luo Yu moved even farther away, the flies swarmed toward the water pit, greedily drinking the milk-infused water. As the scent spread, more and more insects were drawn to the area. A glimmer of hope appeared in Luo Yu's eyes. He quickly gathered some wood, lit it, and placed it near the water pit. A simple but potentially effective strategy was taking shape. Many flies were instantly consumed by the flames, turning to ash in the orangered glow. Luo Yu watched the scene unfold, a wave of satisfaction rising in his chest. He then noticed that the hygiene value of his territory had increased by 1 point. This small change confirmed that his method was indeed effective. The flies' bodies burned unusually slowly in the fire, which caught Luo Yu's attention. But what intrigued him even more was the behavior of the remaining flies. Unlike moths that are drawn to flames, these flies showed no such reckless courage. After witnessing their companions perish in the fire, they hovered anxiously at a distance, too wary to approach. When the hygiene value began to drop again, Luo Yu's eyes lit up as he came up with a more ingenious plan. Gelsemium. These pests might recognize the danger of fire, but they had no defenses against poison. Although the gelsemium he had planted wasn't fully grown yet, he still had a few stalks left from Elena's territory that he could use. Luo Yu quickly dug a new pit, lined it with simple tiles, and then went to the barn to milk the cows. Thanks to his 100-fold critical hit ability, he managed to collect nearly half a bucket of special milk, though this left the cows in a weakened state once again. After storing most of the milk in the ice cellar, Luo Yu poured the remainder into the pit. The tiles prevented the milk from seeping into the ground. Wearing gloves, he broke off a small piece of gelsemium and tossed it in. Soon, the poison from the gelsemium blended perfectly with the milk, releasing an enticing aroma. The effect was immediate. Drawn by the scent, insects swarmed to the pit. Every single one that tasted the lethal concoction dropped dead instantly. Even more remarkable, the poisoned corpses attracted additional insects. Flies, spiders, and centipedes from across the territory seemed bewitched, rushing toward the pit in droves. When the pit was nearly full, Luo Yu decisively threw in a torch. The roaring flames consumed countless insect carcasses, turning them to ash, and the hygiene value of the territory soared to over 60. Luo Yu eagerly documented this successful experiment and shared his findings with others. His cleverness was widely praised, and he generously distributed some of the special milk. Elena also contributed more gelsemium, allowing everyone to use this method to improve their hygiene levels and collectively combat the ongoing disease crisis. As the fire blazed fiercely, Luo Yu smirked with satisfaction and turned to resume his vegetable canning business. When he returned 2 hours later to check, the fly carcasses were still burning stubbornly. It seemed they would need at least another hour to be completely reduced to ash. The world of Tiandao had entered a period of stagnation, with more insects flying in from outside the territory, causing hygiene levels to steadily decline. Luo Yu estimated that in 2 hours, the hygiene value would drop below the critical threshold of 60 points. This meant that every time the corpses in the pits were completely burned, he would need to rearrange milk and broken intestine grass to lure and incinerate the insects, repeating the cycle roughly every 3 hours. 3 hours later, the hygiene level indeed fell below 60. Just as Luo Yu was about to reset the traps, a sudden idea struck him. Since the heat wave had ended and the efficiency of the thermal collection panels had drastically decreased, why not use the fire-resistant fly corpses to collect thermal energy? It seemed far more economical than burning wood. With this thought, Luo Yu quickly opened the marketplace and purchased an iron rack. He planned to mount the thermal collection panels on it to capture the maximum heat from the rising flames. He reviewed the material requirements for making the panels: 1,000 stone bricks, 1,000 silver units, 1,000 copper ores, and 1 beast soul core. Currently, the beast soul core was priced at 60,000 units. Considering his ample funds, Luo Yu bought 2 cores, planning to build an additional panel. Before long, 2 thermal collection panels were installed on the iron rack, and Luo Yu reset the bait traps. Soon, swarms of flies were attracted to the traps. Once the corpses had piled up sufficiently, he set them ablaze, causing the panel's power output to soar to its maximum limit of 1,000 points. Luo Yu quickly connected energy pipelines to divert the excess energy into storage boxes. After all, with the wind-powered water pumps operating at high efficiency recently, the water tower and tanks were fully stocked, and only 6 fire-powered pumps were needed. After returning to the villa and freshening up, Luo Yu assigned the physically robust Xiao Jin to check the burning pits every 3 hours. By dinner time, Luo Yu had listed 200 vegetable cans he had made that day on the auction house, easily earning 300,000 silver units. That evening, the arena was noticeably less crowded. After 5 matches that earned him 800 gold, Luo Yu logged off to rest. The next morning, the hygiene level remained above the safe line at 73 points. However, the world channel was abuzz with reports of more people falling ill. Strange ailments were spreading, not fatal but highly discomforting. Fortunately, Luo Yu's small group remained unharmed, thanks to his methods. In the spirit of mutual aid, Luo Yu and Elena shared some special milk and broken intestine grass with others. The morning sunlight streamed through the windows, filling the room with warmth. Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong were already up and dressed, but Xiao Jin, who had been going out every 3 hours last night to set up burn pits, was still fast asleep. Luo Yu decided to let her rest a bit longer. After breakfast, Luo Yu first checked the thermal storage box and found that the energy level had reached 18,000 out of 50,000. At this rate, it would be full in just a few days. He then turned his attention to processing the stones excavated by the burrowing insects and groundhog beasts the night before. After careful cutting and refining, combined with the stockpile from the previous day, the number of stone bricks had surpassed 100,000. Looking at the materials, Luo Yu's plan began to take shape. The previous battle with the fiery twin stars had sparked an idea. He would build a strike formation to annihilate any enemies approaching from the east at the very entrance. He walked to the eastern edge of his territory, carefully observing the mist and the faintly visible air wall ahead. Through repeated observation, he had pinpointed the enemy's inevitable path. Every attack came through this roughly 5-meter wide area. This would be the starting point of the strike formation. First, Luo Yu mapped out a meticulously designed corridor. On both sides of the corridor, he planned to place mechanism walls, an advanced type of wall that could only be built after unlocking city wall technology. The unique feature of mechanism walls was their ability to conceal automatic traps within, much like fire-resistant floor tiles could embed spikes. Each segment of the mechanism wall stood 5 meters tall, 1 meter long, and half a meter wide, requiring 200 units of stone, 20 units of iron, 20 units of silver, and 2 units of golden expensive investment. Luo Yu began construction. The first segment of the wall was placed right against the air wall, with a 6-meter gap between two parallel mechanism walls to ensure all incoming units would be funneled into the trap. After extending 5 meters inward, the corridor suddenly turned left at a sharp right angle, stretching for 60 meters. This design was intended to prolong the enemy's time within the strike formation, giving the traps more opportunities to activate. Next, the corridor turned right and extended another 120 meters. This layout created a balanced structure for the strike formation, with a total length of 126 meters. It was both aesthetically pleasing and highly functional. From the entrance to the exit, enemies would have no choice but to traverse this perilous path in its entirety. Luo Yu carefully calculated the resources needed to construct the defensive structures. Along both sides of the corridor's perimeter, he planned the placement of a series of arrow towers and automated crossbows. These defensive installations, with a coverage range of 120 meters, ensured that any enemy entering the corridor would be caught in a deadly crossfire from both directions. The design of the first defensive corridor was particularly ingenious. The entrance consisted of a straight passage, followed by a 60-meter left turn, and then extended 120 meters to the right. Constructing this corridor consumed a significant amount of resources: 25,200 units of stone bricks, 2,520 units of iron ore and silver, and 126 units of gold. The consumption of stone bricks was especially staggering. Using the same design template, Luo Yu constructed 2 additional serpentine corridors. The total resource consumption for the 3 corridors reached 76,000 units of stone bricks, 7,600 units of iron ore and silver, and 380 units of gold. With this, the first ring of the defensive formation was completed. To prevent enemies from scaling the walls from above, Luo Yu installed a dense array of iron spikes on top of the mechanized walls. These sharp spikes offered no foothold, making it impossible for anyone to climb over unless they could fly or had extraordinary jumping abilities. At each of the 6 corners of the corridors, Luo Yu built an arrow tower. Each tower required 30,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of iron ore, and 2,500 units of silver. To meet these demands, he made large purchases at the auction house, acquiring 180,000 units of wood at a price of 2.5 silver per unit, spending 450,000 silver, 30,000 units of iron ore and 15,000 units of silver for the arrow tower's construction, with a total expenditure of 525,000 silver. For a base with 2.526 million silver, this was a relatively minor expense. Although the 6 arrow towers' range covered the entire corridor, the hit rate of the arrows might only reach 50 due to the walls obstructing the line of fire. To address this, Luo Yu planned to deploy his ultimate weapon at the corridor's exit, positioning the remaining 34 automated crossbows on both sides to create a concentrated firepower net. Any enemy attempting to rush out of the corridor would face a simultaneous barrage from 34 crossbows, ensuring near-certain death. Finally, Luo Yu began constructing the last line of defense. This time, he opted for a more cost-effective design using advanced walls. A high-grade wall extended into a corridor, forming a square-shaped area meticulously measured to be 100 meters on each side, perfectly matching the overlapping firing range of crossbows. The front was designed with a wide opening, and the overall layout resembled a carefully crafted trap. Luo Yu immediately began adjusting the defensive setup. He dismantled all the automatic crossbows from the southern wall and reinstalled them along the left and right sides of the square strike zone. Each side was lined with 17 automatic crossbows in an orderly fashion, creating a formidable web of firepower. This configuration not only delivered lethal crossfire on enemies charging through the corridor, but also ensured comprehensive coverage against those attempting to escape beyond the strike zone. The front of the strike zone was intentionally left open, serving as the primary passage into the territory and reserving space for future construction of long-range defensive weapons such as lightning towers and flamethrower turrets. Renowned for their precision and impressive range, these advanced weapons required an unobstructed field of fire. To balance openness with defense, Luo Yu placed a row of wooden chevauxtefries at the front as the first line of defense. At the points where they connected with the high-grade walls on either side, 2-meter-wide passageways were created to allow easy movement for allies and animals, as well as convenient collection of loot. Behind the wooden barriers, Luo Yu set up a row of waist-high sandbags as cover. This allowed him, Xiao Jin, and Xiao Kong to fire arrows and slingshots from behind the fortifications, providing additional firepower to support the automated defense system. This design not only bolstered the overall defense, but also enabled them to actively participate in combat and earn valuable attribute points. Finally, Luo Yu installed an automatic crossbow at each of the 2 exits. While these crossbows could not target enemies at the front, they were positioned to deliver fatal strikes to any adversaries breaking through the blockade. In critical situations, they could also buy time for his team to retreat safely to the main base for continued defense. Looking at the strike zone, which seamlessly integrated multiple defensive mechanisms, Luo Yu couldn't hide his excitement. He felt the fortifications were as ingenious as the legendary 8 trigrams formation. Eager to test its effectiveness, He resolved to summon an attack wave immediately to put his meticulously designed defense to the test. Due to the overwhelming presence of flies, the method of summoning attacks using special milk was no longer feasible. Luo Yu decided to consider using the random attack summoner, which still had 2 out of 3 uses remaining. A bold idea flashed through his mind. What if he combined it with the 100-fold critical hit? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. A large-scale attack involving tens of thousands of enemies would likely overwhelm the current defensive infrastructure. To better observe the operations of the defensive positions, Luo Yu constructed a watchtower behind the sandbag fortifications. Standing atop the tower, he activated the random attack summoner. A system notification immediately appeared. You have triggered an extreme difficulty attack. The difficulty will be 4 times that of a normal attack. The prince of the Skasa tribe is leading a large group of warriors in a revenge raid, estimated to arrive in 2 hours. Please prepare accordingly. During the 2-hour interval, Luo Yu didn't remain idle. He focused on producing canned vegetables. The price of canned goods had been soaring recently, just as he had predicted. Since vegetable growth required time, the high prices were expected to persist. Within the 2 hours, he completed 60 cans of vegetables and listed them in the auction house. As the time approached, Luo Yu brought his 3 pets to the defensive positions. The moment he climbed the watchtower, a system notification arrived. The Skasa tribe has reached your territory. The attack of 480 warriors has begun. The number was staggering. Based on the current territory score of 23,000, a normal difficulty attack should involve only 115 enemies. However, the quadrupled multiplier of extreme difficulty, combined with the hatred bonus, had indeed resulted in a total of 480 attackers, nearly equivalent to the scale of the end-of-month assault. From the eastern corridor where it connected with the air wall, a large number of attackers surged forward. Leading them was none other than the prince whom Luo Yu had previously captured and ransomed back. Now, he was the tribe's chieftain. Hundreds of warriors crowded the corridor, with even more pressing forward from the rear. When they realized they weren't on the expected open grasslands, but were instead surrounded by walls, everyone was stunned. Before they could comprehend the unusual terrain layout, 6 arrow towers opened fire simultaneously. A dense barrage of arrows instantly took down 8 warriors, throwing the tribal fighters into chaos as they scrambled for cover. However, with arrows raining down from all directions, there was nowhere to hide. Another volley followed, and the young chieftain roared an order. Shields! Raise your shields! Though the shields provided some protection, their slowed movement made them easier targets. Many of the tribal warriors were forced to huddle at the corner of the entrance, with the crowd in the rear unable to push forward. This was a situation they had never experienced before. In the chaos, the chieftain's furious roar pierced the sky. Evil Lord! Your sinister and deceitful constructions cannot halt the steps of our brave warriors. From the watchtower, Luo Yu let out a burst of laughter. 6th Prince, what a coincidence. Don't speak too soon. Do you recognize this formation? If you have the courage, come and try it. Bah! The young chieftain bellowed angrily. Formation or no formation, today I will destroy your territory and avenge my father. Forward! Charge! At the chieftain's command, the morale of the Skasa tribe's soldiers soared, boosting their overall attack power by 5. This buff effect intrigued Luo Yu. The soldiers surged forward like a tide, only to find themselves facing a narrow corridor enclosed by high walls. Some attempted to climb the walls, but were impaled by the iron spikes atop them, dying instantly. Luo Yu had calculated precisely unless one had exceptionally high agility, ordinary soldiers would be unable to scale these walls. Arrows rained down relentlessly, and by the time the soldiers rounded the first corner, they had already lost 30 to 40 men. Yet, beyond the corner lay not the expected open plains, but a corridor twice as long. This visual impact caused many soldiers to waver. At that moment, a clear female voice rang out, Charge! For your king, for your fallen comrades, charge! Luo Yu's eyes focused on a beautiful woman clad in simple armor, shouting commands. Under the queen's rallying cry, the tribe's soldiers gained a 5 boost in movement speed. The crossfire from 6 arrow towers created a deadly web in the narrow corridor. Although some arrows struck the walls, the shieldless soldiers continued to fall one by one, casually deflecting the tip of a spear. Luo Yu turned to Xiao Jin beside him and said, I'll knock the queen out. You handle capturing her alive. Can you do it? Piece of cake, Xiao Jin replied with a smug grin. If you hadn't been holding me back, I could have taken them all out by myself. Braggart! Luo Yu chuckled as he flung a wooden stick. The stick spun through the air and struck the queen squarely in the chest. Despite the protection of her armor and heart guard, the impact caused her to cough up blood before collapsing unconscious. Queen! The young chieftain cried out in alarm, rushing to her aid. But before he could reach her, a golden figure darted into the battlefield like lightning, instantly killing 2 female soldiers beside the queen. Grabbing the unconscious queen, the figure vanished beyond the walls. The queen has been captured. A soldier's panic shout pierced the air. Chieftain, your wife Malin has been taken. That lord will strip her and violate her. Silence! Roared the young chieftain of Dornuo, his face ashen, his eyes burning with fury as he glared at Luoyu atop the watchtower. By this point, the opponent's speed buff had worn off. Xiao Jin had already taken the queen up to the watchtower, where Luoyu swiftly bound her. He then signaled Xiao Dai to fly her down to the ground and place her on the back of a horned horse. The creature immediately dashed off, carrying the precious captive back to their base. The entire operation was executed flawlessly, without a single hitch. Kill. Kill that bastard, Dornuo commanded, his voice trembling with rage as he ordered the attack. But the relentless rain of arrows continued to pour down. Nearly 100 warriors already lay on the ground, some lifeless, others gravely wounded. The passageway had truly become a death corridor. Charge! Just past the next corner is the prairie. Well, storm the watchtower and tear that lord to pieces. Amid the rallying cries, the warriors pressed forward. But harsh reality awaited them. Beyond the corner was not a prairie, but another corridor identical to the first. As Dornuo and his elite warriors rounded the corner, they froze in place. Before them stretched another straight hallway, ending in yet another turn. Even the brave chieftain could no longer tell if the next corner would lead to yet another identical corridor. The arrow tower continued its unrelenting assault, the arrows raining down without pause. A shield-bearing warrior let out a bitter laugh. Chieftain Dornuo, this place is cursed. We should retreat and regroup with better plans. No. Dornuo growled through gritted teeth. That bastard took Malin. We still have warriors. I will save my wife no matter what. Charge. With his short sword raised high, the chieftain led the charge, inspiring his men to follow. The 120-meter death corridor claimed another 100 lives, leaving countless more wounded and unable to fight. Yet after paying such a heavy toll to cross this section, what lay before them was another identical corridor. What they didn't know was that Luoyu's defensive maze had 6 corners and 4 death corridors before reaching the true strike zone. They were now only at the 3rd corridor. Confusion began to spread among the warriors. Did these corridors have an end? Could this be some kind of labyrinth? Dornuo wanted to press on, but a warrior beside him grabbed his arm. Chieftain, the losses are too great. We should return with more shields, better armor, and diggers before trying again. No, Dornuo bellowed. One more push. I must save my wife. Charge. Under their chieftain's command, the soldiers had no choice but to follow. After suffering yet another round of devastating casualties, they were met with the same sight, another identical corridor. This time, the confusion in their eyes finally gave way to despair. The corridor of death had become the corridor of despair in the hearts of the enemy forces. Standing atop the watchtower, Luoyu burst into laughter. What's the matter, Duoluo? Is this all the courage you have? Who knows, if you make it through this corridor, you might just see the vast grasslands. Duoluo glared at the shield in his hands and roared, Luoyu, you wicked man, the heavens will surely punish you. The end of the month is near, and under the blessing of the great deity, I will bring you your final judgment. After his furious declaration, he turned and walked away. A system notification popped up. The Skasa tribe's attack has been repelled. The enemy is retreating. You have received battle rewards, 8 free attribute points. Luoyu's lips curled into a faint smile. Ever since the super threat event Heatwave was resolved, the Heavenly Dao world had introduced a new battle reward system. Attribute points were granted based on the scale of the battle. This extremely difficult assault had earned him 8 attribute points. This reward system had already sparked heated debates in world chat and smaller groups. Many players had reached the 100-point attribute cap and were struggling to choose between strength, constitution, and agility. But for Luoyu, these points were negligible. After all, he could easily gain stats through interactions with his pets. He casually allocated the 8 points, 3 to strength, 3 to constitution, and 2 to agility. Meanwhile, the retreating enemy forces were facing a deadly challenge. The arrow towers spared no one. Anyone within their range was relentlessly bombarded with arrows. To make matters worse, the bodies of fallen comrades became obstacles on the escape route. As the dense rain of arrows poured down, only about 20 of the nearly 200 fleeing soldiers managed to break through. These survivors were the elite, equipped with sturdy shields and superior gear. Thus ended the 2-hour-long, extremely difficult assault. The enemy forces were utterly annihilated, without even reaching the main strike array. 6 arrow towers had repelled an attack of 480 soldiers, achieving an efficiency nearly 6 times greater than traditional defensive methods. To repel such a large-scale attack in the same amount of time, traditional wall defenses would have required at least 30 arrow towers. Luoyu felt immense satisfaction with the strike array he had designed. Now, it was time to reap the spoils of war. He decided to handle the prisoners in the open space in front of the strike array. Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai were tasked with transporting the survivors, while Luo Yu, alongside Xiao Jin, used herbs and fabric to treat the wounded. After all, prisoners could not only be exchanged for wealth, but also help improve medical proficiency. Why not make the most of it? The consumption rate of medicinal herbs was indeed quite fast, but fortunately, the territory's fertility was sufficient. Coupled with the earlier blessing of a bountiful harvest, there was no immediate concern about supply issues. During this period of extremely poor sanitation, wound infections were almost a daily occurrence. Luo Yu and Xiao Jin had no choice but to race against death, working tirelessly to save every injured individual. After 2 hours of battle, they faced 4 consecutive hours of intensive treatment. It wasn't until the sun began to set in the west that they finally managed to treat all the surviving captives. The final statistics showed that they had captured 37 people, 21 men and 16 women. Regrettably, 18 others could not be saved due to excessive blood loss or severe infections. Even though Luo Yu had a 200 global work efficiency bonus, making him as effective as 3 doctors, the sheer number of injured was overwhelming. For the first time, he deeply realized the shortage of doctors in the territory. To make matters worse, his medical skill level was only at LV3, which led to some patients developing infections due to suboptimal treatment quality. However, after this intensive round of treatment, his medical skill level rose to LV4, allowing him to provide better care moving forward. When he escorted the captives back to the prison, the system immediately issued a notification. Due to the prison's insufficient level, these captives would escape once they regained consciousness. This was undoubtedly a tricky problem. Selling these injured captives directly on the market was not a wise choice. Not only would their value plummet, but there was also the risk of escape and rebellion. Besides, who would even want to purchase injured captives? Despite having many pressing matters to address, Luo Yu decided to prioritize the construction of a new prison. Initially, he had planned to build an advanced prison requiring 200,000 construction materials, 20,000 silver, and 10,000 iron ore. However, his ambitions grew. Now aimed to construct a luxurious prison. With the support of the suppression array, he no longer worried about the rising evaluation score. The requirements for building a luxurious prison were even more demanding: 250,000 construction materials, 50,000 silver, 25,000 iron ore, along with 2,000 gold and 2,000 jade. Most of the materials were already prepared, but he lacked enough stone bricks. The previous 100,000 stone bricks had all been used to build the suppression array, and there simply wasn't enough time to mine more. Since stone bricks couldn't be traded in the auction house, Luo Yu had to turn to the world channel for bartering opportunities. While his territory's evaluation score was quite high, he didn't have many resources suitable for exchanging for stone bricks. After some thought, he posted a trade offer in the world channel. Anonymous human, vegetables for stone bricks, exchange rate 130, non-negotiable, buying in bulk. At this stage, vegetables were among the most in-demand resources. Although the exchange rate was clearly unfavorable to him after all, stone bricks could simply be Minetti had no other choice for the time being. Once the message was sent, trade requests flooded in. Luo Yu quickly completed transactions with 20 players, finally amassing 250,000 stone bricks, all made of high-grade materials like speckled stone and granite. He refused to accept ordinary stone bricks. Of course, this meant he had to part with 8,000 units of vegetables, which could have fetched nearly 800,000 on the market. With all the construction materials gathered, Luo Yu began carefully considering the location for the luxurious prison. Even the highest-grade prison couldn't entirely eliminate the possibility of rebellions, so choosing the right site was of utmost importance. Luo Yu decided to locate the prison near the animal training ground, with its main gate facing directly towards it. This choice was made after careful consideration. The training ground housed powerful creatures such as wolves, elephants, and rhinos. In the event of a riot, these fierce beasts would serve as a natural line of defense. Imagining the unarmed captives having to face off against these wild animals, Luo Yu couldn't help but feel satisfied with his decision. Once construction was complete, a luxurious and meticulously designed prison stood tall. Upon entering, one would see well-furnished single cells, each equipped with a private bathroom, sink, and single bed. Some even had bookshelves and other pieces of furniture. It felt less like a prison and more like a tastefully decorated studio apartment. The prison had 3 floors, with 20 single cells on each level. The air was fresh, sunlight streamed in abundantly, and the walls were adorned with elegant patterns. In addition to the regular cells, there were special functional areas such as interrogation and torture rooms. The 3rd floor housed 3 top-tier luxury cells, complete with comprehensive amenities, reserved for important captives. Such a comfortable environment was also intended to increase recruitment success rates. The prison's features were impressive: a 90 reduction in escape risk, a 50 increase in recruitment success rate, as well as improvements in the captive's comfort, hygiene, morale, and work efficiency. After reviewing the systems panel, the base score had risen to 24,200 points, with noticeable boosts in various attributes. maximum hygiene value at 113 points, currently at 21, entertainment value at 120, and aesthetic appeal at 200. On a personal level, Luo Ye's skill levels were consistently high across the board. After settling the captives into the new prison, the system indicated that the risk of escape had been eliminated. The queen was placed in one of the VIP rooms on the third floor, though she remained unconscious. Other conscious captives visibly relaxed upon seeing the superior living conditions. Following the handover of the prison, Luo Yu connected the water supply system and dismantled the old prison, unexpectedly gaining some hygiene value in the process. His attention then shifted to the battlefield, where the bodies of the fallen were piled up. Seeing the three little helpers already gathering the corpses, he debated whether he should personally collect clothing from the bodies. Then, he remembered there were 10 lightly injured captives who could be put to work. Luo Yu quickly sprang into action, gathering the prisoners from the prison yard. Under the imposing presence of the luxurious prison, these shackled individuals surprisingly complied without resistance and began following orders to clean up the battlefield. They removed clothing from the corpses, carried the bodies to the incineration pit, and completed tasks that would have otherwise fallen to Luo Yu and his adorable companions. Meanwhile, the three adorable companions were busy using pipes to wash down the large formation. The battlefield was stained with blood, swarming with insects, and the hygiene level had plummeted to a new low. Luo Yu connected a main water pipe to the strike formation and branched it into 3 smaller pipes, assigning one to each companion. They began thoroughly cleaning the ground. With an ample water supply in the tank, they washed freely, and as the bloodstains gradually disappeared, the hygiene level began to improve. The incineration pit was located near the strike formation, a facility meticulously modified by Luo Yu. It was deep enough to accommodate 1,000 corpses, with a specially designed heat-resistant iron cover that retained heat and prevented ash from escaping. The bottom was lined with heat-resistant tiles, and waste could be discharged from the territory through a sewage pipeline. The control valve was positioned 20 meters away, and once the incineration was complete, all it took was to open the valve and flush it with water. When the last corpse was thrown in, Luo Yu tossed in a specially crafted torch. The seams of the cover automatically sealed shut, and intense flames began raging inside, though the exterior remained unremarkable. As the temperature climbed, the iron cover gradually turned red-hot. Seizing the moment, Luo Yu placed 2 newly purchased thermal energy collection panels, which immediately reached maximum efficiency, channeling the heat through energy pipelines to a storage tank. In the following hours, Luo Yu and his adorable companions completed the post-battle tasks, including cataloging the spoils and salvaging clothing. By dusk, instead of dining immediately, they opted to bathe first. Under the colorful streams of the showerheads, the fatigue of battle was washed away, and they all soaked together in a warm, spacious pool. As they relaxed in the soothing waters, Luo Yu began tallying up the spoils of war: 37 prisoners, 9,638 units of leather, 421 various weapons, 159,000 silver coins, 980 gold coins, 1,733 pieces of jade, and 203 bundles of herbs. The abundant loot, especially the valuable gold and jade, lifted Luo Ye's spirits. Although some items were of little use to him, they could easily be converted into currency. Luo Yu neatly arranged all the swords, spears, and other weapons on the auction house's display platform, pricing each at 200 gold coins, a rather affordable price. At the same time, he also listed his stockpile of leather on the auction house. After all, with plenty of cotton fabrics and beast girl's hair at his disposal, the unused leather was just taking up space. After some careful management, he earned a good amount of gold coins. However, the largest source of income still came from the captives. After earning 1,200 gold from the arena for the day, Luo Yu began examining the captives' attributes more closely. First on the list was the queen. Her stats were impressive: 50, 55, and 48 for the 3 primary attributes. Even more surprising, she possessed 2 rare personal traits. The first, mobility boost, increased the movement speed of nearby allies. The second, charismatic, not only enhanced aesthetics by 10 points, but also increased recruitment and taming success rates by 10. However, Luo Yu was stunned when he saw the special note on her character profile. As a core figure of her tribe, the queen would neither lose her memory nor could her personal traits be transferred using ordinary scrolls. After consulting the Heavenly Dao World's manual, he discovered that while such unique traits couldn't be transferred, they could be copied using special scrolls. He quickly found these copying scrolls at the auction house, each priced at 200,000 gold. Since players had not yet realized their true value and were still treating them like regular transfer scrolls, Luo Yu decisively purchased 4. He used 2 immediately and saved the other 2 for future needs. After spending 800,000 gold, Luo Yu successfully copied the queen's 2 traits and applied them. The system notified him that he had acquired the 1-star versions of charismatic and mobility boost. The charismatic trait suited him perfectly, not only enhancing his taming abilities, but also yielding an unexpected benefit when his territory's aesthetics surpassed 200. He gained a 2-point agility bonus. The next morning, Luo Yu woke up with a frenzied action buff, a powerful enhancement that remained active. Upon inspecting the prison, he found the luxurious environment was helping captives recover from their injuries slightly. Out of 37 captives, 27 had regained consciousness. After providing them with a simple breakfast, he immediately assigned them tasks. Some were tasked with cleaning the entire territory, while others were sent to the quarry. From his observations, the quarry experienced collapses periodically, but it was safe for at least a day after a collapse. Since it had collapsed just last night, killing only a bug, today was the perfect time to have the captives work there. Even if a few were unlucky enough to be crushed, Luo Yu was prepared to accept the loss. Among the captives were a few skilled miners with mining levels above 6. With the additional manpower, quarrying efficiency improved significantly. Meanwhile, the territory's hygiene, neglected for some time, began to slowly recover. Luo Yu seized this opportunity to have the captives thoroughly clean the entire territory, inside and out. After having breakfast, Luo Yu went to the incineration pit to inspect the situation. The overnight work was complete. All the corpses had turned to ashes. Meanwhile, another pit used for burning mosquitoes was still ablaze, indicating that the insect plague was far from over. He glanced at the thermal storage box, which was already halfway full and functioning well. Switching to the world chat channel, the screen was flooded with reports of increasing numbers of patients. In the regional chat, a few familiar faces were leaving farewell messages, clearly having given up on survival. Luo Yu could only join the others in spamming, "Rest in peace." On the other hand, the small group that had followed his advice was still safe and sound. Just as he was preparing to head to the combat zone, a system notification suddenly popped up. Important prisoner Malin has regained consciousness and is currently in a weakened state. A faint smile played on Luo Yu's lips as he turned and made his way to the luxurious prison. In a cell on the 3rd floor, he found Malin sitting on the large bed, her face cold and pale. The beautiful woman looked frail and sickly, her weakened state evident. Infected wound? Luo Yu stepped closer to check, but Malin immediately crossed her arms over her chest and yelled angrily, "Just kill me. I'll never submit to you, no matter what." With a loud thud, Luo Yu pushed her back onto the bed, pulling aside her outer garment to reveal her fair skin. Malin's cheeks flushed crimson as she glared at him with humiliation, tears welling up in her eyes. "Just as I thought, it's infected. What a hassle," Luo Yu muttered with a frown. He cuffed her hands behind her back to restrain her while he treated the wound. Unlike the native women, Malin's reactions were far more vivid and genuine. To Luo Yu, however, she was nothing more than a bargaining chip, a potential gold mine waiting for Durno to pay the ransom. Upon examination, Luo Yu found that the infection was mild. He sighed in relief and applied fresh herbal medicine to the wound. Watching Malin's tearful, resentful gaze, he gently touched her slightly swollen cheek. "Hurts, doesn't it? Behave yourself, and I won't make things harder for you. But if you resist, don't blame me for being ruthless." Malin turned her head away in humiliation, tears streaming down her face. Her demeanor resembled that of a captured noblewoman rather than a native. At that moment, Luo Yu felt like a villain, but he didn't care. To him, whether she was a noble or a queen, she represented nothing more than a means to an end. As he liked to say, "Women only slow down my blade, but beast girls don't." While pondering whether the young chieftain would ransom his beloved wife, a timely system notification appeared. "The chieftain of the Scala tribe wishes to negotiate a prisoner exchange with you." This confirmed that trial participants could indeed engage in transactions with native factions. With strong enough ties, they might even attract trading caravans to visit their territories. According to the description of the heavenly Tao world, while the natives do not have a system, their shamans possess the extraordinary ability to seamlessly communicate with the trial participants. When Luo Yu clicked confirm, a trade window immediately popped up before him. "Despicable lord. Give me back my wife." Dornuo's message appeared in an instant. The corners of Luo Yu's mouth lifted slightly. "Good. You've finally decided to come to me. I can return her to you, but it depends on how sincere you are. What do you want?" Dornuo asked urgently. Calmly, Luo Yu listed his terms: 500,000 silver, 500,000 stone bricks, 50,000 gold, and 50,000 jade. "Ridiculous. Our tribe doesn't have that many resources," Dornuo retorted. Luo Yu glanced at Malin, who was sitting beside him, disheveled and clutching her chest. He took a screenshot of the scene and sent it to the trade window. "I've only taken off Malin's top for now. If you can't come up with these resources, her pants will be next." He continued, "Let me be honest with you. Malin is very beautiful, and I'm quite interested in her. Besides," he casually sent a picture of a strong minotaur draped in animal hide and holding a giant axe. "My minotaur brother is also rather fond of your wife. You should understand the consequences." "Evil. You scum. Dornuo immediately responded. Don't hurt my wife. I truly can't gather those resources, but I have something else to offer. An item appeared in the trade window. Luo Yu's eyes narrowed as he focused on it. It was a territory core. In an instant, he pieced it all together. The Scala tribe had not only attacked his territory but had also conquered the territories of other trial participants. These cores were their spoils of war. Despicable. Your vile tribe has slaughtered friends of the cosmos and become the enemy of all trial participants. Luo Yu feigned righteous indignation. One core isn't enough. I want 10. That's the price for your wife's safe return. That's too much. We don't have that many cores. Why? Haven't you destroyed at least 10 territories? Dornuo explained, we have indeed destroyed many territories, but the cores were given to the shamans as offerings to obtain resources. This is the only one left for trade. Foolish, Luo Yu said in disappointment. If you don't have enough, then launch new attacks. They'll give you 3 days to collect 10 cores, or face the consequences. No, Dornuo replied hastily. The shamans have not received guidance from the heavens. We cannot attack recklessly, or well face divine punishment. I'm willing to gather the resources you originally demanded, plus this core. Luo Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seemed the time for the preordained attacks in the heavenly Tao world had not yet arrived, and the natives could not be forced into action. He directly placed the torn piece of Maline's clothing into the trade box and spoke in a calm tone. All right, I'm a reasonable person. I'll give you a day to gather the gold and other resources I want. For now, I'll return your wife's clothing to you, and you hand over the territory core to me. Consider it a deposit from both sides. Dorno gritted his teeth as he received the piece of clothing, but the thought of that ruthless lord and the terrifying minotaur made him swallow his anger. To prevent this sinister lord from doing something unpredictable, he quickly confirmed the trade. Trade successful. You have received Territory Core 1. Luo Yu was overjoyed. He immediately closed the chat window and walked over to Malin. Gently stroking her cheek, he smiled and said, Your Majesty, there's no need to be afraid. Those words just now were only to scare your husband. How could I ever bring myself to harm you? By the way, you must be hungry. Lunch will be ready soon. In his eyes, this queen was nothing short of a money tree. Being a man of his word, he naturally needed to treat her well. Smiling, he left the room and shut the door firmly behind him. When he reached the first floor, he quickly used the newly acquired territory core, only to find that the results were different from usual. The total territory resources increased by only 5 instead of the expected 10. Standing at the staircase, he carefully read through the description and suddenly understood. It turned out that territory cores were categorized by quality. Typically, they provided a 10 boost, but underdeveloped ones only gave 5, while those from well-developed territories could offer as much as 20 or even 30. This explained why tribes were so eager to attack prosperous territories. Trading Maline's clothing for just 5, what a loss, he muttered to himself as he activated the core. The territory resources increased to 144, and the mineral resources rose to 149. As he passed the prison, he noticed that 2 prisoners had minor wound infections. He casually treated them, gaining a bit of medical experience in the process. Just as he was about to leave, an idea struck him. The territory lacked doctors, so why not improve his own and Shao Kong's and Shao Dai's medical skills? The prisoners before him were the perfect practice subjects. Injure them, heal them, and repeat the cycle. The thought of the extra 5 entertainment points from the advanced prison solidified his plan. We'll deal with it tonight. For now, there's work to do, he said as he climbed up to the watchtower overlooking the battlefield. He began analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of the previous battle. Although the enemy hadn't breached the death corridor, there were still issues. The corridor was too open, with no obstacles other than the arrow towers. If it weren't for the overwhelming firepower and the enemy's lack of shield bearers, the outcome might have been very different. The corridor was designed with 2 purposes in mind: to slow down enemy movements and to inflict damage. While the arrow towers were already performing exceptionally in terms of damage, the key now was figuring out how to more effectively hinder the enemy's advance. Luo Yu's gaze fell on the burning incineration piles, watching as the insects perished in the flames. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Instead of fire, why not use water? Fire could completely destroy everything, but that would make capturing prisoners impossible. On the other hand, turning the ground muddy with water could significantly reduce the enemy's mobility without damaging the targets. Of course, this required precise control. Poor execution could interfere with his own strike formations, but if done correctly, every step the enemy took would be a struggle in the mud, greatly slowing their advance. At that moment, Luo Yu recalled a crucial technology: terrain modification. This was an advanced geological technology unlocked only after acquiring carpet technology, requiring 50,000 silver and 2 beast core essences. For someone with over 2 million in assets, this expense was hardly significant. After unlocking the technology, Luo Yu discovered that terrain modification was divided into 3 levels: low, medium, and high. While medium-level modifications required over 200 land fertility, which was currently unattainable, the low-level modifications already offered several practical options. Among them, the slowing swamp could reduce movement speed by 70 and was cost-effective, but it lowered hygiene levels, which Luo Yu found unacceptable. Ultimately, he chose the slowing zone. While its slowing effect was reduced to 50, it did not compromise aesthetics or hygiene. The slowing zone caused brief halts for anyone stepping on it, and that momentary delay could prove fatal. The slowing zone required 50 stone bricks, 20 iron ores, and 20 units of silver per square meter to construct. Although the cost was not trivial, it was a worthwhile investment to enhance the effectiveness of the strike formations. Current stone brick production was barely sufficient, but more supplies would soon be available. Just then, Dalno's trade request arrived. Luo Yu effortlessly completed the transaction, redeeming the queen as agreed. He couldn't resist teasing, "Pleasure doing business. By the way, the end of the month is approaching. Feel free to bring your warriors for another round of attacks. I'll be waiting." Infuriated, Dalno closed the trade interface without a response, his scalp tingling with anger. Transaction successful. The system notification chimed just as a series of item acquisition messages popped up before Luo Yu's eyes. 500,000 silver, 500,000 stone bricks, 50,000 gold, and 50,000 jade. At the same time, his hostility level with the Skasa tribe increased. Jackpot! What a profit! Luo Yu exclaimed, rubbing his hands in excitement. This windfall was enough to unlock both lightning technology and thermal defense technology, and the stockpile of stone bricks could support the territory's construction for quite some time. Suddenly, he realized a shortcut to wealth: capturing the relatives of a chieftain. If not for the rule preventing him from leaving his territory, he would have eagerly taken his 3 little cuties to pillage other tribes. Even with this massive fortune, Luo Yu remained clear-headed. He immediately opened the Mercenary Plaza and updated his personal description. Top-tier mercenary offering free assistance against attacks, provided the attacking units include special individuals such as a queen, the chieftain's fiancée, daughter, or the chieftain himself. In exchange, just hand over the special individual as payment after the battle. After storing all the resources, Luo Yu reviewed his current inventory. Silver, 2,913,000. Wood, 1,721. Iron ore, 16,328. Stone bricks, 509,208. Copper ore, 10,308. Jade, 52,376. Gold, 55,700. Platinum, 1,000. Diamonds, 0. Looking at this substantial fortune, Luo Yu decided to immediately unlock lightning technology. The lightning storage box required: blueprints X1, copper or X20,000, gold X20,000, silver X100,000. Although the gold was sufficient, he was still short 10,000 copper ore. Without hesitation, he went to the market and purchased the required copper ore at a 150 exchange rate. Once unlocked, a golden box appeared before him, similar in size to the thermal energy collector. This was the lightning storage box, with a current energy capacity of 0.50,000. Luo Yu transported the box to the insulated room and opened the corresponding tech tree. Most options were grayed out, but a few structures were available. Lightning storage box, copper or X20,000, gold X20,000, silver X100,000. Lightning rod, copper or X10,000, gold X10,000, silver X20,000, beast soul core X1 absorbs lightning elements from the air. Electric fence per meter, copper or X500, gold X50, silver X10,000 used as a defensive structure. The basic electric fence had its uses, but its power was undeniably limited. It could only paralyze intruders for a few seconds and consumed a significant amount of energy. Luo Yu's gaze eventually landed on the electric shock tower he had been eyeing for a long time. As he scanned through the construction requirements for the tower, Luo Yu couldn't help but gasp: 50,000 units of copper ore, 50,000 units of gold, and a staggering 500,000 units of silver. The cost was simply jaw-dropping, especially the 50,000 units of gold, which would practically empty his reserves. However, the tower's performance specs made his eyes light up. An attack range of 5,000 meters with anti-air capabilities, 100 accuracy, and the ability to launch an attack every 20 seconds. 4 targets with a physique below 100, it could deliver an instant kill. Even more exciting, it was classified as furniture rather than a building, meaning it could trigger critical hits. The only downside was its high consumption of stored electricity. With 15,000 units of gold still missing, Luo Yu decided to construct lightning rods first. Although installing lightning rods on building rooftops was perfectly safe, he opted to place them on the warehouse and prison rooftops rather than his villa, just to be cautious. The cost of a lightning rod was relatively affordable. Each required 1,000 units of copper ore, 1,000 units of gold, 20,000 units of silver, and one beast soul core. After procuring the materials, Luo Yu immediately got to work. He installed 2 rods on the warehouse rooftop and 1 on the prison rooftop, then connected them to the lightning storage box via energy conduits. The system check revealed that on sunny days, each rod could only absorb 300 units of energy daily, totaling 900 units for all 3. It seemed filling the storage box would take an eternity. At that moment, he genuinely wished for a thunderstorm. Remembering that he hadn't used his critical hit skill recently and considering the increase in mineral resources, Luo Yu decided to try his luck and see if he could uncover a large gold deposit. As he arrived at the mine and prepared to start digging, he noticed the golden scorpion king nearby, squinting as it rummaged through the rock wall. Its expression of delight suggested it had discovered something valuable. A sudden realization struck Luo Yu, and he silently activated the critical hit command. Sure enough, in the next moment, the Scorpion King pulled a massive gold nugget from the rock wall with its pincers. A system notification immediately popped up. Acquired 10,000 units of gold. This windfall thrilled Luo Yu, so much that he wanted to hug the Scorpion King. Overjoyed, Luo Yu eagerly urged the Scorpion King to continue searching. Encouraged, the Scorpion King extended its pincers back into the rock wall, while Luo Yu watched its expressions intently. Although it unearthed a fair amount of iron and copper ore, the Scorpion King never again displayed that same look of satisfaction. Luo Yu waited in front of the mine for half an hour, but the Scorpion King never showed that peculiar expression again. Shaking his head in resignation, he put away the gold and began mining himself. As he mined, Luo Yu kept a close eye on the Scorpion King's facial expressions, hoping to catch that look of enjoyment once more. Unfortunately, even by mealtime, the Scorpion King maintained his usual demeanor, never displaying that greasy, middle-aged, uncle-like expression again. The mining efficiency this time was quite satisfying. Compared to when he first entered the Tian Dao world, his work speed had increased by at least 5 times. However, the mine's resources were nearly depleted, with only about 6 remaining, likely just enough for another day's work. After dinner, Luo Yu took his 3 little companions to the prison. The prisoners had just finished a day of labor and were lazily lying on their beds, resting. The luxurious conditions of this prison made their lives quite comfortable, and in just 2 days, their obedience levels had all surpassed 60. Luo Yu gathered all the captives into a circle, handing each one a wooden stick, while he stood in the center. Randomly pointing at a few of them, he said, "You 10, come up and spar with your lord." The chosen ones exchanged nervous glances, and one man immediately knelt down, pleading, "Lord, please don't kill us." "Who said I'm going to kill you?" Luo Yu retorted impatiently. "Pick up the sticks and hit me. Use all your strength. If anyone holds back, I'll make sure they regret it." As soon as he finished speaking, the 10 reluctantly charged at him. However, their numbers were far from enough to pose a challenge. In no time, Luo Yu had knocked them all to the ground. The system promptly notified him. "You engaged in recreational activities, Strength 1. Shao Kong, Shao Dai. Drag the injured away for treatment. Don't let it interfere with tomorrow's work." After assigning tasks to his little companions, Luo Yu turned his gaze to the female captives. "Your turn. Come at me together. If you hate me, now's your chance to take it out on me." "Lord, we don't hate you at all." One of the young female captives, barely in her 20s, said earnestly. "The conditions here are so good. The food is plentiful, and you're so handsome. We're all very grateful to you." Flattery won't get you out of sparring." Luo Yu pretended to be angry and immediately launched into another round of combat. An hour later, drenched in sweat, Luo Yu left the prison feeling satisfied, leaving behind a group of disheveled, dazed captives. The scene was a complete mess. Luo Yu was rather restrained during the fight, keeping in mind that although these captives were ordinary people, they were physically robust. Even without treatment, minor injuries would heal in a day. With medical care, they could recover overnight and resume work at the quarry the next day. The entertainment value from this battle proved quite rewarding. Strength increased by 2 points, agility by 1 point, and a considerable amount of medical value was gained. It seemed that as long as there was enough entertainment value to sustain it, fighting was indeed a quick way to boost attributes. That evening, Luo Yu relaxed in the bath, enjoying the warm soak while Shao Kong dutifully came over to massage his shoulders. This round of entertainment had also granted him a 1-point boost to Constitution, a clear benefit of high entertainment value. Meanwhile, the group chat was buzzing with activity. "Naker, Yuming, see you in the arena today. This time, I'm definitely going to win." Fang Yuming, "Haha, still not convinced, little one? Bring it on." Elena, "Which room? I want to join too." Nyoda, "Count me in." Alice, "It's been a while. How about catching up in a room?" Are you coming?" Luo Yu, "Sure." In the ordinary arena, room 4396, created by Fang Yuming, Nyoda greeted Luoyu with a warm hug as soon as he saw him. Luoyu thought to himself that this minotaur friend was worth befriending. Fang Yuming exclaimed in surprise, "You? So you're the legendary human expert." Noticing the astonished expressions on the girls' faces, Luoyu responded with a calm smile. "Just luck. Yuming, you changed your hairstyle? Short hair suits you." Fang Yuming's cheeks flushed as a sweet smile appeared on her lips. "I thought someone as dense as you wouldn't notice." Having observed the hair growth patterns of beast girls regularly, Luoyu had become unusually sensitive to hairstyle changes. He could detect even minor trims, let alone a switch to short hair. Seeing Luoyu's gaze lingering on her, Fang Yuming's face turned even redder. She huffed lightly. "Today, I'm challenging you. Let's bet. 1 silver coin. But to make it fair, you'll have to fight with one hand and one foot." "That does sound fair," Luoyu said with a grin. "But how about we change the wager? The loser has to fulfill one request from the winner." "Huh?" Fang Yuming asked, her face growing redder as she hesitated. "If you win, what would you want me to do?" "Wear clothes." Luoyu chuckled as he began to speak. But before he could finish, Fang Yuming's face turned bright red as she interrupted him. "Shut up, you pervert. Who said I'd wear a Band-Aid swimsuit for you to see? You're so annoying. Watch me beat you up." With a sharp shout, she drew her iron sword and charged forward. Bang, bang, bang. 3 quick strikes landed in rapid succession, but Luoyu didn't budge an inch. Instead, Fang Yuming was forced back a few steps from the impact. "Not bad," she said with a playful laugh. "But now I'll use my martial techniques. Don't forget, you promised to fight me with one hand." Before she even finished speaking, she launched into her Qingfeng sword technique. Fang Yuming was indeed quite skilled, with a strength stat of 100. Each of her strikes was forceful and precise. However, Luoyu, with his strength stat of 115, easily overwhelmed her Qingfeng sword technique using just one hand. On top of that, his mastery of the Gale Blade technique had reached the 2nd level, and combined with his fighter class traits, its power far surpassed her swordplay. After a dozen exchanges, Fang Yuming was visibly fatigued. "You all can join in too," Luoyu said with a grin. "It's a good chance to practice team coordination." Without hesitation, Naker jumped in with her short sword. Elena and Alice exchanged glances before readying their bows, while Nyoda charged forward with his battle axe. Surrounded by attacks from all sides, Luoyu no longer held back and gave his full effort. Thanks to his agility stat of 119, Luoyu moved effortlessly even under the onslaught of multiple opponents. Even the elven archers found it nearly impossible to hit such a high agility target. Before long, Nyoda was the first to be taken down with a single slash, followed shortly by Naker retreating from the fight. Fang Yuming began to panic, and in no time, she too was defeated by a single strike. Elena abandoned her bow and drew a dagger for close combat. As a melee-focused archer, she proved to be more challenging than the others, but after a dozen exchanges, Luoyu struck her neck with his blade, leaving her incapacitated. Finally, only Alice remained, with her bow still drawn. Luoyu dashed forward like lightning. The silver-haired light elf was caught off guard and could only let out a startled gasp before receiving a light flick on her forehead. The training session ended with all 5 of them failing to gain the upper hand against Luoyu. Nyoda's eyes were filled with admiration, while the girls were both shocked and impressed. Naker, in particular, had a glimmer of awe in her bright eyes. "You're unbelievably strong," Fang Yuming exclaimed. "You're harder to deal with than a boss. Thank goodness you're not our enemy." Alice smiled knowingly, while Elena smirked with renewed determination. "Let's go again. This time, I won't let you win so easily." Naker leaned close to Fang Yuming and whispered, "Yuming, why does Luoyu fight us with full force? But he's so gentle when dealing with Alice?" Fang Yuming shot Luoyu a glance and whispered, "He's good at everything, except he loves picking on us." "Oh, and he's totally obsessed with appearances." She pouted slightly, looking a bit displeased. Luoyu, with a serious expression, gave a thoughtful conclusion. "Actually, none of you are weak, but you lack coordination and synchronization. That's why I was able to take you down one by one. What we need to practice is teamwork. But it can't just be blind cooperation, it has to be done in a strategic and effective way." Everyone nodded in agreement. At this moment, Luoyu exuded a calm confidence, winning the trust of the girls present. Naker found her heartbeat quickening as she looked at him. Even Fang Yuming, who had just complained about his obsession with looks, softened her gaze when she met his bright eyes. "Ha ha ha." Nyoda let out a hearty laugh. "You're absolutely right. Tell us how to train, and we'll follow your lead." As everyone was cheerfully discussing their plans, Fang Yuming suddenly frowned. "There's a notification someone wants to challenge us to a team battle." Team battles were another mode in the arena. While they didn't affect rank, they were highly popular due to the larger number of participants, high stakes, and the opportunity to improve teamwork and status within the team. Especially after the heated wave incident, Everyone had come to deeply understand the importance of teaming up to take down a boss. This mode had even surpassed the popularity of unknown duels. It was worth noting that boss events did occur in the world of Tiandao. If a boss appeared within someone's territory, they would either have to form a team to eliminate it or hire mercenaries for help unless their territory's defenses were strong enough to handle it alone. For now, Luo Yu's team consisted mostly of women, and the members hadn't fully developed their synergy yet. Facing another team in battle seemed like a long shot. However, Luo Yu remained calm and smiled faintly. Accept it. It's fine. After Fang Yuming carefully nodded and agreed, a flash of light appeared at the other end of the room, and 10 figures materialized a fully equipped team. Luo Yu studied their lineup closely. 3 Golden Lion Warriors, 2 Winged Clan Assassins, 2 Treefolk Tanks, and 3 Blue-Haired Water Clan Archers. While they lacked a healer, their composition was well-rounded, and the all-male team radiated an intimidatingly fierce aura. What was even more surprising was that the leader, a burly Golden Lion Warrior, had a bronze insignia pinned to his chest, and there was one member each from the Water Clan and Winged Clan who had reached the Black Iron rank. While Luo Yu himself had the strength of a bronze rank, his limited number of matches in the arena meant he was still officially certified at Black Iron level. This opposing team was clearly a formidable force. They came here clearly to bully the weak. In the arena, 2 teams faced off against each other. Luo Yu's team was sizing up their opponents, while the other group of 10 scrutinized them in return. Once the opposing team assessed Luo Yu and his teammates' strength, most of them exchanged mocking glances, their disdain evident. A burly man from the Golden Lion tribe stepped forward, a sneer tugging at his lips. A human Black Iron rank? That's rare. But your little team looks like it'll crumble with a single blow. Since you're here, let us show you how real team battles are done. Beside him, a winged man's eyes gleamed with interest. Captain, look. This team has both a dark elf and a light elf. I've seen plenty of elf ladies, but their races are the rarest and the most beautiful. The human girl and the cat girl are quite the rare finds too. Another man chimed in with a lecherous laugh. This team's full of treasures. Is that so? A cold-looking man from the Water Tribe suddenly spoke. I actually think that human man is rather appealing. The moment he said this, the 2 teammates standing closest to him instinctively edged away. Luo Yu couldn't help but shiver. This guy was clearly a creep. On Luo Yu's side, Nyoda looked uncomfortable, unsure of what to do. Fang Yuming and Naker instinctively hid behind Luo Yu, while Alice frowned deeply, and Elena's face was filled with anger. So you're here to pick on weaker opponents? Luo Yu stepped forward calmly. The Golden Lion man snorted dismissively. That's right. Bringing my team here to crush weaklings like you is a great way to rack up experience and level up to Black Iron. Enough talk, let's begin. Luo Yu's tone remained composed. If you want to use us to gain experience, you'd better prove you're capable. Hair's the deal. Since we've crossed paths, let's make it a little interesting. How about a wager? 1 million silver coins. Gasps of shock rippled through the arena. Fang Yuming, Naker, and Alice stared at Luo Yu with wide eyes, while the opposing team looked equally stunned. Without another word, Luo Yu casually placed 1 million silver coins into the betting pool and looked provocatively at the Golden Lion man. If you're so eager to gain experience, come on. Don't tell me you can't even scrape together 1 million. This staggering wager immediately drew a large crowd of onlookers. In a time where 10,000 silver coins was considered a fortune, Luo Yu's casual bet of 1 million showcased his extraordinary wealth. The Golden Lion man clenched his teeth. This wasn't just about gaining experience, Anna Maria, it was about pride. With so many spectators, he couldn't afford to back down. Besides, his team of 10 against their 6, with their strongest only at Black Iron while he himself was at Bronzite, was a guaranteed victory. Or so he thought. Under the wingman's suggestion, the opposing team pooled their resources and managed to gather 1 million silver coins. Fang Yuming and the others grew increasingly anxious, while the crowd of spectators continued to swell. Let's start, the golden-haired man said grimly. All right, bring it on, Luo Yu replied, his expression as calm as ever. The moment the countdown reached 0, arrows whizzed through the air from the opposing side. 2 treefolk tanks advanced steadily, followed closely by 3 warriors. An assassin had already slipped away undetected, while 2 archers remained hidden in a hard-to-reach corner. The incoming arrows were either blocked by the tanks at the front or deflected by the warriors, demonstrating the team's seamless coordination. Despite having the upper hand in strength, the opposing team did not recklessly charge forward. In team battles, a hasty advance often leads to being surrounded and overwhelmed. Clang, clang. Luo Yu swung his Tiangong blade, precisely deflecting 2 incoming arrows. He nodded toward the 2 elven girls, who immediately understood and swiftly retreated. They readied their bows, aiming at the male treefolk on the other side. Due to range limitations, the archers on both sides could only target the opposing front line. With identical ironwood bows and 100 strength points, Neither side could pose a direct threat to the enemy's backline archers. Whoosh! Whoosh! The arrows shot by the elven archers were met with mixed results. One was blocked by a treefolk's shield, while the other struck a treefolk's lower leg. The treefolk merely frowned, pulled out the arrow, and seemed largely unfazed. Luo Yu remained calm, and with a wave of his hand, a radiant light flashed. 4 Black-Rontier beasts, each with fully maxed out attributes at 100, materialized on the battlefield: a rhinoceros, an elephant, a red-scaled giant python, and a wolf king. A gasp rippled through the audience. A beast tamer, and all Black-Rontier beasts. Fang Yuming quickly summoned her little Kitya, ferocious Black-Rontier feline, as large as a lynx. The crowd erupted in shock. 2 beast tamers. This team is extraordinary. The expressions on the opposing team's faces grew visibly grim. Luo Yu glanced at the roaring giant cat and immediately gave his command. The rhinoceros and elephant charged forward with earth-shaking momentum, their defenses shrugging off the incoming arrows. The white rhino was the first to collide with a treefolk, the immense impact snapping the opponent's leg like a twig. The elephant followed with unstoppable force, sending another treefolk flying far across the field. Luo Yu spotted a flaw in the enemy formation and decisively drew his Yangyu bow. The bowstring hummed as a golden arrow shot through the air, its power far surpassing the ordinary arrows of Alice and Elena. The arrowhead struck with precision, piercing through the chest of a male warrior from the Golden Lion clan, who vanished instantly. Gasps erupted across the battlefield, even from Alice and the other teammates, who were visibly stunned, who would have thought their beast tamer was also a master marksman. Meanwhile, the Wolf King and the red-scaled giant python charged into the enemy ranks, plunging the battlefield into chaos. Luo Yu noticed 2 sneaky enemy assassins and quickly gave a low order to his nearby teammates. Kurer, Yume, keep an eye on those 2 assassins. Don't let them get near Alice and Elena. The 2 girls steadied themselves, gripped their weapons tightly, and nodded in response. Got it. We won't let them through. Luo Yu released a second arrow, and another enemy fell instantly. The crowd watching the battle erupted in astonishment. That power. It must be a golden tier bow. If they don't deal with that beast tamer first, they'll be picked off one by one. But with those 5 beasts tying up their warriors, they can't even get close. The tide of the battle shifted entirely. The 2 enemy assassins were locked down by Fang Yume and Nakir, unable to launch an ambush on their ranged fighters. The 5 beasts kept all of the enemy's melee units occupied. The remaining 2 enemy archers, with shorter range and weaker firepower compared to Luo Yu, could only fire ineffective shots at the thick-skinned beasts from a distance. Sensing the dire situation, a golden-haired warrior unleashed his full strength and slashed fiercely at the Wolf King. The Wolf King retreated to evade, and the warrior seized the opportunity, roaring as he charged directly at Luo Yu. As a bronze tier expert, his speed was astonishing, clearly intending to close the distance for close combat before Luo Yu could knock another arrow. Seeing this, Luo Yu swiftly switched from bow to blade, drawing the Tiangong blade. All eyes on the battlefield were now locked on this life-or-death clash. As steel met steel, Luo Yu silently chanted, 100-fold critical strike activated. In the next instant, the golden-haired warrior's sword collided violently with Luo Yu's Tiangong blade. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.